Chapter 1. The End of the World. Reborn. In the meeting room of the Star City Zoo, the keepers were listening to the nonsensical ramblings of the bald director. The bald director on stage was posing and scratching his head like a gorilla in the primate exhibit, one that could eat and defecate. Everyone was silently praying for someone to come and end this stinky, long meeting. Bang! The sound of a hand slapping the table drew everyone's attention, and they began to look for the source, wondering who the brave soul was that would sacrifice themselves. It is said that before a person dies, they can see various experiences from their life. Zou Yu did not expect that, even after being blown to bits, she could still see this old bastard, but the scene was quite vivid. Zou Yu, what are you doing? The segment still had sound? Zou Yu, sit down quickly. The person next to her tugged at Zou Yu, and she instinctively sat back down in her chair. The phone she had unconsciously gripped in her hand vibrated, the clear sensation making her break out in goosebumps. She lit up the screen. July 1st, 2679, 1748. The screen automatically unlocked, the interface stopping at the green message interface. Qianluo. Sis, I accidentally lost the bracelet Annie left for you. I didn't mean to. Looking at Su Qianluo's name, a strong hatred filled Zou Yu's eyes, her whole body shaking uncontrollably, her fists cracking from being clenched so tightly. Heaven had eyes and gave her a chance to start over. In her previous life, she had been deliberately infected with the zombie virus by Su Qianluo, falsely accused of hoarding supplies in her space ability, and sent to a research facility where she suffered immensely. The memories were still fresh in her mind. The heavy hatred nearly suffocated Zou Yu. She wished she could kill Su Qianluo right now. Not just Su Qianluo, but also those who betrayed her and kicked her when she was down this time. She would take revenge on each and every one of them. Zou Yu, I want to talk to you, Sensing danger, Zou Yu's reflexes honed from 10 years of the apocalypse made her act faster than her brain. She instinctively grabbed the other person's wrist and yanked them back, pinning them to the chair. All the people who hadn't had a chance to leave, yet turned to look.It hurts. Let go of me. Sorry. Zou Yu said sorry while showing no sign of regret on her face as she released the person. Lin Ro frowned, rubbing her wrist while complaining. Why are you reacting so strongly? And what was that look you just gave me? You scare me to death. Do you need something? I want to discuss something with you. Can you cover my shift? I have a date after work. Sure. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Ro looked at her strangely. Why are you agreeing so readily today? You're not planning something weird, are you? See, she is about to give birth, and am worried. Zou Yu casually found a reason that fit the time. It was also true that she was concerned as she was an Arctic wolf, the first wolf cub she delivered since interning at the zoo, and she had a special bond with it. In her previous life, for various reasons, she wasn't there when she gave birth. By the time she received the news and rushed back, all she found were the weak she and the cold bodies of the two cubs. This had always been her regret. When Lin Ro came out after changing, she glanced at the monitoring room and saw Zou Yu talking to she through the isolation glass, mumbling, "You care more about animals than people, what a weirdo." Zou Yu watched she for a while, then returned to her office to take out the phone she had locked in the drawer. Su Qianluo's calls were coming in one after another. Sis, you finally answered my call. I really didn't mean to lose the bracelet. You still don't know how I got my space ability, right? You should thank your bracelet. The two different tones of speech mixed together, and Zou Yu felt as if she could smell the stench of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood again, with all past events flooding back. She had once regarded Su Qianluo as the person she trusted the most, striving to become stronger just to protect her from being bullied. Even if her reputation was in tatters, even if everyone scolded her for being vicious, she had protected Su Qianluo well. But just before her death, she realized that all the misunderstandings she had faced were orchestrated by Su Qianluo.It, with Su Qianluo, who had the space ability. Yet in the end, it was she who was forced to hand over the supplies from her space, while she foolishly helped her cover it up, unaware that it was all a trap set to ensure her death. Before dying, Zou Yu had asked Su Qianluo why she hated her so much. Because only when you're gone can I become the main character. Zou Yu was a mountain that Su Qianluo could never cross. She finally leveled that mountain through her own efforts, pushing Su Qianluo into the role of the vicious female supporting character, enjoying the feeling of being surrounded by admirers, truly becoming the protagonist of the story. Perhaps it was because she had been suppressed for too long. Su Qianluo revealed her secret at the last moment. She was not from this world, she had crossed over. This world was a novel she had read, and the real Su Qianluo was already dead. All along, Zou Yu had only been protecting a stranger. This revelation gave Zou Yu the resolve to kill her. With her last bit of strength, Zou Yu detonated her ability, dragging Su Qianluo down to hell with her. Time rewound, and all stories had yet to begin. Zou Yu recalled the words Su Qianluo had said firmly before her death. "You're just a vicious female supporting character." Is that so? Then I'll show you what a truly vicious female supporting character looks like. Sis, please don't be angry. Okay, Zou Yu replied flatly, it's fine, it's just a bracelet. Su Qianluo, holding the phone, listened to Zou Yu's words, a sly smile flashing in her eyes. She knew that with Zou Yu's level of affection for her, she wouldn't care about such things. Sis, I knew you were the best, just over 18 million, you know my car number. Transfer the money to me before midnight tonight, or it'll call the police. Zou Yu had no patience to continue talking to Su Qianluo. After giving her a friendly reminder, she hung up and started consulting a lawyer to prepare for a lawsuit. There were still 3 months left until the apocalypse. Either Su Qianluo would compensate her, and she could use that money to stockpile supplies, or Su Qianluo would spend 3 months in jail as long as it made her unhappy. Zou Yu would be happy. Su Qianluo persistently called Zou Yu, but Zou Yu directly blocked her. Zou Yu, choose whether to give me the bracelet or the money. After sending the message, Zou Yu recalled how Su Qianluo had maxed out her credit card to hoard supplies in her previous life. Without hesitation, she locked all the credit cards and intimate payment options that she had used for Su Qianluo, completely cutting off financial ties with this leech. After Zou Yu's mother passed away, her father fell into depression for 3 years before remarrying and having a younger sister who took her stepmother's surname. Even though Zou Yu was not fond of her stepmother, the child was innocent. Although Su Qianluo had inherited some of her mother's qualities, being a bit of a white lotus and green tea type, she and Zou Yu had gotten along harmoniously. After the apocalypse began, only the 2 sisters were left at home, and due to their father's wishes, Zou Yu had been very obedient and devoted to Su Qianluo. She had noticed the changes in Su Qianluo, but hadn't thought much of it, not realizing that she had been protecting the wrong person all along. Qianluo, sis, you can't treat me like this. If Dad knew, he would definitely be sad. Do we have to make things this difficult between sisters? Would a small knife cutting the button eye-opener? What does an imposter know about sisterly love? Does she even deserve it? Chapter 2. Green Tea, Slapping Faces. After pulling Su Qianluo into her blacklist, Zou Yu found her one-person show unresponsive, so she shifted her focus to someone else. Soon, Zou Yu was attracted by the buzzing notifications in the group chat, so she scrolled back a bit. Little Su must work hard. I accidentally lost my sister's bracelet, and she wants to cut ties with me. What should I do? Not a word about how much the bracelet cost. Little Su must work hard. I've never seen her so angry, but when she broke the necklace my mom bought for me, I didn't say anything. That was the only thing my mom left for me. A few hundred yuan fake goods traded for her brand new items worth tens of thousands, and she still has the face to bring it up. Su Qianluo sent a few vague messages, which immediately triggered the sense of justice in the group of people who couldn't distinguish right from wrong. A bunch of them tagged Zou Yu, urging her to be magnanimous and not to hold grudges. Most importantly, even her boyfriend Pei Jingzhou was speaking up for Su Qianluo. Hey, Zou Yu, Xiao Yu, how much is the bracelet? I'll compensate Qianluo. Don't let this hurt your sisterly bond. Once this was said, everyone praised Pei Jingzhou for his emotional intelligence, saying having a brother-in-law like you is a blessing for Qianluo. Zou Yu was naturally indifferent and viewed relationships lightly. Even the real Su Qianluo took more than a decade to barely get her attention, let alone Pei Jingzhou, who had only just started dating her. Pei Jingzhou pursued her partly because of the face it gave him in his words, "You defeated all the boys in school to win over the goddess. How impressive." Her reason for agreeing to be together wasn't pure. Either Pei Jingzhou was a qualified shield, capable of deterring pursuers and blocking introductions from others. A mutually beneficial arrangement, with feelings being quite shallowed. In the half year they had been together, they had rarely met. Most of the time, when Pei Jingzhou wanted to inquire about her, he would ask Su Qianluo, and through this, the two had become familiar. When they started flirting, who knew? In any case, in her previous life, Pei Jingzhou had always defended Su Qianluo, and now it seemed everything had been foreshadowed. The chat in the group continued, with Pei Jingzhou's buddies being the first to exit the scene And now Su Qianluo's friends were also becoming active, subtly hinting that Zou Yu was being unreasonable. Meanwhile, Su Qianluo, after scrolling through dozens of messages, found Pei Jingzhou's message and quoted it. "Brother Jingzhou, I was wrong. You don't need to worry about it. Although my sister said she'd call the police if I don't compensate, I really don't want you to have a falling out with her over this. I can handle it myself." Pei Jingzhou, who was prideful and had a strong sense of masculinity, was accurately manipulated by Su Qianluo. "Pei, little Su must work hard. Don't say that. Since you call me brother, I have to take care of my sister's matters. Pei, Zou Yu, how much should I send you?" Zou Yu looked at Pei Jingzhou's profile picture and saw the words "big fool" written all over his face. She wasn't polite either, replying, 18,867,000. But I'll let you off the cents, so 18 million. There were no further messages in the group. Seeing this, Zou Yu tagged Pei Jingzhou again. "Call me before noon tomorrow." When no one replied, Zou Yu directly fired back. "Zou Yu, when you were all condemning me, you acted like you were so loyal. Why is no one speaking up now?" "Zou Yu, everyone, since you have such a good relationship with Su Qianluo, you'll definitely help her with the compensation, right?" "Zou Yu, little Su must work hard. You must have been a troublemaker in your past life. How come so many people rush to help you just by stirring the pot?" "Zou Yu, Pei, and you, I wouldn't know you were Su Qianluo's boyfriend if I didn't know better. Now that your girlfriend stuff has been lost, you're helping an outsider instead of her? Were you born as a lotus flower under a bodhisattva to save the world? Zou Yu, don't bite off more than you can chew. You don't even know how much she owes me, and you're talking big. Do you think your pocket money is enough to cover it? You treat her as a close friend, while she sees you as a charity director. Wake up, big fool." Zou Yu unleashed a barrage of messages, and no one in the group dared to speak up, with a few even leaving the group to avoid the fallout. Su Qianluo planned to play dead to the end. Zou Yu took a deep breath and intended to leave the group, but Pei Jingzhou suddenly sent a message. "Pei, what happened to you?" He had 100 ways to chat with her privately, yet he chose to do so in the group. Zou Yu, having no need to save face, responded without hesitation. "Zou Yu, are you leaving, or should I call a garbage truck to haul you away?" "Zou Yu, mark my words, anyone who wants to compensate for Su Qianluo can go ahead, but by noon tomorrow, if the money isn't transferred, we'll meet at the police station." The next day was as calm as Zou Yu had anticipated, and she was not worried at all. After work, she returned home to prepare what she needed and drove straight to the police station to file a report. "My family's heirloom was stolen, and I know who the thief is. I have evidence." Zou Yu had previously installed home surveillance cameras because she had a cat, but after the cat passed away, she forgot to take them down, and now they were coming in handy. Losing something is one thing, but being stolen is another. Not to mention, Zou Yu had the certification and market value estimation of the bracelet. She even had to thank Su Qianluo's greedy mother for getting the item appraised to sell for money that didn't get it traded before the accident happened. Such a large sum of money would definitely catch the police's attention, and they immediately checked Su Qianluo's whereabouts and summoned her. They should have come to her directly, but Zou Yu pretended to be on the verge of tears, readied, telling them, "My sister just made a mistake in a moment of weakness. She's still young, and I hope you can give her a break. I didn't want to escalate this, I just want my bracelet back. That was the only thing my mom left for me. I couldn't bear to sell it. Even when I was in trouble, it's my only hope." After hearing Zou Yu's words, an intern policewoman stood up excitedly, tears in her eyes, promising her, "Don't worry, I will get your bracelet back for you." They found that Su Qianluo's account showed no significant financial activity, so they concluded that the bracelet was still in her possession. The fact that the other party was an inexperienced young girl made them feel the situation was manageable. But Zou Yu knew Su Qianluo couldn't produce it because she had immediately claimed ownership of the bracelet upon receiving it. And now she couldn't produce the actual item at all. This was the effect she wanted if she couldn't get the money. Locking her up would be fine too. Chapter 3. Funding System Activation. It was already past 8 in the evening when she left the police station. Under a streetlight not far away, Su Qianluo was sobbing uncontrollably in Pei Jingzhou's arms. While Pei Jingzhou held her close, his gaze fixed on Zou Yu. It had been a month since they last met to watch a movie. After a month of not seeing each other, Pei Jingzhou was surprised by the significant change in Zou Yu. She exuded a kind of coolness and heroism he had never seen before, her gaze sharper and more piercing than before, even carrying a hint of aggression. Her expression was not very friendly. Yet he found her even more attractive than before. It seemed like Zou Yu had undergone a tremendous transformation in just a month. Pei Jingzhou didn't know what she had experienced, but looking at the indifferent Zou Yu made his heart race uncontrollably. In the next moment, Zou Yu raised her hand. Pei Jingzhou's eyes brightened, and what greeted him was a big international friendly gesture. Zou Yu felt one was not enough, so she showed 2 middle fingers and then drove away, as if she believed that even looking at them for another moment would be too much. She had underestimated Pei Jingzhou's concern for Su Qianluo after all this time. He had really loved her enough to gather so much money. After returning home, Zou Yu checked the balance in her bank account. With Pei Jingzhou's 18 million, her mother's savings, the compensation from old Zou, and her savings over the years, she had a total of 23,740,000. Zou Yu clearly remembered that the end of the world began about a week after the National Day holiday at that time. The news was constantly reporting the flow of people in various provinces, and it just so happened that the zombie virus broke out when the crowds were densest, resulting in heavy casualties. She needed to stockpile enough supplies in these 3 months to have a chance of survival. However, she had no space, and where to put so many goods was also a problem. Zou Yu understood better than anyone the principle of a man is innocent, but carries the guilt of his wealth. She was about to face an era that devoured people without spitting out bones, an era that magnified the worst of human nature. Stockpiling was essential, but she needed to think of a complete strategy to cope. Zou Yu searched online for rental information on nearby warehouses and called one of the contacts. Unfortunately, a girl just rented all our warehouses not long ago, renting over 30 warehouses at once. She could only think of Su Qianluo. As far as she knew, Su Qianluo's bracelet space was activated the day before the apocalypse arrived, and it was currently in a state of recognizing its owner. So she definitely needed a place to store supplies before that. Zou Yu subtly probed for information. I am just asking for my sister. She just graduated from school and insists on trying logistics like others. I thought about renting a few warehouses for her to play around with, but it turns out all your warehouses are rented. This gives me a good excuse to make her give up. The person on the other end might have found Zou Yu's tone friendly or was perhaps a bit stressed from work and ended up venting to her. Young people nowadays have no determination. Who knows, your sister might not want to do logistics in a few months either. But you, as her sister, are quite supportive. Who else would I spoil if not this one sister? Boss, how long did your big client rent the warehouses for? My sister's idea can't be implemented in just a month or 2. If the rental period is short, can I book in advance? It's hard to say. That girl signed a 3-month contract. If it becomes available later, they'll contact you. As expected, after getting the answer she wanted, Zou Yu smiled with satisfaction. Thank you for your help. It's a small matter. We should thank you for supporting our business. After hanging up, Zou Yu marked October 14th on her calendar. The apocalypse would arrive about a week after the National Day holiday, which was roughly around this time. Zou Yu had never seen how large Su Qianluo's space was, but from the fact that she rented all the warehouses in the suburbs at once, it must be quite substantial. Thinking about how something that should belong to her was taken away by Su Qianluo made Zou Yu grit her teeth. If that's the case, then she would personally send Su Qianluo on her way that day and let her watch as her stockpiled supplies were handed over. If she couldn't have it, she would destroy it. After all, she wouldn't let Su Qianluo have it easy. Zou Yu finished organizing her shopping list and calculated all the money she had, including the financial products she had purchased before, but it was still far from what she envisioned. She urgently needed money. Zou Yu had never wanted money so desperately. Selling jewelry, bags, cars, houses, and taking various loans, her total assets amounted to over 25 million. While that seemed like a lot in normal times, now she felt like she couldn't move an inch. She wished she could divide a penny into 8 parts. Zou Yu glanced at the heavy modified armored off-road vehicle on her computer screen, quickly counting the zeros starting at 10 million. It had to be said that this was indeed top-notch equipment for escaping in the apocalypse, but right now, it was just foolish to buy it. 2 big words were written in Zou Yu's eyes. Want. But compared to transportation, supplies were the top priority. Zou Yu contacted several large warehouses nearby and finally decided on the North Suburb warehouse, adjacent to Su Qianluo's warehouse. Since Su Qianluo was making such a big fuss about stockpiling goods, she would take advantage of the situation to store her supplies there as well. Su Qianluo would have to bear this burden, whether she wanted to or not. Zou Yu was clever and didn't go through the platform. She privately added 100 renting it for $900 a month, totaling $2,007. After securing the warehouse, Zou Yu rented a box truck that a high school classmate she added on social media was in the car rental business, offering her a friendly price of $500 a month. With the basic equipment for stockpiling ready, she now needed to find a place to live. The official safe zones would only be established in the third month of the apocalypse. It would take time for them to be fully operational, and before that, the safe zones were not safer than the outside world. There was even a possibility of chaos leading to resource competition and infighting. Even if rules were established later, they would merely be tools for searching resources for those in charge. Dangerous tasks would still fall on those below, while the leaders had plenty of their own problems. Zou Yu had never looked favorably on this before, and she still didn't. She had no intention of relying on a safe zone or life to her. The malice of human hearts was more terrifying than zombies. Zou Yu found a rural, self-built house in an excellent geographical location, far from the urban area and sparsely populated. Most importantly, the listing mentioned it had a basement, perfect for hiding supplies. Zou Yu directly negotiated the rental price. Selling it for $1 to $2 million was not worth it, but renting it only required a few tens of thousands. At the moment of payment, a pop-up suddenly appeared on her phone, and Zou Yu didn't look closely before clicking the option. Only after clicking did she realize that there were two options, one yes and one activate, meaning the same thing. Rogue software. Fees have been deducted, activating the apocalypse game system. The moment the voice sounded, Zou Yu received a text message. Central Bank. Your account spent 25 million yuan on July 1st, 2023 at 23:20. The remaining balance is 0.27 yuan. If you have any questions, please call 098XXXX. Zou Yu's mind went blank. Her money was gone. Chapter 4. Task 5 billion Novice Task. Collect 1,000 items information within 10 minutes to complete the task. Upon success, the task will be officially bound, and a novice gift pack will be awarded. In the event of failure, the task will be automatically unbound, and the funds will be deducted without refund. Zou Yu gazed at the progress bar and countdown hovering before her, hastily seizing her phone to access a certain online marketplace. Regardless of the authenticity of this dubious system, her 25 million could not be squandered. It remained uncertain whether collecting product information implied necessity to purchase the items. Upon opening the app, she navigated to the recently viewed food section, and as anticipated, the moment the images loaded, the progress bar began to advance. Zou Yu swiftly descended, the progress bar moving at a languid pace. Task completed. The virtual screen faded away, and Zou Yu heard a familiar mechanical voice resonating in his mind. Greetings, Master. I am your exclusive apocalypse gaming system, hailing from a highly advanced civilization 50 billion light-years into the future. You may call me Zou Yu. Zou Yu had anticipated a name that was flamboyant and imposing, yet she was taken aback by this. This is my user manual. A virtual panel materialized in her mind, resembling the interface of survival games she had previously played, from which a user manual emerged. Zou Yu accepted the data, and in the next moment, the information effortlessly integrated into her mind, with every detail regarding Zou Yu vividly etched within her consciousness, including its operational procedures. In essence, by accomplishing relevant tasks, one could elevate their level, thereby unlocking a plethora of additional features. Indeed, there are several methods to enhance experience points. Zou Yu cast a cursory glance and realized that her current advancement in level could only be achieved through the completion of tasks. However, her greater concern lay not in the tasks themselves, but rather in the rewards they promised. What, she pondered, was this so-called novice gift pack? As her thoughts coalesced, several icons materialized on her interface, each accompanied by distinct functional descriptions. Among these, Zou Yu was most intrigued by the expansion of her inventory space. Upon opening her backpack, she probed her consciousness within, only to be met with an abyss of darkness. Zou Yu cast her gaze once more upon the computer resting on the table, and with a gentle motion, she placed it into her spatial realm. As anticipated, a computer now hovered in the void of her space, while the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness. Just how vast is the expanse of her backpack space? It exists within a virtual dimension of higher order, rendering it impossible to gauge with the measurement units of the current world. Zou Yu's patience had been completely exhausted. Speak plainly. The voice from the device trembled slightly. It cannot be filled. You should have said so earlier. Why all the nonsense? Unsettling her mindset. Just from this statement, Zou Yu's objective became abundantly clear: to fill the space. But with what should she fill it? With the mere 27 cents in her account? Before Zou Yu could dwell on her predicament, her phone rang like a death knell, compelling her to answer. Teacher Zou, something has happened to Shi. Please come quickly. Zou Yu hastily snatched up the car keys, scarcely pausing to change her shoes before dashing out, fearful of losing even a single moment. She rushed to the garden, where she encountered an intern with a look of palpable anxiety. What happened? It was perfectly fine when I left. The intern, pale and speechless, could not muster a single word in response. Zou Yu hurriedly changed her clothes and rushed to the animal birthing room, only to find everyone standing at the entrance, unwilling to enter. Could they truly expect the wolf cubs to emerge on their own while they remained outside? Although animal husbandry has, to some extent, safeguarded the breeding of rare species, it has also stripped them of certain innate behaviors. The Arctic wolves in the zoo have lost their ability to give birth through their own efforts, particularly Shi, who is a hand-reared cub and is experiencing motherhood for the first time. It is precisely to prevent such situations that they undergo various training sessions each year. Yet now, those who have received specialized training in birthing and self-defense stand outside, leaving Zou Yu understandably furious. Zou Yu turned the lock to enter, but Lin Ro held her back. It is not that we do not wish to go in. Rather, Shi is currently in a state of agitation, making it impossible for us to approach. After all, it is a wolf. It is a child I have raised single-handedly. Zou Yu emphasized the word child with a weight that instilled a sense of dread. Upon hearing this, Lin Ro gritted her teeth and declared, "Then I shall accompany you inside. Ensure you don your protective gear." 5 minutes later, the iron gate creaked open, revealing Zou Yu and Lin Ro, fully equipped and carrying the necessary gear, entering in succession. Shi, concealed within the artificial mountain, anxiously gnawed on a withered branch to alleviate the pain. Its drooping ears suddenly perked up in alertness. Upon spotting the intruders, it bared its sharp teeth in a menacing display, emitting a low growl while its eyes glimmered with a wild, predatory green light, as if poised to pounce and devour them whole in the next instant. Hearing the familiar voice, Shi retracted its fangs but maintained a vigilant stance, even preparing to strike. Yet the labor pains rendered it immobile, leaving it with no recourse but to intimidate through sound. Zou Yu took a step forward, and Lin Ro hurriedly grasped her hand. "Should we reconsider?" she asked. "That is out of the question. If we do not allow Shi to assist with the delivery, there is a genuine possibility that it may suffer excruciating pain unto death. Furthermore, the wolf cubs will not be spared either." "Shi, that is me." Zou Yu crouched down and extended her hand towards Shi, who regarded her with evident caution. After a moment's contemplation, she raised her hand and removed her protective helmet. This action startled Lin Ro. "Have you lost your mind?" she exclaimed, her voice rising, causing Shi to reveal her sharp teeth. "If you can't hold on, just leave." Lin Ro gritted her teeth, observing the robust adult white wolf. Though presently weakened, it had not relinquished its capacity for combat. No matter how much it had been tamed at the zoo, it remained a fierce predator. Fear gripped her. Lin Ro retreated a few steps. Consulting with Zou Yu, Master Chung and the others have prepared the tranquilizer. If you sense any danger, withdraw immediately. Human lives are paramount. Understood. The moment Lin Ro stepped outside, Shi visibly relaxed. As Zou Yu softly coaxed, she gradually approached, extending her hand towards it. Shi let out a whimper and crawled out from behind the artificial hill, its hind legs pressed against the ground, which was saturated with liquid. At that very moment, those outside held their breath in anxious anticipation for Zou Yu. Zou Yu, undaunted, removed her gloves and gently placed them upon its head, tenderly massaging it. Her gaze soft. "Good child, just hold on a little longer." Shi lay on the ground, exposing its most vulnerable belly, and in its eyes, there seemed to be a silent plea. As Zou Yu's hand grazed its belly, she felt the vibrant life within through the soft, warm fur. Suddenly, a task materialized. "Please assist in the delivery of the wolf cubs to complete the activation of the beast companion function. Upon completion, a reward of 5 billion in stockpiled funds will be granted. The abruptness of the task momentarily left Zou Yu taken aback. Nevertheless, even in the absence of such a task, she would exert every effort to ensure the safe arrival of the wolf cubs. For proved to be more cooperative than she had anticipated, and the 4 cubs were splendid, sparing much of the ordeal. Zou Yu swiftly placed the wolf cub into the incubator and handed it over to Lin Ro. The notification indicating the completion of the task chimed, and at that very moment, her phone displayed an incoming transfer of 5 billion. Zou Yu was filled with joy. In the next moment, a new task was announced. Chapter 5, Wolf Cub Beast Pet System. The Beast Pet System is now activated, and currently, 1 slot is available for use. Please input the Beast Pet data within 10 minutes. Zou Yu cast a glance at the introduction of the Beast Pet System, finding it to be verbose and lacking in substance, with 400 out of 500 words devoted to self-promotion. Are you still troubled by the inability to pet cats and dogs amidst the apocalypse? Are you concerned about pets becoming infected in the end times? The Beast Pet System has been fully launched, an essential feature for solitary wanderers in a desolate world, crafted by the esteemed Zou Yu, guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. As time passed slowly, Zou Yu watched as Shi, exhausted, fell into a deep slumber in its nest. Gently, she placed her hand upon its head, eyes closed, allowing the system to input information. She mused that if she were destined to be alone, the presence of she would render her solitude less burdensome. Before long, Shi's data was successfully recorded in the Beast Pet System. Data collection complete. Acquired Beast Pet White Wolf. Task rewards automatically utilized. All attributes have been enhanced to 200. Within the confines of the system's Beast Pet Sanctuary, a robust and formidable white wolf appeared. Zou Yu meticulously typed Shi as its name and affectionately patted its head. Good companion. Shi nuzzled Zou Yu's palm, its ears perked forward, akin to an affectionate large dog. As it licked the back of her hand, clearly comprehending her words. All creatures possess a spirit, and particularly so for Shi, which have been further augmented by the system. How can I take Shi outside? Do not worry. Host. The system has already stored the data. Currently, everything will proceed according to the existing rules of this world. Before the onset of the apocalypse, Shi will automatically return to your side. Thus, Zou Yu was spared the peril of being caught for stealing a wolf. Although Shi's attributes had been significantly enhanced within the system's data, it maintained its original feeble appearance to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Zou Yu mixed a nutritional supplement into the minced meat and fed it to the creature, soothing its emotions before reluctantly leaving the warm room. She then turned her attention to the 4 newly born wolf cubs. If circumstances permitted, she would gladly take in all 4, but her current rank was insufficient. She planned to have Shi bring the little ones over when the time was right, achieving a perfect balance. With Shi's matter resolved, Zou Yu decisively submitted her resignation. The first order of business upon resigning was to secure accommodation. Initially, due to her limited funds, she could only consider self-built houses, which in fact posed considerable safety risks. However, her situation had changed. She now possessed 50 billion. It was essential to personally inspect the properties for their locations, but the immediate priority was to stockpile supplies. Zou Yu deliberately adorned herself in a vibrant and youthful ensemble, her arms embellished with an array of colorful tattoos. Despite the trendy appearance, her rheumatism flared, eliciting disapproving glances even from dogs. The essence of her style was starkly contrasting. As she awaited the elevator, it opened to reveal a rather slick and oily gentleman from the upper floors. The entire floor was occupied solely by Zou Yu, and the man harbored a fondness for her. The moment the elevator doors parted, he struck what he believed to be his most charming pose, raising his hand in greeting. However, his smile froze on his face. Zou Yu was quite pleased with what she saw, tugging at the large gold chain around her neck and clutching a briefcase. She walked in, exuding an air of opulence that surpassed even the most ostentatious of men by 1,000-fold. With her hat and sunglasses obscuring her features, the sleazy man hesitated, unable to recognize her, and gazed at Zou Yu with an air of bewilderment. Zou Yu gazed at his head through the reflection in the elevator. He was the first person she had taken down in this apocalyptic world, a memory she cherished. The elite man inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. As the elevator reached the first floor, Zou Yu prepared to exit when a hand suddenly reached out from behind her. Instinctively, she seized the wrist of the intruder and executed a shoulder throw. The elite man found himself sprawled on the ground. Zou Yu, what are you planning to do? I have no particular intention. I merely wish to inquire about your destination. The elite man truly yearns to ask what has transpired to cause such a profound transformation in her. Yet, at this moment, he dares not pose the question. Zou Yu coldly retorted, mind your own business. After the chaos of the apocalyptic world unfolded in her previous life, this scoundrel had attempted to take advantage of the turmoil by ascending the stairs, only to receive a blade from her as a lesson. Yet, he failed to learn from his mistakes and harbored ulterior motives once more. As he ascended, he encountered a zombie and met his demise. At that moment, Zou Yu had observed clearly through the peephole, and once the zombie departed, she stepped out to ensure that the scoundrel met his end. After confirming with Zou Yu that the items in her space would not be affected by the passage of time, fruits and vegetables became her top priority. Upon exiting the community, Zou Yu drove the previously rented van straight to the agricultural market. Such expansive markets are typically managed by designated personnel, and upon her arrival, she made her way directly to the manager's office. Upon hearing that someone sought goods from him, the manager initially assumed he had encountered a benefactor. However, upon exiting, he was greeted by a woman whose appearance was distinctly outlandish, as if emblazoned with the words, just for amusement. The market manager furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Zou Yu from head to toe. How much do you require? He inquired, though his eyes betrayed an expression akin to that reserved for beggars. I want as much as you have, she replied. Such audacity. Do you have any notion of how many stores and varieties we have in this market? And yet, you simply demand as much as you please. Zou Yu, weary of idle chatter, stated directly, you have approximately 100 stores here, each possessing a cold storage capacity, not exceeding 1 million. Let us calculate the total based on 1 million per store. For the forthcoming quarter, I shall procure all the fruits and vegetables available in your market. You merely need to ensure their quality and quantity and deliver them to my designated location. The manager hesitated for a moment, prompting Zou Yu to add, money is not an issue. However, we have a stipulated quantity that must circulate to meet the daily needs of urban residents, he replied. Then how much can you provide me? She inquired. At most half. This was more than Zou Yu had anticipated. It is important to note that such large-scale agricultural markets possess their own sources and supply chains, making it far more economical and convenient than her piecemeal purchasing from individual stores. Moreover, the quality is assured. They would never tarnish their reputation. Very well. Calculate the total cost, she instructed. Seeing her decisiveness, the manager's demeanor shifted immediately, adorned with a sycophantic smile. May I inquire, boss, what you intend to do with such a large quantity of goods? I plan to donate them, Zou Yu replied, a premeditated excuse she had devised prior to her arrival. Such a conspicuous purchase would undoubtedly draw attention. Rather than allowing others to speculate whimsically, it was prudent to provide the most credible rationale. There are few activities necessitating such a vast array of supplies, making this the optimal justification. Upon hearing this reason, the manager's gaze toward Zou Yu transformed. Now imbued with admiration, they had not anticipated that beneath this unconventional exterior lay a benevolent heart. The manager generously offered Zou Yu a discount, rounding down the total, and then added, if you find this quantity insufficient, I am part of a group with several other agricultural market managers. I can inquire about their available supplies. Zou Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a wonderful feeling. Chapter 6. Stockpiling at the wholesale market. As she exited the agricultural market, 2 hours had already elapsed. Her cargo van had been completely empty upon arrival, and it remained so on her return. The sheer volume of goods she required necessitated time to source from various locations, compounded by the need to coordinate with several other agricultural markets. Thus, it was impossible to finalize everything in a single day. This, however, granted Zou Yu the necessary time to rent a warehouse. The manager escorted her to inspect their storage facilities, and after making a rough estimation of the area, it became apparent that her small warehouse would be insufficient. Consequently, she proceeded to rent an additional 10 warehouses, strategically located near Su Qianluo's facilities. After all, if she had to shoulder one burden, it mattered little to bear several. She specifically sought out antiquated warehouses devoid of surveillance, situated in secluded areas with ample space. They were impeccable except for the lack of refrigeration. Before departing, Zou Yu paid extra to have the warehouses fitted with smart locks, enabling her to change the codes remotely via her phone. This way, she would not have to worry about receiving deliveries without anyone present. Once the goods arrived, she would drive over in her cargo van, feigning to collect a small portion, thus ensuring that the rest could be stored without arousing suspicion. After updating the warehouse codes on her mobile device, Zou Yu drove back to the city, heading for her next destination, the wholesale market. Upon parking outside the market, she sought out a nearby restaurant that appeared to be of decent quality for lunch. She ordered a large plate of chicken and a bowl of rice. While waiting for her meal, Zou Yu opened her stockpiling list. Her list was meticulously organized, categorized by essentials for living, with her primary focus in recent days being food, as sustenance is paramount. She marked off fruits and vegetables on her prepared purchasing form. AAA Daxing Agricultural Market. Brother Gua. Document. The first batch of goods will arrive by noon tomorrow. Here is the quantity and unit price. Kindly provide an address, boss. Upon glancing at the documents, Zou Yu noted that the initial shipment comprised 14 varieties of fruits and 20 types of vegetables. The fruits were predominantly familiar varieties, including bananas, apples, pears, oranges, grapes, dragon fruit, cantaloupe, and pomelo, among others. The vegetables included potatoes, tomatoes, cucumbers, peppers, and Chinese cabbage, all of which were abundant in this season. She had reached an agreement with manager Gua for deliveries every 5 days, with payments deducted from the 5 million she provided. Once the amount was exhausted, Zou Yu would continue to transfer funds until their partnership concluded. Each type of fruit would be delivered in quantities of 3,000 jin, while the vegetables would arrive in 5,000 jin, with wholesale prices offering a more favorable rate than those found in supermarkets. Given the substantial volume, manager Gua even offered a discount, reducing the total by 250,000. If this trend persisted, she could expect approximately 30 deliveries, each generating about 300,000. However, relying solely on passive income was not Zou Yu's approach. She understood the importance of sustainable resources like seeds and saplings. Yet, upon inquiring with the responsible party, she learned that sourcing such a diverse array of items would be cumbersome, making it more efficient to place a single order online. Zou Yu opened a certain wholesale website she had downloaded during her journey and directly searched for vegetable seeds. She clicked on the top-selling store, briefly scanned the variety, and noted that the seller claimed to offer 150 types, though there were actually a few more. Adding all to her shopping cart revealed a total of 167, with each type having a stock exceeding 20,000 bags. The store also had a considerable number of positive reviews. Lacking the inclination to explore other options, she decided to clear the seller's inventory. Each bag was priced at 0.5 yuan, but for purchases exceeding 5,000, the price dropped to 0.4 yuan. Zou Yu opted to buy 20,000 bags of each type. The cost for 20,000 bags of one variety, whether fruit or vegetable, amounted to 8,000 yuan, leading to a cumulative total of 133,600 yuan for all 167 types. Zou Yu promptly made the payment, with substantial expenditures automatically transferring to her bank account. Upon checking her balance, a wave of worry washed over her. Previously troubled by a lack of funds, she now found herself anxious about the inability to spend her money. During the meal, a call came through. Upon answering, the caller identified themselves as the merchant from whom she had recently purchased seeds, inquiring if she had indeed made a purchase exceeding 1 million just 20 minutes prior. Zou Yu listened to the tone of the other party, as if doubting that she had placed the order incorrectly. It was indeed her order. She had neither made a mistake nor pressed the wrong button. The other party inquired about her intentions for ordering such a large quantity of goods. Zou Yu suspected that the shopkeeper might regard her as an undercover agent sent by a rival faction. Zou Yu remarked, "If there is money to be made and I am not earning it, then I shall withdraw." Noticing her serious demeanor, the other party quickly apologized and assured her that they would arrange for delivery at the earliest opportunity. After hanging up the phone, Zou Yu revisited the foreign vehicle trading website she had been perusing for quite some time. promptly adding the armored off-road RV and several other vehicles suitable for apocalyptic escapades to her shopping cart, proceeding to complete the transaction. The expenditure of $80 million did not faze her in the slightest, were it not for the prohibition against private trading of military vehicles. She would have undoubtedly acquired a few armored tanks for her amusement. However, there was a possibility of purchasing them from abroad, albeit with restrictions. Still, having some was preferable to having none. She could address the matter of weaponry when she went to collect the vehicles later. For now, her priority was to stockpile supplies. Upon entering the wholesale market, she methodically began her procurement, starting with the first shop. Rice, flour, and oil were essential. The first establishment she entered was a wholesale oil store. Zou Yu's attire exuded an overwhelming aura of assertiveness as she strode confidently into the shop. The proprietress, mistaking her for a troublemaker, promptly retreated to summon her husband. "What brings you here?" she inquired. Zou Yu clarified her intentions. She sought to wholesale edible oils, specifically olive oil, rapeseed oil, sesame oil, and peanut oil. Zou Yu cast a glance and pointed at the oil on the shelf, stating, "The 5-liter barrels will suffice." The shopkeeper, noticing her earnest intent to engage in business, softened his demeanor, no longer as fierce as before. "Very well. How many do you require? Just so you know, we have a minimum order of 50 barrels. 50 barrels seemed to underestimate her. Then let it be 1,000 barrels of each. In this apocalyptic world, all currency had become mere scraps of paper. Only supplies held true value. Thus, stockpiling more was prudent, especially since she possessed ample funds. "How much did you say?" The shopkeeper and his wife exclaimed in unison, almost convinced they had misheard. "You don't have 1,000 barrels on hand?" "We do have them, but you want to be able to take them immediately. You'll need to wait a few days. If you truly desire them, I can arrange for the goods." Zou Yu observed the incredulous expression on the other party's face and adjusted his sunglasses. "Boss, do I appear to be a swindler?" The boss hesitated, seemingly struggling to respond, yet ultimately managed to turn the conversation around. The boss's wife nudged him, and the two engaged in a hushed exchange in front of Zou Yu. Subsequently, the boss remarked, "Given the volume of goods, a deposit cannot simply be calculated at 10%. Otherwise, should you suddenly change your mind, the burden would fall upon me." Zou Yu replied, "No problem. I will pay 60% of the deposit." Initially intending to propose 30%, the boss was taken aback but quickly nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us proceed as you suggested. I will prepare the contract." Zou Yu nodded. 1,000 barrels each of cooking oil, olive oil, peanut oil, and sesame oil. All 5 liters totaled 350,000. This expenditure was less than what Zou Yu had anticipated. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, "Boss, perhaps you could draft a new contract, adjusting the quantity to 5,000 for each." "What did you say?" The boss was left speechless. Zou Yu reiterated her request. "I specified 5,000 barrels of each." Chapter 7. Stockpiling rice, flour, and oil. 10 minutes later, Zou Yu was cautiously escorted out of the store by a couple, their gazes fixed upon her as though she were a walking deity of wealth. They then watched as the goddess of fortune made her way into the grain shop across the street. Half an hour later, Zou Yu emerged in a similar manner, her eyes cast downward upon the delivery slip provided by the proprietor. 10-pound packages of fragrant rice, 5,000 bags. 10-pound packages of Savatica fragrant rice, 5,000 bags. 10-pound packages of Wuchang rice, 5,000 bags. And for the remaining varieties, black rice, glutinous rice, brown rice, millet, and Job's tears, she ordered 2,000 bags, all conforming to the same 10-pound specification. Although space was not a concern, her primary dietary staple remained rice, and the additional 2,000 bags sufficed. The subsequent list detailed flour. Zou Yu was not particular about flour. She requested whatever was available in the store, which comprised of 4 common types: wheat flour, corn flour, buckwheat flour, and soybean flour. The wheat flour was in 50-pound bags, while the other 3 were in 10-pound bags, and she ordered 5,000 bags of each. When Zou Yu departed, her boss grinned from ear to ear, dramatically exclaiming that after completing her order, he could finally take a break for the year. Zou Yu contemplated that once she had thoroughly swept through the wholesale market, these proprietors might as well coordinate their vacations together. However, in a few months, they would likely find it impossible to take a break. Every address Zou Yu provided was directed towards the warehouses, each with a distinct warehouse number for every vendor. And even the delivery times were varied, all to avoid drawing too much attention by having them converge at the same moment. Zou Yu glanced at her expenditures. The total expenditure at the 2 stores for rice, flour, and oil amounted to 9.55 million. At the next seasoning store, she followed the same procedure, drawing from the experiences of the previous visits. Without engaging in unnecessary chatter, Zou Yu directly inquired about the list of goods. Iodized salt, white sugar, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, soy sauce, brown sugar, honey, chicken essence, aged vinegar, white vinegar, chili, Sichuan pepper, alkali, starch, baking soda, pepper powder, cumin powder, and over 30 other raw materials. Zou Yu meticulously stockpiled everything by the box, each containing 5,000 units. Since these were all essentials, she felt no hesitation. With raw materials sold out, the semi-finished products were equally indispensable. She scoured the neighboring shop, gathering a plethora of items: hot pot ingredients, marinated meats, braising sauces, spicy stir-fry condiments, over 100 varieties that left her utterly dazzled. Once again, she decisively ordered 5,000 boxes of each. She harbored immense gratitude for the inventors of these semi-finished products. They were both convenient and delectable, significantly enhancing the quality of human life. Spending nearly 20 million felt profoundly reassuring to Zou Yu, a delightful sensation akin to money flowing freely. She finally grasped the essence of the saying, spending gold like soil. Following this, she turned her attention to sauces. Essentials like Lao Gan Ma and the versatile Pixian de Banjiang were ordered in 5,000 boxes each, alongside yellow soybean paste, mushroom sauce, salad dressing, tomato ketchup, sweet flour sauce, and over 50 other varieties, always in 5,000. After depleting yet another store, the owner who escorted her out looked at her with a shared sentiment. I am merely a heartless hoarding machine. The next target store for the great wealth god Zou is legumes. As the saying goes, grains sustain life. Without beans, one suffers. Legumes are indeed a necessity. Zou Yu meticulously followed the list provided by her employer, marking each item with precision. Each type was specified to be 5,000 jin: soybeans, broad beans, peas, mung beans, kidney beans, adzuki beans, black beans, red beans, complemented by peanuts, all requiring the same quantity. This was no trifling sum, and it left her employer utterly astonished. His reaction mirrored that of several previous business owners. Without wasting time or engaging in unnecessary chatter, Zou Yu directly inquired, "Can you handle this business? If not, I shall seek another supplier." "I can," he replied, "but a deposit is required first." Zou Yu was well-versed in the process. After completing the payment at this establishment, she reviewed her inventory list, which included a comprehensive range of fruits, vegetables, rice, flour, oil, beans, seasonings, and sauces. Additionally, she needed poultry, fish, meat, ready-to-eat products, marinated items, and live creatures. Once all items were placed into her storage space, they would retain their fresh state as time within that realm remained stagnant. Thus, even living entities could be accommodated. Zou Yu, while preparing her list, realized that merely relying on existing resources was not a sustainable strategy. It was imperative to cultivate renewable resources, which was the very reason she decided to purchase seeds and saplings. While semi-finished and pickled products can be procured from the wholesale market, fresh poultry, fish, and meat must be sourced directly from farms. She included both the seafood market and the farms in her plans. Today, she found herself unable to explore the entire wholesale market. There was no rush. She could take her time with the rest, as she still had ample time ahead. Zou Yu spent the entire day stockpiling goods at the wholesale market, and by the time she returned home in the afternoon, her expenditures amounted to less than 100 million, just for bottled purified water. She had arranged for 3 stores to supply her with a month's worth of inventory. According to the shopkeepers, each store produces approximately 5,000 barrels daily, which means that collectively, the 3 stores could yield around 50,000 barrels in a month. Zou Yu has arranged for deliveries to occur every 3 days. In a world plagued by the pollution of water resources, Relying solely on bottled water proves insufficient. Therefore, she specifically sought out a store that sells water purifiers and ordered 5,000 units of their finest model. In addition to water purifiers, she also procured 5,000 rainwater collectors, storage containers, air purifiers, cooling fans, and ice machines. Due to the substantial quantity of her order, the store owner directly contacted the manufacturer to coordinate with her. In this apocalyptic scenario, electricity is paramount, rendering generators indispensable. Without generators, the machines Zou Yu has purchased would be rendered useless. The market offers 4 common types of generators: diesel, solar, wind, and kinetic energy generators. Each type varies in price, with diesel generators being relatively effective. However, given the current circumstances, acquiring large quantities of diesel is impractical. Thus, Zou Yu leans towards the latter 3 types of generators. Aside from ordering 1,000 diesel generators, she acquired 5,000 units of each of the remaining types. In a world where electricity may not be fully restored for a decade, she recognizes the necessity of superior equipment. She also secured 5,000 solar panels, each with a capacity of 13 kW, to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. A single solar panel can generate between 20 to 80 degrees of electricity daily under present conditions. However, the efficacy of solar energy in a post-apocalyptic world remains uncertain. Nevertheless, it is undoubtedly sufficient for daily needs. Regarding diesel and gasoline, essentials for travel, Zou Yu anticipates that such extensive purchases will likely attract official scrutiny before long. While she does not intend to buy immediately, she has commissioned the manufacture of 10,000 5-ton iron barrels. At the onset of the apocalypse, many have yet to recognize the significance of gasoline and diesel, and Zou Yu is aware of the locations of several nearby gas stations. She plans to scout them in the coming days, ensuring she can procure supplies in due time. Following this, she meticulously combed through her checklist, purchasing everything from essential items to those that may seem superfluous at present. Some items that appear unnecessary now may prove invaluable in the future, hence her mantra, better to err on the side of excess than to lack. Chapter 8. Stockpiling daily necessities. The filtration systems and oxygen systems were ordered in sets of 10,000, alongside nutrient-rich soil and solutions. Not everyone is fortunate enough to encounter a wood-based ability user capable of nurturing plants in the apocalypse, and the rarity of such powers means that utilizing them for cultivation would be a gross underutilization of their potential. Zou Yu would follow her thoughts and purchase without restraint. The greenhouse lights required for incubating eggs, the temperature control systems essential for raising animals, the materials needed for constructing vegetable greenhouses, drones designed to spray pesticides and irrigate while conserving labor, automatic feeders for ponds, and oxygenation devices, all commenced at a minimum investment of 10,000. Once she had acquired an array of equipment and large machinery necessary for a sustainable cycle of renewable resources, Zou Yu shifted her focus to the outdoor camping goods section on the second floor. There, she found an extensive assortment of practical tools: daggers, emergency escape tools, rescue ropes, survival blankets, inflatable boats, fire blankets, gas masks, night vision goggles, infrared binoculars, high-intensity flashlights, solar-powered lanterns, portable fans, hand warmers, heating pads, high-capacity power banks, windproof lighters, gas canisters, alcohol lamps and fuels, compasses, sleeping bags, and more than 100 other essential items. Additionally, she procured functional clothing, windbreakers, life jackets, high-spec military raincoats, spike shoes, hiking boots, climbing shoes, and combat boots. Regardless of gender or size, she acquired them all. Most surprisingly, for Zou Yu was the drone equipped with infrared cameras, comparable to military-grade specifications, operable without internet, a coveted item for adventurers. The shopkeeper informed her that due to the high cost of such drones, they were not in great demand, and the inventory at neighboring stores was similarly stagnant. Upon hearing this, Zou Yu swiftly cleared the inventory of several nearby establishments. Such valuable items would undoubtedly wield immense significance in the apocalypse. Although outdoor camping enthusiasts are numerous, they remain a niche market, sourcing supplies through limited channels that yield insufficient quantities to meet Zou Yu's demands. Consequently, she requested the proprietor to compile a comprehensive list, stipulating an order of 10,000 units. Additionally, she offered the owner a 5% commission to assist in contacting neighboring competitors to ensure the procurement of the necessary supplies. To forego profit in a time of scarcity would be unwise, and the owner readily agreed, feeling fortunate to secure such a lucrative deal. Employing small incentives for convenience and efficiency, Zou Yu deemed this expenditure worthwhile. In an era when money is rendered as mere scrap paper, with cash serving primarily as Tinder and online balances proving utterly futile, she found it far more prudent to exchange her wealth for tangible resources. Although she had amassed enough provisions to last several lifetimes, Zou Yu was determined to continue stockpiling. The greater the accumulation, the more secure she felt. The wholesale market's second floor was divided into two sections, one dedicated to outdoor camping gear, while the other featured ready-to-eat meals and other travel-friendly food items. Essentially, the variety offered by each store was quite similar. Zou Yu still employed the traditional method, offering a 5% commission to the owner of one of the shops in exchange for acquiring goods according to their inventory list. Nuts, dried fruits, jerky, fish snacks, compressed biscuits, meal replacement energy bars, pickled vegetables, ham, instant noodles, chocolate, self-heating hot pots, self-heating rice, rice noodles, snail noodles, cold skin, spicy sour noodles, porridge, turkey noodles, sandwiches, potato chips. Over 100 varieties of snacks dazzled Zou Yu's eyes. Another order list pertained to beverages, comprising only 30 or so types, including common carbonated drinks, sparkling water, fruit tea, soda, yogurt, coffee, dairy products, fruit wines, and more. These represent only our recent orders. In reality, the manufacturers provided over 500 types of products. The nearby shops procure their goods based on daily sales, and if you desire anything else, I can arrange for those to be included as well. Zou Yu, without a moment's hesitation, decided to adhere to the manufacturer's specified categories, 10,000 boxes of each type, selecting various flavors according to taste. With the greater the variety, the better. 10,000. Zou Yu maintained her composure, stating, "Indeed, the more I can acquire for charity, the better. Rest assured, I will handle everything meticulously," she added, expressing her gratitude. After paying a deposit, Zou Yu took the signed purchase order and ascended to the third floor. The third and fourth floors were dedicated to daily necessities, which required little contemplation. She simply continued to stock up by the boxful. Aside from a few brands of sanitary napkins she regularly used, she ordered every other type available, prioritizing speed and efficiency. Having spent an entire day shopping, she was now quite familiar with the process, repeating her previous method of signing, paying, scheduling, and departing. Upon exiting, she glanced at her watch. Excellent. This time it took only 20 minutes. Next time, she aimed for 10. The fifth floor of the wholesale market was devoted to clothing, while the sixth floor featured bedding, including quilts and comforters, to which she proceeded directly. Zou Yu had already planned to visit several malls for clothing. As for bedding, it mattered little where she purchased it. She ordered 10,000 of each, cashmere, down, and silk quilts. Additionally, she requested 10,000 sets of bed linens made from pure cotton, silk, tinsel, and bamboo fiber. Following that, she selected pillows, opting for 4 popular types: buckwheat, synthetic, latex, and down, each in quantities of 10,000. Finally concluding her day of procurement, Zou Yu felt as though her feet were on the verge of collapse. She then indulged herself at the city's most upscale establishment, treating herself to a full-body spa and massage, followed by a soak in a hot spring. Despite having enjoyed a similar regimen the previous day, she still felt sore and fatigued. Her current physical condition was incomparable to that of her time during the apocalypse. After 10 years of rigorous training, her reflexes and physical capabilities had been exponentially greater than they were now. This laxity could prove perilous. She quickly resolved to take action and enrolled in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Sanda. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu had been instilled in her by her father during her childhood, emphasizing the importance of self-defense for girls. However, she had abandoned it for her college entrance examinations and never resumed. Yet, it was this foundational knowledge of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu that had enabled her to survive during the apocalypse, gradually growing stronger. Her opponents labeled her as the most vicious dog by Su Qianluo's side, while Su Qianluo humorously referred to her as her sharpest blade. Eventually, Zou Yu came to realize that throughout the years, no one had truly regarded her as a person. Well, that was not entirely accurate. There was one who had. The individual who had taught her Sanda ultimately succumbed to Su Qianluo's persuasion, betraying her and assuming her role as Su Qianluo's new blade. Zou Yu's expression turned icy. Her eyes filled with resentment. If heaven were to grant her another chance, she would repay the humiliation she once endured with interest. With this thought, Zou Yu was invigorated with determination. For the next few days, she rose at 6 every morning to run, returning home to consume protein powder and a meticulously tailored muscle-gaining meal plan, striving to transform fat into muscle, with every meal specifically curated. A month swiftly passed. Chapter 9. Stockpiling novice tasks throughout this month. Zou Yu meticulously filled her daily schedule. She would run a half marathon each morning, practice yoga upon her return, then change clothes to supervise the renovations of her safe house. She had purchased the rural self-built house she had previously considered renting. The owner had insisted that alterations were not permitted in a rental, so Zou Yu opted to invest $3 million to buy it outright. Subsequently, she negotiated with the village committee to lease the vacant land adjacent to the self-built house, under the pretext of establishing a breeding farm and aquaculture, securing a 5-year lease for hundreds of thousands. Zou Yu had previously harbored an interest in design. She attended design courses at university for 4 years and was no less skilled than many design students, effortlessly creating design plans. The renovation blueprints had been completed 2 weeks prior, and she diligently oversaw the construction for an hour each day. Initially, the renovation team attempted to cut corners, but she caught them in the act and subsequently paid extra to hire the finest team available. All materials were personally sourced by Zou Yu. The 2-story villa underwent comprehensive reinforcement, with all windows replaced with professional-grade tempered bulletproof glass featuring one-way visibility. An entire air circulation system was installed within the rooms, and the rooftop compartment was fortified with the best soundproofing materials, intended for housing a generator. Solar panels were installed, with a massive battery charging continuously, capable of sustaining normal use for an entire week on a single charge, not to mention the additional power generation systems in place to alleviate any concerns about electricity. The exterior fence was heightened and reinforced, entwined with electrified wire and iron spikes. Even a main gate was constructed from specialized impact-resistant materials, all to deter forced entry. The renovation crew installed cameras on all 4 walls according to her design, utilizing the highest specifications, ensuring 360-degree coverage with no blind spots, all connected to her home computer, allowing her to be instantly alerted to any disturbances. The entrance to the basement was the most thoughtfully designed aspect by Zou Yu, concealed by a sliding bookshelf at the stairway's entrance, leading to an ultra-thick iron door that could only be opened with her fingerprint and iris recognition. No other means would suffice. The basement, though modest in size, housed 10 shelves filled with long-lasting food and drink supplies. The items within the space remained untouched. These were her smoke screens. Even when she eventually found reliable allies, she had no intention of revealing the existence of the system. It was her safeguard, a secret that must remain concealed from all. Having endured betrayal, Zou Yu understands that the only person one can truly rely on in this world is oneself. The comprehensive renovation of the house is still underway, and Zou Yu once again visits the garage to inspect its transformation. Within the garage rests a single modified off-road vehicle, its sleek body designed with elegance. The front of the vehicle is equipped with a row of iron spikes, capable of toppling vehicles twice its size, provided its speed is sufficient. Zou Yu's hand glided over the off-road vehicle, and the system screen in her mind displayed the rating information for driving the vehicle. Modified off-road vehicle, combat ability, C speed, B defensibility, B overall attribute, C vehicle rating, C. It is noteworthy that when she first acquired the vehicle, prior to any modifications, the rating given by Zou Yu was a mere D. Over the past month, she had completed numerous tasks, and with her level having risen, the game shop had fully opened. The vehicles were categorized based on their ratings. Even the vehicle she currently possessed, rated C, would fetch a price of 10,000 gold coins in the underwhelming shop, not to mention the higher-rated vehicles. Currently, her gold coins could only illuminate the D-rated category and a few C-rated ones. The further she scrolled, the more exorbitant the prices became, with S-rated vehicles costing even up to 10 million. Most significantly, the game system had no function for purchasing currency. She found herself with billions that she could not spend. Game currency could only be obtained through completing tasks, leveling up, or defeating zombies and mutated plants. This method bore resemblance to the games she usually played, and the higher the level of the zombies and mutated plants she defeated, the more gold coins she earned. She had come to understand the system's intentions. In summary, it was clear there was no possibility of a peaceful and stable existence. If she desired weapons, vehicles, and resources, she must exchange them for gold coins. Her current renovation of the house was also one of the preparatory tasks for the impending apocalypse set by the system. When she completed the novice task that day, several functions were unlocked. In addition to the known features such as the game shop, backpack space, pet habitat, task board, and lottery system, there was also a feature called Happy Home. In Zou Yu's words, infrastructure and agriculture are ingrained in the DNA of the Huagua people. This feature was developed based on actual needs. She had 3 tasks to complete. 1. Transform the safe house and create sustainable energy. 2. Spend 5 billion reward funds to acquire abundant resources. 3. Aside from luck points, which could not be improved by oneself, elevate each attribute point of the character to 80. The progress bars for the first 2 tasks were nearly pushed to 50%. The safe house would be completed in a month, and the pond, breeding ground, and fields were nearing completion. She had lengthened the timeline for resource collection. Over the past month, she had expended over 10 billion. And once she gathered all the supplies into her space in the coming days, she could commence the second round of stockpiling next week. The third task required long-term persistence. But thanks to the system's reward of 100 attribute points, Zou Yu allocated 50 points each to stamina and wisdom, allowing her to learn quite rapidly. Currently, the system interface displayed her character as level 8, aside from wisdom and stamina being at 60. Both strength and speed were at 22 points, a result of her efforts over the past month. At present, only her mental value had reached the target of 87, while the others still lagged considerably behind. Zou Yu found it difficult to comprehend why the spiritual value was so elevated. Even after inquiring with Zou Yu, she received no satisfactory explanation. Ultimately, she decided not to pursue the matter further, as it posed no apparent detriment. With her past life experiences and the enhancement from attribute points, she learned effortlessly. In just a month, Zou Yu's accomplishments have surpassed those of many over an entire year, not to mention her unparalleled diligence and ample time at her disposal. In the past week, she has consistently gained a point in attributes each day, with the completion of her tasks imminent. The prospect of substantial rewards upon completion serves as her tremendous motivation, an enticing vision indeed. The safety house's security rating has surged by 200, and all equipment has been comprehensively reinforced to 100. The game map has been unlocked, as has the team formation feature. There are 5 chances for the lottery, and her luck has increased by 10 points. She is particularly intrigued by the lottery function, as Zou Yu has informed her that the items eligible for the lottery wheel are rated at least A. She hopes to draw a formidable weapon when the time comes. Speaking of weapons, Zou Yu glanced at her purchase plane ticket. She is set to fly abroad tomorrow. 3 tasks await: stockpiling supplies, retrieving her vehicle, and acquiring weapons. Chapter 10. Stockpiling supplies. Danger alert. During the preceding month, she has been diligently stockpiling within the country, leaving no online opportunity untouched. Over 50 shops on a certain platform have displayed replenishment signs, all a testament to her hard work throughout the month. The delivery trucks have been incessantly on the move, and the supplies in her backpack seem endless. What was once a realm of darkness is now brimming with resources, obscuring any trace of black. Zou Yu has thoughtfully organized her supplies with a single click, categorizing them neatly, instilling her with a profound sense of security. Zou Yu felt that she might have developed a hoarding tendency nurtured by the system. During the apocalypse, she thrived on whatever food was available. Yet now she perceived a scarcity in everything and found herself compelled to stockpile. The contents of her backpack were unaffected by the passage of time, allowing her to preserve supplies in their initial state. She even amassed an inconceivable quantity of ready-to-eat meals. At that time, she had taken over the gourmet plaza near the judo dojo and resided in the hotel situated between the dojo and the plaza for a week, during which the entire culinary establishment catered solely to her. Each day, over 100 varieties of delicacies were prepared, yielding between 1,000 to 2,000 meals, all boxed and delivered to the underground garage of the gourmet plaza by large trucks. After her daily practice, she would feign driving around for a bit before returning to stow everything away in her space, maintaining this routine for an entire week. The news of her commandeering the gourmet plaza even trended on social media. On one occasion, while driving out from the underground garage, she encountered Su Qianluo, who was investigating the rumors. However, Su Qianluo did not catch sight of her. It seemed she had become somewhat anxious upon hearing reports of others hoarding supplies and decided to ascertain the truth, but she soon abandoned her pursuit. Zou Yu is aware of the reasons behind Su Qianluo's relinquishment. Su Qianluo's space is incapable of storing living beings, nor can it accommodate items that must be consumed rapidly within a short time frame. Her spatial abilities differ from those of Zou Yu. In a certain sense, Zou Yu's backpack space embodies a high-dimensional stasis in time, preserving the original state of items placed within. Conversely, Su Qianluo's space possesses peculiar attributes. Packaged items remain intact, yet living creatures cannot be accommodated. Furthermore, any cooked food placed inside immediately deteriorates, becoming spoiled upon removal. Such is the nature of all spaces in the apocalypse, leading Su Qianluo to naturally dismiss the notion that anyone had awakened spatial abilities prematurely, especially after only 2 inquiries yielded no fruitful information before departing. Zou Yu requested a week's leave from the judo dojo and departed for abroad the following day. Upon her arrival, a prearranged guide was there to greet her. In this world, where demand exists, transactions inevitably follow. Zou Yu had expended a considerable sum of money, thus securing the finest services available. Although firearms and ammunition are also restricted commodities in foreign lands, the power of currency can often transcend limitations. Discussions regarding sensitive pricing matters are best avoided in online forums. It was only after she entered the vehicle that the guide, speaking in a somewhat fluent yet oddly pronounced Mandarin, began to outline the process. The black market is predominantly controlled by 3 major mafia organizations, each imposing varying degrees of restrictions on locals and foreigners alike, particularly concerning individuals from your nation. Upon hearing this, Zou Yu furrowed her brow. Noticing her displeasure in the rearview mirror, the Caucasian guide hastily clarified, "My apologies. I do not mean to disparage your country. Rather, the regulations are quite stringent, and no one desires to provoke the ire of your nation. Even the unruly individuals from the M country have learned their lesson when dealing with your people, hence the stricter limitations imposed upon you." Zou Yu curled her lips, exclaiming, "That is our prowess." The guide might not fully comprehend the term prowess, yet he discerned her desire for flattery and lavished her with praises. "You mention restrictions on purchases. How then shall you procure what I seek? Or are you merely deceiving me?" Just as the vehicle came to a halt before the hotel, a sharp dagger was silently pressed against his neck. The guide froze, terror-stricken as he gazed into the rearview mirror at the woman. Her strikingly beautiful face bore an expression of impatience, and her profound gaze was devoid of any emotion, as if she could send him to the afterlife in an instant. "No, I am not deceiving you. I have already made arrangements. By tomorrow morning, all the goods you require will be delivered to the designated warehouse. You merely need to await the inspection and payment." In his urgency, he resorted to his native tongue. "Very well." Zou Yu once again settled back into the car, yet the dagger remained pointed at him. The guide, trembling with fear, implored, "Please, take back your dagger. Next time, be sure to secure it properly so it doesn't get stolen." As he instinctively reached for his waist, he realized with horror that his own knife was indeed missing, sending a chill of dread coursing through him. Zou Yu alighted from the vehicle and entered the hotel when the guide suddenly called out to her, "What is it? Is it true that every person from your country possesses martial arts skills?" Zou Yu curled her lips in a knowing smile. Naturally, when it comes to deceiving foreigners. Hesitation is not an option. Upon her arrival, she had brought little in the way of personal belongings. After checking in, she did not rush back to her hotel, but instead requested the hotel's address and ventured out to explore the streets. The hotel she had chosen was situated on the most bustling street in the area, and just outside was a renowned chocolate boutique. This particular chocolate is famously expensive, with a mere piece costing over 1,000. In this locale, it is considered a luxury, and the store had few patrons. Upon entering, Zou Yu requested their menu, expressing her desire to procure all the chocolate from the establishment for the upcoming week. The staff were taken aback. Realizing she was not jesting, they hastily contacted the manager. The manager swiftly descended from the upper floor and, after hearing the staff's account, invited her to the reception room on the second floor. Following a discussion, she learned that the establishment operated several other branches and decided to acquire all of them. For the entirety of the week, all shops would supply exclusively to her, delivering goods punctually to her hotel each day. The manager graciously saw Zou Yu out and then hung a sign indicating the shop's closure. All the chocolate for the forthcoming week had been sold. Subsequently, she emulated her previous strategy, securing several renowned dessert shops and fast food establishments, treating the two major fast food giants, K&M, with equal regard. Her extravagant demeanor attracted countless onlookers, yet Zou Yu remained unabashed, relishing her anonymity to act freely, purchasing indiscriminately. She indulged in luxury items, gritting her teeth to acquire designer handbags and accumulated boxes of favored brand clothing and skincare products, all sent to her hotel. The hotel staff were astounded. After a bountiful first day, Zou Yu returned to her room, transferring the mountain of items into her space before checking out and changing hotels. The sudden disappearance of so many possessions from the hotel would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Fearing she might be apprehended by a special agency for experimentation before her departure, she deemed this the safest course of action. Upon her arrival at the next hotel, Zou Yu refrained from registering her personal information, opting instead for a cash transaction. Initially, the staff insisted that such an arrangement was against protocol, yet they could not resist her generous monetary offer. After a restful night's slumber, the following morning, Zou Yu proceeded to the warehouse, guided by the address provided. As she approached the entrance, an instinctive sense of unease washed over her, and simultaneously, a warning from her subconscious began to resonate. Danger alert. Chapter 11. Red Rain, the countdown to the apocalypse. Zou Yu instinctively sensed that she had been deceived by the check. As she turned to leave, she found herself unable to abandon the cache of weapons. Resolutely, she circumnavigated to the rear of the warehouse, intending to infiltrate through the ventilation duct, silently retrieving the black powder before her departure. Her physique was nimble. She ascended the drainage pipe to the uppermost level. As she lifted the cover of the ventilation shaft and began to crawl inside, the sound of footsteps echoed ominously behind her. Zou Yu turned over to glance behind her and noticed two individuals clad in protective suits approaching with grave expressions. Immediately following them was a contingent of soldiers carefully maneuvering a large iron cage wrapped in black cloth under the direction of the suited personnel. A cacophony of languages mingled in the air, and while Zou Yu could only grasp fragments of the conversation, she distinctly heard phrases like "be careful" and "don't let it escape." Strange sounds emanated from within the cage, accompanied by the clinking and clattering of chains. At that moment, someone accidentally stumbled, causing the black cloth to be pulled away. Zou Yu discerned the contents within, her pupils abruptly constricting as her eyes widened in shock. The onlookers hurriedly draped the black cloth over the cage once more, the leader's countenance paling to an extreme. Within the cage, meticulously welded from steel, stood the silhouette of a person. This individual, ensnared by chains, struggled desperately, uttering only simple monosyllabic sounds. Soon, the black cloth was drawn over again, leaving Zou Yu with a fleeting glimpse of a peculiar black mark behind the person's ear. What manner of individual warranted such confinement and treatment? Although Zou Yu found it peculiar, she had no intention of delving deeper. Associating with the military was not a favorable matter, especially while abroad. As a law-abiding international friend, she deemed it unnecessary to create unnecessary trouble. Zou Yu intended to crawl into the pipeline when her phone suddenly began to vibrate. Upon checking, she discovered it was a call from Jekka. How dare he call? What could it possibly concern? Jekka, boss, why haven't you come to inspect the goods yet? I am here, she replied. Jekka, I've been waiting at the warehouse entrance for you. I haven't seen you. I didn't see you either. Are you sure you're at the right place? Jekka boldly inquired. BMO 109 warehouse, isn't.It? Jekka paused momentarily. Yes, it's 109. MO is the area code. In English, Zou Yu was at a loss for words. What, then, was the purpose of her disheveled state as she lay within the ventilation duct? Half an hour later, Zou Yu arrived at the warehouse that Chek had mentioned. Upon seeing her, Chek hurried over, exclaiming, Boss, what brings you here? Zou Yu, do not chatter unnecessarily. Where are the items? Right here. He led Zou Yu into the warehouse to examine the goods. Zou Yu meticulously checked the list, confirming that both the quantity and variety matched. You still possess a degree of integrity. Prior to her arrival, she had prepared for the possibility of Chek's capriciousness. Chek patted his chest, his voice resolute. Of course, I am a merchant of integrity. After the transaction was completed, Zou Yu generously awarded him an additional 10,000 as a token of gratitude. Boss, do not forget to leave a positive review. Zou Yu responded to him with an okay gesture. After Jekka departed, Zou Yu inspected the warehouse, confirming the absence of surveillance cameras. With a fleeting thought, she stored all the weapons, which had cost her millions, into her spatial dimension. Although the quantity was still far from sufficient to sustain the demands of the apocalypse, it was the best she could achieve. Following this, she remained for several more days, indulging in shopping and gathering items, finding great joy in her pursuits. Aside from the occasional need to change hotels every 2 to 3 days, everything else was quite satisfactory. Zou Yu gathered all the store owners who required a week for deliveries into a group chat, notifying them of the change in location. By the time she returned to her homeland, the group comprised over 20 store managers. This journey abroad incurred a total expenditure of 200 million, enabling her to procure weapons and various leisure items. Before her departure, Zou Yu collected her vehicle. She had previously scouted the area, arranging for the car to be delivered to a nearby desolate mountain, and returned 20 minutes later to retrieve it. Altogether, she acquired 7 vehicles, including both prior purchases and newly released models. The mere sight of them in her possession filled her with immense joy. After securing the vehicles, she proceeded directly to the airport to return home. On the airplane, as Zou Yu closed her eyes to rest, she methodically assessed the weapons she had acquired. These were firearms and ammunition circulating in the black market, and her understanding of firearms stemmed from the equipment allocated to the ability teams in the safe zones. Drawing upon her past life's memories, Zou Yu selected 5 rifles, 5 sniper rifles, 5 submachine guns, 10 handguns, and 10 assault rifles from the data provided by the Czech Republic. She purchased a substantial quantity of ammunition for each model, including silencers, magazines, and scopes, clearing the stocks in collaboration with organizations in the Czech Republic, which even speculated that a conflict was imminent somewhere. In any case, this time she returned with a bountiful haul. During the second round of stockpiling, her focus shifted to pharmaceuticals and mental nourishment. Zou Yu acquired every available medication through all channels, and due to the large quantities she ordered, store owners directly facilitated contact with pharmaceutical manufacturers, making stockpiling significantly more convenient. She even hired a hacker, paying a handsome sum to download all forms of media, television shows, movies, novels, music, variety shows, anime, and crosstalk onto USB drives, and had 1,000 copies made for future needs. Her phone, tablet, and laptop were filled with various forms of mental nourishment, each starting at a minimum of 10,000. Several major libraries and book-selling websites were thoroughly swept clean by Zou Yu, all under the pretext of donations, thus avoiding any suspicion. 1 week prior to the onset of the apocalypse, Zou Yu successfully completed all her tasks. Currently, her character attributes reveal that, aside from a mental value of 87, the remaining 4 statistics have reached 90, and even her luck value, which cannot be autonomously enhanced, has received a reward of 10 points due to task completion. Although she has yet to discern the utility of this luck value, having it is certainly preferable to lacking it. During the National Day holiday, The influx of people across provinces reached alarming levels, and even after the holiday concluded, the numbers continued to rise, with news outlets predominantly focusing on tourism. However, amidst the reports of various travel incidents, netizens were more preoccupied with another matter. Is it just me, or is it excessively hot lately? It's nearly 45 degrees. Almost fainted from heat stroke today. Is this weather for real? High-temperature alerts were issued across regions. Post-National Day, temperatures not only failed to drop, but escalated, seemingly on the verge of surpassing the terrifying threshold of 50 degrees. The laborers unanimously expressed that the journey to work felt akin to being roasted alive. It remains uncertain whether the heavens heeded their grievances, but on the night of October 11th, a coolness began to descend. That evening, a tempest unleashed its fury outside, with lightning cleaving the darkness as if to rend the night in twain. The long-anticipated rain finally fell, which was supposed to bring a semblance of relief to their sweltering hearts. Yet, amid the cacophony of thunder and the torrential downpour, an inexplicable sense of unease enveloped the populace. The following morning, the rain persisted, casting a gray pall over the sky, albeit its intensity had diminished significantly. The workers still arose early to commence their duties, hurrying along the streets with heads bowed, some shielding themselves with umbrellas while peering at their phones. Not a soul seemed to notice the subtle change in the atmosphere. It was not until a mother stood at the crosswalk, holding her child, that the stillness was disrupted. The young boy gazed up at the sky with innocent clarity, and his childlike voice, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sent ripples through the crowd. "Mommy, the rain is red." "What red? Don't be silly. What is happening?" Like a chain reaction, nearly everyone became aware of the unusual hue of the rain. People hastily retrieved their phones to capture this bizarre phenomenon. The instinct to share peculiar occurrences online surged, with some even abandoning their umbrellas to revel in the deepening crimson rain as it cascaded down their faces. As the traffic light turned green, a dark green SUV rolled past the sidewalk, piloted by Zou Yu. She cast a fleeting glance at the crowd, gazing skyward before calmly averting her gaze. In 2 days, those who had been caught in this rain would begin to fall ill with fevers. When they awaken, whether afflicted or endowed with newfound abilities, they would find the world outside transformed into a hellish landscape. This realm of torment would be known as the end times. Chapter 12. The Lottery, the Passerby's Bracelet. Zou Yu drove out of the city, heading straight for Su Qianluo's storage warehouse. She was aware that Su Qianluo's powers had awakened on the very day the apocalypse began. At that time, after she had finished collecting her goods, the city had already fallen. Unable to return, Su Qianluo had called Zou Yu for help. Zou Yu, compelled by necessity, bravely suppressed her fear as she drove to retrieve her. Upon arriving at the warehouse, she was taken aback to find Su Qianluo had locked the door, expressing her apprehension that Zou Yu might inadvertently attract the zombies. Ultimately, it was Zou Yu who managed to divert the zombies away. She urged Su Qianluo to enter the vehicle first, only to have Su Qianluo drive off on her own. After the truck beside, Zou Yu caught up with her. She cried, expressing her profound fear, and said, "I am so relieved that you are unharmed." In retrospect, Zou Yu could only conclude that she had undoubtedly fallen under the spell of Su Qianluo, or perhaps she was simply blind to the latter's true nature. How could she have failed to discern Su Qianluo's authentic self? Now, she harbored an overwhelming desire for Su Qianluo's demise, fearing contamination from the red rain. Su Qianluo secluded herself within her room, awaiting the awakening of her spatial abilities, while the creditors outside relentlessly pounded on her door. During this period, she had resorted to various means to gather funds for stockpiling, resorting to online loans, usurious loans, and even L loans. The space she possessed was her greatest asset for the future, compelling her to amass as much stock as possible to ensure her survival. She sold all the gifts from Pei Jingzhou and even devised ways to solicit money from him, going so far as to intoxicate him to instill a sense of guilt, using the pretense of pregnancy to compel him to take responsibility. Without such tactics, Pei Jingzhou would never have spent such a substantial amount to extricate her from her predicament. However, It was precisely because he effortlessly produced over 10 million that Su Qianluo became acutely aware of her standing in his eyes. Contemplating Pei Jingzhou's future power and status in the apocalypse, Su Qianluo silently vowed to firmly attach herself to him. Once an ordinary office worker with dreams of love, she found herself unexpectedly transported into the very apocalyptic novel she had read, assuming the role of the protagonist. The novel had only advanced halfway when she arrived, and though the author had yet to reveal the official pairing, Pei Jingzhou's impeccable character and formidable abilities undoubtedly marked him as the male lead. Su Qianluo envisioned the moment her space would open, envisioning herself by Pei Jingzhou's side, surrounded by 30 full warehouses of supplies, grinning from ear to ear. Unbeknownst to her, as she indulged in her fantasies, Zou Yu had already arrived at the warehouse where she had stockpiled her goods. The large iron locks posed no obstacle in her eyes. She brandished a pair of heavy-duty pliers and forcefully unlocked the door, the sound echoing as the lock fell to the ground. The warehouse door swung open, revealing shelves brimming with supplies. She retrieved a transport vehicle from her space and circled the warehouse, leaving it as barren as a plucked goose, with only the imprints of the shelves remaining to bear witness to what had once existed within. Zou Yu, clad in a raincoat and wielding an umbrella, enveloped herself completely, ensuring not a single drop of the crimson rain touched her. She traversed row after row of warehouses, leaving no trace behind. All 30 warehouses were thoroughly emptied, without even a single strand left for Su Qianluo. Only after completing this task did Zou Yu depart with a sense of satisfaction. Upon returning to her safe house, she disposed of her umbrella and raincoat, then meticulously disinfected herself. The air purification and circulation systems continuously generated fresh air, and after indulging in a hot shower, Zou Yu reclined on the sofa, watching the news broadcast. Nearly all reports revolved around the peculiar red rain, with numerous experts employing technical jargon to analyze its origins, while some even proclaimed it a divine blessing. Zou Yu could no longer tolerate the misleading statements and switched off the television. She took out her tablet and opened the forum. The discussions surrounding this crimson rain were exceptionally fervent, encompassing a myriad of opinions, with many apocalyptic sentiments subtly interwoven within. Zou Yu registered an anonymous account to blend in, editing and posting a message. The default account 13978 stated, "No one can ascertain whether there are harmful substances in this rainwater. It is perhaps best to avoid being caught in the downpour. For sometimes the unknown is the most terrifying." This post went unnoticed, swiftly sinking into oblivion. Zou Yu put away her tablet and retrieved several steaming dishes from a space, elegantly arranging them on the coffee table in the living room. She poured a bottle of plum wine into a glass and settled down, savoring the delectable food while listening to the increasingly intense sound of the rain. The chilled plum wine retained the fragrant essence of the bayberry fruit, harmoniously blending with the alcohol. The addition of ice made it even more refreshing, akin to biting into a frosty plum sorbet on a sweltering summer day. The sweet and tart chill coaxed her into taking sip after sip. The glass swayed, the ice clinking against the sides, as she listened to the rain and savored the last drop of wine. After finishing her meal and tidying up the dining area, she retrieved several firearms from the space, placing them on the table and repeatedly engaging in the motions of disassembling and reassembling them to pass the time. In an era of peace, firearms are objects that civilians seldom encounter. Yet in a post-apocalyptic world, capable safe zones equip abilities users with various weapons. These individuals can also trade crystal cores for ammunition at the marketplace, while civilians can exchange resources for weaponry to ensure their own safety. This necessity has enabled her to acquire a wealth of knowledge regarding the use of firearms over the past decade in the apocalypse, and now she finds it far from unfamiliar. Zou Yu swiftly assembled 4 firearms and placed them upon the table, only to promptly disassemble them again. This time, she timed herself with her mobile phone, thus passing the time. After repeating this process several times, she stored the weapons away in a designated space. Listening to the rumbling thunder outside, Zou Yu inquired aloud, "Shao Du, can we conduct the lottery draw now?" "Yes," came the reply. With a subtle movement of her finger, Zou Yu conjured a virtual panel before her, displaying the interface of a game lottery, where each square was marked with a question mark. The button on the left indicated a single attempt, while the one on the right signified 5 attempts. Zou Yu clicked 5 times in rapid succession. The 5 vibrant orbs danced swiftly upon the roulette, and after approximately 5 seconds, they came to a halt, illuminating 5 slots. The images reversed, revealing the items she had drawn sequentially on the screen: an experience doubling card, which grants double experience for half an hour, a 1,000-meter zombie summoning card, a Beast Companion slot expansion card X5, a weaponry equipment slot, which automatically replenishes ammunition upon equipping a weapon, and a bystander bracelet, an essential for those with social anxiety. Zou Yu grasped a pistol, which seamlessly materialized in her hand the moment the thought crossed her mind. In the next instant, the firearm returned to its designated slot within the arsenal. She returned the remaining cards to her backpack, retaining only the bracelet. The bracelet, crafted from the simplest of wooden materials, was encased at the severed end with a silver plate, adorned with enigmatic engravings that eluded her comprehension, exuding a distinctly archaic charm. After Zou Yu donned the bracelet, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror, scrutinizing her visage from left to right, yet discerned no alterations. "Baidu, elucidate this," she inquired. "Master, the pedestrian bracelet merely diminishes your presence, rendering you inconspicuous to others, and it does not affect you or those with heightened mental acuity. Generally, individuals will not take note of your existence unless you actively draw their attention." "I see," she replied, although the utility of the bracelet eluded her. She decided to wear it nonetheless. Chapter 13. Loans. The onset of the apocalypse, a curious incident transpired on the eve of the impending apocalypse. Zou Yu was awakened by her phone's incessant ringing in the morning. As soon as she answered the call, a menacing voice belonging to a man echoed through the receiver, demanding money from her. She had already repaid all the loans she had previously borrowed, leaving her momentarily bewildered. To her astonishment, the caller claimed that it was her sister who had directed them to seek her out. Upon hearing these words, Zou Yu felt an immediate surge of alertness. Rising from her bed, "I do not have a younger sister. You must have mistaken the person. Your sister borrowed money from us and left some belongings as collateral. If you do not assist her in repaying the debt, we will be compelled to dispose of those items. Is that so?" With her bad mood dissipating, Zou Yu replied, "Whoever fails to act is a fool." After hanging up, Zou Yu retrieved the number she had previously blocked belonging to Su Qianluo and sent a message: "If you're out of money, come to me for a loan. Why would you foolishly resort to lending?" Su Qianluo quickly returned the call. Zou Yu, moved by the resources housed in her 30 warehouses, reluctantly answered the call. As expected, Su Qianluo unleashed a torrent of curses. Zou Yu held the phone at a distance, waiting for Su Qianluo to finish before responding. "If you have nothing else to say, I shall hang up. Zou Yu, you will come to regret this. In the future, you will surely come begging on your knees," she asserted, her tone imbued with certainty, as if she had already envisioned Zou Yu's fate in a post-apocalyptic world. Zou Yu smiled. "Then I shall await that day, to see who seeks whom when it truly arrives." After 2 days of relentless rain, it finally ceased today, yet the refreshing coolness was swiftly scorched away by the oppressive sun. The evaporation of water felt as if everyone was trapped in a steamer, subjected to relentless torment. That evening, a widespread power outage engulfed the city, awakening countless individuals from their slumber, drenched in sweat, cursing their fate and the property management while gazing at the notifications in their group chat. Many, unable to bear the heat, ventured outside clad in their night clothes to seek solace on the streets, while others opted for the rooftop breeze. At that moment, someone noticed an anomaly, pointing to the moon partially obscured by clouds, exclaiming, "It seems like the celestial dog is devouring the moon." Instantly, an array of lunar photographs flooded the internet, with astronomy enthusiasts capturing stunningly high-definition images using their specialized equipment. This marked humanity's first self-discovery of the celestial phenomenon known as the celestial dog devouring the moon prior to expert predictions. And due to the blackout, a multitude of onlookers bore witness. People felt fortunate to encounter this once-in-a-century spectacle, many whispering their wishes to the moon. Though the heat remained unrelenting, their inner turmoil somewhat alleviated. Yet, Unbeknownst to all, the abrupt power outage that roused so many from their dreams had already catalyzed a subtle transformation in those who remained blissfully unaware. This so-called celestial dog devouring the moon was merely an appetizer presented by the heavens for the impending purgatory on Earth. In the days to come, more rare phenomena would emerge. Yet at that time, no one would perceive them as symbols of fortune. In the apocalyptic realm, each manifestation heralded the approach of the next inferno. The true game of the end times would commence with the first light piercing the horizon tomorrow. A heart-wrenching scream echoed from a room within an apartment, soon followed by a contagion of terror as fearful cries resonated throughout the city. Some were stirred from their dreams by the cacophony, grumbling as they drew back their curtains. "What time is it? Can't one get any peace?" The individual awakened, and due to residing on a lower floor, beheld a scene that would forever haunt his memory. In the flower bed below, an elderly man lay in despair on the ground, emitting a heart-rending wail, for one of his legs had vanished, gnawed away by some unseen force, leaving a long trail of blood leading outward. Following that crimson path, the man witnessed a sight he could scarcely comprehend. One person had tackled another to the ground, and before a word could be uttered, the attacker bit off an ear. In an instant, blood was everywhere. Others, exhibiting strange behavior, were drawn to the rich scent of blood, descending upon the man with frenzied bites. What on earth is happening? In an instant, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted, awakening numerous individuals amidst the chaos. Shouts, curses, and eerie gnawing sounds echoed incessantly, while the scene before them was drenched in blood. It was a veritable hell on earth. The man turned to glance in the direction of the elderly figure he had seen earlier, only to be confronted unexpectedly by a grotesquely mangled face, ravaged by bites, which sent him tumbling to the floor in fright. As he witnessed a bloodied hand inching towards the windowsill, he hurriedly shut the window, intent on rousing his peacefully slumbering wife. At that moment, however, a chilling sound of grinding teeth emerged from behind him. Instantly, his hair stood on end, and he turned to look. His wife, still lost in sleep, lay sprawled across the bed in a peculiar position, her mouth twisted into a sinister grin directed at him. In an instant, she lunged forward, biting down with precision on his neck. The man winced in pain, but could not bear to push away his beloved wife. Trembling, he extended his arms to embrace her, whispering softly, "Do not fear, I am here." As life ebbed away, he gazed at the wedding photo that had recently adorned their bedside, gradually closing his eyes. No one knew that this young couple, who had just moved into their new home filled with dreams of a beautiful life, had transformed into monsters. Citizens are urged to secure their doors and windows and to limit their movements while awaiting rescue. This message is being reiterated. The alarm sounded throughout the city as military vehicles equipped with loudspeakers traversed the streets, disseminating information regarding the current disaster and the necessary precautions. Notifications streamed incessantly onto mobile devices, urging the public to refrain from hasty actions and to await assistance. Zou Yu glanced at the messages on her phone, a cold smile escaping her lips. She understood better than anyone that the officials were merely a congregation of hypocrites, cloaked in a facade of virtue. The hopeful populace, waiting for assistance, would find themselves as powerless as their phones running out of battery. At this very moment, those in positions of power had already begun their retreat to safer havens. This was a catastrophe of global proportions, one that the authorities themselves could scarcely manage. They were ill-equipped to attend to the plight of ordinary lives. The most prudent course of action was to seize the opportunity while the undead were still few in number and their movements sluggish, to swiftly gather sufficient provisions and weapons for self-defense. In approximately 3 months, the officials would reveal the location of the first safe zone. However, for the common people, a safe zone that had yet to fully establish order was akin to another apocalypse. It would be best to avoid it altogether. Zou Yu recalled that the first second tier evolved being emerged in the second year of the apocalypse. At present, humanity can still rely on their weapons to combat the zombies, as long as they exercise caution to avoid injury. However, as the number of second-tier zombies gradually increases, only those with extraordinary abilities will be able to contend with them. By then, order will have completely disintegrated, and ordinary people will be reduced to mere slaves, selling their labor. The convergence of natural disasters and the obliteration of human morality will herald the true end of the world. Chapter 14. The White Wolf. 1, 2, 3, 4. Zou Yu was on the verge of powering off her phone when a multimedia message notification unexpectedly appeared. Initially, she had no intention of glancing at it. Yet the subsequent message bore the name Su Qianluo. Zou Yu had a suspicion and, upon opening it, discovered that it was indeed a photograph of Su Qianluo. In the image, she held her ID card, her unwilling expression evoking a sense of pity. Zou Yu lost interest in continuing and promptly turned off her phone. The news on television regarding the emergence of zombies within the city was incessant, each report more horrific than the last. Residing in a rural area, she noted that while many had been caught in the rain that day, only 2 or 3 zombies were sluggishly wandering along the road. In the early stages, these zombies relied solely on sound and the scent of the living to capture their prey. Thus, dispatching them was as effortless for Zou Yu as slicing through vegetables. She stood before the glass of her balcony, contemplating her next course of action, when, suddenly, a whimpering sound drifted up from below. Upon hearing the name Zou Yu instantly recognized its presence. She hurried downstairs to open the door. In the courtyard, whose form had nearly doubled in size, gazed eagerly at her. As she emerged, its ears perked up and its eyes, glimmering with a green hue, fixated intently on Zou Yu. Behind she trailed several wolf cubs, born to it, each no taller than Shi's shins. They cautiously observed Zou Yu, peeking out from behind Shi with a blend of wariness and curiosity. Zou Yu did not anticipate that Shi would bring the wolf cubs along with him. Without a moment's hesitation, she utilized all the remaining pet slot expansion cards in her backpack, storing the data of the 4 wolf cubs. Please enter the name of the beast pet. Naming them proved to be a daunting task for Zou Yu. However, these cubs had garnered quite a bit of attention online since their birth. The names assigned by the zoo felt overly ostentatious, so she observed the little cubs becoming affectionate upon joining the beast pet sanctuary. She paused and decided. 1, 2, 3, 4. Xiaodu. This name feels rather arbitrary. Even a system could sense it. Zou Yu gently patted their heads, seemingly pleased with the name she had bestowed upon them. You are 1, you are 2, you are 3, you are 4. The little ones eagerly nuzzled against her legs, tongues lolling as they licked her hands, resembling not the aloof wolves they were, but rather adorably silly huskies. The beast companion system completed the data upload, automatically enhancing and binding the pets. Before her eyes, the 4 little wolf cubs grew larger and more robust at an astonishing pace. Their once chubby little paws now exuded an air of aggression, firmly gripping the ground, their limbs becoming solid and muscular, and their gazes turning sharp and fierce. Yet, in the next moment, they lunged toward Zou Yu. The robust sensation of being surrounded by the small cubs vanished instantaneously, leaving her to feel as though she was about to be devoured by 5 wolves. As they pounced, she instinctively stepped back, losing her balance for a moment. In the next instant, she stepped forward, emitting a low growl. Upon hearing their mother's call, 1, 2, 3, and 4 hurriedly retreated to Shi's side, looking up at Zou Yu with innocent, pleading eyes. Shi growled again, baring its sharp teeth, though the words were lost on her. Zou Yu could sense that Shi was seemingly teaching these unruly youngsters a lesson. Zou Yu gently caressed Shi's ears and walked to the shed beside the courtyard, where she opened the door. This had originally been designed as a cozy den for Shi, envisioned with ample space. However, now that the 4 wolf cubs had arrived, the shed suddenly felt rather cramped. Zou Yu placed several custom-made nests in the shed, accompanied by the 4 happy ones to inspect the arrangements before emerging from the shelter and opening the large iron gate. Subsequently, she summoned several live sheep from her space. The moment the white sheep touched the ground, they scattered in all directions, instantly capturing the attention of the wolf pack. Rather than confining them within the confines of a zoo, Zou Yu preferred to allow them to return to the wild, where they could hunt naturally, preserving the wolves' inherent instincts, which would ultimately enhance their survival. This way, regardless of her future presence, they would be capable of fending for themselves. The wolf cubs, only a few months old and still unaccustomed to captivity, had not yet lost their wild instincts. Standing at the entrance, they observed the lively creatures inside and began to emit soft gurgling sounds, adopting a poised stance as if ready to pounce. Yet, they remained motionless, patiently awaiting their owner's command. Zou Yu secured the door lock and issued a command. "Let us proceed to dine." The others responded in unison, darting forth like a bolt of lightning. Instinctively awakened by the primal essence of their bloodthirsty lineage, they embraced their predatory nature. One unfortunate sheep, lagging behind, was swiftly dispatched as it was bitten through the throat, its hind legs thrashing feebly before succumbing to stillness. Upon closer inspection, Zou Yu discovered that It had nearly severed the neck of the sheep, leaving only sinews attached to a few scraps of flesh. She couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable enhancements of the system, which had significantly amplified the already formidable fighting prowess of the vicious wolf. It proudly paraded the sheep before Zou Yu, dropping it at her feet as if presenting a prized treasure. Zou Yu found herself unexpectedly splattered with blood on one leg. Before she could react, she let out a loud shout. "It had heat. It's all right, she. Go and enjoy your meal." Picked up her prey and turned to find a corner to indulge in her feast. Ersan had jointly hunted a black bull, glancing back at Zou Yu, seemingly awaiting her praise. Zou Yu was in good spirits and exclaimed, "Wonderful." However, she grew somewhat anxious when she realized that CC had vanished without a trace. Concerned by its prolonged absence, she opened the pet system's accompanying map to ascertain the whereabouts of her beloved companion. The icon marked with the character Su was seen dashing back along the bend of the road, indicating that the sheep had wandered far afield. Zou Yu contemplated as the shadow of the white wolf emerged around the corner. The white wolf drew nearer, and Zou Yu discerned the figure of the sheep clutched in its jaws. Frowning in trepidation, she exclaimed, "Cici, drop it." Upon hearing her command, Cici halted, relinquishing the lifeless body it had been carrying. The zombie on the ground struggled to rise, but Cici swiftly struck its face with a paw, causing its head to explode in a gruesome spectacle. The scene was utterly astonishing. Zou Yu, in a state of exasperation, pressed her forehead with concern and inquired of Zou Yu, "It won't be infected by the zombies, will it?" "No, it won't," came the reassuring reply. With this, Zou Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her and gestured for Cici to come over. Cici joyfully dashed towards her, resembling an exuberant puppy, and upon reaching Zou Yu, paused momentarily, curiously glancing around, seemingly captivated by the unseen wonders around her. Zou Yu found it peculiar. She observed C suddenly leap towards a pond, splashing about until thoroughly soaked. After shaking off the water from its fur, it approached her, raising its head and panting with its tongue out, eagerly seeking a gentle pat on its head. "Zou Yu, is this a dog or a wolf?" Zou Yu's voice seems to carry a hint of doubt. "It is a wolf." Zou Yu retrieved a neatly sliced leg of lamb from the spatial realm and tossed it to CC. CC bit into the lamb leg and wandered off to savor her meal. She glanced at Cici, who was standing guard beside her, and crouched down. Cici adeptly placed his paw on her leg, yet what was once the perfect size now seemed somewhat incongruous, especially as Zou Yu crouched down, revealing that her height of 1.70 meters was now eclipsed by Cici. Zou Yu inquired, "Do you eat?" The four joys, unable to comprehend, merely gazed at her. Zou Yu presented a chunk of meat to it. It cautiously evaded her hand and seized a piece of flesh. Zou Yu pondered, dismissing the notion of hunting for herself, as she was not in dire need. Moreover, there were the guardians, Air, San, and C, to protect Cici. She had relinquished control to them. It was only later that Zou Yu realized that while Air, San, and C were out hunting, Cici remained by her side, not due to the absence of instinct, but rather to safeguard her. Chapter 15. Zero-cost purchase, crystal core after nourishing the wolf cubs. Zou Yu entrusted the four little wolves to watch over her home and drove into the city with Cici. At that moment, the city was undoubtedly in a state of chaos, presenting an opportune time for stockpiling supplies. However, Zou Yu's intentions were not solely driven by the desire to hoard. In the 3 months preceding the apocalypse, she had amassed an ample supply of resources ensuring she faced no struggles for sustenance. Furthermore, the vegetables she had recently planted had begun to sprout, and the chickens, ducks, fish, and sheep she raised were producing steadily. Zou Yu recalled that it was not until the third year of the apocalypse that a catastrophic acid rain ravaged the land and tainted the water sources. Yet now they were still sufficient. The primary purpose of her venture into the city was to procure gasoline. In this desolate world, all resources essential for human survival had become scarce commodities, and gasoline was valued even more than gold, serving as a precious currency. The vehicles operating within the safe zones required gasoline, as did many machines. Initially, people may not have recognized the significance of this resource, but subsequently, seizing control of the gas station could render one immensely wealthy. Numerous unofficial factions she was aware of had been established on the foundations of gas stations, arms, or supermarkets. Prior to the apocalypse, the ostentatious purchase of gasoline drew too much attention, and the exorbitant prices made it impractical. Zou Yu calculated that it would be wiser to wait until the world had fallen apart to partake in a zero-cost acquisition, which would be both convenient and efficient. She had meticulously devised a series of plans, marking several gas station locations on her mobile map. Following her planned route would lead her not only to the gas stations, but also to several large shopping malls. After all, no one could predict when this calamity would conclude, so it was prudent to amass as many supplies as possible. Her hoarding over the past 3 months had instilled in Zou Yu a collecting obsession, regardless of whether she had the items or not. She felt an overwhelming urge to gather, particularly due to a profound sense of insecurity that compelled her to stockpile even more, even though her space was already overflowing. Seemingly with a lifetime's worth of supplies, she remained resolute in her desire to continue collecting. As the ancients would say, one should remain vigilant even in times of peace. Zou Yu felt this was her current state. The items within the mall might appear unnecessary at present, but their existence was justified, for one could never predict when they might be needed, upholding the traditional virtue of making the most of her presence. Zou Yu parked her vehicle at the entrance of the mall. SX also leapt down from the car, seemingly sensing the ominous atmosphere. It stood beside her, alert, its green glowing eyes scanning the surroundings and emitting a menacing growl. The wide avenue lay deserted, save for a few scattered zombies drawn by the sound of the vehicle. Before Zou Yu could draw her weapon, SX lunged forward, directly targeting the nearest zombie, delivering a decisive blow to its head with a swiftness surpassing that of its previous actions. Zou Yu was momentarily taken aback, a smile gracing her features. Sishi is truly remarkable. Encouraged, Sishi moved with increased agility, swiftly dispatching the remaining 2 zombies. It then darted back to Zou Yu, seemingly recalling something, and proceeded to wipe its bloodied claws against the ground. Zou Yu gently stroked its head and offered a piece of fresh beef, which for happiness devoured in a matter of moments, yet remained on guard, standing alertly beside Zou Yu. Before stepping out of the vehicle, Zou Yu had already activated the jammer. Were the cameras all turned off? Yes, replied Xiao Du. Although it is likely that no one currently cares about what the cameras might capture, one must always remain vigilant. The system is Zou Yu's greatest trump card. She only wishes to keep it concealed until she possesses the ability to fully protect herself, revealing it is out of the question, along with her space. Having survived for a decade in a perilous post-apocalyptic environment, Zou Yu is acutely aware of the adage that an innocent man may suffer for possessing treasure. If others were to discover the vast resources within her space, it would be nearly impossible to prevent their covetous eyes from falling upon her. The humiliation of being confined in a laboratory and forced to relinquish her supplies still lingers vividly in her memory, and a wave of resentment crashes upon her, pressing heavily against her heart. Zou Yu exhaled deeply, as if she could perceive the dense, metallic scent of blood hanging in the air. The soft, furry sensation against her hand drew her thoughts back, as Sishi nuzzled her palm with his head. Zou Yu gently tapped the nose of Sishi and said, "I will go inside to gather some items. You can take a stroll around and return." Sishi tilted his head and settled down in place. Zou Yu Gong took a step forward, and Si followed suit. She paused, and Si halted as well. Thus, A human and a wolf advanced in tandem for a distance of 2 or 3 meters. Each time she turned her head, it would crouch in place. It heeded her command, yet did not fully comply. Zou Yu, with a sense of helplessness, beckoned it over, saying, "Come here, let us spin together." In an instant, Sishi's eyes sparkled with joy as it dashed towards her, nuzzling against her leg and emitting soft whimpers. Having been separated from its mother for 3 long months in the zoo, Sishi had feared it had been abandoned. Now, having finally returned to its mother's side, it had no desire to part ways. Moreover, with the surrounding environment fraught with peril, it yearned to remain close to its mother, determined to protect her at all costs. Zou Yu remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Sishi's mind, nor was she aware that the young wolf cub had considered her family from a tender age. Sishi had always been quite attached to her, and this closeness had now become the norm. She adjusted the range of the jammer to its maximum capacity. The device, which had cost her several tens of thousands, was far from trivial, according to the hacker who had programmed it for her. When the jammer was set to its fullest extent, the surveillance cameras throughout the entire street could be incapacitated. Zou Yu inquired once more with the system, confirming that all the surveillance cameras in the mall had been disabled. She promptly retrieved her mobility vehicle from her space and commenced her meticulous search, scouring each store one by one. Wherever Zou Yu goes, it is as if a flock of wild geese has passed, leaving not a trace behind. It was still early, well before the mall's operating hours, and with the apocalypse looming, there were no staff present. Thus, she moved without constraint until she encountered 2 infected security guards. Those guards, trapped within their security booth, could only watch her silhouette flit by outside, their desperate calls echoing within the transparent confines of the booth, their voices piercing and jarring. Zou Yu was apprehensive that their voices might attract the surrounding zombies, so she decisively drew her gun and dealt with them. The silenced pistol emitted only a faint sound, akin to air being sliced as the bullet struck the zombies squarely in the forehead, causing them to topple over stiffly. Perhaps no one had yet noticed, but in due time, an official announcement would be made, summarizing methods to resist the undead. Among these, one crucial point was that a zombie's weakness resided in its head. Moreover, as more evolved beings emerged in the future, people would discover crystalline solid formations within the brains of zombies, referred to as crystal cores. These cores harbored immense energy. The higher the zombie's level, the greater the energy contained within, and the crystal cores held many secrets. This data, originally classified by the authorities, became known to Zou Yu during her time imprisoned in the research facility. The crystal core was one such secret. While the public was aware that crystal cores could be exchanged for supplies in the safe zones, serving as a form of currency, only the elite understood their true purpose, supernatural abilities. Mastering the correct application of crystal cores could lead to the creation of individuals with extraordinary powers. If she were to command her own army of these gifted beings, she would no longer fear the official forces. With this thought, Zou Yu suddenly felt invigorated. She refused to live a life of subservience, where she was merely a pawn in another's game. She was determined to be the architect of her own destiny, instilling terror in all who harbored ill intentions at the mere mention of her name. With a goal in mind, she knew meticulous planning was essential. Chapter 16, Live Broadcast. A friendly reminder afterward, Zou Yu repeated her previous routine, scavenging several large shopping malls, while leaving several others near residential buildings untouched. As she drove past, many residents opened their windows, calling out for help, but Zou Yu turned a deaf ear. In this apocalyptic world, compassion was the greatest folly. Those individuals, strangers to her and devoid of any utilitarian value, were not worth the risk of rescue. Moreover, these defenseless ordinary people would only become a burden. She was no benevolent savior, and there was no necessity to extend her hand. As the vehicles on the road showed no sign of halting, the individuals leaning out of their windows began to curse in desperation. How can you just stand by and watch? Do you have no conscience? What kind of person are you? Damn it, who even cares? The modified and reinforced off-road vehicle sped down the road, effortlessly colliding with any zombies that dared to approach, ensuring a high level of safety. Zou Yu caught sight of a horde of zombies in the rearview mirror. In her frantic escape, she was flung several meters away by the vehicle, and upon losing her target, it came to a halt. Yet, new zombies soon followed in relentless pursuit. She witnessed reckless individuals brandishing kitchen knives, charging onto the road to confront the undead, only to realize that their strikes were futile. Panic set in as she sought to flee, only to discover she was encircled by the very creature she feared. In an instant, she was engulfed by the masses of zombies, her anguished cries echoing through the air. Those sheltering within their rooms trembled in terror at the sound from outside, their hair standing on end. Even the most daring of men, confronted with the reality of zombies akin to those in horror films, felt a profound dread, especially since they lacked the extraordinary abilities of the protagonists in such tales. It seemed that demise was the only path ahead, with the shadow of death looming ominously over everyone. Some, upon hearing the distant roar of a passing vehicle, eagerly opened their windows to cry for help, only to fall silent in fear as the noise attracted the zombies. Yet they could not forego the chance of survival and shouted recklessly. All that remained for them was the merciless silhouette of the off-road vehicle disappearing into the distance. In this unforgiving world, some awakened to the harsh truth. No one could be relied upon but oneself. Armed to the teeth, they resolved to descend in search of an escape route. Meanwhile, others remained ensconced in their self-constructed hopes, awaiting official rescue, unwilling to venture outside, idly passing time on their phones. Some even continued to livestream, finding solace in the company of those trapped at home, who showered them with virtual gifts and engaged in lively banter in the comment section. The streamer, invigorated by the influx of donations, was spurred into action. Money could sway even the most stubborn of spirits. Upon seeing a top donor request that the streamer cultivate a relationship with the neighbor girl, he sprang from his chair and headed for the door. The dual allure of lust and wealth rendered him oblivious to the horrors that lay beyond, and upon opening the door to an empty corridor, he exhaled in relief. He proceeded to knock on the neighbor's door. For some time, he had secretly live-streamed the neighbor's girl, and now, amidst the chaos of a crumbling order, he schemed to take advantage of her. His thoughts spiraled further, and he brazenly declared to his audience his intent to have his way with the girl. The lecherous viewers echoed his sentiments, showering him with donations in a steady stream. He rang the doorbell, but when there was no reply, he swiftly bypassed the code lock, grinning lewdly as he had recorded her password through his surveillance. With a chuckle, he entered the code, the confirmation beep sounding triumphantly. Eagerly, he pushed the door open, but before he could comprehend the scene, he was tackled to the ground. Embraced by soft warmth, he was initially elated at the prospect of interaction, but his expression quickly morphed into shock as his voice failed him. A chunk of flesh was torn from his neck, blood spilling onto the floor. The phone, propped up to capture the moment, recorded this gruesome tableau. And for a brief moment, the chat was hushed. Everyone collectively held their breath, fearful of disturbing the woman on screen. Some were so terrified that they cast aside their phones, emitting piercing screams of fright. It was only then that they realized the unknown horrors that lurked behind the closed door. A moment's carelessness could lead to a fate as dire as that of the unfortunate soul. Upon parking her vehicle, Zou Yu was startled by a brief, piercing scream, as though someone had encountered something frightening. However, she paid it little mind and proceeded directly into the shopping mall. As she ascended to the supermarket on the third floor, she was suddenly met with the sound of voices. Zou Yu circumvented the shelves and beheld two trembling women huddled in the corner, weeping as they encouraged one another. If I were you, I would not conceal myself in such an easily discoverable location. A sudden noise startled them. They turned to see a woman clad in an exquisitely stylish windbreaker. Despite her impassive demeanor, she exuded an inexplicable warmth. On the brink of emotional collapse, a calm and composed presence is precisely what they subconsciously yearn for. As they approached, Sushi emerged from behind the shelves, positioning herself resolutely beside Zou Yu like a sentry. Upon encountering the half-human, half-beast figure with menacing fangs, the two women stood frozen in place. Zou Yu turned and walked away. "Hey, don't go. I beg you. Please take us with you." The two individuals exhibited contrasting attitudes. Zou Yu turned to them and asked, "What gives you the right to expect me to accompany you?" The two exchanged glances, and one of them pointed towards the entire supermarket, saying, You came to collect supplies, did you not? We offer you everything here, free of charge, provided you assist us. Zou Yu retorted, if I were to take your goods without aiding you, what then? The girl stammered, You cannot do this. Zou Yu continued, relying on others is the most foolish of actions. Even if I refrain from taking these items, you would still be unable to protect them. Initially, Zou Yu had no intention of engaging with them, but the sight of the two young girls in distress reminded her of her own past. Had someone extended a hand to her then, her struggles would not have been so arduous. The days of gnawing on tree bark and foraging for leaves were not a memory she wished to revisit. Listen carefully, I shall only say this once. Seek a safe refuge, as far from residential buildings and crowded places as possible. Stockpile food and water to the best of your ability, and refrain from venturing outside unnecessarily or revealing your supplies to others. In approximately 5 months, a rescue team will arrive. At that time, you can barter your remaining provisions for a chance to enter a secure zone. Of course, all of this hinges on your survival until help arrives. After finishing her words, Zou Yu turned and left, not the slightest bit attached to the supplies. If not for necessity, she had no desire to engage in ruthless acts that would completely annihilate others' chances of survival. Throughout her journey, she deliberately avoided approaching the shopping malls near the community. She did not enter those that were occupied, for her stockpile was already ample enough, and the absence of a few malls would not affect her in the slightest. As one girl began to speak, she was interrupted by another. Thank you. Watching Zou Yu walk away, the girl who had been stopped felt a surge of emotion. Sister, why did you stop me? The older girl replied. Her willingness to share information with us is already an act of great compassion. She is a stranger to us. Do you really expect her to take us along? Moreover, she is a girl too. Her own safety may be precarious. Besides, we have this large supermarket and plenty of food. We can surely endure until rescue arrives. All right. As long as I'm with you, I fear nothing. Me too. The two clasped each other as hands, their eyes filled with hope for the future. Chapter 17. Su Qianluo. A malicious heart. As Zou Yu continued her journey, she encountered no awakened superhumans. It seemed that those who had awakened their abilities were still unfamiliar with them, and, due to the current circumstances, were hesitant to emerge from their homes. The thought of superhumans flashed through Zou Yu's mind, recalling the influential ones from her past life who had been courted by various safe zones. She wondered if she might encounter them again. These individuals were among the earliest to awaken their powers and swiftly hone them, ultimately rising to prominence. Unfortunately, she had awakened her abilities rather late in her previous life, missing the initial, most opportune moments for enhancement. As time progressed, the zombies became increasingly difficult to kill. Not only was it challenging to enhance one's abilities, but merely surviving became a daunting task. When she awakened her powers in her previous life, she was mistakenly shot for being infected due to a fever. And it was only much later that Zou Yu discovered the idea to eliminate her had originated from Su Qianluo. Su Qianluo, well-versed in the story's narrative, knew that Zou Yu's condition was due to her awakening, yet she still chose to betray her. At that time, Zou Yu had been wholeheartedly devoted to protecting Su Qianluo, unaware that the sister she cherished had already stabbed her in the back. In hindsight, it seems somewhat absurd, like being ensnared in a trap, while safeguarding such an ungrateful wretch, ultimately losing everything herself. Given that fate had granted her a second chance, she was determined to repay it manifold. She could only imagine the expression on Su Qianluo's face upon discovering that the 30 warehouses of supplies she had painstakingly gathered were now gone. If not for more pressing matters, Zou Yu would have truly wished to witness it herself. Meanwhile, just before the apocalypse, Su Qianluo, realizing her bracelet space had been activated, exclaimed with excitement. She never anticipated that she would traverse into a novel she had once read, becoming the sister of the original protagonist. According to the narrative's trajectory, this sister, who shares a rather distant relationship with the main character, is infected at the onset of the apocalypse and is subsequently slain by the protagonist without hesitation. Su Qianluo, having perused numerous novels, understands that once a female character crosses into a narrative, she inevitably assumes the role of the protagonist. Thus, she naturally regards herself as the leading character, unabashedly seizing the golden opportunity that rightfully belonged to the original heroine, Zou Yu, and even captivating the male lead, Pei Jingzhou, with her allure. In this exhilarating tale, Stockpiling in the Apocalypse, the exquisite protagonist with a space. Zou Yu's most significant advantages are her spatial bracelet and the male lead, Pei Jingzhou. Before the onset of the apocalypse, Zou Yu inadvertently stumbled upon the secret of the space bracelet. In the early days of the cataclysm, she stockpiled a vast array of supplies, and, under the protection of the ability user Pei Jingzhou, navigated the tumultuous world with remarkable ease, ultimately establishing her own safe haven and emerging as a victor in life. Since fate had bestowed upon her the chance to traverse through the pages of a novel, it was evident that she was destined to alter the original storyline, thereby claiming all that was rightfully hers, including the space bracelet and Pei Jingzhou. Su Qianluo gently placed a kiss on the serene face of Pei Jingzhou, who was peacefully asleep, and quietly got out of bed to dress and freshen up before heading out. A glance at her phone revealed that only 10 hours remained until the apocalypse would be upon them. Delighted, she drove Pei Jingzhou's luxurious car towards the warehouse where she had stored her supplies, intending to transfer her meticulously gathered resources into the space. 2 hours later, upon reaching her destination, Su Qianluo was taken aback by the wide-open warehouse doors and the broken lock. Disbelieving, she scoured the remaining sections of the warehouse, only to find not even a single cardboard box left behind. The meticulousness of the act led her to suspect that an ability user with spatial powers was responsible. Yet, with the apocalypse not yet having arrived, how could there be an ability user? Could it be that someone had awakened their powers ahead of time? Fuming with rage, Su Qianluo contemplated every possible scenario, yet she never once considered Zou Yu. After all, the golden opportunity to hoard supplies was now in her possession. The sheer volume of resources being moved could not have gone unnoticed by the nearby warehouse management, leaving only one possibility. Trembling with fury, she clenched her fists. Whoever had stolen her supplies would surely be found. On her way back, Su Qianluo recalled the day when she had seen someone at the food market purchasing large quantities of provisions. Her earlier investigation had yielded no results, but now, it seemed plausible that the two incidents were connected. Who could it be? She meticulously recalled the characters that had appeared in the book. Who among them possessed spatial abilities? One by one, she eliminated candidates. Awakening spatial powers so early, stockpiling resources frantically, and possessing knowledge of her supplies' whereabouts pointed to someone who could closely monitor her movements. This led her to suspect that it could very well be someone within her circle. Suddenly, a name flickered in her mind, darkening her expression. It had to be her. When she had sought loans from her friends, only Qi Shuang had persistently questioned her about the reason for borrowing, and she was the only one who had inquired about the bracelet. Su Qianluo recalled that in the book, Qi Shuang had harbored feelings for Pei Jingzhou, remaining in the female lead's team due to her spatial powers. However, after continuously sabotaging Zou Yu, she had been expelled from the team and had met an untimely end in the narrative. Now that she was with Jingzhou, Qi Shuang would undoubtedly seek revenge. With each passing thought, Su Qianluo became increasingly convinced of her guilt, as every detail aligned seamlessly. Moreover, she had borrowed Qi Shuang's car to go to the warehouse. When she arrived, she used the navigation system, which had not been deleted, indicating she was aware of the location where she had stored her supplies. Whether she had discovered her stash or had prior knowledge of it, Su Qianluo was certain of one thing. Qi Shuang could not be allowed to remain. That very evening, Su Qianluo called Qi Shuang. Shuang, can you come pick me up? I lost my wallet, and my phone is about to die. Concerned, Qi Shuang, who was having her nails done, asked, "Why are you out so late without Jingzhou?" Jingzhou, mentioning him as my boyfriend, seemed to convey an urgency, as if fearing others were unaware. Su Qianluo rolled her eyes and continued the charade. "He had to step out, and he isn't answering my calls." "All right, don't worry. Send me your location, and I'll come right over." Su Qianluo complied, and after hanging up, she sent her location. Qi Shuang then sent a voice message. "How did you end up in such a remote place? There are usually no people at this bus stop. I had a quarrel with Jingzhou and wanted to clear my head, but I didn't notice and ended up here. It's too dark and I'm so scared. Please hurry and come get me." Upon hearing her express fear, Qi Shuang abandoned her nail appointment, grabbed her keys, and drove off. Concern for Su Qianluo consumed her thoughts. She worried about a young girl being so far from home at this hour. She also sent a message to Pei Jingzhou, chiding him for arguing with Qianluo and questioning why he couldn't just let things be. Qi Shuang had envisioned that after picking up Qianluo, they would go for manicures, watch movies, sing, and soak in hot springs to lift her spirits. Yet, she had no inkling that this outing would lead to her never returning. Chapter 18. Stockpiling Gasoline. An unusual situation when space manipulators perish. They unleash all the resources stored within their spatial realm, akin to looting in a game. Su Qianluo had never intended for Qi Shuang to die. Her plan was to force her into a corner, believing this would compel her to reveal her space in a desperate bid for survival. Thus, she had lured the debt collectors to the scene, claiming she needed her friend's assistance in repaying her debts. By this time, the buses had ceased operations, leaving the bus stop desolate and situated on the outskirts of the city, devoid of nighttime visitors. Qi Shuang, with her fiery temper, clashed with the 5 debt collectors, igniting their anger, and she was quickly overpowered and bullied in the car. Meanwhile, Su Qianluo hid nearby, experiencing her first act of malice, her body trembling with anxiety. Several times, upon hearing Qi Shuang's cries, she felt the urge to rush out and intervene, even dialing emergency services on her phone. Yet, the bitterness of Qi Shuang having stolen so many of her resources quelled her instinct to help. Thus, she remained in turmoil, listening as Qi Shuang's sobs grew hoarse and eventually silent. After a long while, the men finally departed. Su Qianluo emerged from the thicket and rushed to the side of the car to confront Qi Shuang. Her entire body bore the marks of distress. Her face was swollen, her clothes torn into ragged shreds, carelessly discarded nearby. The half-finished nail extensions lay broken, remnants of her fierce resistance. Exhausted from weeping, Su Qianluo remained relentless, demanding that Qi Shuang surrender her belongings. Confusion clouded Qi Shuang's mind as she gazed at Su Qianluo in despair, realizing that these events were likely orchestrated by her. Tearfully, she implored, "Why do this to me? Stop pretending. You like Jingzhou, don't you? And you have awakened your spatial abilities, haven't you? Su Qianluo, have you lost your mind? Pei Jingzhou is your boyfriend, and you are my dear friend. How could I possibly have feelings for him?" But the truth was, they were no longer friends. With the last of her strength, Qi Shuang rose from the car, her face contorted in rage as she lunged at Su Qianluo. In response, Su Qianluo swiftly struck her, then proceeded to capture the moment on her phone. The instant Qi Shuang saw the phone raised in Su Qianluo's hand, fear gripped her. She fell to her knees, hands clasped in supplication, begging, "Please don't film me. I will give you anything you want. I beg you. I only want you to return what rightfully belongs to me. What have I taken from you?" She protested, utterly unaware of her transgressions. Su Qianluo laughed in exasperation, incredulous that Qi Shuang still could not recognize her faults. It seemed there was but one path forward. Qi Shuang would never comprehend where she had erred. As Qi Shuang lay lifeless, Su Qianluo was struck by a wave of panic upon realizing she had misidentified her target. Silently, she observed the marks on Qi Shuang's neck and murmured, "It's all right. Death is commonplace in the apocalypse. The loss of one life is insignificant. After all, the end is nigh, and no one will notice." Gradually, she regained her composure, settled into Qi Shuang's vehicle, and directed it towards the precipice. Slowly, she released the brake and leaped from the car. The vehicle, carrying Qi Shuang's lifeless body, plummeted into the depths of the mountains. The truth was irrevocably buried, and no one would ever know of the innocent girl who perished that fateful night. Su Qianluo also lost a friend who had genuinely cared for her, unbeknownst to anyone. As Qi Shuang descended into the abyss, Su Qianluo was simultaneously pushing herself toward another chasm. One day, she would face the consequences she so richly deserved. Zou Yu has prepared 10,000 specialized barrels, each with a capacity of 1 ton, to store gasoline, along with 5,000 one-ton barrels designated for diesel. The storage capacity for gasoline at a gas station typically ranges from 60 to 120 cubic meters. Zou Yu extracted 70 barrels of gasoline and 100 barrels of diesel at the first gas station. On her way to the next station, perhaps due to the enhancement of her luck, she encountered a fuel tanker. It appeared that the driver had been infected while en route to deliver gasoline. The sight of the zombie driver, trapped in his seat by the seatbelt, howling helplessly at the outside world, was a haunting one. Zou Yu found the task of siphoning off oil from the barrels to be exceedingly tedious. In a decisive act, she eliminated the driver, forcefully dragging him from the driver's seat and discarding him onto the ground. Subsequently, she seamlessly transported the entire vehicle into her spatial domain, thereby acquiring an impressive 30 tons of gasoline. As she journeyed towards the next gas station, she passed by a pharmacy, where the glass door had been shattered, remnants of blood still staining the shards. Initially inclined to leave without a second thought, an inexplicable instinct tugged at her, suggesting that within this place lay something that could bring her unexpected delight. Zou Yu's sixth sense seldom manifests, yet when it does, it proves remarkably accurate. Although it conceals unknown dangers, this is merely the onset of the apocalypse, rendering the peril for her almost non-existent. How could someone who has endured a decade of the apocalypse fear mere novice zombies? Moreover, the zombies currently roaming the streets constitute only a minuscule fraction, as the widespread outbreak has yet to commence, and a substantial portion of humanity remains in slumber, experiencing the transformations wrought by the mutation. Zou Yu chambered the pistol and approached with Cishi. Cishi leaped through the large hole in the glass first, circled within, and then turned back, wagging its tail as it looked at Zou Yu, seemingly signaling her about something. Upon entering, Zou Yu discovered the absence of any zombies. Yet the door creaked audibly as he pushed it open. Unbeknownst to him, the sound roused something within. From the small compartment, a clattering noise emerged, reminiscent of a glass vial being knocked to the floor. Zou Yu took a few more steps forward, and thanks to the system, her senses had been enhanced. Her hearing was now incomparably sharper than before. Just moments ago, she had been too far to hear anything, but now, standing approximately 5 meters from a small door, she could distinctly perceive the faint sound of breathing within. The presence of breath undoubtedly indicated that there was indeed someone inside. Zou Yu had no intention of saving anyone. She turned to leave, but Cishi, in a state of agitation, began to pace frantically in place, her claws scraping against the floor, producing a piercing sound. Zou Yu turned back and asked, "Do you want me to rescue the people inside?" Cishi gazed at her and stuck out his tongue. Zou Yu pondered for a moment and raised her voice, saying, "To those inside, I am a human being. There are no zombies outside now. If you wish to step out, please unlock the door, and I shall consider whether to extend my assistance." She began counting silently in her mind. As she reached the 4th second, a youthful voice suddenly emerged from within, saying, "Sister.I can't open the door." Chapter 19. The Ability User. Little white, how could one be unable to open the door? Zou Yu approached and pulled on the door, only to find it unlocked yet utterly immovable. "Do not obstruct my way," she stated, her tone devoid of warmth. Even upon realizing that there might be a child inside, she showed no sign of compassion. Zou Yu had already resolved that if this individual could not offer her any assistance, she would unhesitatingly abandon them. She had long lost the ability to place complete trust in another person. In a world ravaged by chaos, trust was a mere trifle. Having witnessed the malevolence of human nature, Zou Yu was unwilling to extend sympathy to anyone. Her sole aim was survival, and she would resort to any means necessary. From within, a muffled voice of a boy emerged. "I cannot. There's something strange entangled with the door." Something strange? Entangled? Zou Yu instinctively thought of mutated plants, but upon reflection, she realized that such anomalies would not manifest for a considerable time. It was improbable for them to exist at present. Recalling the peculiar reaction of She just moments ago, along with her sixth sense, Zou Yu surmised that the child within was likely an individual endowed with extraordinary abilities. What could have ensnared it? Zou Yu felt a surge of curiosity. After a prolonged silence, The voice from within finally responded, seemingly startled, its tone quivering. Vines. A wood-based ability user? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zou Yu's eyes as she instructed, "Step back to a safe distance, and let me know when you're ready." After a brief moment, the boy's voice emerged from within, "I'm ready." Upon hearing this, Zou Yu delivered a powerful kick to the door. The sturdy wooden door splintered, creating a gaping hole. To an unsuspecting observer, it might appear as though she possessed supernatural strength. In truth, all of this was a gift from system, and with further upgrades in the future, she might indeed rival those with extraordinary physical prowess. Zou Yu glimpsed a fleeting corner of blue fabric and a wall teeming with vines through the hole she had kicked open. The tendrils of the vines clung tenaciously to the doorknob, and nearly the entire wall was ensconced in a lush green tapestry of foliage. Meanwhile, the boy who had cried for help was crouched behind a shelf, cautiously peering out towards the door. Zou Yu forcefully pried open the door, using sheer strength to tear down the rampant vines, thereby clearing a path. In the early days when humanity first awakened their extraordinary abilities, they were often unable to fully control them. In moments of peril, they would instinctively trigger their protective powers. Perhaps this peculiar phenomenon occurred because the pharmacy owner had nurtured a potted plant in the storage room, which in turn catalyzed the growth of the surrounding flora. Bewildered by the surreal state of the world, he mistakenly believed he was ensnared by monsters, remaining oblivious to the fact that all of this chaos was of his own making. Zou Yu observed that the other party remained cautious, hiding behind the shelves, wholly unlike the obedient demeanor exhibited during the earlier plea for help. She patiently extended her hand towards him, inquiring, "Will you come with me or remain here?" Though her tone softened slightly, the words still brimmed with an underlying menace. Even a fool would understand the gravity of the choice at hand. Staying here was undoubtedly a path to demise. He shifted his posture and replied, "I will come with you." "Then step out." Zou Yu beckoned with a gesture. As he emerged from behind the shelves, Zou Yu realized that the boy was taller than she had anticipated, standing at approximately 1.70 meters. She estimated his age to be around 16 or 17. However, he appeared exceedingly gaunt, clad in oversized clothing that seemed ill-fitting for his slender frame, a tattered backpack slung over his shoulder, and his jeans bore the faded marks of excessive washing, tinged with white. The entirety of his being exuded an aura of malnutrition, and his gaze resembled that of an abandoned kitten, filled with trepidation. While Zou Yu assessed him, he too scrutinized her with keen eyes. When she had entered earlier, backlit by the light, she resembled a radiant fairy from a fairy tale, and to his astonishment, she also possessed the ethereal beauty of one. He had only ever seen such exquisite girls on television and momentarily believed he had encountered a celebrity. "What's your name?" he asked. "Jiang Shubai." "Where your family?" In truth, regardless of whether Jiang Shubai had family, Zou Yu would not squander her energy attempting to rescue them. It was merely a casual inquiry, to which he responded with an absence of family. Jiang Shubai lowered his head, the tremor in his voice betraying his sorrow. I have no family. I escaped from the orphanage." Little did he know that his escape would lead him to such harrowing experiences. His pallor spoke volumes of the fright he had endured. His eyes darted nervously towards the outside, and suddenly they widened in alarm as he shouted, "Watch out!" A zombie lunged towards Zou Yu, but before it could reach her, it was tackled by the guard at the entrance, while simultaneously, a branch from the money tree on the counter shot swiftly towards Zou Yu. Zou Yu instinctively tilted her head to evade, casting a glance at Jiang Shubai, who reprimanded her reflexively, warning against the reckless use of abilities. Jiang Shubai was taken aback, and the branches of the money tree abruptly ceased their movement. He regarded Zou Yu with suspicion, his expression laden with confusion. "Did I do that? If not, then who?" Zou Yu raised an eyebrow, realizing that Jiang Shubai was still oblivious to the existence of supernatural abilities and was incapable of wielding them. It was unnecessary to express her frustration towards him. She said, "First, try to keep your emotions in check, especially in the presence of plants. As for the rest, I will gradually explain it to you." "Sister, will you abandon me?" Jiang Shubai, accustomed to abandonment, had slowly come to terms with the rejection he faced from others. The countless memories of being adopted and subsequently returned had extinguished his hope in the promises of others. Though he felt deep down that this sister would not forsake him, he still felt compelled to ask. Even after hearing many lies, he yearned to believe once more. "My name is Zou Yu. As long as you do not betray me, I will not leave you behind," she replied. In an instant, a spark ignited in Jiang Shubai's eyes, and he suddenly felt less frightened. He solemnly extended his hand towards Zou Yu, saying, "Let's make a pinky promise." "How old are you? Is that childish?" Zou Yu remarked, observing his obstinate gaze as he refused to withdraw his hand. Zou Yu, feeling helpless, extended her pinky finger to make a promise with him, amused by his earnest declaration that it would remain unchanged for a century. After sealing the pact, he answered the question Zou Yu had posed earlier. "Sister, I'm 12 years old." Zou Yu found it hard to believe. She had assumed Jiang Shubai was at least 16 years old, yet he was merely 12. At 12, he appeared akin to a high school student, leading Zou Yu to suspect that Jiang Shubai might be misrepresenting his age. The boy clearly bore the semblance of someone suffering from malnutrition, yet he was remarkably tall for his age, and at 12, he would undoubtedly grow even taller in the future. Nevertheless, being tall was not necessarily a disadvantage. With a bit of nutritional supplementation and physical training, he would have ample opportunities ahead. Unbeknownst to Jiang Shubai, Zou Yu harbored her own intentions. He never anticipated that in this era of peace, he would find no support, only to encounter someone willing to take him in as the apocalypse approached. At that moment, a smile of uncontainable joy graced his lips. Zou Yu, intrigued, inquired, "What makes you smile?" Jiang Shubai paused momentarily and softly replied, "I am no longer alone." Her heart stirred by this revelation. She reached in her pocket and offered him a piece of chocolate, saying, "Here, have some." He nodded appreciatively and followed Zou Yu out of the pharmacy. As they stepped outside, they were suddenly startled by the exuberant approach of Shi. He quickly sought refuge behind Zou Yu, but then, recalling something, he stepped back in front of her. Zou Yu made a shushing gesture towards Shi. Shi obediently crouched in place, its emerald eyes warily fixed upon Jiang Shubai. "Sister, is it a dog?" Zou Yu paused for a moment and smiled. "Indeed." Shi lowered his head, looking aggrieved. Chapter 20. Witnessing Death Without Offering Aid. Growth. Zou Yu opened the car door, signaling for Jiang Shubai to enter. Once Jiang Shubai was inside, she turned back to the pharmacy, swiftly emptying the shelves of all the medications before departing. For the remainder of the journey, Zou Yu allowed Jiang Shubai to remain in the vehicle, taking precautions against potential thieves by ensuring that Sushi stayed behind to guard Jiang Shubai. Initially, Sushi vehemently opposed this arrangement, refusing to leave Zou Yu's side. After a lengthy and earnest discussion, Zou Yu finally persuaded Sushi to stay. Sushi then began to circle the car, occasionally glancing in the direction from which its owner had departed, eagerly awaiting their return. Zou Yu meandered around the gas station, completely draining the fuel from the tanks, and then ostentatiously returned with 2 barrels of gasoline, placing them in the trunk to feign a recent refueling. Although Jiang Shubai was now accompanying her, Zou Yu still could not fully trust him. She maintained a necessary vigilance, knowing that her trump cards must remain concealed unless absolutely unavoidable. Today, Zou Yu spent an entire day outdoors, returning with a bountiful harvest. The mere acquisition of over 200 barrels of gasoline and diesel was immensely satisfying for her, not to mention the unexpected delight of recruiting a wood elemental ability user. The moment Jiang Shubai chose to accompany her, the systems team assembly mechanism automatically included Jiang Shubai among her companions, elevating her team count from 0 to 1. Zou Yu glanced at Jiang Shubai's personal information. All the details were consistent with her current knowledge, indicating that the system was also input based on known information. What does it signify if the name fades away? Shao Du. It signifies that the teammate has perished. Zou Yu softly acknowledged with a hum, pausing for a moment as she gazed at the illuminated name of Jiang Shubai, before resuming her attention to the detailed explanation provided by Shao Du regarding the grouping functionality. The grouping system also features a category for temporary teams. Zou Yu conducted some research. In temporary team formations, she is entitled to 1/3 of the experience points earned by her temporary teammates. However, with long-term collaborators like Jiang Shubai, she is able to share half of the experience points he accumulates. Defeating a regular zombie yields 100 experience points, and the more teammates she has, the swifter her progression to higher levels becomes. Zou Yu recalls that the user manual provided by the system previously mentioned that upgrades could yield various rewards, and completing level breakthrough tasks would offer even more incentives. However, she is in no rush to assemble allies. The experience points available in the early stages are more than sufficient. Establishing her own faction cannot be hurried. It requires patience, for everything must unfold in due course. At present, the foremost priority remains enabling Jiang Shubai to swiftly master his extraordinary abilities. Zou Yu noticed the level of her teammates amidst their attributes. According to Xiao Du, Jiang Shubai's enhancement of his supernatural abilities would, to a certain extent, grant Zou Yu experience points as a reward. However, since he was not the direct owner of the system, but rather a medium established through Zou Yu, he could only provide her with a maximum of half the experience points. If the host found this insufficient, Xiao Du suggested finding a partner, through whom all experience points could be shared. Zou Yu responded with a dismissive chuckle. The idea of seeking a man was no more appealing than leaping headlong into a fiery abyss. At least the latter would grant her a swift demise. With no man in her heart, her resolve was as sharp as a drawn blade. In the apocalypse, love was the most unreliable of all emotions. The memories of betrayal and abandonment from her past life lingered vividly in her mind. She had once believed that Pei Jingzhou would be her pillar of support, but the events that transpired incessantly reminded Zou Yu that the only true reliance one has is oneself. Reflecting on the moment in her previous life when Pei Jingzhou revealed his genuine affection for Su Qianluo, she couldn't help but laugh. She had sacrificed far too much for that pair of treacherous lovers, completely unaware of when their clandestine affair had begun. Zou Yu has always approached relationships with indifference, and her feelings for Pei Jingzhou are not particularly profound. Their bond stems from the shared experience of relying on each other in a post-apocalyptic world. They had resolved to continue their journey together, yet she never anticipated that her boyfriend would entangle himself with her sister. To make matters worse, nearly everyone in the team is aware of their affair. They choose to conceal it from her, even going so far as to advise her to be magnanimous. Magnanimous, indeed. Zou Yu regretted not having eliminated those two despicable individuals at that time. If given another chance, she would undoubtedly avoid repeating her past mistakes. Steering clear of Pei Jingzhou and Su Qianluo has proven to be her most prudent decision thus far. Rather than being constantly on guard against overt and covert threats while being near them, it is far more liberating to maintain a respectful distance. Zou Yu cast a glance at Jiang Shubai, who was soundly asleep in the passenger seat, her expression tranquil, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. She had never chosen to place her trust in anyone. To her, Jiang Shubai was merely a companion, useful and relatively obedient. Should she discover that he too would tread the path of betrayal, she would not hesitate to eliminate him. In the decade since the apocalypse began, Zou Yu's hands bore not only the blood of zombies, but also the blood of many of her own kind. She had slain numerous individuals with malevolent intentions. Jiang Shubai, do not make me regret saving you. On the journey back, order had begun to unravel. The supermarkets near the residential buildings that Zou Yu had just passed were already besieged by frenzied looters. Initially, there may have been attempts by the store owners or staff to intervene, but soon they were overwhelmed. At this juncture, zombies remained a minority on the streets, particularly at night when their mobility slowed significantly compared to daylight. It was precisely this reason that emboldened so many to venture out in search of supplies. The roads were increasingly filled with fleeing vehicles, yet no one knew where to escape to, for zombies lurked everywhere, leaving them to scurry through the city like headless flies. Some even resorted to violence over a mere bag of rice, revealing the depths of human nature. This was merely the beginning. Jiang Shubai leaned against the window, silently observing the chaos outside. He had never envisioned such a day, nor had he anticipated that scenes from films would manifest into reality. And it was even more terrifying than cinema portrayed. At least films had a concluding moment. This horrifying calamity held no promise of resolution. An unknown dread enveloped Jiang Shubai's heart, awakening a sense of terror within him. He curled up in his seat, exposing only his eyes to survey the surroundings. It was then that he witnessed a pregnant woman, her belly prominent, accidentally tumble to the ground, desperately calling for help. Jiang Shubai immediately sat up, poised to speak. When Zou Yu interjected, "There are 3 zombies to her left and 1 behind her. Can you save her?" Jiang Shubai paused, shaking his head in response. Zou Yu pressed the accelerator fiercely, speeding past the street. "Do you think I am cruel?" He shook his head. "To be honest, a little," he said. "In this apocalyptic world, it is not merely a game. Surviving alone is perilous enough. If I were to carry a heavily pregnant woman, do you know what might ensue? She could very well drag us down to our demise together." Zou Yu exhibited an unsettling calmness. "Do you know what type of person is least needed in an apocalyptic world? Those who lack capability, yet possess an excess of kindness. Such individuals only bring trouble upon themselves or their companions. You must not become such a person. Survival is the utmost priority at present. Once you acquire the ability to protect others, I shall never hinder your desire to save them. But for now, you are powerless." Although Jiang Shubai comprehended this, a sense of melancholy settled within him. This is a world that compels individuals to become cold-blooded and selfish. Failure to adapt to one's surroundings results in obliteration by them. He could only suppress his compassion and strive to endure. Being able to accompany his sister was already a stroke of fortune. He could not afford to burden her further. Chapter 21. A treasure discovered 2 hours later. Jiang Shubai stood anxiously in the living room. He had not anticipated that his sister resided in such a splendid environment. As the car veered increasingly off course, approaching what seemed to be the countryside, he had even prepared himself for the harsh conditions he might encounter. However, upon beholding the exquisite little villa, he was left dumbfounded. The electric rolling gate ascended, and Zou Yu parked the car in the garage, leading Jiang Shubai through the inner door into the living room. Before leaving, she had drawn all the blackout curtains, ensuring that even with the lights on, no one could see inside from the outside. Upon exiting the city, a massive power outage had already swept through, plunging the urban area into darkness, save for a few residential complexes equipped with backup power. The once brilliant city was now shrouded in shadow, the howling winds mingling with a cacophony of chaos caused by various zombies, amplifying the sense of dread. Yet, within the villa, a serene atmosphere prevailed. When Zou Yu was reconstructing the villa, he specifically ensured that the finest soundproof materials were employed, leaving no cause for concern regarding external noises that might disturb one's slumber. Moreover, the entire surveillance system within the residence has been upgraded by Zou Yu. After binding the quaint villa to Zou Yu's security hub, the safety quotient of the entire abode has significantly increased. With 360-degree monitoring that vigilantly observes every movement around the rooms, it automatically alerts the occupants upon detecting any living entity approaching, displaying remarkable human-centric design. Zou Yu, taking into account Jiang Shubai's physique, prepared an entire set of clothing for him, including intimate garments. Jiang Shubai did not even question why his sister's home possessed attire that fit him so well. He merely felt his cheeks flush at the sight of the undergarments nestled among the outer garments. After finishing her ablutions, Zou Yu stepped out to find Jiang Shubai still standing motionless in the living room. Raising an eyebrow, she inquired, "What are you doing just standing there? Go wash up. I've already prepared everything for you." Jiang Shubai glanced at Zou Yu, but remained stationary, his eyes tinged with redness. Noticing this, Zou Yu hurriedly remarked, "Don't cry. What kind of man weeps and wails like that?" Jiang Shubai sniffled and quietly uttered a thank you to her. With her keen hearing, Zou Yu certainly caught that expression of gratitude. She had always disliked such sentimental exchanges, so she pragmatically responded to Jiang Shubai. "I agreed to let you accompany me because I recognized your abilities. In a certain sense, we are mutually beneficial, so there is no need for you to thank me." Jiang Shubai was further puzzled by her words. "My abilities? What capabilities do I possess?" He reasonably suspected that his sister was merely saying this to put him at ease, and he felt deeply touched in his heart. Zou Yu resided on the first floor, while the second floor housed 6 rooms for Jiang Shubai to choose from. Demonstrating remarkable consideration, Jiang Shubai opted for the smallest room, situated further inside. The room was devoid of anything but a wardrobe and a bed. During his time washing up, Zou Yu had already filled the wardrobe with an array of garments suited to Jiang Shubai's physique, offering a delightful selection. The bed linens, duvet covers, and pillowcases had all been replaced with brand new ones. Previously clad in tattered clothing, Jiang Shubai had his arms completely covered by long sleeves. Now, donning a short-sleeved shirt, Zou Yu's gaze fell upon the impressive tattoo on his arm. Aware of Zou Yu's scrutiny, Jiang Shubai instinctively sought to retract his hand behind his back. Fearing he might startle her, Zou Yu approached and firmly grasped his wrist. Her gaze was intensely fixed on the tattoo in Jiang Shubai's hand, her eyes ablaze with fervor. Jiang Shubai attempted to retract his arm, but she tugged at him with renewed vigor. Zou Yu exerted her strength, her palm pressing firmly against his slender wrist, causing him a tinge of pain. However, Jiang Shubai dared not voice his discomfort. Instead, he endured it silently and cautiously called out, "Sister?" Suppressing her astonishment, Zou Yu inquired, "How did this come about?" Jiang Shubai's expression bore traces of anguish as he murmured, "I was previously adopted by a couple for 2 years. The uncle in that household was a tattoo artist who, when inebriated, took to inking people." Jiang Shubai's words trailed off, and Zou Yu could surmise the nature of the circumstances. Containing the excitement in her voice, as though seeking confirmation, she probed further. "Are there any other places besides your arm?" Jiang Shubai rolled up his pant leg, revealing a vividly depicted azure dragon coiling around his right leg. Its tail entwined at the ankle, the elongated and intricate body ascending along his calf and disappearing beneath the pant leg. "Have you heard? The leader of the third safe zone was slain by a wood affinity ability user." "What are the characteristics of this ability user?" "He bears tattoos on both his arms and legs, a crouching tiger on his arm and a coiling dragon on his calf." "Oh, and he seems to be merely 17. The recollections matched perfectly with the individual before her. The leader of the third safe zone had been murdered in the 5th year of the apocalypse, and indeed, Jiang Shubai had been 17 at that time. Zou Yu scrutinized Jiang Shubai, unable to fathom how he would become the formidable figure that would disrupt the tranquility of the third safe zone 5 years hence. Jiang Shubai cautiously observed Zou Yu's expression, and as she released her grip, he swiftly concealed his arm behind him, feeling momentarily like an outcast. "Sister, do you dislike my tattoos?" "I didn't mean to hide them. I simply..." "Don't jump to conclusions. I don't dislike them. Moreover, it is your own body. As long as you are content with it, that's what truly matters. If anyone dares to speak ill, just give them a good slap across the face. Do you understand?" Jiang Shubai nodded. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Zou Yu could not possibly associate him with that esteemed figure. However, every criterion aligned perfectly. Within a span of 5 years, he had the potential to emerge as a formidable force, undoubtedly possessing exceptional abilities. To her surprise, a casual encounter had led her to discover a true gem. Zou Yu was particularly pleased with this. "Can you cook and clean?" He nodded. Zou Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she began to make arrangements. "From now on, all cooking and cleaning at home will be entrusted to you. You may freely access all rooms except for the locked one, and all equipment is at your disposal. Sister, do you have any dietary restrictions or particular cuisines you prefer?" "None at all. Just cook as you wish. If you need anything, feel free to ask me." He nodded in agreement. Zou Yu descended the stairs and reclined on the sofa, indulging in the television series she had downloaded on her tablet. Jiang Shubai entered the kitchen to prepare a meal, opening the double-door refrigerator, which was brimming with ingredients. At a loss for where to begin, he looked helplessly towards Zou Yu. "Sister, what would you like to eat today?" Zou Yu pondered for a moment, then retrieved a hefty volume titled Culinary Delights for 365 days from her space, feigning the act of pulling it from a drawer. Before handing it to Jiang Shubai, she suggested following the recipes within, utilizing whatever ingredients were available. Jiang Shubai gazed at the substantial, pristine book, intrigued by the presence of such a tome in her household. He couldn't help but steal a glance at Zou Yu, finding it hard to believe that she was someone who would engage in the art of cooking. "Zou Yu, why are you staring at me? Do I have something on my face?" Jiang Shubai quickly shook his head and hurriedly opened a refrigerator to retrieve the ingredients. Zou Yu casually opened the upper drawer and took out a box of milk for him. "Heat it up for yourself and drink it before bed," she said. Jiang Shubai was taken aback by her thoughtfulness. 1 box each day. I will replenish it once you finish, understood? He nodded in agreement. Zou Yu mumbled something about still being too thin before returning to the sofa to continue watching the drama. Meanwhile, Jiang Shubai's heart had already been warmed. While cooking, he would occasionally glance towards the sofa in the living room. Seeing Zou Yu reclining there brought him an immense sense of tranquility. Chapter 22, A Late-Night Visitor. Zou Yu appeared to be engrossed in watching television, yet in reality, she was meticulously organizing the memories of her past life. She had divided her tablet screen to create a memorandum, inscribing significant events and important figures that she could recall. Additionally, she documented the larger munitions depots they had encountered during their previous excursions in search of resources. Some of these had long been emptied by others, leaving them with little to salvage. Each major safe zone possessed its own arsenal, with the number of superhumans and the quantity of weaponry serving as measures of safe zones' worth. Moreover, as the apocalypse progressed, the trials faced by humanity became increasingly brutal. A moment's negligence could lead to demise. The equipment necessary for constructing a safe zone was largely available within Zou Yu's spatial realm. Even items not pre-prepared could be procured from the system's marketplace. However, the cost of munitions was exorbitant, and since superhumans were able to make purchases, accumulation of resources remained a personal endeavor. Before undertaking any task, Zou Yu habitually formulates a series of meticulous plans. Contemplating every conceivable possibility, she has constructed an elaborate blueprint for herself. At this moment, no one could have anticipated that the lines sketched in her memorandum would one day materialize into a tangible reality. Nor could anyone foresee that this safe haven would become a coveted sanctuary in a post-apocalyptic world. Initially, Zou Yu merely aspired to be an unrestrained and liberated being, yet she eventually assembled a formidable team of allies, transforming into a presence that none would dare to belittle. To attain a strength that rivals that of the authorities, the acquisition of arms is indispensable. The firearms and ammunition she procured suffice for individual use, yet they would undoubtedly prove insufficient for a larger group. Zou Yu lacked a precise understanding of quantities, yet she was acutely aware that an abundance of these items was undoubtedly preferable. Delving into the recesses of her past memories, she identified a rough direction and unfurled a map to chart a course. Although she possessed a general sense of the area, the exact location remained elusive. A fruitless endeavor would certainly be a regrettable outcome. Zou Yu was in deep thought when Xiao Du suddenly spoke up. "Master, have you forgotten about me? Could you assist me in finding something?" Xiao Yu remained skeptical. Through the course of their interactions, she had discerned that although this artificial intelligence exhibited a remarkable semblance of humanity, it was, in truth, bound by certain regulations and could not assist her in every regard. Before her appeared the interface of the system's marketplace, which she scrolled through, pausing at a particular item. Treasure-seeking device. Attribute, Grade A. Zou Yu's eyes brightened as she sat up straight. She opened the introduction and usage instructions of the treasure-seeking device. Upon entering a target, it would mark the location on the map. It cannot be used to search for living beings, but it is permanently usable, requiring 1,000 gold coins to activate each time, with the detection range increasing according to the level of the binder. In other words, as I level up, the treasure-seeking device will also upgrade accordingly. Yes, Master. Over the past 3 months, she had completed numerous tasks, yet her character level was only 5. While her ability level remained at 0, it seemed that she would have to wait until her abilities awakened before it could be activated. The detection range of a level 5 treasure-seeking device is 500 meters, which is sufficient. Zou Yu glanced at the price. Only 38,888, fair and square, with a promise of 10-fold compensation for any deception. Zou Yu was rendered speechless. Could your advertisements be any more cliché? Baidu replied calmly, Master. All product data is derived from the analysis of information available on the human network. If you're dissatisfied, you may opt for an alternative. What alternative could possibly exist? In the next moment, the promotional message transformed once more. The system manufacturing factory has gone bankrupt. The owner has eloped with his sister-in-law. Premium treasure hunting devices are being sold at a loss. Only 38,888. You can't go wrong. You can't be deceived. Xiao Yu smiled. However, Upon glancing at her balance, her smile faded. A treasure-hunting device required 39,000 gold coins, yet after toiling for 3 months, she had only managed to amass 37,000. She was still short by 2,000 coins. Moreover, it was necessary to spend an additional 1,000 coins to activate the device after purchasing it. Zou Yu hastily calculated that she needed to earn at least 3,000 gold coins. Each zombie defeated yielded 100 experience points and 1 gold coin, meaning she would have to vanquish 3,000 zombies to accumulate the required amount, which was exceedingly time-consuming and labor-intensive. If someone could assist in sharing the burden, it would alleviate the situation significantly. The pressing priority was to ensure Jiang Shubai swiftly mastered his supernatural abilities. Zoe could not help but glance at Jiang Shubai, who was bustling about in the kitchen. She rose and made her way outside. "Sister, where are you going?" Jiang Shubai quickly called out, asking her this question. "To tend to the dogs," she replied as she opened the door. Upon hearing her voice, the 4 dogs, Sishi and Sansi, rushed out from the shed, eagerly crowding around Zou Yu, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they gazed up at her. Zou Yu felt that if wolves were not inherently devoid of the habit of wagging their tails, these 5 would surely be furiously swinging theirs, each exuding an increasingly fervent demeanor akin to that of an ardent admirer. Particularly, Sisi clung to Zou Yu's waist with its paws, unwilling to let go, incessantly licking the back of her hand while emitting a soft, contented whine from its throat. Zou Yu gently scratched its head, her gaze tender. "Are you hungry?" Thanks to the system's preservation function, all supplies entering the system's space maintain their pristine state, allowing the wolf cubs to feast upon fresh meat. In a world where even a morsel of meat is a rarity, Zou Yu ensures that her beloved pets receive only the finest quality sustenance. She filled a large basin with meat, taking into account that the other 4 wolf cubs, while robust due to the system's influence, remained but young pups. Hence, she thoughtfully mixed in specialized protein powder to bolster their growing bodies. The experience gained from the beasts they vanquished directly accumulates to Zou Yu, making Joy and the others significant contributors to her treasure trove of gold coins. Once they had their fill, Zou Yu brought over a water hose, intending to give them a thorough wash in the yard. She had stocked up on various pet supplies, knowing that animal shampoos are generally universal, particularly for Joy, who had spent the day with her outdoors. Stained with blood, she felt a twinge of concern despite knowing that Joy was immune to infection. Just as she prepared to turn on the hose, Joy and the others suddenly emitted low growls, their bodies poised in vigilance as they stared intently at the door, their emerald eyes reflecting the moonlight, filled with alertness. Zou Yu also sensed the impending danger. She heard the sound of a car approaching, growing ever closer. Zou Yu cast aside the water pipe and turned to leave, pulling open the door to beckon Shi and Sansi to enter. Sansi stood at the doorway like vigilant sentinels, while Shi had already positioned himself beside Zou Yu, maintaining a watchful stance. His limbs tensed as if poised to lunge and sever the enemy's throat at any moment. "Come in. Have you chosen to disobey?" Zou Yu raised her voice. Shi softly called out, and 1, 2, 3, 4 walked while glancing back. 5 imposing dogs surged into the living room, which had been spacious but was now rendered somewhat cramped. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Shubai emerged from the kitchen, holding the prepared dishes, only to be confronted unexpectedly by a gaping maw. Air grinned foolishly at Jiang Shubai, bearing sharp teeth stained with remnants of meat. Jiang Shubai fixated on those glistening green eyes, and suddenly an epiphany struck him. Images of wolves flashed through his mind. Observing the drooping tail and razor-sharp claws, he became increasingly convinced. Jiang Shubai's legs grew weak, and with a trembling voice, he stammered, Sister, these are not dogs, are they?" Zou Yu raised an eyebrow and questioned, "If it is not a dog, then what could it be?" Jiang Shubai, somewhat skeptical, ventured his guess, "A wolf?" Zou Yu cast an appreciative glance at him, remarking on his perceptiveness. Jiang Shubai's legs gave way completely, with the last vestige of strength. He placed the plate upon the table and then sank to the floor. Observing the peculiar behavior of humanity, 1122 approached him, leaving him utterly frozen in place. so frightened that he forgot to retreat. 1122, come here. You have frightened him, Zou Yu called out. In response to his voice, 1122 turned around, casting a pitiful glance at Zou Yu. Zou Yu gently stroked the fur of her beloved pet, her gaze fixed upon the television screen. The expansive 120-inch LCD television was connected to surveillance cameras positioned in 4 cardinal directions. The upper left corner displayed a view of the entrance and the intersection, where a light was visibly approaching, gradually drawing nearer before making a turn towards a residence. It seemed as though the occupant of the vehicle knew that someone resided there. The car came to a precise halt at her doorstep. In the next moment, the infrared detection camera marked the movement at the intersection, and as she glanced over, her furrowed brow instantly relaxed. Indeed, it seemed that one's desires were readily fulfilled. Chapter 23, The Laborer. Playing the fool amidst the tiger, the group of individuals appeared to have engaged in some reckless activity, inadvertently attracting a horde of zombies. Initially, this sparsely populated rural area was relatively safe, with only a few wandering zombies on the roads. However, the actions of those people in the vehicle had drawn an alarming number of them to the vicinity. Zou Yu roughly estimated that there were at least hundreds of them. To Zou Yu, this dense throng appeared as a veritable sea of experience points and gold. Someone is approaching. Remain here and do not venture outside. After giving her instructions to Jiang Shubai, Zou Yu ascended the staircase accompanied by the 4 companions, known as Si and Ir Sansi. In a discreet location where Jiang Shubai could not observe, she secured all but Si within the pet sanctuary, leaving only Si behind. Subsequently, she cut off the power supply to the entire building. The surveillance system operated on a separate circuit, independent of the room's electrical system. After turning off the television, she utilized her tablet to monitor the activities of the individuals gathered at the entrance. A man clad in a denim jacket with shoulder-length hair was attempting to unlock the iron gate. Zou Yu magnified the image on her screen, observing a concentrated burst of fire energy forming in his palm, which swiftly melted the expensive lock she had purchased. It was no wonder he moved with such audacity. He was an ability wielder. The other 2, a man and a woman, appeared to be seasoned fighters. The man dispatched a lunging zombie with a powerful kick and then urged the long-haired man to hasten his actions. The long-haired man pushed open the iron gate, and the trio hurriedly retreated inside. Meanwhile, another individual circled the yard, locating the large lock intended for securing the garage door, and firmly locked the iron gate. Zou Yu descended the stairs, holding several candles. Jiang Shubai sat nervously on the sofa, clearly aware of the unwelcome visitor outside, yet he dared not venture out. Zou Yu placed the candle upon the tea table and lit it, uttering words of reassurance. Do not worry. You may continue your meal. Si undicesimo. Evidently sensing the impending danger, paced anxiously in the entrance hall. Zou Yu approached the entrance and opened the door. The 3 individuals were startled by the sudden noise from behind. The sounds of the wind and the eerie groans of the zombies grew unmistakably louder. Jiang Shubai could no longer stomach his meal. He gazed at Zou Yu in terror, his face pale as a ghost. Zou Yu turned around, gesturing for him to take his belongings upstairs to his room. Once Jiang Shubai's figure vanished at the staircase, Zou Yu redirected her gaze to the 3 individuals before her. They had never anticipated that anyone would reside in this remote village. However, they had observed from a distance that the house's decor was quite attractive and sturdily built, surely capable of withstanding the test of time. Noticing that only a woman occupied the home, the 2 men let out a sigh of relief. Yet the woman accompanying them regarded Zou Yu with a distinctly unfriendly gaze. At times, a person's animosity can emerge from the most inexplicable sources. But Zou Yu remained indifferent to the opinions of others. As Zou Yu scrutinized them, they too were assessing the owner of the villa. The 2 men exchanged glances, swiftly reaching an unspoken understanding. The man with short hair discreetly signaled to the one with long hair, who immediately understood and stepped forward, assuring, "Do not be afraid. We harbor no ill intentions." Zou Yu pondered where they discerned her fear. Why engage in idle chatter when they could simply expel her? The girl spoke, entwining her arm around the short-haired man's, her voice laced with affection. "Darling, I dislike her. Could you please drive her away? Enough of this nonsense, he replied. If we open the door now, we're all finished. No sooner had he uttered these words than a ghastly cacophony erupted from the horde of zombies, attempting to break through the door. The lock rattling ominously in response to their relentless assault. Jiang Shubai was deeply concerned for Zou Yu, unable to swallow a morsel of food. He quietly positioned himself by the window, peering down to the street below, oblivious to the discussions taking place. Unable to discern their words, he cracked the window slightly, allowing the sound of the wind to mingle with the voices outside. We wish to stay in your place for a few days. As a girl, you can hardly fathom the dangers lurking here. We can also ensure your safety, provided you supply us with food. What seemed like a negotiation offered Zou Yu no genuine opportunity to decline. The system extended a temporary team invitation to her. With experience points being offered so readily, Zou Yu had no intention of refusing. However, before consenting to the team, she needed to clarify a particular rule. Could temporary teammates dissolve the alliance at any moment? Indeed, they could. Zou Yu cast a glance at them, beckoning, "Please come in." The two men exchanged glances of delight, their eyes betraying a blend of admiration and avarice towards Zou Yu, while the woman entered with evident reluctance, shooting a glare in Zou Yu's direction. As they crossed the threshold, they were nearly toppled by Shi's exuberance. Zou Yu promptly called out, Shi." The creature redirected its attention, bounding over to Zou Yu and obediently standing beside her. "What kind of creature are you?" the woman questioned brusquely. Zou Yu returned the sentiment with equal disdain, giving her a pointed look. Frustrated, the woman exclaimed, "Darling, look at her." The man, addressed as darling by the woman, was utterly captivated by Zou Yu's enigmatic aura and her strikingly cold visage, rendering him oblivious to his girlfriend's remarks. Instead, he sought to placate Zou Yu, saying, "Please, don't take it to heart. My girlfriend has a bit of temper." Zou Yu, feeling indifferent towards them, would not have tolerated their unruly behavior had it not been for her need to find a few temporary laborers. They claimed to be merely borrowing her space, yet they treated it as their own, rummaging through her belongings as soon as they entered. Having fled since morning, they had gone an entire day without a meal, and now, as they finally paused to rest, their stomachs growled with hunger. Coincidentally, before their arrival, Jiang Shubai had been preparing a meal, and the enticing aroma of food wafted from the kitchen, prompting them to instinctively glance towards Zou Yu. Zou Yu spread her hands, expressing her predicament. "I have nothing left. We just finished eating before you arrived. This house is newly moved into, and I have not prepared any food. Moreover, there is a power outage, rendering me unable to cook." In truth, had Zou Yu desired, she could have easily provided a meal for them. Yet, on what grounds could she do so? "I have planted vegetables at the entrance, and there is a nearby farm, but I dare not venture out." Upon hearing about the farm, a few of them could hardly contain themselves, as if they had caught a whiff of tantalizing barbecue. Zou Yu remarked, "I happen to have some barbecue essentials." With the conversation reaching this point, the two men exchanged glances, seemingly still hesitating. Zou Yu added fuel to the fire. "If you are afraid, then so be it. I shall search for something to quell our hunger." She dramatically flung open the refrigerator, sweeping all its contents into the void, leaving only an empty shell behind. Then, with a forlorn expression, she extracted a solitary egg and inquired, "There is but one egg remaining. Shall I boil it?" "You must have hidden the food." The woman suddenly erupted. Zou Yu displayed an expression of innocence, saying, "I had no idea you intended to stay in my house. Why would you want to hide things?" She then turned to Xiao Meng and asked, "Do you feel like having barbecued meat?" Xiao Meng glanced at her boyfriend, a hint of worry crossing her features, but her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. In a sweet, coaxing voice, she called out, "Chengge." Zhao Jun, the man with long hair, drew back the curtains to survey the horde of zombies outside. Having lost their target, the mass of zombies that had gathered at the door began to disperse. He thought that if they could take them out one by one, it might be feasible, though the sheer number was still daunting. "May I inquire about the location of the farm?" Zou Yu walked over and pointed toward the nearby farm on the left, kindly offering directions. "I can open the side gate for you. There's a narrow path that leads directly to the farm. As long as we clear the zombies to the west, it will surely be no problem." "You make it sound so easy. If you're so capable, why don't you go? Retorted Xiao Ming, her frustration ignited by Zou Yu's calm demeanor, causing her to erupt in anger. Zou Yu cast a glance at her, perplexed and bewildered. It is you who wish to partake in sustenance. I merely offer a route and feasible methods. How have I become the villain in this scenario? At most, she desired to earn a few coins. What fault could she possibly bear? Chapitre 24, A temporary alliance. Fools, although the experience gained from this impromptu collaboration amounted to merely a third, the entirety of the gold coins would be solely acquired by Zou Yu. It was a matter of exploiting connections. Zou Yu hardly concerned herself with their fates. She had presented an idea, but whether they acted upon it was entirely their prerogative. Before long, the two men conferred and resolved to undertake the venture. Zou Yu opened the side door, allowing them to exit, leaving only herself and Xiao Ming in the living room. Xiao Ming unceremoniously took a seat on the sofa, her eyes brimming with disdain for Zou Yu. Zou Yu leaned against the bar in the restaurant, sipping water, her face radiating an air of tranquility. You must have concealed all the food, hoping to entice my husband into taking risks. Zou Yu raised an eyebrow and inquired, what enmity do I have with you that warrants such actions? Furthermore, in this tumultuous world, as a woman of delicate constitution, I can hardly afford to have two individuals safeguarding my happiness. How could I possibly wish harm upon them? What gives my boyfriend the obligation to protect you? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming's temper flared, and she stood up, glaring at Zou Yu. I knew it. Your agreement to let us in was merely a ploy to covet my boyfriend. Do you truly believe he possesses the extraordinary abilities to shield you? Do not even entertain such thoughts. Extraordinary abilities? Zou Yu suddenly recalled that, as of now, there is no overarching term officially designated for those with extraordinary abilities. The pioneers among these awakened individuals refer to their peculiar transformations as superpowers, while others, with a touch of youthful exuberance, liken them to spells, each with their own interpretations. Zhao Jun, a fire-type abilities user, and Zhang Chun, a strength-type abilities user, displayed commendable skills by managing to escape unscathed from the relentless onslaught of countless zombies. Yet, one must ponder, what significance does this hold? This environment is not one where mere competence ensures survival. While conversing with Xiao Ming, Zou Yu's experience points and gold coins began to increment, indicating that they had commenced the eradication of zombies. After exiting the city, Zhao Jun and Zhang Chun deliberated and concluded that, should they reside here for an extended period, constantly evading the multitude of zombies was not a sustainable strategy. They decided to clear out the nearby undead, thereby fostering a safer environment. It was imperative not to allow such a horde to linger. Upon their escape from the city, they had discerned the zombies' vulnerabilities and realized that targeting the head was their Achilles heel, which led them to consistently attack that area. They continued their cleansing journey until they reached the breeding farm. Zou Yu stood by the window, gazing at two figures entering the livestock farm, counting the coins gained, 17 coins. Not too shabby. The commotion caused by their sheep capture stirred a chaotic uproar among the animals, the cacophony resonating starkly in the tranquil night. Soon, the disturbance attracted the wandering zombies in the vicinity. From the house, one could observe dark silhouettes gradually encircling the farm. Zombies are particularly sensitive to light, sound, and scent, especially the scent of blood. In order to facilitate their escape with the sheep, Zhao Jun and Zhang Chun had slaughtered the animals right there on the farm. The zombies, initially approaching slowly, became frenzied upon catching the whiff of fresh blood. They surrounded the livestock farm, an increasing number of zombies gathering around, banging against the doors and windows with a resounding clamor. Zou Yu truly did not anticipate that they could be so foolish. Capturing rabbits and chickens would suffice. Their insatiable greed ultimately led to their own downfall. Before humans transformed into supernatural beings, they were merely ordinary zombies when infected. However, if they were to be infected after becoming supernatural beings, they would prove to be far more challenging to eliminate than typical zombies, and they would evolve more readily. Zou Yu wished to eliminate any potential threats. Xiao Ming, witnessing the zombies surrounding the farm, felt a surge of panic and began to blame Zou Yu. It's all your fault. If you hadn't mentioned the farm, they wouldn't have come here. If anything were to happen to my husband or Jungo, You shall pay with your life. Zou Yu was amused by the foolish remarks. Do you truly believe that if anything were to happen to them, I would allow you to remain here? Those who live under another's roof must possess the awareness that comes with such a situation. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to ask you to leave at once. Xiao Meng, upon witnessing the terrifying horde of zombies outside, felt a wave of fear wash over her, and her complexion turned pale. She feigned composure and stated, "Are you not afraid that I might share your words with my husband? By uttering such sentiments to me now, do you genuinely think I wouldn't be inclined to send you away immediately? Do you dare?" Zou Yu, having exhausted her patience, cornered her decisively. Just as Xiao Meng was about to push Zou Yu away, she suddenly heard Zou Yu exclaim, "Sishi." In that instant, she heard a light patter of footsteps ascending the staircase, and a colossal figure emerged from around the corner, standing fiercely beside Zou Yu. Xiao Meng stared in terror at the fearsome beast, nearly paralyzed with fright, her face drained of color as she bit her lip, unable to utter a single word. "If you utter another word of nonsense, I shall command it to bite you. And let me remind you, Sishi is a carnivorous creature. I have not fed it for an entire day." As if comprehending its master's words, Sishi moved slightly closer to Xiao Meng, lowering its head to sniff her, revealing its sharp fangs. The unique warmth of the animal wafted over Xiao Meng's face, sending chills down her spine. She sat frozen on the ground, silently shedding tears. Zou Yu gently caressed Romainater elf's ears. "You stay here and keep watch over her." After uttering these words, Zou Yu ascended the stairs, leaving Si to guard Xiao Meng in place. Ever since the system upgraded the beast companions, Si had become far more astute than before, now capable of comprehending Zou Yu's simple commands. This enhancement was most agreeable to Zou Yu. After Zou Yu ascended to the second floor, she proceeded directly to Jiang Shubai's room. Since the arrival of that group of individuals into the villa, Jiang Shubai had been engulfed by a profound concern for Zou Yu's safety. Inside the room, he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, reluctant to defy his sister's admonitions by recklessly descending the stairs, leaving him in a state of anxious agitation. The moment he heard footsteps approaching from outside, he seized a vase from the room and positioned himself behind the door, fearing that those nefarious individuals intended to inspect the premises. He was prepared to confront them in a desperate bid. In the next instant, the door swung open. "I will fight you to the end," he proclaimed, raising the vase to strike. However, Zou Yu, with remarkable swiftness, grasped the vase from his hands, simultaneously securing his wrist with her other hand, deftly neutralizing his force with a graceful maneuver. As he teetered on the brink of falling, she effortlessly seized his collar and, using that momentum, propelled him onto the bed. Zou Yu leaned against the door and teasingly remarked, "The idea is commendable, though your skills could use some improvement." Jiangsu's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. "Sister." Zou Yu raised her hand to gesture for silence, then approached him and said, "I have a task for you." "Sister, please go ahead." Zou Yu tossed a packet of seeds to him, saying, "For this period, remain in your room and hone your extraordinary abilities. You may only emerge when you can open the door using your own power." Jiang Shubai replied, "Sister, I do not comprehend a word you say." Chapter 25. The encounter with the supernatural. Do you recall the plants that had suddenly flourished in the pharmacy? Jiang Shubai nodded, and suddenly, as if a realization dawned upon him, he asked Zou Yu with a hint of skepticism, "Are you suggesting that I was responsible for those things?" No wonder she had advised him to maintain control. No wonder upon their return, she had removed all the houseplants. Reflecting on this, Jiang Shubai lowered his head in guilt. "Sister, I am sorry, it is all my fault." Zou Yu urged him to lift his gaze. "Your abilities are not something for which you should apologize. You simply have yet to fully master your extraordinary powers. What I require of you is to familiarize yourself with your abilities as swiftly as possible. You cannot remain sheltered under the protection of others indefinitely. You must acquire the strength to safeguard yourself. I cannot remain by your side forever. Thus you must grow stronger." As Zou Yu uttered these words, her mind involuntarily drifted to scenes from her past life. At that time, she had left Su Qianluo at home while she ventured out in search of supplies. Upon returning, she found Su Qianluo on the brink of being bullied. In a swift act of vengeance, she eliminated the assailant and took Su Qianluo to a safer location, where she began to impart skills for evasion and self-preservation. These were lessons she had once shared with Su Qianluo, pouring her heart into the hope that the latter would possess the means to survive in a post-apocalyptic world. Little did she anticipate that one day, the very blade she entrusted to Su Qianluo would be turned against her. Contemplating this, Zou Yu's gaze dimmed, and her tone took on a hint of indifference. I have kept you by my side precisely because of your unique abilities. Should you fail to swiftly master them and become my ally, I shall reconsider your place here. In truth, Zou Yu had already resolved in her heart not to let Jiang Shubai depart, for compliant ability wielder was a rarity indeed. After she spoke, Jiang Shubai's expression shifted, and he reached out to grasp Zou Yu's hand. Zou Yu instinctively recoiled. She was not accustomed to the touch of others. Jiang Su's eyes shimmered with a plea. Sister, please do not cast me aside. I am capable of cooking and managing household chores, and I shall never betray you. Zou Yu gazed at him, remaining silent for a moment. Jiang Shubai pleaded, Sister, I beg you, if you abandon me as well, I truly will have nowhere to go. Ultimately, she could not suppress a sigh. Very well, take your time to practice. I do not expect you to be able to slay zombies immediately, but you must at least master this ability. Otherwise, we may find ourselves unable to have even a single houseplant in our home. Imagine if one day, your emotions spiral out of control and the house becomes overrun with branches. I would genuinely lose my composure. He nodded slowly, cautiously inquiring, Sister, you are not going to drive me away, are you? Zou Yu lightly tapped his head, unable to discern whether he was simply being foolish. I've already promised to let you accompany me. How could I possibly allow you to leave? I understand. Sister, you only wish to provoke me into action. I shall strive diligently. Whatever you desire, I will exert every ounce of my strength to achieve. Rest assured, dear sister, I will certainly safeguard us. Zou Yu refrained from undermining the young man's confidence, offering a half-hearted encouragement and presenting him with a handful of candy and chocolate before departing. As she was closing the door, she paused, turning back to glance at Jiang Shubai. Jiang Shubai, grinning foolishly with his palm full of sweets, quickly lowered his hand upon meeting Zou Yu's gaze, inquiring, Sister, is there anything else? Zou Yu, refrain from consuming excessive sugar. It is detrimental to your teeth. I understand. The sound of the door closing masked Zou Yu's barely audible sigh. If it were within her power, she would wish for Jiang Shubai to forever retain his innocence. However, the past is no more. Such naivety, while indeed a rare virtue, becomes a target for exploitation in a world ravaged by calamity. Having grown up in an orphanage, he remained oblivious to the malevolence of society. The greatest adversity he had faced was merely being returned to the orphanage time and again. Despite having witnessed the brutal realities of a post-apocalyptic world, he was still unprepared for the harsh demands of survival. Zou Yu could have easily captured a few zombies and confined herself with them to awaken her latent abilities, for the human spirit's resolve to survive in adversity is unparalleled, and one's potential can be maximally unleashed in such dire circumstances. Yet, she refrained from taking such actions. Despite having crawled back from a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood, and having traversed the depths of hell, feeling her heart had grown cold, she still found herself instinctively yearning to protect the boy's innocence. Unbeknownst to her, Zou Yu was attempting to atone for her past regrets. Before departing, she had contemplated locking the door against Jiang Shubai, only to realize it was unnecessary. If he truly wished to strive, locking the door would serve no purpose. And if he lacked the desire to try, then locking it would be even more superfluous. Zou Yu stepped out onto the balcony of the second floor, wielding a sniper rifle. She stood poised, adjusting the night vision scope, directing it toward the location of the farm. Typically, a farm would not attract an excessive number of zombies. Thus, when Zou Yu constructed the farm, she did not employ reinforced materials. The entrance had been forcefully breached by Zhao Jun, employing the same brutish method he had used to enter her premises previously. Their method of intrusion illuminated a vulnerability for Zou Yu. Although the security of her villa had improved, it only served to deter mindless zombies. Against cunning and resourceful humans, It was fundamentally ineffective, and even less so against those with supernatural abilities. Consequently, she realized the necessity of contemplating alternative strategies. Despite its remoteness, the area was not entirely devoid of visitors. Should more formidable adversaries arrive in the future, it would pose significant complications. With these thoughts in mind, Zou Yu calmly affixed a silencer, loaded the subsonic ammunition, and took her first shot of the evening. The bullet sliced through the air, striking a zombie squarely in the back of its head, causing it to collapse instantly. Without hesitation, she prepared for the next target. 30 rounds were fired, each meticulously executed without a single shot wasted. Zou Yu rubbed her neck, slightly sore from the recoil, detached the magazine, and filled it with bullets, preparing for the next round of cleansing. Soon, the vicinity of the farm was strewn with corpses. She stowed her weapon, glanced at her accumulating gold coins, and noted that, in conjunction with the zombies cleared by Zou Yu and Zhang Chun along the way, she had gained a total of 97. Her experience points had surged by over 6,000. Just a little more than 1,000 experience points were needed to reach level 6. The transition from level 5 to 6 required a breakthrough task, and the experience points needed for subsequent levels would only increase, with tasks growing increasingly arduous. Yet, it is precisely this difficulty that brings forth challenge, which Zou Yu eagerly anticipated. Zou Yu and Zhang Chun desperately barricaded the entrance to the farm. They could hear strange noises from outside, yet could not discern whether they were gunshots. All they knew was that with each muffled sound, a heavy object seemed to collapse. Zhang Chun perched atop a haystack, peering out the window, only to be startled into a state of dread by the sight that met his eyes. He was confronted by a ghost. Chapter 26. Quarrels and schemes. Zombies lay scattered across the ground, their brain matter splattered everywhere, and some corpses bore clear bullet holes in the back of their heads. The metallic scent of blood lingered in the air, mingling with an odd stench that provoked nausea. Unable to contain himself, Zhang Chun retched as he descended from the haystack. Soon, he realized an even more terrifying truth. There existed a person more horrifying than the zombies themselves, yet neither party knew the other's whereabouts. Given the current scene, it seemed that this entity stood within the ranks of humanity. However, they swiftly came to another realization. What if this farm belonged to that formidable figure lurking in the shadows? Would that not mean they had taken his possessions? Zhang Chun felt a pang of anxiety. Although Zou Yu was equally frightened, he managed to mask his fear more effectively and retained a semblance of rationality, still capable of independent thought. Let us not jump to conclusions, he urged. If it truly is that big shot-ass property, why did he not stop us before we arrived at the farm? This indicates he is indifferent to our actions. Moreover, I just observed those zombies. They all met their demise from bullets to the brain, suggesting the possibility that the enigmatic figure is merely an ordinary person skilled with firearms. Zhang Chun, however, countered Zou Yu's analysis. Have you ever seen an ordinary person shoot with such precision? What kind of household has access to such weaponry? After a moment's reflection, Zou Yu conceded. The two continued to dissect their thoughts as they returned to the villa, entirely oblivious to any suspicion regarding Zou Yu. In truth, the calm demeanor exhibited by a solitary woman in the face of such a scene was not something the average person could muster. Yet the two men were completely blinded, incapable of considering any alternative. After Zou Yu dealt with the zombies, he holstered his firearm and descended the stairs. Sushi obediently stood guard over Xiaoming, remaining utterly still, while Xiaoming, frightened to an unnatural pallor, trembled slightly all over, daring only to steal glances at Sushi, terrified of locking eyes with her. Upon hearing her master's footsteps, Sushi turned eagerly towards the staircase. Zou Yu sat on the sofa and beckoned to Sishi. Sishi bounded over, leaping onto the sofa with its front paws, nuzzling its head affectionately against Zou Yu's shoulder. Zou Yu gently patted its head, smiling softly, such a good one. Xiaoming squatted quietly, stifling her sobs. Although she was no longer there to guard her, the sense of threat lingered intensely. Rest assured, I have no ill intentions towards you. I merely wish for peaceful coexistence. Peaceful coexistence? Is this truly the demeanor of someone seeking harmony? Xiaoming found herself at a loss for words. She gestured towards a nearby sofa, Come sit. They will return shortly. Upon hearing that her husband would soon be back, Xiaoming felt a surge of reassurance, emboldening her to meet Zou Yu's gaze, though her eyes seemed to harbor a smoldering resentment. Zou Yu was well aware of what women were thinking. She simply did not regard them with any seriousness. With a casual tone, she remarked, "If one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. However, should you intend to create trouble upon their return, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." I did not, Xiaoming retorted defiantly. Zou Yu pinched the claws of Shi, her tone indifferent. "I hope not. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to let Shi indulge in a feast." Upon hearing this, Shi turned to gaze at her, emitting a low whimper that resonated with the chill of the moonlight, its sharp fangs glinting ominously, exuding an air of danger. Xiaoming, frightened, buried her head in her knees, her eyes occasionally drifting towards the window, filled with a helpless longing for her boyfriend's return. After a while, Zou Yu noticed that they were waiting by the side door and opened it to let them in. Zhao Jun dropped the sheep he had dragged on the ground and proceeded to wash his blood-stained hands by the nearby water pipe. Meanwhile, a figure bolted through the door, crying out "husband," as she leapt into Zhang Chen's embrace. Li Xiaoming clung to Zhang Chen, silent yet weeping. Although Zhang Chen found the situation somewhat peculiar, he relished the affectionate gesture from his girlfriend. With his clean hand, he gently stroked Li Xiaoming's head, softly reassuring her. "What's wrong, Xiaoming? Were you scared?" Li Xiaoming pointed accusingly at Zou Yu, voicing her complaint. "After you left, this woman began to bully me. Woe is me. Husband, could you please send her away?" She is truly terrifying. Zou Yu raised an eyebrow and gently nudged Shi, who stood beside her, with her foot when they turned to look at her. She explained, "I apologize. It seems my pet startled your girlfriend unexpectedly. I have already reprimanded it." Li Xiaoming retorted, "It was clearly you who instructed it to frighten me." Upon witnessing Li Xiaoming's unwavering determination, Zou Yu feigned helplessness as she glanced at the two, refraining from uttering a word in defense. One was aggressive while the other maintained a calm demeanor. It was evident to anyone who observed that one was being unreasonable, especially since Zou Yu appeared far from petty. "All right, Xiaoming, cease your antics." She would never resort to such underhanded behavior behind someone's back. Zhang Chen, knowing his girlfriend best, patted Song Xiaoming on the shoulder in an attempt to pacify her, but this only had the opposite effect. "You dare speak in favor of another woman? Did you not hear me when I said she was bullying me? Or have you two been clandestinely involved behind my back? I question why you had to stop here. Perhaps you're already acquainted." Song Xiaoming's accusations escalated, even dragging past quarrels into the fray, mentioning Zhang Chen's previous flirtations with other women. In the presence of his friends and a beautiful woman, Song Xiaoming showed no regard for her own dignity. Zhang Chen, unable to contain himself any longer, slapped Song Xiaoming. "Enough. How long will this chaos continue? With you around, I have not known a single day of peace. You actually struck me? You've never done that before." After delivering the slap, Zhang Chen found himself momentarily stunned. As he attempted to explain, Song Xiaoming was beyond listening. She forcefully shook off his grip and declared, "I want to break up with you." With that, she turned to leave, yanking open the side door. Quick as a flash, Zhang Chen seized her arm. "Have you lost your mind? Do you not comprehend the dangers outside? Regardless, you no longer care about me. Why should you concern yourself with my fate? If you trust that woman, then go live your life with her." Zou Yu observed the commotion between the two, feeling an overwhelming headache. One was a girlfriend, entangled in confusion and unable to discern the situation, while the other was an unfaithful boyfriend, harboring distrust and a propensity for violence. In the midst of this chaotic trio was a friend, embroiled in an argument, who was oblivious to the turmoil and attempted to flirt with her. The dynamics among these three individuals were indeed exceedingly delicate. Zou Yu coldly averted her gaze from Zhao Jun's penetrating stare, turning instead to the storeroom where she retrieved the barbecue equipment and seasonings, placing them in the courtyard. Zhang Chen, after much effort, finally managed to soothe Song Xiaoming, and the two sat together, entwined in a tender display of affection. "Zou Yu, I shall retire to rest now. Please enjoy your meal." Zhao Jun inquired, "Will you not stay to dine with us? I am not hungry. Ah, by the way, my younger brother is sleeping upstairs. He has autism and is quite timid, so I hope you will refrain from disturbing him." Until Zou Yu entered, Zhao Jun's gaze lingered on her. A moment captured by Song Xiaoming, whose eyes flickered with a hint of scheming. Chapter 27. The Devil Whispers as they grilled meat downstairs. Zou Yu retrieved 2 steaming plates of rice from her space and ascended to dine with Jiang Shubai, also providing food for Si Shi. After their meal, she left Si Shi at Jiang Shubai's doorstep to keep watch for the night. Once back at her own room, Zou Yu released the 4 from her space to let them breathe. After a wolf had enjoyed several large drumsticks, she returned them to her space. Zou Yu locked the door and fell into slumber, while voices occasionally drifted in from the courtyard. As she listened, she gradually succumbed to the embrace of dreams. It is uncertain how much time had passed when she was awakened by a faint click sound. Her sleep had always been light, and after enduring the tribulations of the apocalypse, her vigilance was heightened beyond the ordinary. She opened her eyes almost instantaneously at the moment that sound resonated. Zou Yu remained silent, rising from her bed and approaching the door. Just as she reached out to grasp the handle, the lock clicked open. The door swung ajar, and she found herself face to face with Zhao Jun, who stood at the threshold. Zhao Jun, taken aback by the sight of Zou Yu still awake, gazed at her with an air of awkwardness. Zou Yu furrowed her brow and inquired, "How do you possess the key to my room?" Zou Yu remained silent, yet she had already deduced who had provided it. When she prepared the rooms for these individuals, she retrieved the keys from the drawer. At that moment, Zhao Jun and Zhang Chun were en route to the breeding farm, leaving only Xiao Ming to oversee matters. It was evident what Zhao Jun intended by arriving at her room with the key in hand. Zou Yuan crossed her arms, gazing at Zhao Jun with not a trace of worry or fear upon her face. She raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, "What do you intend to do?" Zhao Jun took a step forward into the room, turned to shut the door, and then, feeling it insufficient, locked it. His expression took on a somewhat lewd quality as he scrutinized Zou Yu, his eyes having long since adjusted to the darkness due to the power outage. Although he could not clearly discern her expression, the indistinct curves of her figure in the dim light stirred a sense of longing within him. "Zou Yu, I have feelings for you," he confessed. Zou Yu smiled. It was amusing that he could utter such words on merely the first day of their meeting, and one couldn't help but wonder where this confidence stemmed from. "I truly adore you. Would you consider being with me?" "No, leave." Zou Yu stone was ein Kind. Upon realizing he had been denied, Zhao Jun's expression darkened for a moment as he reached out to grasp Zou Yu's hand, simultaneously uttering, "You cannot refuse me." Zou Yu swiftly delivered a slap, her speed so remarkable that Zhao Jun could scarcely react. He gazed at Zou Yu in astonishment, exclaiming, "How dare you strike me? Leave at once, or you shall regret it." "Regret what?" The more he observed her defiance, the more he found himself captivated, a fire igniting within him that compelled him to draw closer to Zou Yu. He perceived a certain lethal allure emanating from her, an essence that once glimpsed lingered in the mind. In a bold move, he shed his shirt, loosening his belt as he advanced toward Zou Yu, declaring, "I truly adore you. Please, grant me your consent." Zou Yu observed him approach with an indifferent gaze, silently leaning back until she found herself against the wall. Realizing she had no retreat, Zhao Jun eagerly discarded his trousers, leaving only his undergarments. The sight was painfully provocative. His eyes danced with lustful greed as his hand reached towards Zou Yu's shoulder. Zou Yu moved with astonishing speed, so swift that he scarcely had time to react before he found himself positioned behind his opponent. Before he could even turn around, he felt a chilling sensation at his neck, as warm blood began to cascade down along his throat. Zou Yu swiftly civil Zou Yu's neck, and in the final moments of his life, his eyes brimmed with astonishment. He could hardly fathom that the seemingly fragile woman before him could execute such a clean and decisive act of murder. After dispatching Zhao Jun, Zou Yu dragged his lifeless body into the bathroom, allowing the water to wash away the traces of blood. Once the carpet was replaced, she wrapped Zhao Jun, along with his clothing, in the old carpet and discarded it into the void. Zou Yu changed her attire and stepped outside. As she opened the door, the sound of it closing echoed behind her, causing her gaze to linger momentarily on the rooms of Song Xiaoming and Zhang Chun. a flicker of malice gleaming in her eyes. Without a backward glance, she departed from the house. Half an hour later, Zou Yu returned. The scent within the room had dissipated entirely. She reclined back on her bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber until dawn broke. It mattered not to her that this room had witnessed death. Even if surrounded by lifeless bodies, she could find repose without a trace of psychological burden. The following morning, Zou Yu was roused from her slumber by the persistent knocking at the door. Upon opening it, she found Zhang Chun and Song Xiaoming awaiting her arrival. The first question that escaped their lips was, "Where is Zhao Jun? I haven't seen him. What happened?" Zou Yu's performance was impeccable. Zhang Chun furrowed his brows. He had vanished upon waking, and his room was empty. Xiaoming mentioned that she had seen him in your room last night. It turned out that Zhang Chun was still unaware of the scheme that Zhao Jun and Song Xiaoming had conspired against her the previous evening. Zou Yu's gaze swept over Song Xiaoming, who felt a chill rise from her feet. In the next moment, she heard Zou Yu assertively declare, "I did not see anything." "You are lying. I distinctly saw him enter your room yesterday." Song Xiaoming retorted, "Is that so? Then why don't you tell me what time it was?" Zou Yu responded. "It was around 2 o'clock, Song Xiaoming replied. "Zou Yu, what was he doing in my room after 2 o'clock? Moreover, how did he manage to enter when my door was locked?" "Surely, you must be mistaken," Song Xiaoming instinctively retorted. "How could I possibly be mistaken? I entrusted all the keys to your room to Jungu. He undoubtedly entered your room." Upon hearing these words, Zou Yu narrowed her eyes and coldly replied, "Are you implying that you gave the key to my room to Zhao Jun? What are your intentions?" Song Xiaoming, frightened, concealed herself behind Zhang Chun, who had grasped the situation. He glanced back at Song Xiaoming. She quickly interjected, "Darling, it was Junge who expressed his deep affection for Zou Yu, and I merely wished to assist him." Zou Yu retorted with sarcasm, "Your methods of assistance are quite courteous, indeed." Song Xiaoming's disdain and loathing for Zou Yu had reached a breaking point. She glared at her, declaring, "You must be the one who has brought harm to Junge. Tell me, what have you done to him?" Zou Yu wore an expression of innocence. "I have never even laid eyes on him. How could I possibly harm anyone? Furthermore, it is quite evident that it is you who wish to take advantage of my slumber. Why then do you turn the blame upon me?" Song Xiaoming grasped Zhang Chen's arm and shook it vigorously. "Darling, this woman is undoubtedly up to no good." Despite Song Xiaoming's suspicions toward Zou Yu, she lacked concrete evidence. While Zhang Chun could hardly believe that a mere woman could pose any threat to Zhao Jun, especially considering his extraordinary abilities. "Enough of this. I will go and search shortly," Zhang Chun declared before turning to leave. Song Xiaoming remained rooted in place, stubbornly convinced that Zou Yu was responsible. "You must join us in the search for Junge." Zou Yu Chao leaned closer, slightly bending down to whisper in her ear, like a demon murmuring, "Guess who will be the next to die?" This seemingly casual remark left Song Xiaoming frozen in place. Chapter 28, Factory. Practicing abilities, Zhang Chun announced his intention to seek out Zhao Jun, while Song Xiaoming, reluctant to be alone with Zou Yu, insisted on accompanying Zhang Chun. After much persuasion, Zhang Chun managed to dissuade her. Despite Zou Yu's earlier words, upon reflection, Song Xiaoming realized that Zou Yu could not possibly harm Jun. After all, he possessed superpowers. Song Xiaoming overlooked the singular truth. After the two departed in their vehicle, Zou Yu released the others as well, taking Jiang Shubai along. Her objective was simple, to ensure Jiang Shubai learned to harness his own abilities. Zou Yu was aware of a garment processing factory in the vicinity, populated by numerous workers. The zombies previously attracted by Zhao Jun were clad in the factory's uniforms, which allowed Zou Yu to swiftly ascertain her objective. The lock on the factory's entrance had been tampered with. The method of severing the lock mirrored the technique employed by Zhao Jun to compromise her own door lock. Zou Yu drove directly into the gate, using the front of the vehicle to force it open. The thunderous roar of the engine swiftly drew the attention of the surrounding zombies. Zou Yu drove in circles within the factory, drawing nearby zombies towards her before abandoning the vehicle and heading upstairs. With a swift kick, she dispatched a pursuing zombie and propelled Jiang Shubai onto the balcony. Together with E, Air, San, C, and C Shi, they coordinated seamlessly to eliminate all the zombies on the stairs. Zou Yu Suwa secured the stairwell door. Jiang Shubai wished to emerge from the balcony, but she decided to wait a moment. She meticulously traversed the makeshift second floor, dispatching several zombie foremen and unceremoniously casting them out of the windows, before finally allowing Jiang Shubai to enter. 5 wolf cubs stood guard in the corridor, their imposing presence fixated on the horde of zombies congregating below, emitting fierce growls. Zou Yu set down her backpack and retrieved a packet of seeds for Jiang Shubai. She then took a bite of a bright red apple, her expression radiating sheer contentment. In stark contrast, Jiang Shubai had not relaxed his furrowed brow since stepping outside that morning. The ominous sounds of the zombies echoed around him, quickening his heartbeat to a near insufferable pace. He quietly focused on regulating his breathing. Zou Yu cast a glance at him, urging, "Do not be so timid. Soon, you shall move a chair and practice mastering your abilities in the corridor. We shall return only when you are capable of slaying a zombie on your own." Jiangsu's face turned ashen as he looked at Zou Yu, a troubled expression crossing his features. "Sister, there is no room for negotiation. Do you expect me to protect you for a lifetime?" Zou Yu asserted firmly. Jiangsu lowered his head, rendered speechless. Outside, the zombies made their presence known with their cacophonous sounds, and Jiangsu yearned to transform into a bird, soaring from the second floor. "Once you are ready, step outside," she instructed. Zou Yu remarked that Jiang Shubai had fundamentally failed in his psychological preparation. He had mistakenly believed that today was merely an outing with his sister to seek resources, unaware that it was, in fact, an opportunity for self-improvement. Jiang Shubai hesitated as he rose to his feet, clutching a handful of seeds and placing them into his pocket, while holding another seed in his hand as he made his way outside. Upon reaching the door, he hesitated once more, turning back to gaze at Zou Yu, attempting to persuade her to reconsider her thoughts. Zou Yu reassured, "See, she is outside to protect you, and I have locked the door upstairs. It is quite secure." Though these words were spoken, it was truly understandable that a 12-year-old boy would feel fear when confronted with the brutal zombies. Zou Yu is a person who has traversed through mountains of corpses and oceans of blood in a post-apocalyptic world. To her, those zombies have long ceased to be human. However, for Jiang Shubai, despite the fact that these zombies have lost their reason and, to some extent, even the semblance of life, they were once human beings at their core. They are kindred spirits, originating from the same source. The thought of taking the life of his own kind is something Jiang Shubai simply cannot bear. No matter how he perceives them, they remain human in his eyes. Among the crowd, many zombies lack even a complete visage, yet numerous others were infected from the very beginning. Aside from their pallid, ashen complexion, they still appear unmistakably human. Jiang Shubai trembles uncontrollably, biting his lip as he turns to Zou Yu. I truly cannot do it. I am sorry, sister." Zou Yu understood the intricacies of Jiang Shubai's heart. Once, when she confronted the undead, she too grappled with a similar quandary. What if they still retained a vestige of human consciousness? What if they were merely infected and held the potential to revert to humanity? Gazing upon the visage that mirrored her own, she found herself paralyzed by compassion. Yet, should she refrain from taking action, she risked transforming into the very same creature. The mere thought of becoming a mindless fiend, mercilessly slaughtering her own kind, compelled Zou Yu to steel her resolve. In a world where the knife is wielded by others, she recognized that without fortifying her own strength, she would inevitably become the prey on another's chopping board, subject to their whims. Zou Yu understood this truth better than anyone else. "Jiang Shubai, do you wish for me to safeguard you for a lifetime? Do you desire to become my burden? Look closely, they're no longer human. You may show them compassion, but will they reciprocate?" Zou Yu's tone was devoid of warmth. "They will only gnaw your flesh. And it is even possible that before you transform into a zombie, they will feast upon you. Even if you miraculously escape being bitten, you will inevitably become a monster like them, bereft of thought and purpose, endlessly inflicting harm upon the surviving humans, until everyone becomes an existence akin to your own. We engage in these actions solely to survive. If we cannot even protect our own lives, then is it not utterly illusory to speak of virtue and morality?" Zou Yu's words pierced the heart, while Jiang Shubai silently gazed at the seed in his hand, as if a surge of emotions was rising within him. "I understand now," he rasped, and in that fleeting moment when he cast the seed away, vibrant green erupted from the sky, weaving an immense net that enveloped all the zombies. The air was filled with their anguished cries, and he lowered his gaze to the bound creatures, his eyes reddening as tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners. Jiang Shubai murmured, "I'm sorry." Another seed sprouted in his palm, transforming into gnarled branches that lunged from the building, yet halted abruptly as they pierced the zombie's forehead. In that instant, all force was withdrawn, the branches withered and fell to the ground, and the vines ensnaring the zombies simultaneously snapped, collapsing to the earth. Jiang Shubai stood in stunned silence for a moment, then turned to look at Zou Yu, apprehensive of seeing disappointment in his sister's eyes. As Jiang Shubai cast his gaze towards Zou Yu, she unhesitatingly gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Well done. You are truly remarkable. Let us continue to strive forward." Jiang Shubai paused, and an immediate spark of brilliance flickered in his eyes. The moment he unleashed his extraordinary abilities, Zou Yu received instant feedback from the system, revealing that his wood-based powers possessed an exceptionally high quality. In mere moments, he was able to weave a net capable of ensnaring dozens of zombies. Such prowess is not something an ordinary person could wield. In that instant, she wholeheartedly believed that Xiao Bai was indeed the formidable figure from her memories. With such capabilities, what concern could there be about establishing oneself in a post-apocalyptic world? Chapter 29. On the Road, Unexpected Developments. When Zou Yu and Jiang Shubai returned, Zhang Chun and Song Xiaoming had not yet arrived. They had a simple meal, during which Jiang Shubai was sipping milk. After Zou Yu finished washing the dishes, she noticed that it was already quite late and there had been no sign of them. Assuming they would not return, she was soon startled by the sound of a car approaching. Zou Yu instructed Jiang Su and Bai to take rooms 1 through 4, while she remained downstairs with Si Shi, awaiting their return. A knock echoed through the air, prompting Zou Yu to open the door. However, before she could approach, Si Shi obstructed her path. With a look of agitation, Si Shi glanced between Zou Yu and the entrance. A vehicle came to a steady halt outside, and 2 figures emerged. Zou Yu's gaze immediately fell upon the bandage wrapped around Song Xiaoming's arm. "Are you injured?" she inquired, furrowing her brow. Song Xiaoming gritted her teeth, retorting, "You must be hoping for my injury, aren't you? Quickly, open the door." Zou Yu subtly took a step back, gazing at Zhang Chun. "What has caused her injury?" she inquired. Zhang Chun remained silent. "Shall you understood? You may leave now. I cannot permit your entry," she stated. "What do you mean?" Song Xiaoming glared at Zou Yu. "Why won't you let us in? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have gone out to find Jungo, and I certainly wouldn't have been injured." Zou Yu had long been acquainted with Song Xiaoming's unreasonable antics. She turned to the somewhat more rational Zhang Chun and remarked that there was a considerable possibility that she could become infected after being wounded by a zombie. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaoming was instantly struck with fear. You must be joking. How could I possibly be infected? I'm clearly fine right now." Zou Yu, weary of further conversation, drew a pistol from her lower back and aimed it at Song Xiaoming through the closed door. "How did you acquire a firearm?" Zhang Chun exclaimed, suddenly recalling something, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. "Zou Yu, do you believe that you and Zhao Jun had the capability to escape from the breeding farm yesterday? What's she talking about, dear?" Song Xiaoming found it incomprehensible, yet Zhang Chun understood Zou Yu's words all too well. After a moment of silence, he grasped Song Xiaoming's hand and turned to leave. However, Song Xiaoming refused to budge, clinging tightly to his hand. "Why should we leave? My dear, you could easily dismiss this woman. Why have you become so timid?" Zou Yu could not possibly tolerate the presence of an infected individual. Should they refuse to depart, she would not hesitate to eliminate them swiftly. "Enough," she declared. "If you choose to stay, then stay. I shall take my leave." Zhang Chun had contemplated this matter thoroughly, were it not for their shared history. He would never consider bearing such a burden. If she insisted on continuing her commotion, he would have no choice but to abandon her. Zou Yu watched them depart in their vehicle, unhesitatingly spending 50 gold coins to upgrade the gate, and an additional 10 coins to unlock the hidden features of the safe house, rendering the villa completely invisible on the map. Henceforth, She would no longer permit any worthless individuals to approach her abode. Initially, she had contemplated enlisting a few temporary allies for a leisurely endeavor to amass some gold coins. But the thought of enduring such indignity was simply too much to bear. Upon returning to her room, Zou Yu switched on the circuit breaker, and the house was instantly illuminated. Before the lights flickered to life, she had already drawn all the curtains, and the bright ambience filled her with a sense of tranquility. After indulging in a warm bath that washed away her fatigue, she found her fully stocked refrigerator brimming with provisions. Opening a bottle of red wine, she savored some fruit while seated on the sofa, contemplating the matter of the treasure-seeking device. In Zou Yu's mind, a well-formed plan had already taken shape. Early the next morning, Jiang Shubai was informed by Zou Yu that they were to journey to another city, with no knowledge of their purpose. Without a hint of doubt, Jiang Shubai packed his belongings and set off alongside Zou Yu. During their journey, Zou Yu explained to Jiang Shubai, the two individuals who previously visited the villa disclosed some information regarding an arms depot. I wish to investigate it. If we can locate weapons, our future safety will be greatly enhanced. Jiang Shubai nodded, harboring no skepticism towards Zou Yu's words. Without further inquiries, he reassured her, Sister, you may pursue whatever you desire, as long as you do not leave me behind. Zou Yu gazed at Jiang Shubai, who regarded her with unwavering trust and couldn't help but tease. You have such faith in me. Aren't you afraid I might sell you out? If I were to do so, I would ensure a handsome profit, as long as I could be of assistance to you. Foolishness. Zou Yu let out a helpless smile. Initially, she had intended to travel in a motorhome, but upon reflection, she deemed it too ostentatious. The previous off-road vehicle was suitable for 4 people, yet it was impossible to accommodate all of them comfortably, making it far too cramped. Zou Yu took a stroll around the city and returned with a 7-seater business vehicle. Jiang Shubai was astonished by his sister's decisiveness, increasingly perceiving her as invincible, and his admiration for her grew ever stronger. Zou Yu loaded a considerable amount of supplies into the trunk of her vehicle for sustenance during the journey, ensuring she had provisions for every conceivable scenario. She was reluctant to reveal her spatial abilities for the time being, and retrieving piping hot meals from her space would attract undue attention. Thus, she opted for simple fare that would suffice to satiate her hunger. After filling the tank with fuel, she set off with Jiang Shubai and 5 wolf cubs in tow. Zou Yu's destination was City Z. City Z housed several military garrisons. Zou Yu recalled that shortly after the establishment of the safe zone by the authorities, a contingent of soldiers was dispatched to City Z. It seemed that in addition to the mission of saving lives, part of the objective was to transport the arms from City Z back to the safe zone. She was vaguely aware of a location of small arms depot, but her intuition suggested that City Z could not possibly harbor only a single weapons cache. Seizing the opportunity before the authorities realized the need to collect the arms, she aimed to accumulate her own resources first. This time, Zou Yu had given the matter considerable thought. She was determined not to align herself with any faction. Regardless of which side one attached oneself to, it inevitably led to becoming a mere tool for exploitation. Rather than that, she preferred to establish her own independence. In the face of absolute power, all other considerations were rendered moot. While driving, Zou Yu experienced a slight discomfort, yet she did not pay it much heed, nor did she allow her thoughts to wander elsewhere. As evening descended, the sensation intensified. Despite having moments to rest along the way, she inexplicably felt an overwhelming fatigue. Desiring sleep, clearly, pulling over to rest by the roadside was an unwise decision, prompting Zou Yu to find a suitable place to park the car. The zombies followed their vehicle, banging on the windows. Zou Yu attempted to unbuckle her seatbelt, only to realize her hands lacked strength. What is happening to me? She inquired of Xiaodu. The current health status of the master is satisfactory. Zou Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Given my current condition, do you truly believe I am in good health? Damn this artificial stupidity. Zou Yu's expression darkened. What is it, sister? It's nothing. I just need a moment, she replied, though it was evident that she was not recovering. The sensation of exhaustion grew increasingly overwhelming, and Zou Yu pinched her thigh forcefully, a sense of familiarity creeping in. Could it be? Chapter 30. Fainting, Alone, sister, are you all right? Jiang Shubai noticed Zou Yu's distress and looked at her with concern. Don't worry about it, she managed to utter with difficulty before opening the rear door of the vehicle. The instant the door swung open, a zombie that had been leaning against it lunged forward, but was swiftly pushed back by Sushi's claw. 5 wolf cubs surged forward, beginning to clear the area of zombies, while Jiang Shubai frantically tossed seeds to ensnare the approaching undead. Zou Yu's discomfort had reached its peak. She stepped out of the vehicle, surrounded protectively on all sides by the 5 wolf cubs, who created an environment of safety for her to the greatest extent possible. Zou Yu placed her hand on the back of Shi, guiding them towards the residential building. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Shubai hurried over to assist Zou Yu, allowing her hand to rest upon his shoulder. Zou Yu casually pointed to a house with its doors wide open, instructing Jiang Shubai to escort her inside. Once the door closed behind them, she finally relaxed her tense body. At that moment, Zou Yu could feel a fiery sensation enveloping her entire being. Her mind became somewhat clouded, and the surroundings began to sway as if she were on the verge of fainting. Zou Yuqiang handed a handgun to Jiang Shubai, urging him not to be afraid, assuring him that he would soon awaken. Take care of yourself, and try not to venture outside, he instructed. Jiang Shubai gazed anxiously at Zou Yu, his eyes filled with helplessness, utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos and the sudden transformation of his sister. Sister, you won't come to harm, will you? Please don't leave me. You are all I have left. Zou Yu attempted to reach out and touch his head, yet she found herself devoid of strength. She truly did not wish to entrust her safety to Jiang Shubai. Even she had not anticipated that this awakening of her abilities would arrive so abruptly, without any forewarning, and with an even more formidable intensity than before. In her previous life, her powers had only manifested in the 2nd year of the apocalypse, thus she had not immediately recognized this as a harbinger of her abilities awakening. Now, there was no time for preparation. It was entirely an unforeseen circumstance. Zou Yu was uncertain about what would transpire next. The only individual she could place her trust in was Jiang Shubai. Remember to bring all the supplies from the car inside. Do not venture outside for the time being, and refrain from collaborating with anyone. We will address everything once I awaken. Jiang Shubai had witnessed countless individuals who had slipped into slumber only to never awaken again. He struggled to discern the veracity of Zou Yu's words, and he was plagued by the fear that when his sister finally regained consciousness, she might transform into a mindless creature devoid of reason. Trembling, he grasped Zou Yu's hand tightly. Sister, you won't abandon me, will you? I won't. Zou Yu was beset by an excruciating headache, and an overwhelming sense of drowsiness washed over her. She gently patted the head of Shi, instructing, Take good care of Xiaobai, and heed his words. Once she ensured everything was in order, she permitted herself to succumb to slumber. Even before drifting off, a dull ache throbbed at her temples, more unbearable than when she had first awakened her abilities. She recalled that during her previous fever, discomfort had been minimal. A single sleep had led to her awakening. This time, however, a profound malaise engulfed her, as if her very organs were ablaze. Shi and the others sensed their mistress's suffering and anxiously paced in place, emitting distressed sounds. Jiang Shubai hesitated to approach them, opting instead to offer soothing words, uncertain whether he was comforting them or himself. Sister will surely be fine. I'm not afraid. She will definitely awaken. Jiang Shubai contemplated carrying his sister to her room for rest, but upon seeing the 2 tightly shut doors, he feared danger and resolved to investigate alone. Standing before one door, he clutched a seed in his hand and gently pushed it open. In an instant, she darted ahead of him into the room. undicesimo. The creature warily surveyed the room before halting in front of the wardrobe. It extended a paw to tap the wardrobe door and glanced back at Jiang Shubai, seemingly signaling something important. As Jiang Shubai approached, he heard a sound emanating from within. His heart raced as he cautiously pulled the door open, only for a figure to leap out. Shi instinctively lunged to bite the intruder's neck, but Jiang Shubai quickly called out, Shi. The creature paused, stepping back while maintaining a vigilant stance. It was then that Jiang Shubai discerned the truth. The figure that had emerged was not merely a child. Bound within the wardrobe, the child's once black pupils had vanished, leaving only a ghastly expanse of white. Dark veins snaked across the child's face, and in a mindless frenzy, the child gnashed its teeth toward the door, attempting to seize Jiangsu Bai. In that harrowing moment, Jiangsu Bai grasped the terrifying nature of the apocalypse. It showed no mercy, ruthlessly claiming the lives of all, including the innocent. The child had been tethered with a belt, the flesh of its wrists raw and torn, a testament to its desperate struggle. Jiangsu Bai vividly recalled the wedding photo and family portrait he had glimpsed in the living room upon entering. Had calamity not struck, this would have been a blissful family of 3. Now, the parents were missing, and the child had become something unrecognizable. Summoning his abilities, Jiangsu Bai caused the seed in his hand to sprout, binding the child completely before carefully unfastening the belt. He emerged from the room with Shi, closing the door behind him. 1, 2, 3, and 4 remained steadfastly by Zou Yu's side, never straying an inch. Jiangsu Bai conducted a thorough inspection of another room. The master bedroom posed no threats. He retrieved fresh bed linens from the wardrobe and carried Zou Yu to the bed in the living room. At the moment he cradled her in his arms, Jiangsu Bai realized that his sister was far lighter than he had anticipated, and remarkably more fragile than he had once believed. Over the past few days, he had viewed her as an omnipotent being, yet in that instant he understood that she, too, was human, capable of fatigue and susceptible to illness. In his heart, Jiangsu Bai resolved to grow stronger swiftly. He could no longer allow his sister to bear the burden of protecting him. He, too, must become a guardian for her sake. Zou Yu fainted, and the trio seemed utterly devoid of spirit, languishing on the ground in a despondent circle around the bed. Only she remembered the master's prior words. Steadfastly following Jiangsu Bai, seated on the sofa, Jiangsu Bai clutched the car keys, engaging in a mental pep talk before reaching out to stroke Sixi's head, inquiring, "Would you accompany me to the car to help move some things?" Sixi rose from the floor, turning a deaf ear as it made its way to the master bedroom. Jiangsu Bai felt a twinge of disappointment. Shortly thereafter, he heard Sixi call out, and witnessed 3 wolf cubs burst forth from the room, with Sixi trailing behind. Jiangsu Bai's eyes sparkled with newfound excitement, gazing at Sixi with admiration. Have animals acquired supernatural abilities in this post-apocalyptic world, able to comprehend human speech? Sixi Musha Fulijumans. Chapter 31. Nocturnal Visitor. Perilous times. Jiangsu Bai peered through the peephole for an extended period, detecting no disturbance outside. After observing Sixi's reaction and confirming it was safe, he ventured out. Lacking the keys to this place, he feared being locked out, so he asked Sixi if it could remain here as a sentinel. Sixi squatted at the entrance, resembling a knight providing protection, instilling a profound sense of security in Jiangsu Bai. He descended the stairs to retrieve supplies, with the trio safeguarding him. It took 3 trips to transfer all the resources from the vehicle. Sweaty and exhausted, he wiped his brow and downed a bottle of water in one go. Unbeknownst to him, within the tightly shut door across the way, someone was observing their every move through the peephole. From the moment they entered this room, a pair of eyes had been fixated upon them. Upon seeing the supplies Jiangsu Bai was carrying, those eyes glimmered with intense greed. Seated on the sofa, Jiangsu Bai munched on a piece of compressed biscuit, occasionally glancing toward the master bedroom. A look of concern etched across his face. His sister had been unconscious for a whole afternoon, and he was at a loss for what to do. In that moment, Jiangsu Bai realized that without his sister, he felt as if he had lost his guiding compass. He entered the room to fetch a clean towel, gently wiping the fine beads of sweat from Zou Yu's forehead. Watching her struggle in pain, silently praying, "You must awaken." He had witnessed many who fell into eternal slumber and others who transformed into zombies upon waking. The fear and worry gripped him. If his sister were to become... No, she could not come harm. Jiangsu Bai felt a pang in his heart as he retrieved a jade pendant from around his neck and placed it on Zou Yu. "This is the only keepsake my mother left me. Sister, you must recover. If anything were to happen to you, I would lose all sense of purpose in living." Leaning against the bedside, he lowered his head, wiping away a tear. The wolf cubs, observing Jiang Su-bai's tears, approached curiously, eager to comprehend the perplexing behavior of humans. Jiang Shu-bai rubbed his face against the head of the wolf cub, Cici, and in those fleeting hours of companionship, his fears were entirely dispelled. He now perceived the wolf cubs as the most gentle and endearing creatures in existence. Cici allowed him to wipe his tears on her forehead. "Thank you for comforting me," Jiang Shu-bai expressed. Had Cici been able to articulate a response, she would have surely retorted, "Not at all. I am merely curious." Jiang Shu-bai found it difficult to regain his composure, feeling akin to a frostbitten eggplant, leaning against the bedside while toying with a handful of seeds. "I am worthless. I cannot assist my sister," he lamented, his spirits plummeting, shrouded in a cloud of gloom. After a moment, an inexplicable impulse surged within him, prompting him to rise abruptly. This sudden movement startled the 4 wolf cubs into standing, while Cici remained sprawled by the bedside, evidently disinterested. "No, I must pull myself together. I must protect my sister," he declared, clenching a handful of seeds as he exited to practice controlling his abilities in the living room. Half an hour later, while Cici was drowsily half awake, she felt a gentle pat on her back. Opening her eyes, she saw Jiang Shu-bai burying his head in her belly, wiping away his tears. "No matter how well I practice, my sister cannot see it. What use is this training?" Cici closed her eyes, feigning death. Humans are truly peculiar beings. Throughout that brief afternoon, Jiang Shu-bai oscillated between tears, despair, and determination, performing a solitary drama of emotions. As night descended, the 4 cubs slumbered on the living room floor, each in varying positions. Cici lay horizontally at the entrance of the master bedroom, effectively blocking the way. Anyone attempting to enter would undoubtedly disturb her. Lacking experience in caring for others, Jiang Shu-bai's only method of cooling down was learned from television. Throughout the afternoon, amidst his emotional fluctuations, he did not forget to apply a damp towel to Zou Yu's forehead to reduce her fever. By evening, her temperature finally subsided and her furrowed brow relaxed, allowing Jiang Shu-bai to rest easy and retire for the night. Fully aware of the differences between genders, he wished to guard his sister but dared not overstep, curling up uncomfortably on the sofa in a state of distress. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, Cici detected faint noises, rising alertly to investigate the source. On the balcony, 2 figures stealthily clambered over the adjoining air conditioning units, leaping into view. "Did you really see them with food? You doubt me, don't you?" That boy brought several boxes into room 201, including cookies, instant noodles, and a few cases of bottled water. "Didn't they say they had a few dogs with them? What, they wake them up?" "Rest assured." The hushed voices, deliberately lowered, were still sharp to Cici's ears, prompting her to dart into the living room, pawing at Jiang Shu-bai. In the depths of slumber, Jiang Shu-bai was abruptly jolted awake, as though his chest had been struck by a heavy object. He inhaled deeply, coughing as he turned his gaze toward the source of the disturbance. "Cici, what is going on?" The sudden sound interrupted the movements of several individuals on the balcony, while a third person, who attempted to leap over, crouched anxiously at the prepared platform, peering into the room. "Damn it, he is alone. Why should we be afraid?" A man spoke up. Jiang Shu-bai heard this distinctly and called out toward the balcony. "Who is speaking?" In the next moment, a shadow materialized on the balcony, with the moonlight casting a long silhouette. As Jiang Shu-bai scrutinized, he discerned that it was a man accompanied by a woman. Soon after, another figure leaped down from the railing. 3 individuals. No, 4. There was another person lurking by the curtains, shrouded in darkness, barely visible unless one looked closely. "What do you want?" Jiang Shu-bai's voice trembled slightly as he reached into his pocket to grasp a few seeds, ready to take action at any moment. "Young man, we merely desire the food you have," they replied. 3 days into the apocalypse, the world had descended into chaos. Those with skills and resources had seized the provisions in supermarkets and malls, leaving ordinary individuals struggling with their meager supplies. Soon enough, the urgent issue of food scarcity emerged. When hunger gnaws at one for too long, desperate measures are taken. Thus the law of the jungle came into play. Naturally, Jiang Shu-bai and Zou Yu, with their considerable haul, became targets of envy. In truth, it was not just this group. Many others had witnessed Jiang Shubai's movement from above. And the principle of the early bird catches the worm led to the emergence of the first wave of impatient individuals. Almost the instant they spoke, 5 wolf pups positioned themselves protectively in front of Jiang Shubai. The 4 observers felt a chill at the sight of the large dogs. Chapter 32. The Attack. Don't move. Let me handle this. One of the girls spoke up, stepping in front of her companions. Since witnessing various anomalies of the apocalypse, Jiang Shubai regarded any stranger with suspicion. Almost instantaneously, upon the girl's utterance, he flung the seeds from his hand. With his powers activated, the seeds sprouted instantly. Green vines shooting toward the man by the curtains, ensnaring him in an instant. The vines sought their next target, and Jiang Shubai directed them toward the initial speaker. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically as the ensnared man struggled to break free, shouting in terror, "What is this?" The others also paled, utterly unprepared for the boy's extraordinary ability, their fear intensifying with each passing moment. In the next heartbeat, the vine suddenly halted before the man, motionless. A look of delight spread across the woman's face. It worked. In that instant, Jiang Shubai felt as though a sharp needle had pierced his mind, rendering him utterly incapacitated and stripping him of his ability to control the vines. He clutched his head, overwhelmed by an all-consuming sense of powerlessness, and collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, Erki, Sanchi, and Siki fell to the earth as well, their expressions etched with disbelief. His sister had once mentioned that in the apocalypse, abilities were diverse, one of which was the psychic ability that could directly influence a person's mind. If one's will was not sufficiently resolute, they could even be compelled to act against their own volition. The rudimentary form of psychic power could only affect consciousness to a limited extent, akin to an advanced form of hypnosis. Jiang Shubai had never anticipated that the woman possessed psychic abilities. He had left himself vulnerable, unwittingly allowing her to exploit his weaknesses. The fatigue weighed heavily upon him, yet he fought to keep his eyes open, fixating intently on those few individuals. Perhaps his gaze was too intense, for the man ensnared by the vines approached him directly and, without hesitation, delivered a sharp kick to Jiang Shubai's abdomen. "How dare you bind me, you fool? Why are you not so arrogant now?" Jiang Shubai winced in pain, yet he found himself devoid of strength, forced to passively endure the assault. Zou Yu had only mentioned the psychic abilities to Jiang Shubai, but she had not discussed how to resolve the situation if one were to succumb to such powers. The reason for her silence lies in the rarity of psychic abilities. Some individuals may go their entire lives without encountering even one. In contrast, if one awakens other types of powers, there is a significantly higher probability of detection. However, the ability to control others through psychic force is exceedingly difficult to perceive, and it is possible that even the psychic practitioner themselves remains oblivious to it. Zou Yu never anticipated that their luck would be so dire. On their very first day out, they encountered a psychic ability user. The individual, feeling unsatisfied, delivered several harsh kicks to Jiang Shubai's abdomen. "Hang, stop it. Come over and help move the items," someone called out. "I'm coming," Hang replied, casting a glance at Jiang Shubai and rolling his eyes. "Having superpowers is impressive, huh? I thought you were something special." Jiang Shubai's gaze fixated on the belongings being taken away, a deep-seated hatred blossoming within him. Memories flooded back of times when he felt powerless against his bullies. At that moment, Jiang Shubai could only perceive himself as utterly useless, incapable of even safeguarding his own sustenance. Surely, his sister would be disappointed if she awakened to this sight. After Hang and another man named Chiu Fei moved the last 2 bottles of mineral water, they returned. Jiang Shubai overheard Chiu Fei ask Hang, "I remember this kid came with his sister. Where is she?" "No." Upon hearing them mention his sister, Jiang Shubai struggled to rise from the ground. But he was devoid of strength, his limbs seemingly controlled by an unseen force. He watched helplessly as they approached the bedroom and opened the door. Just as the door swung open, a petite figure dashed out, clinging to Chiu Fei's leg and attempting to bite down. "What the hell is this? A zombie?" Both Qiu Fei and El Hang exclaimed in unison. At the same moment, Qiu Fei seized the little zombie by the hair and yanked it back with force. The disparity in strength rendered the small creature unable to advance, and it thrashed desperately, its teeth clicking ominously, sending chills down the spine. Qiu Fei then carried the little zombie to the window and hurled it out of the building. The creature's head struck the ground with a sickening thud, splattering brains everywhere, while its limbs continued to twitch in a futile attempt to rise before finally lying still. El Hang cautiously inquired, "Are you all right? Not injured, I hope?" "No," Qiu Fei replied, his face pale, though he concealed his hands behind his back. El Hang, oblivious to his reaction, pushed open another door, revealing a beautiful woman sleeping soundly in bed. "Damn, she's stunning." They exchanged glances, both recognizing excitement and amazement reflected in each other's eyes. "No." Jiang Shubai weakly watched them enter the room, the door closing behind them. Staring intently at the shut door, an unexpected surge of strength propelled him to his feet. He staggered toward the main bedroom door, twisting the handle only to find it locked. Jiang Shubai pounded frantically on the door. "Come out. Dare to touch her, and you'll regret it. Get out here." His eyes burned red. His head felt as though it might explode, and blood blurred Jiang Shubai's vision as he clutched two seeds, trembling as he summoned his powers. The wildly growing branches forcefully burst open the door, casting it aside with a thunderous noise that roused the occupants across the way. What was happening? A man and a woman stepped inside, only to be met with the sight of Jiang Shubai, bleeding from all 7 orifices, standing at the bedroom door. The woman gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? Behind Jiang Shubai loomed a vine as thick as a waist, ferociously surging into the room and ensnaring Lu Hong, who was kneeling by the bed, slamming him violently against the wall. The tremendous force knocked the breath out of Lu Hong, leaving him sprawled on the ground in agony. "Qianqian, think of something," Qiu Fei shouted, sprinting towards the exit just as Lu Hong was captured, the vine pursuing him relentlessly. The girl named Qianqian anxiously summoned her powers. Jiang Shubai felt as if an invisible hand was frantically stirring his mind, causing him excruciating pain that brought him to his knees. As he clutched a seed, attempting to harness its energy, a sudden blow struck his chin. Qiu Fei's fist collided with Jiang Shubai's jaw, sending him crashing to the ground, his fists raining down like a torrential downpour. Enduring both psychological and physical torment, Jiang Shubai helplessly gazed at his sister, still slumbering on the bed, tears mingling with blood, blurring his vision. "I'm sorry, sister. I cannot protect you." Just then, a recovering Lu Hong steadied himself against the wall and, upon seeing Jiang Shubai lying on the floor like a beaten dog, spat contemptuously, "Damn, he nearly killed me." In his fading consciousness, Jiang Shubai registered the distinct claw marks etched on Qiu Fei's hand. Chapter 33. Survival and destruction. "Let us throw him out to fend for himself," Qiu Fei suggested. Lu Hong agreed. "I think that's a good idea. Who knows what trouble he might cause if we keep him around." They had no intention to kill, merely opting to discard him, certain he would not survive in his current state. Everyone understood Jiang Shubai's fate was sealed, yet no one voiced dissent. What about the woman inside? Her symptoms seemed similar to what Qianqian experienced before. Should we wait for her to awaken? If she possesses superpowers, she could be an asset. Even if she turns into a zombie, can't 3 strong men subdue 1 woman? Qiu Fei proposed. Lu Hong nodded in agreement. In truth, the men present were acutely aware that their motivations were intertwined with the woman's striking beauty. Even without superpowers, having her around for entertainment would be quite agreeable. They were all young men, driven by the same primal instincts. Qianqian had her reservations, but chose to keep them to herself. The 4 of them were close friends, having gathered at Lu Hong's house for drinks before the apocalypse struck. That fateful night, Qianqian had fainted, only to awaken to the grim reality of a world overrun by zombies. She had been terrified. Had it not been for the comforting presence of her 3 friends, she would have surely succumbed to madness and solitude. When Qianqian discovered her remarkable ability to control others, she instantly became a cherished presence in the hands of 3 individuals. The sensation of being adored like a star was utterly exhilarating. Qian was unwilling to allow anyone to encroach upon her cherished friendships, particularly the enchanting woman among them. Her beauty was so striking that it could easily capture hearts and instill a sense of insecurity in all other women. Friendship and love are both unique and irreplaceable, and Qian was resolute in her desire not to share them with anyone. She had a premonition that this woman would undoubtedly influence her standing in the hearts of the others, potentially usurping what rightfully belonged to her. Qian was determined to prevent such a scenario from unfolding. After a brief moment of hesitation, she said, "But if she awakens and learns how we treated her brother, she surely won't agree to stay with us." "Let us keep it from her," suggested Lu Hong. Xiu Fei added, "We can say her brother went missing after being bitten by a zombie while moving things outside." After speaking, Xiu Fei felt an itch on the back of his hand and, fearing detection, merely tucked his hand into his pocket without scratching. Observing Xiu Fei walking with his hand in his pocket, Lu Hong couldn't resist teasing him. "What are you trying to look cool for?" Xiu Fei responded with a smile, raising his other hand to give him the middle finger. That night, none of them dared to act against Zou Yu. It was as if they had reached a tacit understanding, akin to a pack of wolves that had captured prey, waiting to share the spoils, but hesitant to initiate the feast due to concerns over equitable distribution. The following day, they gathered around the wolf cub lying on the ground. Deep in discussion, Lu Hong remarked, "Isn't this a dog? It doesn't quite look like one. Its tail seems odd." Qian replied, "A dog's eyes shouldn't be green, right? It might be a wolf," Cheng Lei suggested, only to be countered by Lu Hong. "How is that possible? Or an ordinary person find a wolf? And 5 of them at that? You must be joking." Cheng Lei conceded, "True, but perhaps that woman used to work in a zoo." Qian interjected, "Wolves are carnivorous. Wouldn't she fear being preyed upon?" Cheng Lei found her reasoning compelling. Thus, the group inadvertently bypassed the opportunity to uncover the truth. Suddenly, Lu Hong recalled that they hadn't seen Xiu Fei for quite some time. He looked at Cheng Lei and asked, "Where's Xiu Fei?" "I don't know. When I got up, his door was still closed." "You should be sleeping," Cheng Lei replied. Lu Hong and Cheng Lei exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them. They turned to Qian and said, "Qian, could you wake Xiu Fei for a meal? What about you two?" Qian inquired, puzzled. Lu Hong replied, "We're going to check on that woman." Upon hearing this, Qian furrowed her brow, suspecting their intentions. Indeed, after she stepped outside, Cheng Lei followed and shut the door behind her. Qian glanced back at the closed door, momentarily contemplating rousing the dogs inside to thwart their actions. However, she ultimately relinquished the thought. They merely shared a simple friendship. What right did she have to interfere so much? Qian sighed, opened the door to her home, and took a piece of bread as she approached Xiu Fei's room. "Xiu Fei, are you awake?" Qian knocked on the door, but received no response. "Xiu Fei, I'm coming in." With that, she turned the doorknob, and upon hearing a sound, she assumed Xiu Fei had awakened. "You're awake." A sharp, high-pitched voice suddenly rang out, followed by a painful male voice. 3 minutes earlier, Cheng Lei and El Heng had reached a tacit understanding without much conversation, making their way toward the master bedroom. As they pushed the door open, they noticed the beauty on the bed stirring her eyes. El Heng's face lit up with joy awake. Hearing the noise, Zou Yu opened her eyes. Upon seeing 2 unfamiliar men standing at the door, her first reaction was alarm. She sat up in bed and asked, "Where's my brother?" The 2 men relayed the excuse they had agreed upon, but upon hearing it, Zou Yu's brows furrowed in confusion. "Xiaodu, what has happened while I was unconscious?" In the next moment, Xiaodu meticulously recounted the events to Zou Yu. El Heng and Cheng Lei were oblivious to the unfolding situation, yet they felt the piercing intensity in the woman's gaze shift dramatically. An overwhelming aura emanated from her, and in an instant, both men felt as if their heads were about to explode. The intense pain compelled them to clutch their heads and kneel on the ground. Previously, after Qian had awakened her superpowers, they had allowed her to experiment on them. Although the pain had been severe as long as they did not resist, it remained within tolerable limits, merely causing dizziness. Now, however, it felt as if an intense agony had struck them almost instantaneously. Their foreheads throbbed with bulging veins, and they could not help but cry out, attempting to alleviate their suffering, only to realize that such efforts were utterly futile. Zou Yu initially believed that upon awakening her extraordinary abilities, she would experience a sense of unfamiliarity. However, to her astonishment, she found herself adept and proficient in their application. Furthermore, the level of her powers was not merely the initial rank, but had inherited the remarkable achievement of level 56 from her previous life. While this rank may not be considered high among the formidable figures in the post-apocalyptic world, at the onset of the apocalypse, she stood as a paragon of excellence. Almost instantaneously upon Zou Yu's utilization of her mental abilities, the influence over the wolf cubs exerted by Qian was dispelled. The cubs surged forward, eager and determined, encircling the two with intent. They emitted ominous low growls, baring their sharp fangs. With just a single command from Zou Yu, they could swiftly sever their adversaries' throats. Zou Yu sat at the edge of the bed, a flicker of barely perceptible concern shimmering in her eyes. "I shall inquire once more, where's my brother?" she demanded. Without uttering a single word, she unleashed her powers, delving into their minds. "Speak." She narrowed her eyes, her tone frigid. Qianluo could no longer withstand the pressure and coughed up blood, while Lu Heng was beset by a relentless flow from his 7 orifices. They stammered out a phrase. He was thrown outside. No sooner had the words escaped their lips than both let out a heart-wrenching scream, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 34. Su Qianluo returned to the familiar place. Zou Yu stepped over the lifeless bodies and exited the room, her ears catching the sound of knocking accompanied by a woman's terrified cries. Lei Jie quickly opened the door. She squinted and approached, turning the handle. Qian was taken aback to find an unfamiliar face, her brow furrowed, and tears lingered at the corners of her eyes. You're awake." Zou Yu gazed at her, an aura of peril glimmering in her eyes. Yet, Qian remained oblivious, brushing past her in search of her friends. As she entered the living room, her gaze fell upon 2 individuals sprawled at the bedroom door. "Ah!" Qian shrieked in terror. Turning back to Zou Yu, "What have you done to them?" "Kill them." Zou Yu replied without hesitation. "Killed?" Qian appeared incredulous as she leaned closer, attempting to rouse the 2 men, only to discover that Qianluo and LV Heng exhibited no signs of life whatsoever. Truly dead." You have killed them." Qian rose painfully from the ground. Qiu Fei had inexplicably succumbed to infection and transformed into a zombie, while this woman before her had murdered both LV Heng and Qianluo. In a single night, her existence had been irrevocably altered. Without them, Qian was uncertain whether she could endure in this terrifying environment. She yearned for vengeance. With this thought, she fixed her gaze intensely upon Zou Yu, intent on inflicting upon her the same anguish she had previously experienced. However, in the next instant, a sharp pain pierced her head. The excruciating agony brought forth tears, and she looked at Zou Yu. "Impossible. How could you? Just because you cannot accomplish something does not mean another cannot." Zou Yu had just discerned traces of psychic influence on the 4 joys and 1, 2, 3, 4, and to her astonishment, the woman before her turned out to possess mental abilities. Although such powers were exceedingly rare, this woman had dared to interfere with the one she vowed to protect. How could Zou Yu possibly allow her to remain? Zou Yu exerted a mental pressure far surpassing her own, firmly subduing Qian, who found herself unable to engage further. With a mere flicker of thought, Qian's pupils dilated to an alarming extent, leaving her utterly oblivious to the manner of her demise. Zou Yu spared not a single individual responsible for harming Jiang Shubai and the wolf cubs, even extending her relentless pursuit to Qiu Fei, now transformed into a zombie. A family, after all, must remain intact. Upon awakening moments ago, Zou Yu had sensed something amiss with the state of air, sand, and sea. Only after dealing with these interlopers would she have the opportunity to assess their condition. Zou Yu noticed that there seemed to be a powdery substance at the corners of their mouths. She dabbed a bit on her fingertip, brought it closer to her nose, and inhaled the aroma of cookies and milk, accompanied by a hint of an unusual fragrance. Upon merely inhaling, Zou Yu felt a slight dizziness enveloping her. It seemed they had administered a small dose of sedative out of fear that it might awaken. She raised her hand and placed it upon Yi's forehead, releasing her extraordinary abilities. Unbeknownst to others, within Zou Yu's being, two distinct powers were intricately intertwined. One was colorless, belonging to the realm of mental abilities, while the other shimmered with a delicate beige hue, a color indicative of healing powers. Zou Yu never anticipated that a second chance would yield such remarkable gains. Having endured a decade in the apocalypse, she had never heard of anyone possessing dual abilities. The rarity of healing power surpasses even that of psychic abilities. A basic healing skill can swiftly mend minor injuries, while a more advanced ability can even restore life to a person on the brink of death. Most significantly, healing abilities serve as the nemesis of the zombie virus. Zou Yu had once heard of a powerful individual in a safe zone endowed with healing abilities who restored a half-zombified person back to humanity. Although this act left the healer considerably weakened, it nonetheless represented a glimmer of hope in an apocalyptic world seemingly devoid of light. Zou Yu demonstrated her prowess, revitalizing the wolf cubs in a remarkably brief span of time, with one after another leaping and bounding towards her eagerly. Zou Yu found herself unable to withstand the weight of several eager bodies leaping towards her simultaneously, yet she could not bring herself to scold them. Instead, she gently patted each of their heads. "No more commotion. We must go in search of Bai." With that, she did not linger. The name of her teammate, Jiang Bai, still glowed on the team system, indicating that he was alive. Had Jiang Bai perished, Zou Yu would have ensured that those responsible for his demise would suffer immensely, tormenting them until they longed for death yet found no escape. After departing, Zou Yu drove in pursuit of Bai. Thanks to the system's ability to pinpoint her teammates' locations, she did not need to squander much time. However, as she gazed at the distance marked on the map, she felt a twinge of confusion. Bai had sustained injuries that impeded his mobility, and logically, he should have sought refuge in a concealed location. Yet, the locator indicated he was over 200 kilometers away. An injured person could not possibly traverse such a distance, indicating that something was amiss. There were two possibilities. He had either been rescued or taken captive. Regardless of the circumstances, the only consolation for her at present was that Jiang Bai was still alive. Zou Yu grasped the steering wheel with one hand, while her other hand gently clutched the jade pendant hanging around her neck. This pendant belonged to Bai, though she was unaware of its giver. The fact that he cherished it enough to wear it close to his heart indicated that it must have been gifted by someone of great significance to him. Yet now, he had bestowed it upon her. One could only imagine the depths of Bai's fear during her unconsciousness, the helplessness he felt when tormented by those cruel individuals, and the despair that enveloped him when cast out into the world. Zou Yu seldom experiences moments of tenderness. She considers her heart as unyielding as iron. Yet she cannot turn a blind eye to the earnest affections of others. In this instant, she has entirely embraced Jiang Bai as her own brother. Only when the jade pendant in her palm warmed to her touch did she relinquish her grasp and accelerate towards her destination. On the third day of the apocalypse, the roads were nearly deserted, and Zou Yu propelled her vehicle at a speed of 100 miles per hour, compressing what normally took 4 hours into a mere 2. By 11 o'clock in the morning, she was just 1,000 meters from her target, confronted by an uphill road obstructed by abandoned vehicles. Upon her arrival, Zou Yu glanced at the sign and belatedly recalled that she had been here before. The reason for her lack of recognition lay in the passage of time. It had been so long ago in her previous life. Only upon seeing the name of the villa district on her locator did she confirm her suspicions. Pei Jingzhou owned a villa in this area. In her former life, she had come here with Su Qianluo to rendezvous with Pei Jingzhou during their escape, and they had lived together for 3 months, forging friendships along the way. Eventually, they had journeyed to the safety zone to receive official aid, embarking on a decade-long companionship. Now, returning to this place, the very origin of it all, everything had changed irreversibly. This time, she is resolute in her desire to avoid any entanglement with them. Zou Yu parked the car by the roadside, and 5 wolf cubs leapt down from the vehicle, swiftly and efficiently dispatching the scattered zombies nearby. They gathered in front of Zou Yu, eagerly seeking his praise. As Zou Yu was about to speak, he heard a familiar voice. Brother Jingzhou, are we truly going to rescue Xiao Zhang's sister? It was the voice of Su Qianluo from Chapter 35, The Despicable Man and the Worthless Woman, Jealousy. Zou Yu never anticipated encountering them so soon. The Xiao Zhang mentioned by Su Qianluo must refer to Jiang Shubai. She found herself at a loss for words. How could Xiao by coincidentally cross paths with them at such a moment? Zou Yu couldn't help but recall the words previously spoken by Su Qianluo. If she were the protagonist of a novel, then the narrative of this world would unfold as scripted within those pages. In her past life, at this very moment, she was alongside Su Qianluo and the others. This time, however, she had chosen to part ways with them. Yet, according to the original timeline, they encountered one another once more. It felt as if some unseen force was orchestrating the plot. This compelled adherence to the storyline left Zou Yu exceedingly uncomfortable. However, one positive aspect remained. Her circumstances were no longer what they once were. She had severed ties with Pei Jingzhou and had openly clashed with Su Qianluo. Moreover, she had bound herself to a system that granted her a space of her own, and she had met Jiang Shubai, an individual she had never encountered in her previous existence. These changes were ample evidence that the narrative could indeed be altered. Zou Yu observed Su Qianluo tenderly clinging to Pei Jingzhou, her demeanor reminiscent of a spoiled pet, and was reminded of a certain matter. She could recognize Jiang Shubai, and given Su Qianluo's familiarity with the narrative, it was highly probable that she too would acknowledge him. Thus, their encounter with the young lad was likely no mere coincidence. As their conversation continued, Su Qianluo remarked to Pei Jingzhou, those people discarded Xiaobai outside, indifferent to his fate. They're certainly not to be trifled with. If they can treat a child like Jiang so callously, what are the chances of his sister still being alive? It would be a waste of our time to go there now. Su Qianluo had no desire to rescue Jiang Shubai's sister. The original text made no mention of this so-called sister, which implied that she was likely deceased. Their journey would be futile, and she saw no reason to squander precious moments. Pei Jingzhou appeared troubled, stating, "I promised Xiaojing I would bring back his sister." Upon hearing this, Su Qianluo's expression remained unchanged as she rose on her toes to cradle Pei Jingzhou's face, her voice dripping with sweetness. "Brother, it's not that we don't wish to assist Xiaojing. It's just that we cannot save her at this moment. We are unaware of who else might be in that building. What if there are more individuals with abilities like yours? Xiaojing, being an ability user, is gravely injured. I truly do not want to see you take such risks. If you were to be hurt, it would break my heart." As she spoke, a quiver of emotion crept into her voice, and she sniffled. "If you must go, then take me with you. If we are to perish, let us do so together." "What foolish words," Pei Jingzhou said, clearly charmed by her sentiment. He pressed her head against his chest, reassuring her, "Rest assured, I will protect you at all times. I will never allow you to come to harm." "Brother," Su Qianluo said, her eyes glistening with tears. The lone observer felt overwhelmed by their display of affection. How had she never noticed how well-matched they were? In a place rife with lurking zombies and numerous unknown dangers, these two were blatantly engaging in a melodrama, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. She rolled her eyes, intending to distance herself from them, when suddenly a zombie lunged from the underbrush. Zou Yu instinctively kicked it away, causing the zombie to tumble to the ground, the noise prompting both Su Qianluo and Pei Jingzhou to glance over simultaneously. Before Zou Yu could issue a command, she dashed forth and severed the zombie's neck. In that instant, Zou Yu too was revealed within their line of sight. Su Qianluo could scarcely believe her eyes. Was she truly still alive? Of course, even without the space, she was the protagonist of the original narrative, a being favored by fate, destined not to perish so easily. Su Qianluo subtly clenched her fist, adopting a demeanor of poignant vulnerability, her voice laced with surprise as she softly called out, "Sister." Such artistry in her performance. It was a pity she had yet to embark on her career. Zou Yu. Pei Jingzhou's voice carried a profound significance, imbued with astonishment, joy, and excitement, as though he had never contemplated the possibility of seeing her again. In truth, ever since their parting at the police station, he had been haunted by that day's events. She stood tall and graceful, her striking features shrouded in frost, the evening breeze tousling her hair. Despite everything seemingly unchanged, he felt that her entire essence had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Previously, he had merely admired Zou Yu's beauty, but never had he been captivated. However, since that day, her figure had invaded his dreams. On the first day of the apocalypse, Pei Jingzhou feared for her safety, and for the first time, he yearned to disregard everything to seek her out, only to realize he had long since lost that right. He had never regretted any of his decisions, until now, when he tasted the bitterness of remorse. Yet, he understood Zou Yu's character more than anyone. They both possessed a fierce determination, and once they resolved to let go, they would never look back. Nevertheless, in this moment, a flicker of hope ignited within Pei Jingzhou. Was she here to find me? Sister, it is truly wonderful that you are alive. Is it? I thought you wished for my demise. Zou Yu, with unrelenting sarcasm, sensed her master's discontent. 1, 2, 3, and 4 stood in formation before her, vigilantly eyeing the man and woman across from them, exuding an aura of aggression. Although their appearance had transformed, Su Qianluo could still recognize the figure beside Zou Yu as she, having spent a considerable time visiting the zoo to seek her out. Her understanding of animals was limited. She was unaware of the full-grown white wolf's potential size, yet its height, half that of a person, was evidently abnormal. Could it be that she had other opportunities? Unthinkable. She was acutely aware of every detail within the narrative. Yet, this white wolf had never graced the pages of the story. Why then was it by Zou Yu's side, displaying such a protective stance? A surge of resentment welled within Su Qianluo. Was it merely because she was the heroine that in losing one thing, another would effortlessly replace it? How unjust. I am the true protagonist. Everything that belongs to her should rightfully be mine. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Su Qianluo grasped Pei Jingzhou's hand, intertwining their fingers before Zou Yu, and donned a look of feigned innocence. In a melodious tone, she addressed, Sister, are you upset that I am with Brother Jingzhou? We are truly in love, and he has never wronged you. We only came together after your separation. Pei Jingzhou permitted her to speak, observing Zou Yu's reaction, hoping to catch a glimpse of sorrow and pain upon her face, yet only disdain met his gaze. Zou Yu, what do I care? Do I care that you picked up what I discarded? I have long stated that you scoundrels are a perfect match. It would be strange if you weren't together. Sister, must you speak so harshly? There are harsher words than these. Are you listening? Chapter 36. A Reunion with Old Friends. What brings you here? Pei Jingzhou, realizing that he and Zou Yu could never be again, repressed the lingering thoughts of affection in his heart and inquired about her purpose for visiting. I'm here to find someone. Su Qianluo immediately became anxious, sensing that Zou Yu had come for them, and it was highly likely she intended to compete for Brother Jingzhou. After all, they were the protagonists of the original story. Various trials would undoubtedly bring them together. Su Qianluo was genuinely terrified of being abandoned by Pei Jingzhou. She looked at Zou Yu and feigned a smile. Sister, are you here to find us? I have been quite worried about you these past few days. Thankfully, you are unharmed. Zou Yuzhen wished to inquire of Su Qianluo. Do you find her act exhausting? It was evident that the individual in question felt quite at ease. She had always maintained an appearance of delicate fragility, akin to a white lotus, while in truth, her heart was darker than anyone else's. Zou Yu had been deceived by Su Qianluo numerous times, and she had long seen through her character. You think too much. I'm not here for you. I am here to find Jiang Shubai. Jiang Shubai? Su Qianluo exclaimed, her voice suddenly rising. Zou Yu raised an eyebrow. It seems he is indeed with you. How do you know Jiang Shubai? This is impossible. Why is their timeline intersected so much earlier? In the book, Jiang Shubai only appears when they are vying for resources in the safe zone. Yet now, from Zou Yu's tone, it is evident that her relationship with Jiang Shubai is anything but ordinary. Take me to meet him, and the truth shall be revealed. Zou Yu was disinclined to engage in idle chatter with him. She had already discerned Su Qianluo's intentions. Su Qianluo wished to retain Xiao Bai for her own purposes, and at this very moment, she must be feeling quite anxious, undoubtedly plagued by numerous questions. Zou Yu took great pleasure in observing Su Qianluo's struggle to inquire about matters that troubled her. The mere discomfort of Su Qianluo brought her joy. While Su Qianluo pondered whether to allow Zou Yu to meet Jiang Shubai, Pei Jingzhou had already turned back, casually beckoning to Zou Yu with the words, "Come with me." Without the slightest hesitation, Zou Yu followed suit. Even if at this moment Su Qianluo wished to inflict harm upon her, it would be futile. Her psychic abilities could easily vanquish even the most formidable of zombies, let alone an ordinary human. Behind Pei Jingzhou, Su Qianluo no longer concealed her expression. Her gaze filled with wrath as she fixed her eyes on Zou Yu, seemingly questioning why she had not yet met her demise. Zou Yu responded with a mocking smile. She was determined to live well. Otherwise, how could she infuriate Su Qianluo? As Zou Yu was about to catch up with Pei Jingzhou, Su Qianluo hurriedly leaned in, defiantly wrapping her arm around Pei Jingzhou's, casting a provocative glance at Zou Yu. "Do not even think of stealing my brother Jingzhou. He belongs to me." Zou Yu was rendered speechless. Only Su Qianluo could regard this wretched cucumber as a treasure. Throughout their journey, Su Qianluo clung to Pei Jingzhou as if she were an inseparable part of him. Even when Pei Jingzhou attempted to withdraw his hand, Su Qianluo refused to let go. As if that were not enough, whenever zombies lunged at them, she would scream in terror and shrink into Pei Jingzhou's embrace. Her voice echoing with a plaintive cry, "Brother Jingzhou, protect me." Zou Yu endured considerable auditory damage throughout the journey. The ascent spans approximately 1,000 meters. And at the 500-meter mark, there lies a fork in the path. Zou Yu was aware that the left and right sides were two distinct villa districts. Pei Jingzhou's residence was located in Area B, renowned for its tranquility, comprising merely 20 houses. Being newly constructed, it boasted complete amenities, including a backup power supply. In contrast, Area A presented a different scenario. It had been established during the initial development of the scenic area, leading to peeling and aged walls. It attracted numerous residents due to its affordable prices. Approximately 100 meters from the fork in the road, one could glimpse the villa cluster enclosed by iron railings. The entrance locked tight, with a man clad in black seated in the security booth, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Upon noticing Su Qianluo and Pei Jingzhou's return, the man's expression brightened, prompting him to dash out from a booth. "Jingzhou, Qianluo, why have you returned so swiftly?" As he caught sight of Zou Yu trailing behind them, their eyes met, and an awkward expression crossed his face. Oh, a familiar face. This individual was Shaolin, one of Pei Jingzhou's sycophants. He had been a most vocal critic of Zou Yu's perceived coldness in their group chat, and if memory served, he was also Su Qianluo's backup. In a past life, he had met his demise while defending Su Qianluo against a horde of zombies, a testament to his infatuation. As a suitor of Su Qianluo, it was only natural that he mirrored her sentiments, disliking anyone she did. Consequently, upon seeing Zou Yu, Shaolin's demeanor darkened, and he bluntly inquired, "What brings you here?" Zou Yu chose to disregard him, while Su Qianluo, ever the instigator, exclaimed in a sweet and delicate tone, "Shaolin, it's not easy for my sister to be alone. After all the trouble she went through to reunite with us, your attitude should not be so unwelcoming." Su Qianluo, unable to contain her kindness, replied, "Could you please refrain from being so benevolent? She has bullied you so much in the past." Upon hearing this, Su Qianluo shed sorrowful tears and uttered the renowned phrase of the quintessential green tea. She certainly did not mean it. To which the response came, "No, I meant it entirely." Zou Yu watched their performance with great interest and noticed the jade-inlaid gold bracelet adorning Su Qianluo's wrist. Following Zou Yu's gaze, Su Qianluo hurriedly tugged at her clothing to conceal the bracelet. A thief, after all, is always plagued by a sense of guilt when possessing that which belongs to another. Zou Yu was aware that the bracelet had already found its owner and could not be reclaimed, yet she still wished to provoke her. "Did you not say it was lost?" Su Qianluo understood what Zou Yu was referring to. Her eyes filled with panic as she replied, "It was found later." "If it was found, why did you not return it to me?" Su Qianluo retorted, "I have already given you so much money. Does this bracelet not count as something I purchased?" Zou Yu smiled and glanced at Pei Jingzhou. "Shall I return the money to you now?" Upon noticing this, Su Qianluo hurriedly stepped back, clutching the bracelet as she positioned herself behind Pei Jingzhou. Pei Jingzhou furrowed his brows and said, "Do not bully Luo. Zou Yu gested. Had I known you would face such difficulties, I surely would not have asked for such a substantial sum. Otherwise, you would not be." The latter part of her sentence remained unspoken, yet the individuals present were all acutely aware of its implication. That day, Su Qianluo's contact list was inundated with photographs. This revelation prompted a recollection of the humiliation she had previously endured, causing her to tremble to the point of nearly grinding her teeth. Yet, she found herself unable to pinpoint any fault in Zou Yu. There exists a form of mockery that only the affected party can comprehend. Meanwhile, Shaolin, in a naive manner, remarked to Zou Yu, "It would have been better had you realized this sooner." Zou Yu gazed at Su Qianluo, who was shedding tears, and offered her a faint smile, though the warmth did not reach her eyes. "Do you feel the same?" Su Qianluo was on the brink of madness, her teeth clenched, rendering her speechless. A brief interlude passed in her silence. Shaolin remained vigilant at the door, while Zou Yu scrutinized their surroundings, soon leading them to their abode. Chapter 37. A Tangential Connection. Not a good person at the entrance, Su Qianluo inquired once more, "What is your relationship with Shaojiang?" "Zou Yu, I am his sister." Upon hearing this, Su Qianluo felt an increasing sense of unease in her heart. She furrowed her brows and inquired, "When did you acquire this brother? How was I unaware of it?" "Well, now you are aware." Su Qianluo felt as though she had struck a blow against cotton, enveloped in a profound sense of helplessness. Zou Yu evidently harbored no desire to respond to her inquiries with sincerity. In truth, both women regarded one another with disdain. However, the distinction lay in the fact that Zou Yu was unreserved in her disdain, while Su Qianluo was not afforded the same luxury. She understood that Pei Jingzhou was fond of her gentle and kind disposition, and in a bid to preserve his affections, she concealed her true self. It was imperative that she did not sever ties with Zou Yu. Despite their separation, Pei Jingzhou's heart still held a place for Zou Yu. Su Qianluo took a deep breath, grappling with disbelief at Jiang Shubai's claim that his sister was Zou Yu. Had it only been a few days since they began addressing each other as siblings? Su Qianluo was well aware of Zou Yu's nature. She would never easily place her trust in another. Even the original Su Qianluo had taken many years to earn Zou Yu's gradual acceptance as a sister. The more Su Qianluo pondered, the more she sensed an incongruity. Meanwhile, Zou Yu was meticulously observing her surroundings as they walked. They encountered several residents along the way, who greeted Pei Jingzhou and Su Qianluo with evident respect, reminiscent of times past. Su Qianluo relished the adulation she received, akin to a celestial figure surrounded by admirers. At the onset of the apocalypse, she had candidly revealed her spatial powers to Pei Jingzhou, albeit under the guise of spatial abilities. Over the past 3 days, they tirelessly ventured out to gather supplies, and upon returning, Su Qianluo generously distributed these provisions to those in need, earning their heartfelt gratitude and elevating herself to the status of a benevolent savior. Su Qianluo had crafted an FAIDE of selfless benevolence. Yet the resources she procured from her spatial realm amounted to but a mere fraction of her hidden stockpile. The B district, previously sparsely populated, had been swiftly cleared of infected zombies upon Pei Jingzhou's arrival, allowing them to occupy the area without remorse. They then began their humanitarian efforts, a notion proposed by Su Qianluo, which no one opposed, viewing her as the moral compass of their group. She advocated for unity among the survivors in the face of such calamity. Zou Yu had once been swayed by these sentiments, believing she had misjudged Su Qianluo. Only later did she realize that Su Qianluo's motivations were rooted in the material possessions held by those around her. The superpowered individuals were ensnared by her eloquent rhetoric, willingly becoming her enforcers, while ordinary folk surrendered their meager provisions in exchange for scant rations, all the while facing the grim prospect of abandonment. With the establishment of a safe zone, authorities would dispatch aid to rescue survivors, and some individuals opted to venture toward the secure area. By that time, Su Qianluo and her group had already rescued numerous individuals, predominantly commoners. She regarded these people as burdens and was reluctant to escort them, instead concocting an excuse to seek supplies. As a throng of grateful souls lauded Su Qianluo as their savior, she clandestinely opened a back door, luring the zombies from the square. By the time they returned, the B district had succumbed entirely to devastation. Zou Yu Su Qianluo. As she was the last to depart, volunteering to lock the door. The lock bore no signs of tampering, indicating it had been opened by human hands. When she inquired about this with Su Qianluo, the latter feigned tears, claiming ignorance, only to be surrounded by a throng of sympathizers who urged Zou Yu not to be so harsh. Subsequently, Zou Yu ceased her inquiries. Su Qianluo, regardless of her actions, was perpetually supported by a cadre of admirers. Each of her rebuttals served as a catalyst for further distancing, leaving Zou Yu oblivious to the moment she had been cast out from their little circle. She was determined not to repeat her past mistakes. Upon entering, Su Qianluo eagerly introduced her sister to everyone, who in turn greeted Zou Yu with warmth and enthusiasm. Zou Yu surveyed her surroundings and realized that none of Su Qianluo's close friends were present. The personnel remained largely unchanged, with most not having accompanied them to the end. Some were unfamiliar to Zou Yu, while others lingered vividly in her memory. Among them was a woman seated on the sofa, idly playing with a knife. The woman merely cast a cold glance in Zou Yu's direction, not even bothering to rise, yet that single look conveyed an undeniable discord in their energies. Allow me to introduce her. The beauty perched on the sofa is named Mulan. She is not the Mulan of legend, yet she embodies a similar spirit, a heroine who gallops across the grasslands and wields her blade with skill. She once owned an equestrian club. Shaolin took on the role of the introducer, recounting the names of the remaining individuals one by one. In truth, Zou Yu was acquainted with them all. Among this group, aside from Mulan, who maintained a neutral stance without supporting Su Qianluo, nearly everyone else had been won over by Su Qianluo's influence. Zou Yu displayed no interest in making their acquaintance, maintaining a demeanor of cold indifference throughout. The man beside Shaolin murmured, "Sister Qianluo is exceptionally beautiful, isn't she?" In response, Shaolin cast a fleeting glance. Indeed, she possessed beauty, yet her character left much to be desired. With a hint of disdain in his eyes, he cautioned, "I advise you to steer clear. This woman is not of good virtue." Shaolin's assertion was accurate. Zou Yu had never considered herself a good person. She turned her gaze towards Su Qianluo and inquired, "Where is Jiang Subai?" "In his room," someone replied. "Follow me." Su Qianluo. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Subai had already awakened, bewildered by what he thought were auditory hallucinations, as he believed he heard his sister's voice. The moment the door swung open, he felt even more disoriented. It was over. He had begun to experience illusions. He assumed the previous woman, Qian, had left him with lingering effects on his mind and could scarcely believe that Zou Yu had come to see him. Zou Yu assessed Jiang Shubai's injuries with a discerning gaze. His leg, secured with a splint, was likely fractured. His face bore several bruises, and one hand was encased in a splint while the other, adorned with an indistinct tattoo, remained obscured from view. Zou Yu furrowed her brows. "How could you let yourself be vulnerable in my absence?" Jiang Shubai lowered his head in shame. "I am sorry." "Sister, please do not say that about Xiao Jiang. He is still just a child." Su Qianluo interjected, striving to remind Jiang Shubai of her kindness. Jiang Shubai replied, "Whatever my sister says is right. It is I who have erred." Zou Yu furrowed her brows and said, "Did I not instruct you to take care of yourself? If you cannot fight, then flee. You have such long legs for a reason. Yet, sister, you are still here." Zou Yu sighed and cast a glance at Su Qianluo. "Could you refrain from following me? I have something to discuss with my brother." Su Qianluo replied, "He is your brother, but who am I?" Chapter 38, Healing. Good Samaritan card. Before she fainted, Zou Yu had contemplated all possible scenarios. She had taken precautions with the system, which would forcibly awaken her if a danger arose that Jiang Shubai could not avert. Of course, the system was solely concerned with Zou Yu's personal safety, only triggering her awakening when her life was threatened. Hence, Zou Yu had advised Jiang Shubai to take care of himself. Unexpectedly, this foolish boy went to such lengths for her. After Su Qianluo left, Zou Yu turned and closed the door, shutting out the curious gazes of those outside, and approached Jiang Shubai. "How's your leg?" "I don't know," he replied. "The doctor said it's fractured and that I need a splint for 100 days. In Area B, there was a medical room specifically for the affluent, and the first thing Pei Jingzhou and his companions did upon arrival was to secure the doctor and the medical facility to ensure that no one would be left untreated in case of injury. In this apocalyptic world, aside from the sustenance required for survival, medical resources became paramount. The environment would grow increasingly hostile, and even a simple cold could prove fatal. Even someone as mercenary as Su Qianluo understood the significance of medical practitioners, never abandoning ordinary doctors during relocations. "Let me see," Jiang Shubai said, unhesitatingly shifting forward to reveal his leg. Zou Yu's hand rested upon his leg, silently allowing her abilities to flow through his meridians, mending the fractured parts of his body. Jiang Shubai could only perceive a warmth enveloping his leg, the pain gradually subsiding. Though he was unaware of the precise nature of his sister's actions, Jiang Shubai held an unwavering trust in her. It was not until she relinquished her grip that he fully understood. A thin sheen of perspiration appeared on Zou Yu's forehead, a consequence of her overexerted psychic abilities that was far from pleasant. She maneuvered her mental powers in her mind for a few moments, and only then did the weariness dissipate completely. Testing her legs for mobility, she sensed the heat within her fading. At that moment, Jiang Shubai felt an astonishing absence of pain. Previously, even the slightest movement had caused him to break out in cold sweat, yet now he felt nothing at all. Curiously, he gave his leg a gentle kick, but there was no sensation whatsoever. Overjoyed, Jiang Shubai rose from the bed, eager to stand, only to find himself constrained by the splint, causing him to tilt and tumble towards the floor. Zou Yu swiftly supported him, inquiring, "How do you feel?" Jiang Shubai gazed at Zou Yu, responding, "I feel as though my leg is healed." "As long as you are fine," she replied. "Sister.It." Zou Yu had previously discussed the system of supernatural abilities with him. Jiang Shubai, quick-witted, was about to speak when Zou Yu shot him a glance. She made a gesture for silence, gently grasping Jiang Shubai's hand and leading him towards the bed. Obediently, Jiang Shubai followed her and sat down. "Continue to feign your injury for a while longer. Do not let anyone discover that your leg is healed." The rarity of healing abilities was striking, and she pondered the reasons and circumstances behind her awakening of such powers. Nevertheless, Zou Yu understood the adage, "A common man is innocent but bears the burden of possessing something precious." Drawing attention too early would bring her no advantage. Jiang Shubai quickly grasped Zou Yu's intent and nodded in agreement. Upon hearing the breath outside the door fade away, the cold glimmer in Zou Yu's eyes finally subsided. She understood that Su Qianluo was concerned for her, relentlessly seeking to ascertain her whereabouts, all the while harboring malicious intent to seize her possessions. It would be one thing if someone else were to rescue Jiang Shubai. Zou Yu could simply express her gratitude with some supplies for their heroic deed. Yet, it was precisely Su Qianluo who intervened. If Su Qianluo was able to save him, it was either because she had discovered his extraordinary abilities or recognized him. In either scenario, they would not allow her to easily take Jiang Shubai away. Pei Jingzhou had provided a wheelchair. Jiang Shubai sat in the courtyard basking in the sun, playfully engaging with the children. Zou Yu kept air, sand, and sea to protect Jiang Shubai and took she for a stroll nearby. Being around these people was a torment for her. The mere thought of the events from her past life would stir an uncontrollable bitterness within. She feared that she might succumb to the urge to harm them one by one, thus choosing to avert her gaze to avoid further distress. The fact that Zou Yu was raising wolves was utterly astonishing. Shaolin had initially perceived her as an oddity, but it became evident that his understanding of peculiarities was still superficial. Who could possibly consider wolves as pets? Su Qianluo overheard Shaolin's remark and quietly interjected. "Sister used to work at a zoo. Those wolves are her friends." Treating wolves as friends, no wonder she appeared so cold-blooded. Shaolin rolled his eyes. "Qianluo, she has treated you that way, yet you still call her sister. You are far too kind-hearted." Su Qianluo wore a melancholic expression. "No matter what, She will always be my sister. Xiaolin's gaze flickered, sensing a halo surrounding Su Qianluo, making her seem like a celestial being descended to earth, causing his heart to race. Qianluo, you truly are the kindest girl I have ever encountered. At this, Su Qianluo shyly smiled and began to distribute compliments. I wish all my friends were as wonderful as you. This statement was akin to proclaiming, I only see you as a brother. However, Xiaolin was already captivated. He paused and quietly inquired, Is Jingzhou unkind to you? Su Qianluo's eyes darkened as she offered a bitter smile. He has treated me quite well. When he was with my sister, he was good to me as well, and he still is. But I can't shake the feeling that he is merely compensating for my sister. Once she finished speaking, her expression returned to normal, and seemingly casually, she remarked, Don't take it too seriously. I'm just venting because I consider you a true friend. Please don't tell Jingzhou. Rest assured. Xiaolin gazed at the distant figure of a person and a wolf, a flicker of resentment crossing his eyes. If Zou Yu were no longer present, would Pei Jingzhou be able to love Qianluo properly? With this thought, Xiaolin clenched his fists, unsure whether he was making a vow to himself or a promise to Su Qianluo. Qianluo, I will ensure your happiness. I am willing to do anything if it brings you joy. Su Qianluo's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Brother Xiaolin, you are truly wonderful. That evening, everyone gathered in the courtyard to prepare a hot pot feast. Fresh vegetables were sourced from the neighbor's garden, potatoes were brought by the doctor, and several other families from area B contributed food. Ham, instant noodles, and hot pot ingredients were all provided by Su Qianluo. Remarkably, there was even a rare box of beer. What festival is it today that we can enjoy beer? Someone exclaimed excitedly. Su Qianluo smiled as she placed the cut vegetables on the table and looked toward Zou Yu, who was hidden in the shadows, saying, My sister has arrived. So of course we must feast well. Then we can consider ourselves fortunate to bask in Zou Yu's glory. Xiaolin timely interjected. It is undoubtedly the grace of Qianluo. Indeed, without the space of Qianluo, we could scarcely indulge in such delectable treats. Su Qianluo, once again weaving bonds of camaraderie. It is all due to everyone's kindness. Being with you all gives me a sense of home, and I am truly joyous. Chapter 39. Exchange disappointment, sister. Why not partake in some food? Su Qianluo distanced herself from the crowd and approached Zou Yu. Su Qianluo, do you genuinely wish to save those people? Su Qianluo's smile faltered. Sister, what do you mean by that? Do not call me that. It disgusts me. The smile vanished from her face, tears cascading down in an instant. Must you treat me this way? You are my only remaining family. Should we not rely on one another? In her previous life, she had uttered similar words, prompting Zou Yu to soften and open her heart to Su Qianluo, only to ultimately be betrayed to the official laboratory. Zou Yu lightly remarked, Do you even deserve it? Su Qianluo's expression darkened to an extreme. Completely forgetting that they had already severed ties long before the apocalypse descended upon them. Zou Yu is acutely aware of Su Qianluo's ongoing attempts to reconcile, recognizing that only by remaining by her side can she hope to obtain the fortunes that rightfully belong to the protagonist. There are numerous opportunities that can only be uncovered through Zou Yu's own endeavors, a privilege bestowed upon her by the protagonist's halo. Su Qianluo is determined to keep Zou Yu close. Sister, I genuinely wish to mend our relationship. Have you forgotten the days we once shared? Yet, it is precisely because she has not forgotten that Zou Yu cannot allow an impostor to occupy Su Qianluo's place. In truth, she would prefer to eliminate Su Qianluo entirely. However, it is evident that confronting Pei Jingzhou at this moment would be an unwise course of action. Her psychic abilities can only dominate those with weaker wills, and Zou Yu harbors no certainty that she could defeat Pei Jingzhou, as many before her have attempted and failed. There is a reason why Pei Jingzhou is regarded as the male lead in Su Qianluo's narrative. Zou Yu is not averse to trouble, yet she does not seek it out unnecessarily. Upon noticing that Zou Yu was resolutely unwilling to reconcile with her, Su Qianluo shifted her focus. As Su Qianluo approached Jiang Bai, the others immediately rushed forward to intercept her, startled by the sudden appearance of the wolf cubs. Su Qianluo forced a smile and addressed Jiang Bai. Xiao Jiang, Aren't you going to join them for a meal? Jiang Shubai shook his head, responding, I am not hungry. He would not harbor any fondness for those his sister disliked, regardless of whether that individual had once saved him. He would certainly not bestow upon them a pleasant demeanor. Observing the notable shift in Jiang Shubai's attitude, Su Qianluo instinctively felt that Zou Yu had imparted some words to him. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that Zou Yu held little interest in gossiping behind others' backs. She preferred to speak her mind directly. Not hungry? You only had a single piece of bread this morning. Boys are in their growth phase. They cannot afford to go hungry. A breeze wafted through, carrying the enticing aroma of hot pot from the courtyard. Jiang Shubai swallowed hard, his stomach growling in protest. He instinctively glanced at Zou Yu. Noticing this, Su Qianluo turned her gaze toward Zou Yu and began to plead, Sister, our matters are our own, but you cannot deny Xiao Jiang food. This remark was indeed artfully crafted, effortlessly casting Zou Yu as a cold-hearted and callous person, especially since Su Qianluo had not lowered her voice, drawing the attention of others who regarded Zou Yu with reproachful glances. Throughout the morning, it had become apparent to everyone that Jiang Shubai heeded Zou Yu's words. Without her permission, he would certainly refrain from eating. Do not blame my sister. It is I who do not wish to eat, and she has not stopped me. Zou Yu cast a glance at him before turning away. In that moment, Su Qianluo was at a loss as to whether she should continue calling Jiang Shubai. The atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Xiao Lin remarked, Qianluo, do not concern yourself with Xiao Jiang. He will come over when he is hungry. Indeed, Qianluo, if you delay any longer, the dishes will be overcooked. Su Qianluo, however, was also feeling the pangs of hunger. The provisions she had on hand were meant to sustain so many individuals, and she could not afford to indulge them with extravagant meals. The past few days had seen them subsisting on meager rations. The fact that they were having hot pot for dinner tonight was a rare indulgence, a manifestation of Su Qianluo's personal desires. She yearned for Zou Yu to witness how well she was faring, hoping to incite a twinge of envy within her. The mere thought of the female protagonist subsisting on plain bread while she relished hot pot filled Su Qianluo with a sense of satisfaction. Jiang Shubai bent down to gently stroke Yi's head, quietly inquiring, Have I upset my sister? Otherwise, why would she not spare me a glance before retreating inside? Yi, unable to comprehend his words, looked at him with bewilderment. Jiang Shubai placed his hands on the wheelchair, preparing to roll outside in search of his sister. Struggling to maneuver the wheelchair to the door, he suddenly spotted a figure coming into view. Jiang Shubai's eyes lit up with surprise. Zou Yu approached, cradling a box filled with various items. The attention of others was similarly captivated, and they turned to gaze at her. Zou Yu approached and placed the box upon the table. Xiao Bai remarked that they were not taking advantage of others, suggesting that this was sufficient. Xiao Lin, intrigued, opened the large box for a glance. It was filled to the brim with vacuum-sealed meats, including beef, chicken legs, and pork hocks. The sight left them all in awe. Typically, they did not regard meat as a rare delicacy, but in this moment, when they had been deprived of any semblance of meat, they could truly appreciate its value. Although the hot pot was invigorating, the only meat-like substance they had was the starchy ham sausage. As they gazed at the assortment of meats, they could not help but swallow hard, suddenly finding their instant noodles unappetizing. Su Qianluo inquired, Where did you acquire such an abundance of meat? Zou Yu raised an eyebrow. What? Do you suspect that I have poisoned it? Su Qianluo furrowed her brow, feeling that all the attention had been diverted away from her. The crowd affectionately called out to Zou Yu, addressing her with familiarity. They had agreed that all supplies would be entrusted to Su Qianluo for safekeeping, after which she would allocate them uniformly, as her space was the safest haven. However, at that moment, the allure of meat proved irresistible, and their eyes were fixed hungrily on Su Qianluo. Pei Jingzhou took it upon himself to grab several packs of chicken legs, distributing one to each person. Su Qianluo regarded Pei Jingzhou with a contemplative look. He gently ruffled her hair, saying, Everyone hasn't had meat in several days. Could you please keep the other supplies? For Su Qianluo, accepting the items given by Zou Yu felt more unbearable than death itself. She always sensed that Zou Yu was merely bestowing charity upon her. The doctor provided Jiang Shubai with a bowl and chopsticks, and he eagerly joined the others by the pot, savoring a heaping mouthful of instant noodles. Yet, the flavor was far more insipid than he had anticipated. Su Qianluo had sparingly added half a packet of hot pot seasoning and a large pot of water. Subsequently, everyone continued to add water and salt, rendering the flavor of the seasoning exceedingly bland. Zou Yu does not impose restrictions on Jiang Shubai's interactions with them. Her grievances with these individuals are her own concern. For Jiang Shubai, they are merely companions with whom he shares time. She will not interfere with his social connections. He is free to make his own choices. As for the matter of favors, Zou Yu is willing to assist in repaying them. However, all of this is contingent upon Jiang Shubai's desire to remain by her side. Should he choose to stay here and willingly be exploited by Su Qianluo, Zou Yu will simply consider her judgment flawed. She sat beneath a tree, leaning against Cixi, observing the radiant smile of Jiang Shubai in the distance. I hope you will not disappoint me. Chapter 40. Sedition and Conflict. Zou Yu did not sleep in the room that Su Qianluo had arranged for her. Instead, she decided to rest in the car outside. Jiang Shubai insisted on accompanying Zou Yu, but was persuaded otherwise by the others. As Zou Yu approached the car, she recalled her earlier conversation with Jiang Shubai about the importance of daily milk consumption. She retrieved a bottle from her space, intending to present it to Jiang Shubai. She left Yi in error by the side of Xiaobai. Upon arriving at their residence, Zou Yu noticed Yi in error with their heads drooped, lying on the ground. The two wolf cubs perked up with joy upon seeing their master and eagerly bounded towards her. Zou Yu felt puzzled. Where's Xiaobai? He tilted his head slightly towards the backyard, as if he could hear someone speaking. Stay here. Zou Yu made a gesture for silence towards the wolf cubs and approached to discern who was conversing with Xiaobai. Upon reaching the corner, a familiar voice reached his ears. It was Su Qianluo. Zou Yu abruptly halted her steps, taken aback by Su Qianluo's words. What advantages are there in following Zou Yu? She is my sister, and I know her far better than you do. That individual lacks genuine affection. The moment you cease to be of any value to her, she will readily cast you aside. Su Qianluo spoke with earnest sincerity. Zou Yu's figure was rather inconspicuous in the corner, yet from her vantage point, she could distinctly observe Xiao Bai's expression, which appeared contemplative as he gazed downward, seemingly lost in thought. Zou Yuchui's fingers unconsciously twitched beside her leg. In truth, she could have interrupted their conversation simply by stepping forward. Her presence would undoubtedly compel Jiang Shubai to follow her. Yet, Zou Yu chose not to. She was curious to observe the decision Jiang Shubai would make. Xiao Jiang, I truly cannot bear to witness you being deceived by her. You have no idea what she did to me before. Su Qianluo's voice grew choked with emotion as she spoke. This was her customary method of winning others' hearts, as if tears could resolve any issue. Just when Su Qianluo believed she had moved Jiang Shubai, he coldly replied, I do not need to know what my sister has done to you, but I am certain she would never speak ill of others behind their backs as you do. Su Qianluo was taken aback. What did you say? Jiang Shubai, no longer wishing to converse with Su Qianluo, recalled the moment she had rescued him, believing he had encountered a good person. Now it was evident who the self-serving individual truly was. As Jiang Shubai maneuvered his wheelchair to depart, Su Qianluo instinctively blocked his path, insisting, regardless, I saved you. Although seated in a wheelchair, Jiang Shubai's demeanor remained formidable, and Su Qianluo could faintly perceive Zou Yu's influence in him. Su Qianluo's eyes glimmered. If memory serves, after your vehicle had left, it was when you saw me using my powers that you caused the car to reverse, correct? Su Qianluo's pupils contracted sharply, surprised that Jiang Shubai had seen through her. Initially, she had indeed ordered the car back because she had witnessed Jiang Shubai's abilities, but her subsequent kindness stemmed from recognizing him. Su Qianluo yearned to seize everything that belonged to Zou Yu, including people. Yet, it seemed that whatever Zou Yu had conveyed to Jiang Shubai had ensnared his unwavering loyalty. She would not allow herself to possess what she could not relinquish to Zou Yu. With this thought, Su Qianluo made a resolute decision. A glint of cold steel flashed. A dagger suddenly appeared in Su Qianluo's hand, aimed directly at Jiang Shubai's neck. Unaware of the impending danger, Jiang Shubai diligently navigated his wheelchair. In a critical moment, a figure lunged forward. "Ah!" Su Qianluo screamed as the dagger clattered to the ground. Zou Yu positioned herself between Su Qianluo and Jiang Shubai, forcefully kicking Su Qianluo to the ground. Su Qianluo's back collided violently with the wall, leaving her sprawled on the floor, unable to rise for an extended period. Pain radiated throughout her body, rendering her momentarily unsure whether to clutch her abdomen or her back. Suddenly, the villa door swung open, and a group of people emerged, drawn by Su Qianluo's cries. Upon hearing the footsteps, tears streamed down Su Qianluo's face in an instant. "Sister, why must you treat me this way?" Zou Yu was exceedingly well acquainted with Su Qianluo's methods, to the point of perfect familiarity. Zou Yu was acutely aware that no one would believe her words. Thus, she had little inclination to provide any explanation and simply pushed Jiang Shubai forward. Unsurprisingly, their path was obstructed. Shaolin and a few others stood in their way, preventing Zou Yu and Jiang Shubai from departing, while Pei Jingzhou, in a state of anxiety, rushed to support Su Qianluo. Su Qianluo, Kuridlin head abdomen, looked at Pei Jingzhou with a pitiful gaze and softly murmured, "Please do not blame my sister. It was my mistake that prompted her to strike me." At the precise moment Zou Yu had acted, Su Qianluo became acutely aware of the disparity in strength between the two, realizing she had not even noticed Zou Yu's arrival. At this moment, her sole desire was to prevent Zou Yu from taking Jiang Shubai away. Zou Yu's gaze swept coldly over the few individuals blocking her path. "You cannot impede my progress." They had never encountered such an audacious woman, yet it seemed only a figure of such striking confidence could match her unforgettable visage. Shaolin glared fiercely at Zou Yu. "You struck Qianluo and still wish to flee? This is unacceptable. My sister acted to protect me." Jiang Shubai, nearly rising from his wheelchair in desperation, was restrained by Zou Yu's firm grip on his shoulder. Turning to him, Zou Yu shook her head. Jiang Shubai, his eyes ablaze with indignation, insisted she sought to kill me. It was only because of this that my sister intervened. Upon hearing this, none present were convinced. "How could Qianluo possibly wish to harm you? Are you jesting? You must have been deceived by Zou Yu." They retorted. "What proof do you have that she intended to kill you?" At that moment, Su Qianluo, assisted by Pei Jingzhou, passed by them. As she brushed past Zou Yu, her entire body trembled involuntarily. Pei Jingzhou cast a cold glance at Zou Yu and quietly reassured Su Qianluo, "Do not be afraid." Su Qianluo looked at Jiang Shubai, her expression one of pure innocence. "Xiao Jiang, I understand your loyalty to your sister, but I have saved you. How can you treat me this way?" "You." Jiang Shubai gripped the armrest of his wheelchair, furious. Su Qianluo continued, "If I truly wished to kill you, why would I have gone to such lengths to save you?" At a loss for words, his gaze suddenly fell upon the dagger on the ground, pointing at it. He exclaimed, "Just now, she intended to use that to kill me." Su Qianluo silently buried her face in Pei Jingzhou's embrace, her voice low and pitiful. "Jingzhou, perhaps I should not have saved him. Let me take you home," Pei Jingzhou said, lifting Su Qianluo effortlessly and carrying her back to their room. Just as he was about to leave, Su Qianluo suddenly grasped his sleeve. "I am afraid." Seeing her vulnerable state, a flicker of murderous intent crossed Pei Jingzhou's eyes as he leaned down to kiss her forehead. "Do not fear. I shall avenge you." Chapter 41. For his life. Kill me suddenly, Mulan, leaning against the railing, strode purposefully towards Zou Yu. A crowd of onlookers stared, none daring to intervene, as if accustomed to Mulan being the first to charge ahead. "Sister, you must leave quickly. Mulan is formidable." Zou Yu recognized Mulan's formidable prowess. Yet she too had transformed beyond the ordinary. "I intend to take Jiang Shubai away. You cannot impede me." Shaolin retrieved the dagger from the ground. Recalling the tears that glistened in Su Qianluo's eyes during her moments of sorrow, her desolate expression, and the heartfelt words she had shared with him. Once Zou Yu was no more, Qianluo would be freed from her worries. With this thought in mind, Shaolin discreetly advanced toward Zou Yu. Mulan stood before the crowd, her gaze fixed on Zou Yu, her voice devoid of warmth. "A one-on-one challenge? Very well." Zou Yu maneuvered Jiang Shubai to a place of safety, fastening the zipper of her clothing with determination. Clenching her fists, she charged towards Mulan with a speed that seemed to defy the very concept of time. Her long legs descended with precision. Mulan attempted to evade by sidestepping and seizing Zou Yu's arm, only to find herself thwarted as Zou Yu pinned her shoulder and executed a swift rise. Flipping Mulan's arm behind her back, Mulan retaliated with a kick, but Zou Yu intercepted her mid-motion, forcing her leg back down. In a desperate counter, Mulan struck towards Zou Yu's neck. Yet at that precise moment, Zou Yu bent low to evade, stepping forward to position herself before Mulan. Every maneuver Mulan attempted was effortlessly countered, as if Zou Yu were wielding the force of a feather against a mountain. Mulan sensed an unsettling impression that Zou Yu was deliberately holding back her true prowess. Each of her actions, devoid of flaw, showcased a mastery of strength and speed that dominated Mulan. Yet there was no intention to vanquish her. Rather, it felt akin to a lesson imparted. After exchanging dozens of moves, the encounter culminated with Mulan pinned to the ground. Closing her eyes, she whispered, "In me." Zou Yu declared, "I do not kill good people." Once she spoke, she released Mulan and turned to leave, when suddenly footsteps echoed in her ears, accompanied by Jiang Subai's warning. "Be careful." She glanced over to see Xiaolin lunging at her with a dagger, poised to pierce her heart. The exhilaration and satisfaction in his eyes suggested he believed he was about to eliminate a significant threat to Qianluo. However, in the next instant, something pierced his own chest. The onlookers were utterly astonished as they beheld Xiaolin's demise. Reluctantly, he looked down, feeling the warmth of life ebbing away, and was met with the sight of a rose blooming from his own torso. The thorns retracted, and his heart, severely damaged, ceased to beat. He lay on the ground, helplessly gazing at the sky, his eyes vacant and devoid of life, convulsing briefly before spitting blood. Jiang Subai, pale as a ghost, stared at his hands in disbelief, unable to comprehend that he had killed Xiaolin. Memories of Xiaolin serving him fruit and urging him to eat flashed through his mind. As he turned to Zou Yu in desperation, "Sister, I have killed someone." This marked Jiang Subai's first confrontation with the reality of human death, and it was a consequence of his own actions. The surge of extraordinary power unleashed in that moment was overwhelmingly potent, leaving Zou Yu no opportunity to intervene. The events had already unfolded. She would have preferred to have taken Xiaolin's life herself. Li Yan, a close friend of Xiaolin, rushed forward in an attempt to revive him, only to find him continuously coughing up blood. Leaning down, Li Yan strained to hear Xiaolin's final words. Kill Zou Yu." Li Yan immediately looked up at Zou Yu, his heart ablaze with fury upon seeing her face retain its indifferent expression. He raised his hand. Zou Yu felt as if the ground was trembling beneath her, and in the next moment, she found herself ensnared by the rising mound of earth that seized her legs. Li Yan cast a glance at the others. "Why are you hesitating? Go and eliminate her." Zou Yu narrowed her eyes as the wolf cubs rushed forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of her, baring their teeth in a fierce display towards the approaching figures. A chill ran through the others. "Mulan, go." Li Yan urja. Mulan shook her head. "I have lost. I am not qualified to participate." She was a woman of principles. The sound of footsteps approached from behind as Pei Jingzhou entered the courtyard, his gaze landing on the motionless form of Xiaolin on the ground, his pupils dilating in shock. Who did this? Li Yan, cradling Xiaolin's lifeless body, his eyes reddened with grief, replied, "It was Zou Yu." Without a moment's hesitation, Pei Jingzhou's disbelief in Zou Yu's actions swiftly turned into a palpable rage. The air around him seemed to thicken as icy spikes began to form in his hand, which he aimed at Zou Yu without a second thought. Yet, before he could reach her, the wall, forged from intertwining branches, intercepted his strike. Jiang Shubai maneuvered his wheelchair beside Zou Yu, grasping a handful of seeds. Though his body trembled with weakness, he resolutely stood in front of her. "Who dares to harm my sister?" he challenged. Zou Yu gently patted Jiang Subai's shoulder, stepping forward to shield him and casting a reassuring glance over her shoulder. "Let me pass," she implored. Pei Jingzhou regarded Zou Yu with a sense of unfamiliarity. The woman before him seemed a stranger. He shook his head, conjuring an ice blade anew in his hand, his tone icy and resolute. Impossible. You have slain Shaolin, and now you wish to leave? You must pay with your life. At the instantly Yin spoke, Zou Yu turned her gaze towards him, her eyes frosty and laced with mockery. You think you can obstruct me? I invite you to try. Zou Yu initially had no intention of utilizing her extraordinary abilities. She was determined to avoid premature exposure. A gentle breeze caressed her delicate visage as she stood resolutely, radiating an aura akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, evoking both awe and trepidation in those who beheld her. Li Yin sought to ensnare Zou Yu with his earth-based power, intending for Pei Jingzhou to eliminate her. Yet, at the very moment he attempted to conjure the earth in shackles, an excruciating pain pierced through his mind as if a multitude of needles incessantly jabbed at his consciousness. Overwhelmed by agony, Li Yin collapsed to the ground, clutching his head in torment. Pei Jingzhou, alarmed, exclaimed, "What have you done?" "It is nothing. He will simply have to endure such torment whenever he wishes to wield his powers in the future." Zou Yu's mastery of psychic abilities was unparalleled, rendering the act of hypnotizing someone with wavering resolve a mere trifle. As for Pei Jingzhou, she cast her gaze upon him, his brow furrowed deeply, the icy blade in his grasp growing ever larger, radiating an aura of chilling intensity the moment he seized it. Without hesitation, Pei Jingzhou advanced towards Zou Yu, bringing the blade down upon her. The sharp edge cleaved her form in two. A pang of anguish surged within his heart. Why did she not evade? Pei Jingzhou observed his bloodied hands. A desire to cleanse the unsightly crimson welled up within him, accompanied by an inexplicable sting in his palms. "Brother Pei, what are you doing?" The voice jolted Pei Jingzhou from his trance. The blood in his hands vanished in an instant, the icy blade still suspended in midair. While Zou Yu stood before him, unscathed, adorned with an unwaveringly confident smile. "I told you, you cannot kill me." Pei Jingzhou, unconvinced, gripped the icy blade once more and thrust it forward. Blood splattered upon his visage, and, as he looked on, the radiant face before him morphed into his own. A sudden pain gripped his abdomen, prompting him to glance down. The icy blade had pierced through his body. Chapter 42. Who Dares to Obstruct Me? Z-City realization dawned upon Pei Jingzhou, and without hesitation, he grasped the icy blade, slicing into his own hand. The sharp pain jolted his consciousness back to clarity. Blood dripped from his palm, the blade transforming into droplets that soaked his hand, diluting the crimson while simultaneously intensifying its presence. Clenching his fist tightly, the blood continued to drip onto the ground. "What have you done to me?" Pei Jingzhou glared at Zou Yu, feeling her smile seep into his very being. She resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell, instilling a profound sense of dread. "Who else wishes to stand in my way?" Zou Yu's gaze swept across the crowd, and not a soul dared to utter a word, for they had all witnessed the chilling sight of Brother Pei using the icy blade to wound himself. Though it was evident that the woman was the orchestrator of this act, they could not discern the rationale behind it. Who would dare to intervene? Their very lives were at stake. Zou Yu pushed Jiang Shubai away, and this time no one dared to intervene, merely watching their departing figures fade into the distance. Pei Jingzhou kept his gaze fixed on Zou Yu, not averting his eyes until her silhouette vanished into the darkness. A sudden flutter of emotion stirred within him, the origin of which eluded even Pei Jingzhou himself. He lowered his gaze to his still bleeding hand, lingering in contemplation. Once they returned to the vehicle, Jiang Shubai's breath remained rapid, the haunting image of Shaolin's demise replaying incessantly in his mind. Zou Yu discerned Jiang Shubai's emotional turmoil, yet refrained from offering words of comfort. Instead, he instructed him to remove the splint. "Oh, right, I completely forgot," Jiang Shubai murmured, bowing his head as he flusteredly attempted to unravel the bandages wrapped around his leg. However, the more he hurried, the more entangled he became, ultimately tying the bandages into a tight knot. Observing this, Jiang Shubai resolutely grasped the bandages with his hand, striving to tear them apart with sheer brute force. But despite his efforts, his hands only turned red without yielding any results. Zou Yu gazed at him in silence. Jiang Shubai weakly released his grip, and 2 tears fell with a soft thud onto the gauze, quickly diffusing into the fabric. He spoke, "Sister, I have taken a life." "Well, so what?" Noticing Zou Yu's indifferent tone, Jiang Shubai felt a surge of anxiety and turned to her, searching her face for a hint of compassion. "Zou Yu, if you do not take a life, then your own life is at stake. Such is the nature of this world. Even if you refrain from taking a life today, you are bound to do so in the future. It is nearly impossible to navigate this existence without blood on your hands. Both Jiang Su and Bai understand this truth. Yet the mere thought of Xiao Lin's body being pierced fills him with an uncontrollable tremor. So I ask you, do you intend to offer your life in compensation?" Jiang Su shook his head. "Then that settles it." Zou Yu had not anticipated allowing Jiang Shubai to confront the act of murder so soon. However, the event had transpired, and lamenting over it would prove futile. It would be more prudent for him to accept this reality. This undoubtedly posed a significant challenge for Jiang Shubai. Yet he must endure. One should not remain ensnared in past occurrences. Instead, one should gaze forward. If he found it insurmountable at present, it would be wiser to temporarily set aside the matter until he felt equipped to confront it in the future. Jiang Shubai turned his gaze toward Zou Yu, his eyes brimming with hope. "Can it truly be this way?" "No, I was merely jesting with you, given your youth." Jiang Shubai felt a sense of helplessness. "Shall I assist you in removing the splint, or will you do it yourself?" "I will manage it myself." He bowed his head and painstakingly untangled the knots in the bandages, gradually unwinding the fabric that had ensnared his leg, ultimately removing the splint that had accompanied him for such a brief duration. The redness and swelling in his leg had vanished, leaving it unscathed. Recalling how his sister had tended to his leg injury, and reflecting on the earlier scene in the courtyard where she had dealt with Pei Jingzhou and Li Yan, he suddenly entertained an unrealistic notion. "Sister, is it possible for a person to possess 2 distinct abilities?" Zou Yu was aware that Jiang Su Bai had guessed her secret, and she had no intention of concealing it. She replied affirmatively, indeed. At that moment, even Zou Yu believed that possessing dual abilities was already a rarity, which is why she later added, "The limits of human cognition are confined to 2 types of abilities. There should be no more than 2 possessors of such powers in this world." Jiang Su Bai thought to himself, "I knew my sister was the most formidable." It was only later, when Jiang Su Bai witnessed Zou Yu manifest a 3rd and even a 4th ability, that he realized the notion of 2 abilities being the pinnacle of human understanding was far from the truth. It was merely the limit for others, not for his sister. The vehicle sped through the darkness, heading towards City Z. A week later, a chilling roar of zombies echoed from the top floor of a large shopping mall in City Z, followed by the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground. A clear male voice resonated within the mall. "Sister, I have arrived." Zou Yu settled herself on a chair at the stairway, while Jiang Shubai, clad in roller skates, swiftly ascended from below, pursued by a horde of ravenous zombies. In a fleeting moment, as Jiang Shubai glided past her, the 2 exchanged a quick high-five. She shifted from her languid posture, grasping the rifle that lay at her feet, and aimed at the staggering zombies that stumbled up the stairs. Bang! 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 Each shot finding its mark with precision. The echoes of gunfire reverberated through the desolate mall as Jiang Shubai gestured toward Zou Yu, gleefully announcing her tally. 263. Their journey, necessitated by the quest for a treasure-hunting device, had largely been consumed by the eradication of zombies. What was originally a 3-day expedition had stretched into a week before they finally reached City Z, yet their efforts were not without reward. Zou Yu opened the mall and acquired the treasure-seeking device, contentedly resting the firearm on her shoulder. In high spirits, she whistled at the 5 wolf cubs sprawled on the ground, signaling the end of their task. The 5 cubs promptly scampered over to follow her. Jiang Shubai cleared the vines that had been obstructing the staircase leading down, and together they descended the stairs. Zou Yu remarked, "I shall go and gather some items. If you have anything to retrieve, do so as well." Jiang Shubai nodded enthusiastically and dashed towards the toy store on the 3rd floor. Eager to acquire a collaborative blind box he had coveted for quite some time, unaware that this particular shop still had it in stock. Meanwhile, Zou Yu traversed from the upper floor to the lower, meticulously inspecting each shop without leaving a trace. When Jiang Shubai emerged, bag in hand filled with blind boxes, he was taken aback to find the once bustling mall now desolate. Casting a puzzled glance at Zou Yu. "What are you dawdling for? Let us go," she urged. "All right," Jiang Shubai replied, momentarily distracted, allowing the earlier astonishment to slip from his mind as he trailed behind Zou Yu like a devoted shadow. Had he glanced back, he would have discovered that he and the other three, Shi, Yi, Air, and San, shared the same bewildered gaze directed at Zou Yu. Since Zou Yu discovered that Jiang Shubai was particularly easy to deceive and would believe whatever she said, she no longer made a conscious effort to conceal her abilities. She was curious to see how long it would take for Jiang Shubai to realize the truth. However, after a considerable amount of time had passed, Jiang Shubai remained oblivious. Even when others inquired about it, he resolutely asserted that it was impossible. Zou Yu was once deeply concerned about Xiao Bai's intelligence. In Chapter 43, titled The Dilapidated Warehouse, Danger, the treasure-seeking device required a certain range to function effectively. Thus, Zou Yu refrained from activating it immediately, knowing that the initial cost of 1,000 gold coins for its activation still left her with a surplus. There was no urgency to accumulate more. They continued their journey towards their destination. In a mere span of 10 days, the once resplendent city Z had turned into a desolate wasteland. The streets, once bustling, were now devoid of human presence, save for the wandering zombies. Perhaps, in the early days of the apocalypse, some brave souls dared to confront the undead. But as they witnessed the grim realities, their courage waned. The shadow of fear loomed ever larger in their hearts, and as they remained ensnared in that gloom, their encounters with zombies elicited nothing but terror, leaving them utterly helpless. Official rescue efforts had yet to commence, and most of those who chose self-rescue perished along the way. Those who opted to stay indoors, awaiting salvation, fared little better. It appeared that regardless of the choices made, they ultimately faced a singular path leading to demise. In these bleak days, the true test lay in the endurance of the human spirit and the strength of will. Zou Yu has witnessed numerous individuals succumbing to despair and choosing to end their lives, as well as many who, unable to wait for rescue and left with empty provisions, ultimately starve in fear of venturing outside. There are also those who, in their quest for sustenance, fall prey to the infection of the undead. After a 2-hour drive, she finally arrived at her destination. Zou Yu parked the car at the roadside without alighting, retrieving milk and bread to offer to Jiang Shubai. "Have something to eat first." Throughout the past week, Jiang Shubai has gained remarkable proficiency in manipulating his abilities. He possesses an innate talent for this, understanding how to collaborate with Zou Yu to the fullest extent. His capability to single-handedly eliminate zombies is equally impressive. When Jiang Shubai engages in combat against the undead, his decisive demeanor evokes the image of the renowned leader spoken of in whispers. In that moment, Zou Yu felt an immense relief to be allied with Jiang Shubai. Otherwise, in the future, when she establishes her own faction and contends for territory and resources, he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary. Zou Yu reclined against the back of the chair, her eyes closed in a state of tranquil contemplation, as her mind conjured the map of the region. The map from Xiao Du had been synchronized online previously. However, its most remarkable feature was its ability to update automatically along her journey. Essentially, any place Zou Yu had traversed would be incorporated into its data. The old map of City Z bore little difference from a new, as the major thoroughfares and minor paths remained largely unchanged. The map merely indicated a few notable large shopping malls and factories. Zou Yu peered through the telescope, scrutinizing the abandoned factory across the street. The treasure-seeking device, unlocked with 1,000 gold coins, had ultimately pinpointed this very location. Who would have imagined that a derelict factory, overgrown with weeds and ensnared in cobwebs, could conceal an arsenal? Even Zou Yu could not have anticipated such a revelation. Yet, with the treasure-seeking device in hand, the search was assured. Zou Yu raised her binoculars, her gaze drawn to the billowing smoke not far away. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a factory producing daily necessities, with an ambience of antiquity suggesting it had been established for over a decade. It was unclear what calamity had befallen the establishment, producing such dense black smoke that lingered in the air for an extended period. "Sister, I have finished eating," she announced as she exited the vehicle. Zou Yu opened the rear compartment door, releasing the 4 happy ones along with 1, 2, 3, and 4. The 5 wolf cubs leapt from the vehicle, exuberantly racing about like wildlings. Having been cooped up in the car for several days, their spirits had undoubtedly been stifled. Zou Yu allowed them to run freely, for the system had already enhanced their various attributes and fortified their physical constitution. Ordinary zombies and humans posed no threat to them. Zou Yu, firearm in hand, led Jiang Shubai towards the factory, where a padlock hung ominously on the gate. Without requiring any effort from Zou Yu, Jiang Shubai approached. Clutching the seeds, delicate yet resolute, the seeds sprouted and penetrated the lock's core. In no time, a crisp snap echoed, and the rusted lock tumbled to the ground. "Shall eat you, indeed." Jiang Shubai shyly scratched his head. As Zou Yu raised her hand to push the door, the moment her fingers met the cold, iron surface, a familiar electronic voice resonated in her mind. "The breakthrough mission has been triggered. The current task is a hidden mission, which will automatically unlock upon encountering the target. Difficulty level, 4 stars. Completing the mission will yield double rewards." She glanced at her experience points, which had accumulated to the point of overflowing, and realized that she had remained at level 5 for quite some time. To her surprise, the breakthrough mission had only just arrived, and it commenced with a 4-star challenge. Zou Yu slightly furrowed her brow as she pushed open the iron gate and stepped inside. At that moment, a task was assigned. Zou Yu, deep in thought, followed the indications provided by the treasure-hunting device. They circumvented the dilapidated machinery factory and arrived outside the warehouse. Just as Zou Yu intended to enter, Sishi suddenly dashed over and positioned himself in front of Zou Yu. Zou Yu knelt down in an attempt to soothe Sishi, who emitted a low growl of unease, its body trembling visibly. Not to mention the others, 1, 2, 3, and 4 had already cowered in fear behind Zou Yu. Zou Yu's expression suddenly turned grave. "There may be perilous items within. You must remain outside." "No, I want to accompany my sister," Jiang Shubai replied with a serious demeanor. "I will not be a hindrance to her. I am now capable of protecting her." Each word he spoke was earnest and sincere. Zou Yu paused momentarily and said, "All right, but you must heed my commands." The 4 joys continued to obstruct Zou Yu's path, growing increasingly anxious as they noticed him attempting to proceed further inside. Zou Yu knelt down and gently stroked it, whispering a comforting phrase. "Do not be afraid. I am here." Jiang Shubai gazed at Sishi with a tinge of envy, realizing that his sister had never spoken to him in such a tender tone. Sishi let out a soft whimper, still reluctant to move aside. Zou Yu cautiously peered through the half-open iron door, which revealed an abyss of darkness akin to a monstrous creature lurking in the shadows, poised to devour any intruder without leaving a trace. "Shubai, wait for me at the entrance. I shall return to the car with Sishi and the others." "All right." Jiang Shubai stood by, awaiting Zou Yu's return. Once they reached a point obscured from Jiang Shubai's view, Zou Yu discreetly summoned Sishi and the others into the Beast Companion Sanctuary. "Let us proceed." Jiang Shubai, taken aback by his sister's swift movements, refrained from any further comment and obediently followed her lead. The once vibrant green iron door had succumbed to the ravages of wind and rain, its surface marred and peeling, revealing the rusty underbelly beneath. As the door creaked open with a grating sound, it was apparent that the rust at the hinges had created a noticeable resistance. A wave of damp, earthy aroma greeted them as they stepped inside. This factory had lain abandoned for an extended period. There were no signs of life, nor even a solitary zombie, making their passage remarkably safe. Yet, at that moment, Zou Yu felt an unsettling sense of danger. What if the absence of zombies was due to a far more terrifying presence that had driven them away, or perhaps taken dominion over this place? She tightened her grip on her handgun. Let's enter. Chapter 44. Mutations and upgrades within the dimly lit warehouse. Silence reigned. Not even a whisper of wind could be heard. Such a shadowy environment was ideal for the growth of sinister beings. Zou Yu remained vigilant, scanning her surroundings to ensure Jiang Su Bai was behind her. Then she proceeded cautiously according to the coordinates displayed on her treasure-seeking device. Upon aligning her position with the indicated yellow dot, she paused to survey her surroundings. The yellow dot indicated a vertical distance of 30 meters. Prior to entering, Zou Yu had noted that above her were steel roof panels, rendering concealment impossible. Thus, the answer lay beneath. If something was hidden below, there must be a secret entrance. What manner of individual could stash weaponry within such a forsaken warehouse? She pondered the official's logic in hiding valuables, allowing her gaze to drift towards the wall to her side. Zou Yu turned her gaze and was astonished to discover that the view from the center of the warehouse towards both the front and back doors appeared to diminish in size. Logically, a building ought to maintain a consistent width and height, yet this warehouse was evidently a right trapezoid. What then could account for the seemingly constricted spaces? She approached the side and tapped the wall, finding it solid. This was perplexing. Jiang Su Bai stood nearby, observing Zou Yu's flurry of activity, convinced that whatever his sister undertook was undoubtedly correct. Zou Yu knelt on one knee, pressing her ear to the ground. She clenched her fist and struck down forcefully, clearly hearing the muted echo reverberate beneath the surface. Zou Yu curled her lips. Found it. Sister, be careful. Jiang Su Bai's voice suddenly rang out. Zou Yu rolled to the side, just in time as a heavy object crashed down onto the spot where she had been crouching moments before. The force of the impact was so tremendous that it shattered the cement floor beneath it. Zou Yu rose from the ground, scarcely having the time to discern what the object was before it charged towards her. She fired 2 shots directly at the shadowy figure. The bullets found their mark, embedding themselves into flesh with a resounding thud. Yet the dark silhouette merely paused for a fleeting moment before advancing towards her with renewed vigor. Zou Yu finally discerned what that entity truly was. It was indeed a human being, yet one that defied all logical explanation. For no human could possibly remain unresponsive to a bullet. Moreover, the most striking detail was that this individual's eyes were entirely white, a hallmark of the undead. Yet, how could a zombie exhibit such swiftness in its movements? Mission accomplished. Eliminate the mutant. Obtain the crystal core. Rewards as follows. Zou Yu found it difficult to indulge in leisure or pleasure upon encountering the term mutant. From that moment, her expression darkened. This was illogical. Why? Just 10 days into the apocalypse, were there already mutants? Such intensity was beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to contend with. Moreover, what could be the purpose of lurking in such a dilapidated warehouse? Zou Yu aimed her weapon at the head of the mutant. In the next instant, the creature seemed to possess awareness as it shielded its head and turned towards the stunned Jiang Su Bai. Run! Zou Yu raised her voice. Jiang Su Bai was suddenly jolted back to reality, but the mutated creature had already approached, leaving no chance for escape. He widened his eyes as he watched the claw descend towards him. In a moment of peril, a steel pipe came crashing in, intercepting the creature's attack. Zou Yu exerted her strength, taking 2 steps forward while supporting the mutated creature. Using the leverage of the steel pipe, she deftly leaped onto the creature's back, securing the pipe around its neck. The creature was forced to retreat, one hand gripping the middle of the pipe in an attempt to pull it away, while the other clawed at Zou Yu, emitting guttural roars. "Help me!" Jiang Su Bai exclaimed, hastily retrieving a handful of seeds from his pocket and casting them forth. The power surged instantly as the seeds touched the ground, sprouting vigorously. The wild vines rapidly ensnared the creature's legs, with an upward growth that followed. The steel pipe was bent under the creature's strength, and seeing that she could no longer maintain her hold, Zou Yu decisively abandoned it. With a push from the creature's shoulder, she leaped, bringing the mutated being crashing down to the ground, her back following in a heavy thud. The vines quickly wrapped around the creature's limbs. Jiang Su Bai, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, questioned, "What exactly is that thing?" "A mutated creature," Zou Yu replied. "What is a mutated creature?" "There's no time for explanations. We must subdue it first." Zou Yu raised his pistol and aimed it at the head of the mutated creature. In an unexpected display of strength, the creature abruptly broke free from the entangling vines and rolled away, evading the bullet. Zou Yu observed his rolling motion, her pupils dilating in shock. His learning ability was astonishingly formidable. The evasive maneuver he had just executed was identical to one she had employed moments earlier. He rolled adeptly and then transitioned to a single-knee stance, exuding an air of acute vigilance. For a fleeting moment, Zou Yu felt as if she were gazing at her own reflection. She realized she needed to act swiftly to neutralize him. His capacity for learning was too pronounced. If this continued, Zou Yu would find herself devoid of any advantage. Since he possessed the ability to learn, it was certain he had rudimentary cognitive skills. As long as there was thought, Zou Yu felt emboldened. She holstered her pistol and summoned her psychic abilities to influence the zombie's thoughts and perceptions. Indeed, his speed began to diminish. The velocity that had previously posed a challenge for Zou Yu transformed into a slower, more manageable series of moves. Coupled with Jiang Shubai's interference, Zou Yu swiftly identified her opportunity. While simultaneously wielding her powers and engaging in combat required considerable focus, she remained resolute. In the instant the mutated creature lunged at her, she raised her firearm and pressed it against its forehead. With a resounding bang, the creature collapsed to the ground. Zou Yu bent down to extract a dagger, and before Jiang Shubai, she deftly sliced through the junction of the mutated creature's skull and neck. The flesh parted, revealing a crystalline core stained with vibrant red blood and flesh, emanating a dusky gray luminescence. Sister, what is this? It is a crystal nucleus, a product of zombie evolution. I shall explain its function later. The higher the level of the zombie, the more transparent the crystal becomes. The researchers at the Institute had entertained similar hypotheses, pondering whether, upon reaching their ultimate evolution, zombies would become indistinguishable from humans, rendering the differentiation between the two obsolete. Zou Yu had encountered a zombie that was entirely human-like. Eventually, it was discovered and became the subject of relentless study by the researchers. As the crystal nucleus was extracted from the corpse, Zou Yu found it repulsive and used her dagger to clean it on the mutated creature's body before finally holding it in her hand. At the very moment the crystal nucleus was liberated from the creature, its flesh began to sink, rapidly decaying, yet curiously devoid of the expected putrid odor. Zou Yu had never witnessed such a scene, furrowing her brows in confusion, struggling to comprehend the current situation. Logically, corpses ought to decay, yet this was an unreasonably swift process. Jiang Shubai, brimming with questions, instinctively turned to Zou Yu for answers, but she preemptively replied, I do not know. He nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Zou Yu's experience bar, which had lingered for quite some time, began to accelerate rapidly, leaping to level 8. She accepted all the rewards, rose from the ground, and was about to head back to her previous position when suddenly, a gunshot echoed through the air. A bullet sliced through, striking her shoulder with a dull thud. Without hesitation, she pressed against Jiang Shubai's back, and the two of them crouched to evade the impending danger. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and a group of silhouetted figures emerged, backlit and ominous. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Zou Yu's pupils constricted sharply. It was Chapter 45, Confrontation and Unreasonable Demands. A contingent clad in military uniforms entered. The man at the forefront bore a grotesque scar that ran from his temple down to his chin. The sound of his military boots echoed ominously against the ground as he approached the spot where Zou Yu had just stood, surveying the remnants of the mutated corpses with evident dissatisfaction. Captain, the person is missing. If they are missing, then go find them. Do you truly believe they could sprout wings and fly away in such a brief span of time? Zou Yu crouched down, gazing at Jiang Shubai as they observed the scene. Her shoulder was already drenched in blood, and the pain intensified with each passing moment. Behind the group of soldiers, a figure clad in a white lab coat approached, hastening towards the mutated being. He squatted down beside it, setting a white box on the ground and busily attending to his tasks. Meanwhile, armed individuals were advancing towards Zou Yu and her companions. Jiang Shubai's attention was entirely captivated by Zou Yu's bleeding shoulder. He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her injury in an attempt to discern who among the crowd had inflicted the wound upon her. Zou Yu gestured for him to remain still, then picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it towards the opposite side of the wooden crate. The sudden noise startled the individual nearby. prompting him to indeed change direction and move toward the other side of the box, reporting to his captain as he walked, "Boss, it seems there's something here." The scarred-faced man responded with evident displeasure. "What? Do I have to come over and see for myself?" It was dark behind the crate, obscuring any visibility. Just as his subordinate raised a flashlight to illuminate the area, a faint whisper of wind brushed past his ear. In the next instant, a chilling object pressed against his neck. At that moment, a shiver ran down his spine, and his hair stood on end. Zou Yu endured the pain, pressing her dagger against the throat of the soldier, as harsh light illuminated their figures, emerging from the shadows. "Oh!" The scar-faced man uttered a single syllable of intrigue. Seemingly unperturbed by the fate of his subordinate, his gaze fixated on Zou Yu, brimming with fascination. Prior to making her move, Zou Yu had quietly advised Jiang Shubai to remain hidden, for she had spotted the eagle tattoo behind the scar-faced man's ear. It was inconceivable for a regular soldier to bear such ink in this locale, and Zou Yu recognized the eagle tattoo distinctly. It was the emblem of private mercenaries, specifically those employed solely by the Research Institute. While others might not comprehend why the official Research Institute would enlist a band of rogue mercenaries, Zou Yu, having endured torment within the Institute for an extended period, understood all too well. The experiments conducted there were not meant for public scrutiny and could only be carried out in secrecy. Just moments ago, she had pondered why the mutated beings emerged so early. It now appeared that the Institute's experimental subject had escaped. Zou Yu has gained a clear understanding of the situation. She has slain the mutant, and while this group of individuals will undoubtedly seek retribution, it is unlikely that they will kill her. Rather, they will probably attempt to capture her and take her to their laboratory as a new test subject. If such is the case, it aligns perfectly with Zou Yu's intentions. A research institute striving to ensure its own security in a post-apocalyptic world, while also providing for numerous mercenaries, must surely possess its own armory. Observing their complete ignorance regarding the presence of mutants hidden within, Zou Yu is confident that they remain unaware of the existence of an armory here as well. If that is indeed the case, she would then find herself in possession of two armories. No one anticipated that at this moment. Zou Yu had already secured the Research Institute's armory, as if it were a mere trivial task for her. "Are you a supernatural being?" The scar-faced man scrutinized Zou Yu before voicing his curiosity. "Zou Yu, do you not believe me? That thing on the ground is a result of my handiwork. It is not a matter of disbelief. Rather, it is the sheer incredulity that such a remarkably beautiful ability wielder could exist." The scar-faced man spoke with a flippant tone, as if he were utterly indifferent to whether the mutant was alive or dead. Zou Yu grasped the throat of her subordinate, a slender woman effortlessly subduing a tall soldier, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Upon realizing that a woman had overpowered him, he instinctively felt that she could not pose any real threat, and a sense of disdain naturally crept into his mind. "Let me go, or I will kill him," he demanded. The scar-faced man replied, "You may kill him, but I will not allow you to leave. We cannot return empty-handed. We need something else to bring back." A casual remark sealed the fate of his comrade. The subordinate immediately tensed, seeking an opportunity to break free, unaware that Zou Yu, though seemingly delicate, possessed astonishing strength. Not only could he not escape, but even the slightest movement tightened the dagger against his neck, and he could feel the blade pressing into his flesh. He swallowed hard, casting a desperate glance toward his captain for help. The scar-faced man, seemingly oblivious, addressed Zou Yu, "Let us negotiate a deal. Release my man, and I will allow yours to go." Upon hearing this, Zou Yu realized that Jiang Shubai's position had been compromised. Without a moment's hesitation, she released her grip and pushed the man forward, stating deal. The scar-faced man was taken aback by her swift compliance, his interest intensifying. "Aren't you afraid I might be deceiving you?" he inquired. "Then I shall ensure you regret deceiving me," she replied. Zou Yu's voice was chillingly cold. Even as blood stained her entire shoulder crimson, and her pale face bore an expression of disarray, she stood there radiating an undeniable brilliance. With a mere glance, one was reminded of a wild rose blooming fiercely in the scorching desert, beautiful yet perilous, armed with thorns that would pierce the skin upon contact. The scarred man smiled, his elongated scar appearing grotesque. At the moment he fastened handcuffs on Zou Yu, she heard him brazenly utter, "What a pity, my words have never held weight." With that, he gestured to his subordinates, who swiftly advanced with firearms, dragging Jiang Shubai from behind the wooden crate. As Jiang Shubai prepared to act, Zou Yu gently shook her head, conveying a silent message with her eyes. He restrained his movements and discarded the seed clenched in his palm. The scarred man approached Zou Yu, scrutinizing her closely, and pressed down on her shoulder, his thumb digging into the spot where the bullet had entered, applying significant pressure. Zou Yu winced in pain, biting her lip to suppress any sound. The scarred man remarked with curiosity, "I wonder how you intend to make me regret this." No sooner had he spoken than his expression shifted dramatically. Zou Yu delivered a swift kick to his groin. Meanwhile, the two individuals who had been restraining her were oblivious to the fact that they had loosened their grip. Astonishingly, they continued to exert pressure on her, seemingly unaware that the one they had been holding captive had managed to break free from their clutches. In a fleeting moment, when Zou Yu kicked the man, she delivered a resounding blow to his head, swiftly encircling his neck with handcuffs and executing a deft shoulder throw. The man crashed heavily to the ground, and she firmly planted her foot on his shoulder, grinding it down mercilessly. The sound of shattering bones reverberated through the air, and in the next instant, Zou Yu's nonchalant voice emerged. "It's the first time I've heard such an unreasonable request. Consider it fulfilled." Chapter 46. Are you afraid? The Research Institute, with his fierce spirit diminished, the scar-faced man rose from the ground, devoid of the arrogance he once exhibited. As he gazed at Zou Yu, his expression transformed into one of profound seriousness and gravity. Who is this woman, truly? He found himself utterly powerless against her skill, having been pinned to the ground without even a chance to react. Zou Yu, with an air of nonchalance, trailed behind their group, having witnessed the earlier scene in which a woman had violently assaulted the captain. No one dared to restrain Zou Yu, nor did anyone risk pressing the muzzle of a gun against her. Earlier, when a team member had aimed a firearm at her, she had calmly retorted, "Do not point your weapon at me or my people, lest I cannot guarantee that I won't retaliate by lodging a bullet in your abdomen." To confront such individuals, one must employ equally ruthless measures. This band of mercenaries was devoid of law and morality. If Zou Yu approached them with civility, they would only take advantage of her kindness. To counter their brutality, one must be even fiercer, otherwise one would inevitably be victimized. Upon hearing Zou Yu's words, the mercenary hesitated for a moment, yet kept his weapon trained on her, seemingly doubtful of the veracity of her assertion. Meanwhile, the scar-faced man remained silent, as if he had not heard Zou Yu's declaration at all. Zou Yu understood that he was testing her, doubting her capabilities. Thus, she took action. No one witnessed how she made her move. In a blink of an eye, the gun was already in Zou Yu's grasp, leaving the mercenary staring blankly at his empty palms. Zou Yu tossed the gun to the scar-faced man, remarking, "You should consider yourself fortunate that I possess a kind heart. Otherwise, the bullets within that gun would have been expended, and none of you would remain alive." Although her words were laced with jest, an unsettling chill permeated the air for those who heard her. The scar-faced man wore a grave expression and signaled to his comrades, directing all firearms to be aimed at the ground. As the discomfort dissipated, Zou Yu smiled faintly, positioning herself beside Jiang Shubai, and benevolently suggested, "Let us return to your lair." In truth, those familiar with Zou Yu understood that if she were unwilling, she would rather face annihilation than allow her adversaries to prevail. Her current willingness to assume a disadvantageous position indicated a singular possibility, that her opponents possessed something of great value to her. Unbeknownst to them, they were unwittingly inviting a wolf into their den, guiding Zou Yu and Jiang Shubai towards the research facility. Throughout the journey, a researcher clad in a white lab coat meticulously observed Zou Yu and Jiang Shubai, seemingly in search of any attributes that could potentially combat the mutated beings. They were acutely aware of the formidable combat prowess of these mutations and found it difficult to ascertain what capabilities this woman could possibly possess to confront such threats. Meanwhile, Jiang Shubai, standing silently beside her, was naturally overlooked. Zou Yu met the gaze of the researcher, defiantly raising her hand to mimic a throat-cutting gesture. The researcher hastily averted his eyes, only to cautiously glance back after a moment, retreating his gaze once more before being caught by Zou Yu. For reasons unknown, this woman, though exceedingly perilous, inspired an irresistible urge to draw nearer and delve into the enigma she presented. An undeniable aura of intrigue surrounded her, leaving one perpetually curious. She was undeniably captivating. Though unspoken, such thoughts lingered in the minds of those around her. Throughout the years spent as a mercenary, traversing through storms and sunshine, many exquisite beings had crossed their paths, yet few possessed the same allure as her, a thorny rose, radiating a deadly magnetism. The scar-faced man walked slightly ahead of Zou Yu, glancing back at her before deliberately slowing his pace to draw closer. In that instant, Jiang Shubai stepped forward, positioning himself defiantly between them, his gaze fixed intently on the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man furrowed his brow, turning his attention back to Zou Yu, curiously inquiring, "Aren't you afraid? Will your fear grant me freedom?" He continued, to which the answer was an obvious no. The scar-faced man's demeanor towards Zou Yu had softened considerably since their earlier encounter. His tone was less hostile. "Why do you not resist?" he asked. Zou Yu cast a glance at him, deeming him somewhat unhinged. Resistance would only lead to unnecessary casualties, and her curiosity was piqued. Curious about what, one might ask? Curious about the nature of the individuals who employed this motley crew, but she decided against voicing her thoughts. Unspoken words often incite greater irritation than those articulated. Had it been someone else, they might have succumbed to despair, yet Zou Yu possessed the rare ability to render them powerless. Maintaining the status quo prior to discerning the true capabilities of her adversaries was the wisest course of action. The scar-faced man let out a barely audible snort, contemplating. "You'd best not find yourself weeping when the time comes." Zou Yu was once trapped in a research institute for an extended period. Those individuals resorted to every conceivable means to compel her to surrender the so-called non-existent resources, even resorting to threats involving the zombie virus in the end. Zou Yu made a bold proposition to them, stating that if they allowed her to meet Su Qianluo for the final time, she would willingly surrender everything she had concealed, along with an additional 1,000 zombie crystal cores. For those avaricious individuals, although Su Qianluo had rendered them considerable assistance, the allure of 1,000 zombie crystal cores vastly outweighed any benefit derived from her. Consequently, they acquiesced to her request. The outcome was that Zou Yu utilized the devices they employed to control her abilities to their fullest extent, ultimately triggering a self-destructive act of vengeance that resulted in their mutual demise. In the fleeting moments before her consciousness faded, the fierce and unwilling expression of Su Qianluo remained vividly etched in her mind, a rare moment of satisfaction in Zou Yu's tumultuous life. Reflecting on this, she could not help but smile slightly. "What are you smiling about?" the scarred-faced man inquired. "Zou Yu, are you unable to even manage a smile?" The scarred-faced man felt an unsettling discomfort within, yet he could not pinpoint its source. This woman defied all conventional reasoning. No ordinary woman would remain so composed when seized by a dozen gun-wielding mercenaries and taken to an unfamiliar place. She seemed utterly abnormal. They arrived at the factory entrance, shrouded in thick smoke, which Zou Yu had previously observed. She raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Oh, you couldn't find the mutant hiding so close? If I were your boss, I would certainly dismiss you." The scarred-faced man felt helpless. However, Zou Yu's words held truth. They had located the mutant solely based on the gunfire. This mutant had escaped before a tracking chip could be installed during the experimentation, making the search for it significantly more challenging. In a sense, they owed their gratitude to Zou Yu. As they entered the factory, Zou Yu noticed Jiang Shubai's pallid complexion, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. She glanced at the position of the scarred-faced man, nudged Jiang Shubai with her shoulder, and quietly inquired, "Are you afraid of dying?" Jiang Shubai paused momentarily before nodding. "Zou Yu, are you afraid to die alongside me?" Jiang Shubai, "Not at all." The scarred face listened intently. Who is this person? To be aware of their impending demise even before entering? What if one does not perish after all? Zou Yu has a tendency to articulate the worst possible outcomes at the outset. This way, any subsequent developments are perceived as favorable, serving as a form of self-soothing. Thanks to the elimination of mutated entities and the rewards of upgraded gold coins, Zou Yu's account now boasts a balance of 5,000 gold coins. Upon entering, Zou Yu promptly activated the treasure hunting device, swiftly pinpointing a location believed to harbor the munitions that sustain the research facility. Zou Yu cast a discreet glance at the direction indicated by the treasure-seeking device, then withdrew her gaze, resolutely following them into the factory. Within the factory lay hidden mysteries. They halted before a large pipeline, where a researcher pressed a button, revealing a secret door that required both fingerprint and iris recognition to unlock. Zou Yu's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. High technology! The scarred-faced man beside her noticed her expression and fell silent. What was this look of a weasel spotting a chicken? An unsettling feeling crept over him. Chapter 47. Welcome home. A gift for you. The researcher opened the high-tech door, revealing a corridor of metallic brilliance, resembling a scene from a futuristic world. Zou Yu could not even discern the source of illumination. However, it was evident that this facility was vastly superior to the previous research institute where she had been confined. It was clear that significant resources had been invested in its construction, and even the method of opening the door was far more sophisticated than that of the rudimentary establishment in the safe zone. The corridor was not particularly wide, accommodating 3 individuals to walk side by side. Here, the sense of danger had diminished significantly. The researcher led the way, followed closely by 2 mercenaries, with Zou Yu and Jiang Shubai bringing up the rear. Zou Yu has now been deemed a figure of considerable danger in the heart of the scar-faced man. Thus, he stands vigilantly behind her, cautiously monitoring her every move. He is convinced that such a formidable individual could never be easily apprehended by them. Even if she bears wounds, she would undoubtedly resist capture with all her might. It is precisely because they cannot find a justification for her arrest that they feel compelled to remain on high alert. Zou Yu had successfully obtained the precise location of the Research Institute's armory, and she now appeared remarkably unhurried. Despite not utilizing her healing abilities to mend the gunshot wound on her shoulder, she managed to staunch the bleeding. Otherwise, given the current rate of blood loss, she would likely succumb to faintness soon. The corridor stretched approximately 100 meters in length, and upon turning a corner, she could discern a glass door, which seemed to be composed of an unusual material. Standing at the entrance of the sliding door were 2 men clad in military uniforms, seemingly affiliated with the scar-faced man. Upon his return, they stood at attention and rendered a crisp military salute, their voices resounding. "Captain." The scar-faced man stepped forward, exuding an air of irritation, and casually raised his hand to his forehead in a rather informal salute, nonchalantly uttering, "Thank you for your hard work." The researcher stood beside the sliding door, rummaging through his pockets until he uncovered a card bound with a blue string, glancing at the scar-faced man. In turn, the scar-faced man retrieved an identical card from his own breast pocket. Zou Yu cast a glance and discerned that it was something akin to an identity card. The 2 individuals, one on each side, simultaneously inserted their cards into the slot beside the push-pull door, which then opened automatically, accompanied by a rather humanized greeting of welcome home. What kind of normal person treats a research institute as their home? To Zou Yu, this phrase echoed the brainwashing rhetoric of the zoo director from years past, who insisted that one should regard their workplace as family, promoting a sense of devotion that served a similar purpose. Indeed, regardless of the setting, the manipulation of subordinates appears to be ingrained in the very DNA of capitalists. The scar-faced man gestured towards his subordinates behind him, and soon 2 individuals stepped forward to follow the researcher as they departed. Zou Yu and Jiang Shubai were being escorted in the opposite direction of the researchers, as they navigated through a labyrinth of twists and turns. Jiang Shubai felt as though he might become utterly disoriented. Meanwhile, Zou Yu remained composed, her mind already unfurling a detailed map of the Research Institute, with Zou Yu having thoughtfully marked not just one, but multiple escape routes. "Master, when do you intend to make your move?" She could even perceive the excitement in Zou Yu's tone. "Zou Yu, no need for now." "Oh, Xiao Du's tone carried a hint of regret. She offered no explanation, simply stowed away the map and calmly followed the scarred man ahead, casting a reassuring glance at the anxious Jiang Shubai. Along their journey, they encountered numerous researchers clad in white lab coats. These individuals exhibited a range of expressions, some serious, others tense or preoccupied, but they all shared a singular trait, an utter indifference towards the person the scarred man had brought back, not even a fleeting glance in their direction. It was as if, in their eyes, Zou Yu and her companions were devoid of life, mere objects. Or perhaps they had grown accustomed to the inevitability of becoming subjects in their experiments, hence their complete lack of response. Zou Yu leaned more towards the latter. "Oh, I almost forgot." The scar-faced man suddenly halted his steps, turned around, and retrieved a set of keys from his pocket. Freeing the handcuffs binding Zou Yu and Jiang Shubai, he appeared utterly unconcerned about their potential escape. Indeed, this place was essentially their stronghold, teeming with their own people. Moreover, each door required a fingerprint scan, and exiting necessitated the simultaneous unlocking with 2 different identity cards belonging to both mercenaries and researchers, making the prospect of leaving exceedingly arduous. Zou Yu flexed her wrist, her demeanor relaxed, as if she were strolling through a friend-esque garden. If she were to hum a little tune at that moment, it would have been an even greater affront to the scarred face before her. However, Zou Yu did not possess the leisure to indulge in such frivolities, for she had detected some unusual sounds. This research facility, constructed underground, boasted a labyrinthine network of corridors. Entering through the door, they had already made 7 turns and passed 4 doors, taking nearly 20 minutes to reach their destination. The instant the 4th door swung open, a muffled roar echoed into Zou Yu's ears. Recognizing the unmistakable sounds that signified the presence of zombies, she instinctively tensed her body. Yet, the sound fluctuated, at times seeming to be right before her, and at others, as if it were 100,000 miles away and indistinct. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that there were not just one but multiple voices, interspersed with clear shouts and cries, both male and female. Jiang Shubai also heard the disconcerting sounds, instinctively pressing closer to Zou Yu. This scene did not escape the notice of the scarred face, who ruthlessly mocked, "Your brother lacks the courage you possess." Zou Yu retorted with a laugh, "If you can't defeat me and resort to bullying my brother, how lowly of you." The scarred face's expression darkened. "You've dared to be so audacious on my territory. It seems you truly do not comprehend the meaning of fear." "Oh, and I'm terrified. I'm nearly at my wit's end. Can't you see it?" If she had not spoken with such a calm tone and indifferent expression, the scarred face might have found her words more credible. From the moment they entered the 4th door, all the laboratory doors transformed into transparent barriers, revealing their interiors in full view. Inside the first room lay nothing but a green army cot, the floor stained with bright red blood, which, upon closer inspection, formed the shape of a person lying on the ground. Jiang Shubai quietly called out to his sister, urging her to look. However, Zou Yu's attention was drawn to the opposite room. Following her gaze, Jiang Shubai's eyes widened in horror. Near the door, there lay a person, torso intact, but missing the lower half, their back turned to them. The lower body had undergone some unspeakable surgery. It no longer bled. Yet the blood vessels and flesh were exposed, pallid and grotesque. Perhaps sensing the intense scrutiny, the figure suddenly turned around. And what was more terrifying than the mutilated body was its head. It bore only half a face, the blood vessels starkly visible on the other half. The figure grinned, slamming its hands against the tempered glass door, accurately identifying the most timid presence in the crowd. One hand plunged into the ruined visage, extracting an eyeball, which it cradled in its palm, presenting it to Jiang Shubai like a morbid gift, its lips moving silently. He understood the unspoken words, "A gift for you." Chapter 48. The apparition of Jiang Shubai wasted no time in retching into a nearby trash can. The scarred man, with his arms crossed and leaning against the wall, cast a curious glance at Jiang Shubai before shifting his gaze to Zou Yu. His intrigue deepened as he noticed that Zou Yu's expression remained utterly unchanged. Zou Yu had encountered a myriad of bizarre phenomena at that research institute, to the point where she herself had narrowly escaped becoming one of those grotesque creations. Having witnessed so much, fear had long since abandoned her. Instead, she crouched down, aligning her gaze with his. Noticing that Jiang Shubai had been frightened and was attempting to employ the same tactic to intimidate Zou Yu, he was about to present his eyeball to her, when he suddenly realized she was signaling a gesture as if wielding a firearm. He tilted his head in bewilderment. Zou Yu formed a pop shape with her lips. Everyone assumed she was merely playing with the object, thus refraining from intervening. However, only Zou Yu understood that at the very moment of contact, her psychic abilities had already penetrated the mind of the malevolent entity. Those who dared to frighten her would inevitably receive a lesson in return. Zou Yu rose to her feet and cast a glance at the experimental information card affixed to the wall of the research room. Perhaps in an attempt to obscure its content from prying eyes, the card was inscribed in a military-specific language. However, it was rather unfortunate that Zou Yu possessed a state-of-the-art intelligence system, which allowed her to decipher it with a mere glance. It was rather ironic that, despite the circumstances, the category still labeled it as human. Zou Yu was unaware of how they reached their conclusions. Can you unlock these doors? Xiaodu. As long as I can locate the control room of this research facility, I will be able to infiltrate it and seize all pertinent directives. Thus, the subsequent task is clear. Ascertain the whereabouts of the control room. Zou Yu cast a glance at Jiang Shubai, whose face was as pale as death, even more so than her own wounded visage. She inquired, "Are you all right?" Jiang Shubai shook his head in response, yet his eyes were averted from the adjacent rooms, fearful of encountering something even more horrifying. As they proceeded, the scarred-faced man scrutinized Zou Yu's demeanor and remarked, "I see you are truly unafraid. Sometimes, humans can be far more terrifying than these ghastly entities," she retorted. The scarred man raised an eyebrow, finding her assertion agreeable, particularly the nicknames she had bestowed upon the experimental subjects. Yet he mused, if the researchers were to learn that their painstakingly crafted specimens were referred to as ghastly entities, it would surely incite their ire. "I admire you. Were it not for the fact that you killed the experimental subjects and now stand in opposition to me, we might have had the potential to become friends." Upon hearing this, Zou Yu displayed an unusual expression of disdain and bluntly stated, "I would never befriend a short-lived specter." The scarred man raised an eyebrow in surprise at her perceptiveness. Far from being angered by her brashness, he merely chuckled. "I am Liu Jie. Zou Yu." She reluctantly introduced herself. Liu Jie solemnly repeated her name before adding, "I hope you survive." "You are certain to perish before I do," she replied. Liu Jie had grown accustomed to Zou Yu's manner of speech. They turned a corner, revealing 2 rows of neatly aligned rooms. Outside one of the rooms stood an elderly researcher clad in a white lab coat. "I heard you captured an ability user. Who is it?" The researcher's intense gaze swept over Zou Yu and Jiang Shubai, casually disregarding Zou Yu's blood-stained attire, landing instead on Jiang Shubai. "Is it him?" Liu Jie shook his head, instructing others to take Jiang Shubai away, while gesturing towards Zou Yu with a hint of regret in his tone. "Bring the person over." Noting the unusual tone in his voice, the researcher turned to Liu Jie. "Are you interested? Shall I let you have a turn first? What do you take me for?" Liu Jie's expression darkened. Zou Yu stood before the researcher, who inquired about her extraordinary abilities. Before she could respond, another researcher, visibly anxious, rushed in from the direction they had come, calling out for Doctor. What could be the cause of such urgency? B3 had suddenly gone mad, relentlessly ramming its head against the wall, and by the time it was discovered, it showed no signs of life. Dr. An's expression darkened. How could this be? Wasn't he always the most emotionally stable one? The researcher shook his head in confusion. "I don't know. The surveillance footage showed nothing unusual. He just suddenly began to strike the wall." Suddenly, Liu Jie seemed to recall something and turned his gaze towards Zou Yu. Zou Yu Zhao raised an eyebrow. Although no words were uttered, Liu Jie felt an inexplicable suspicion that she was behind the machinations. Yet he pondered, how could she possibly orchestrate such a feat in such a brief span of time? This notion was merely a conjecture on Liu Jie's part, when he could not voice the doctrine. Moreover, He harbored a selfish desire to see Zou Yu survive. He could not bear the thought of her transforming into one of those abominable creatures, for he had witnessed the grim fate that awaited those who fell into Dr.N's hands. Regret had come too late. There was no turning back now. Dr.N exchanged a few words with the researcher, instructing them to tidy up the room. Zou Yu, with her remarkable hearing, caught Dr.N mentioning A1, prompting him to remember to check its status. When Dr.N spoke of A1, his tone was tinged with an unmistakable pride, as if it were his most exquisite creation. Yet in the very next moment, his gaze shifted back to Zou Yu, his eyes icy and scrutinizing. What extraordinary ability do you possess? Space, she replied, approximately 1 meter in radius. If Jiang Shubai were present, he would undoubtedly think his sister was spouting absurdities and deceiving him. However, Zou Yu was confident that they lacked the means to verify her claims regarding her abilities, which is why she casually fabricated one. Lu Jie interjected, "It can't be, can it?" Zou Yu opened her hand, revealing a bottle of mineral water, which she subsequently released, causing it to vanish into thin air. Even though they were skeptical, they found themselves compelled to believe. "Is there anything perilous lurking in this space?" Dr. inquired, his curiosity piqued. Their directness was rather amusing. Did they genuinely expect her to divulge the truth without hesitation? Zou Yu asserted confidently, in such a limited space. With both water and food already taking up most of it, where could I possibly store anything else? The others accepted her reasoning without question. Yet Lu Jie continued to regard her with a gaze filled with skepticism, unable to discern any flaw in her seemingly impeccable demeanor. "What a pity," remarked Dr. "I heard from your subordinate that she is quite the practitioner." Lu Jie nodded in affirmation. "How skilled is she?" Though reluctant to concede, Lu Jie ultimately admitted, "She is on par with me." Zou Yu seemed entirely oblivious to her current predicament, responding amiably with a simple, "Thank you for the compliment." Lu Jie's expression darkened further. Dr. nodded, evidently pleased with Zou Yu's skills. In the next moment, he declared, "Perfect, send her to A1. A1 is in need of a sparring partner." Upon hearing A1, Lu Jie's demeanor shifted uncomfortably. "Doctor, are you afraid someone might perish?" "Rest assured, A1 does not kill innocents without external provocation." Upon hearing this, Zou Yu grew even more curious about A1. Chapter 49. An old friend grant her life, they proceeded through the 5th door. Unlike the 4th door, which was filled with a multitude of rooms, the 5th door contained only 3 chambers, 2 of which were vacant. However, the bloodstains on the floor suggested that there had once been something or someone there. Lu Jie pointed to the first room, stating, "The experimental subject numbered A3, whom you killed, used to reside here. A 2 perished during the last experiment." The final room was shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to discern anything inside. It was evident that the occupant cherished the obscurity, as even the door was not made of the transparent glass like the others, but rather a thick iron barrier. "Doctor," and opened a small window in the door and called out, "A1." After a lengthy pause, a heavy sound resonated from within, the clanking of chains against the wall, announcing the discontent of the subject inside. Dr. maintained his composure and remarked to Zou Yu, "A1 has been in a foul mood lately. You should take care." Zou Yu leaned against the wall by the door, observing the explanation on the sign, while Xiao Du provided her with an accurate translation. Zou Yu's gaze lingered upon the classification, zombie, a creature capable of comprehending human speech, yet harboring an ill disposition. Intriguing. "A1, I'm about to open the door. If you dislike the light, retreat to the corner." Strangely, Zou Yu discerned a hint of indulgence and coaxing in Dr. N's tone. It felt less like conversing with a test subject and more akin to addressing a family member. Indeed, she soon heard the sound of chains from within, which was followed by an unsettling silence. Dr. N manipulated the panel beside the door, executing a series of fingerprint, iris, and facial recognition protocols, before the heavy iron door audibly unlocked and swung open. As Dr. N pulled the door ajar, another barrier, a security mesh, blocked the entrance. Zou Yu had previously encountered this material while sourcing supplies. It was the most resilient steel available on the market, nearly impossible to bend without the aid of tools. Yet, at that moment, the security mesh appeared distorted, its one straight bars now twisted and contorted. Zou Yu was astonished, pondering the immense strength required. Observing Xiao-Yu's hesitation, doctor, and urged her to step inside. Zou Yu turned to look at him, and the people around her immediately became alert, raising their guns, the dark muzzles pointed at her. Even Liu Jie instinctively reached for the firearm at his waist. I have a question. Doctor furrowed his brow. Speak. If I were to kill your A1, what would you do? You could never kill it. It is my most perfect creation, a culmination of 20 years of dedication. How could you possibly destroy it? Doctor, and was clearly skeptical, his tone filled with pride as he spoke of A1. Zou Yu was certain that she heard a snicker from within, though she could not discern whether it was directed at Doctor or at her own words. Zou Yu, I am merely speculating. Doctor, perhaps unaccustomed to such composure in a woman, unexpectedly remarked, should you eliminate it, I shall re-evaluate your worth and allow you to ascend as the new A1. How novel. Doctor opened the security door, while Zou Yu, without turning her head, requested, please close the door, as her silhouette vanished into the darkness. The others awaited a sound from within that never came. Doctor felt a tinge of regret and called through the window, A1, if you eliminate her, I shall forbid you from taking another life for a month. The response from within was a curt, raspy, yet unmistakably feminine, get lost, which Zou Yu, for reasons unbeknownst to her, found oddly familiar. Zou Yu leaned against the wall, the solitary light extinguished, leaving her reliant solely on her hearing to discern A1's position in the inky darkness. She could detect the faint clinking of chains, allowing her to ascertain that A1 was situated diagonally across the room from her, concealed in the shadows, nestled in the corner. She was uncertain if any surveillance cameras were present. Thus, she discreetly concealed her hand behind her, silently retrieving a handgun. She employed her abilities to heal the gunshot wound on her shoulder, ensuring she would be in optimal condition when the time came to act. If I were you, I certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to fire a weapon here, a gravelly voice echoed, and this time, Zou Yu comprehended it entirely. In an instant, she retracted the handgun, her expression betraying an undeniable excitement. A1, bound by iron chains in the corner, was unfazed by the enveloping darkness. Her gaze brazenly scrutinized the woman leaning against the wall, absorbing every movement, including the bullet casing that had been expelled from the flesh that had grown over her shoulder. It was unclear how long the projectile had been lodged within her. Astonishingly, she had endured the pain throughout, recalling the audacious words the woman had uttered upon her entrance. A flicker of murderous intent crossed A1's eyes, only to swiftly dissipate. The bullet casing fell to the ground, and in that precise moment, the woman grasped it in her palm, making not a sound. A1 observed silently, awaiting her to make a move. However, Zou Yu exhibited no inclination to act. Instead, she slid down to sit against the wall and, seemingly from nowhere, produced an apple, taking a bite. The crisp sound resonated through the air. A1, with vision akin to that of an eagle, observed clearly. The apple's flesh was brimming with juice, its aroma tantalizing, causing her mouth to water uncontrollably. With her eyes closed, she could vividly imagine the taste, delicious and sweet, merely from the sound. A1 swallowed, the action of her throat constricting, echoing in the stillness. And she awkwardly turned her face away. Zou Yu's voice resonated, inquiring, do you eat? What kind of trick is this? A1 instinctively shook his head, then realized the other party could not see him, and replied, no. After Zou Yu entered the room, he instructed Xiao Yu to conduct a thorough inspection, confirming the absence of surveillance. Thus, he confidently retrieved fresh fruits from his space. I have other fruits as well. What would you like to eat? This time, A1's voice emerged after a considerable pause, tinged with a hint of hesitation. Are there any oranges? Yes. Zou Yu approached A1 without hesitation, clutching a handful of honey tangerines. Just as she took a few steps forward, A1 called out to her, do not come closer. Zou Yu stood in the center of the room, her eyes having adjusted to the darkness, allowing her to discern a figure nestled in the corner. A1's legs were contorted in an unnatural manner, a position that no ordinary human could achieve, appearing as though they had been forcibly interrupted and bound. It's all right. I'm not afraid of you. With that declaration, She approached without hesitation. A1 seldom encountered a human gaze so untainted, for every individual sent here had been commanded by that person. Only one could emerge alive. Some revealed their fangs upon entry, while others feigned camaraderie, deceiving her trust only to plunge a knife into her back without remorse. A1 pondered whether this newcomer would follow suit. In the next moment, she crouched before her, presenting a peeled orange to her lips. A1 instinctively opened her mouth, captivated by the curve of her brows and the beauty that radiated from her. The sweetness unfolded in her mouth, stimulating her taste buds and causing a wave of sourness to wash over her. She endured the discomfort and swallowed. Well, even if this fruit were laced with poison, for the sake of the orange, she would grant her reprieve. Chapter 50. Don't move, surprise, aren't you? Zou Yu, can you unlock this door? This time, Zou Yu did not respond immediately. Instead, after a 5-second pause, it provided her with an accurate estimate. 1 hour. All right. Zou Yu redirected her attention to A1, who was surrounded by a plethora of orange peels. Her stomach resembled an insatiable abyss, perpetually consuming more. Fortunately, prior to the apocalypse, Zou Yu had stockpiled fruits in abundance, hoarding them by the dozens of carts. Otherwise, it would be quite impossible for anyone else to provide such a bounty. Undoubtedly, half of the credit for this abundance goes to the spatial realm, for had it not been able to preserve the state of objects at the moment of their storage, the fruits would have undoubtedly spoiled by now. Is she still eating? Zou Yu handed another weapon to A1, who shook her head, looking deeply into Zou Yu's eyes. Her expression was one of profound sincerity. In truth, I am a zombie. Upon uttering this, she keenly observed Zou Yu's reaction, yet found no trace of surprise or fear on her face, only tranquility, as if she had merely remarked, "What splendid weather we have today." This marked the first occasion A1 did not perceive an unusual gaze or emotion emanating from another, which brought her a sense of comfort. It was as if she saw it, almost masochistically, to emphasize her own abnormality through the reactions of others. However, this trivial jest bore no effect on Zou Yu. A1 inquired once more, "Are you not afraid?" Zou Yu shook her head, a smile gracing her lips as she extended her hand towards her. "I am Zou Yu. It has been a long time," she added silently in her heart. Even Zou Yu herself had not anticipated encountering an old acquaintance within the Research Institute. In her previous life, the 12-member ability team, predominantly established by Su Qianluo and Pei Jingzhou, included A1 as one of its members. She had been rescued by Su Qianluo, and when she first joined the group, her peculiar behavior raised suspicions among others. It was during an external operation that Zou Yu discovered A1 injured, yet miraculously unscathed by blood, leading her to realize that A1 was no ordinary individual. To ensure the safety of the team, Zou Yu took the initiative to inquire with Su Qianluo, and the more ambiguous Su Qianluo's responses became, the more convinced Zou Yu grew. However, throughout, A1 had never harmed them. In fact, she had saved Zou Yu, solidifying their bond and making A1 Zou Yu's sole friend within the team. Subsequently, as they gained prominence within the safe zone and began engaging with its higher-ups, A1 mysteriously vanished during an external mission not long thereafter. Zou Yu had indeed sought A1, yet it was as if she had vanished from the face of the earth, until she was betrayed to the research facility by Su Qianluo, where she beheld A1, limbs severed and body adorned with an array of tubes. Zou Yu personally brought an end to A1's existence. The crucial experimental subject was destroyed. The adversaries inflicted even more brutal methods upon Zou Yu, hoping to transform her into a second A1. Ultimately, she detonated her powers, resulting in mutual annihilation. When she first encountered her, she possessed her own name rather than a chilling code. Her name was an E. She was a girl whose smile appeared somewhat rigid, yet was inherently kind-hearted, often sharing dry jokes to elicit laughter. She was also a girl who exerted every effort to protect everyone around her. Apart from Su Qianluo, none were privy to an Yi's past experiences, nor did anyone comprehend the tribulations she had endured. Zou Yu had never anticipated that an E would find herself in such a predicament. Upon hearing her voice in this place, she felt a twinge of disbelief. "Anyi." Zou Yu softly murmured her name in her heart, raising her hand to gently touch her bent leg. And he suddenly recoiled slightly, her tone icy. Don't move. Does it hurt? Zou Yu's voice was imbued with a sense of heartache, prompting an E to furrow her brow in confusion. She moved her lips, yet no words escaped her. The pain, which she had long grown accustomed to, suddenly became almost unbearable. In moments of neglect, the sensation of pain had faded into the background. However, once it was acknowledged, her focus became inextricably chained to it, and he gazed at her twisted legs, replaying the image of how they had been broken and cast aside, shackled in iron chains, causing her nose to tingle with emotion. She instinctively drew her legs closer. Don't move, let me see. Zou Yu placed her hand upon an E, channeling her extraordinary ability from her palm to begin the healing of an Yi's injured leg. She could distinctly perceive the intricate network of veins beneath the skin. Although no blood flowed, the muscles and vessels pulsed faintly. The interrupted meridians were gradually being mended. And Yi gazed at Zou Yu in disbelief, questioning her motive. Why are you helping me? For no particular reason. I simply wish to assist, Zou Yu replied, her words flowing as seamlessly as her actions, which continued unabated until beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. It was only when she sensed the depletion of her powers that she reluctantly halted, leaning against the wall beside Ni. Zou Yu gently calmed her racing heart, exhausted from a strain of her abilities, and smiled at Ni. You are gravely injured, and he was well aware of her condition. That group had subjected her to a myriad of experiments to test the limits of her endurance. This time was relatively mild. After a period of recovery, once they assessed the necrosis of her vascular muscles, they would allow her to regain the use of her legs before proceeding to the next experiment. In truth, and he could have easily informed Zou Yu that her efforts were futile. However, seeing the earnestness in her treatment, she found herself reluctant to do so. She wanted to witness just how far this woman would go for her. Zou Yu acclimated to the darkness, and the contours of an Yi's face and appearance gradually became clear before her. She appeared significantly thinner and more haggard than when they first met in the previous life. Yet, her gaze remained unchanged, a steadfast light that shone brightly even in adversity, continuously captivating and inspiring Zou Yu. And he once expressed her will to survive, declaring that despite enduring inhumane torment and transforming into a being she herself despised, she would fight fiercely for her existence. However, she had never revealed who was responsible for her transformation. What is your name? This time, Zou Yu yearned to hear it from her own lips. A name? It has been ages since anyone inquired about it. And he gazed silently at her, and after a prolonged pause, she finally uttered, I am called an E. As Zou Yu Gong was about to speak, an E continued, Your name is Zou Yu, as you just mentioned. Zou Yu smiled and inquired, Were you also brought here against your will? And he shook her head in response, I was not. She appeared to be lost in a reverie, and this silence lingered even longer than before. Zou Yu waited patiently for what felt like an eternity before an E finally spoke, her tone feigning nonchalance. The doctor. Who just admitted you as my father. Zou Yu, what did you say? She widened her eyes, momentarily believing she had misheard. An yi similith. Though the smile did not reach her eyes, her tone laced with self-mockery. Who would have thought? Zou Yu shook her head. Even though she was aware that an E shared the same surname as Doctorin, she had never contemplated this connection. Can a person truly possess such a heartlessness, even to the extent of harming their own? Chapter 51, A Tale of Revenge. Do not regard me with such pitying eyes. I did not seek your compassion. In that fleeting moment, the sorrow that Zheng Yu unveiled was keenly perceived by Ni. She furrowed her brow, resolutely unwilling to allow others to glimpse her vulnerability. As a token of gratitude for the oranges you have offered me, allow me to bestow upon you a tale. Zou Yu responded affirmatively, and Yi's plight was even more tragic than she had anticipated. Zou Yu could almost foresee the tale's unfolding. In a self-torturous manner, she bared her own scars. Since the dawn of my memories, I have resided within the confines of the Research Institute, where there was a father who cherished me, carrying uncles and aunts, and a brother close to my age. However, unlike my freedom to roam the Institute, that brother dwelled in a glass chamber, bearing different wounds almost daily. My father would visit him each day. At that time, I could not comprehend their conversations, only aware of the incessant quarrels among the uncles, aunts, and my father. Sometimes they argued over experiments, at other times over plans, and on occasion, their disputes escalated to the point of shattering test tubes and glass bottles. I was 6 then, and that brother appeared to be around 10. I had secretly glimpsed his birthday in my father's experimental notebook, and, not understanding why his name was merely a string of numbers, I inquired about it. Little E, with a face of innocence, grasped her father's hand and asked why her name was not a series of digits. Dr. knelt down, embracing little E affectionately, saying, "You are my treasure." Unlike him, at that moment, I was perplexed. I thought that the brother was also a treasure to his own parents. Thus, on his birthday, I stealthily took my father's access card and freed my brother, wishing to lead him to our father and mother. Guess what happened next? Zou Yu awaited her subsequent words, and he let out a bitter laugh. Not long after he stepped out of that room, he transformed into a monster, brutally slain before my eyes. They dragged his legs like refuse, leaving a long trail of blood that extended to the far end of the corridor. It was the first time my father had lost his temper. He informed me that the test subjects in the laboratory were maintained by a gas that preserved their human form. However, once they escaped, they would descend into madness, becoming monsters. With the death of each test subject, a new one was required to take its place. Yet finding a specimen that could seamlessly integrate with their experimental genes proved exceedingly difficult. I am oblivious to where they procured so many children, nearly every day. Black bags were transported out, and I knew all too well what lay within them. Yet, I felt powerless to oppose my father. I believe this calamity stemmed from my actions. Had I not freed my brother, so many children would not have suffered. In time, all the children succumbed, and I even regarded this as a relief. Death seemed preferable to becoming a monster. They were once again in search of new test subjects. More lives would be tormented. Increasingly, I perceived my father as a devil, and I yearned to obliterate everything. But then an unforeseen incident occurred. Inadvertently, I shattered a reagent bottle, and while clearing the shards, I cut my finger, smearing blood onto their testing apparatus. The results of the analysis were swiftly delivered. At this point, he paused. Zou Yu could surmise that the outcome was undoubtedly one so compelling that it was impossible to refuse. Otherwise, how could Dr. and have permitted an E to partake in the experiment? Indeed, and he let out a cold laugh. None of them had anticipated that, after so many years of searching. The highest compatibility of experimental subjects was merely 70%, while my genetic compatibility soared to an astonishing 97. This figure signified that all their grand designs might potentially be realized through me. Yet I was, after all, the child of Dr. which left everyone in a state of hesitation. I had never witnessed such expressions before. Suppressed greed and joy mingled with turmoil. 3 months later, when their experiments continued to yield no progress and a new batch of subjects had perished, a collective sense of desperation engulfed them. At last, someone could no longer contain themselves, resulting in a confrontation between my father and them. In that moment, I thought to myself, how wonderful my father was to me. That very night, I was ushered into the laboratory, lying in the frigid examination chamber, listening to their praises of Dr. S. greatness and selflessness, while the warmth of their earlier gazes towards me had vanished entirely. Initially, he would stand outside my room daily, engaging me in conversation, lamenting his hardships, asserting that he too was left with no choice, and emphasizing how everyone had dedicated years to the experiment, insisting that we must not give up, which ultimately meant that he had given up on me. How ironic it was. Could such a person truly be deserving of the title of father? Did he still have the audacity to seek my forgiveness? As the lead of the experiment, he wielded the power to ensure no one dare to harm me without his consent, yet he chose to abandon me. Unbeknownst to me, tears streamed down in Yi's face as the pent-up emotions erupted within her. She sniffed, "The experiments are becoming increasingly successful. I have transformed into something monstrous, and I no longer recognize myself. They have coerced me into taking many lives, yet if I do not kill them, they will certainly take mine. All I desire is to survive." And then what? Zou Yu inquired. I have not contemplated that, for simply existing in this moment is already a considerable challenge. Zou Yu sensed that her abilities had partially returned, and she continued to repeat the healing motions she had previously performed, glancing at the progress of her unlocking. 14:20. There were still 14 minutes left. And if you could escape, what would be your first action? Revenge. She answered without hesitation, as if the response had been meticulously prepared, merely awaiting the right inquiry. Thanks to their influence, I was endowed with formidable powers, yet, simultaneously, they feared this very power, thus imposing numerous restrictions upon me within this room, rendering my escape impossible. You can leave, provided you wish to. Zou Yu's gaze was resolute as she looked at an articulating each word with conviction. I will take you out. Anyi, with a hint of skepticism in her tone, asked, is that truly possible? Indeed, the priority is to restore your legs first. Upon hearing this, Anyi's eyes brightened. That seems simple. She reached down to grasp her calf and knee, exerting a strong twist, and with a resounding crack, her previously distorted leg returned to its rightful form. Zou Yu was momentarily taken aback, and sensing the underlying thoughts, said, "Thank you for aiding my recovery." "It is of no consequence," came the reply. It was something she should have anticipated, and possessed an extraordinary ability for self-healing. If she had not wished it, how could her injuries have lingered for so long? As if divining Zou Yu's thoughts, and continued, "They do not permit me to heal. This is part of their experiment. Even if I were to recover, I would merely be forced to endure the pain again tomorrow. Thus, I have chosen to simply let it be." Zou Yu nodded, and he asked, "So how do we get out?" They quietly waited for 10 minutes, and as the final second of the countdown concluded, the door emitted a soft chime and opened. Chapter 52. Creating Chaos. "I found you," and he was astonished that the door truly opened. She regarded Zou Yu with a newfound curiosity, sensing an air of mystery surrounding her. She resolved to inquire further once they escaped, but for now, leaving this place was paramount. Xiaoda reminded Zou Yu that an alarm would sound 1 minute after the door opened. They needed to swiftly reach the control room to unlock all passages, or they risked being trapped here permanently. And tore off the shackles binding her hands and feet and immediately followed Zou Yu as they dashed outside. "I need to get to the control room. Do you know where it is?" she asked. "I do," Zou Yu replied, leading the way at a brisk pace. Anyone who attempted to impede and was swiftly knocked against the wall by her, falling unconscious before they could react. 2 mercenaries guarded the entrance to the control room, each wielding a firearm, and positioned herself around the corner, cautiously observing them as she whispered to Zou Yu, "They have guns. I can't go any further." "Allow me," Zou Yu assured it. The two switched places, and Zou Yu stepped out from around the corner. Upon seeing an intruder, the mercenaries raised their weapons warily. Zou Yu raised her hands and smiled. "I'm here to find Dr. And do you know where he is?" "Who are you? Show me your ID badge," one of them demanded. "All right," she replied. Zou Yu pretended to reach for her identification card, yet her steps inched closer to them. Instantly, the 2 individuals halted her movement. Exclaiming, "Do not approach," Zou Yu came to an abrupt halt. "Fine, I shall not approach. Is it not your intention to inspect my identification card? Here it is." Her hand emerged from her pocket, seemingly empty, yet the motion captivated the attention of the 2 individuals. In that fleeting moment of their distraction, her psychic abilities surged forth silently. It was as if they had been enchanted, directing their firearms toward the ground. Almost instantaneously, Zou Yu sprang into action, raising her hand to firmly clasp the heads of both men, forcefully colliding them together. The impact rendered them unconscious. Zou Yu crouched down to extract the identification cards from the 2 individuals and, with an on either side, pressed them against the door of the control room. The entrance indicated that an additional researcher's identification card was required. Due to an erroneous operation, the alarm blared instantaneously. Uncertain of the source of the triggered alarm, they knew that personnel would undoubtedly arrive at the control room to investigate promptly. "I will distract them. You must hurry." Zou Yu believed in Yi's capabilities. It was fully aware of her fear of bullets, thus she clasped her wrist firmly. And turned back, and Zou Yu thrust a handgun into her hand. With utmost seriousness, and assured her, "Rest assured, I shall not perish so easily. I have vengeance to pursue." Zou Yu nodded, Xiao Du was racing against time to decipher the password of the control room. Fortunately, the password of the control room was not as intricate as that of the research facility wherein E had been held captive. Moreover, Xiao Du had already undertaken such a task once before, making this endeavor particularly effortless. In no time, the lock was unlocked. As soon as Zou Yu entered the control room, she instructed Xiao Du to disable the access permissions, ensuring that no one could open the door unless she consented. The second action taken by Zou Yu was to cut off all electricity in the research institute, excluding the control room, including the emergency power supply. Once the institute lost power, all doors confining the experimental subjects became mere decorations. In that instant when the lights extinguished, a portion of the subjects realized their predicament and fled, including those deemed failures. This group of researchers, clad in white lab coats, had conducted numerous experiments on them, inflicting immense suffering. As the saying goes, grievances have their origins and debts have their owners. They would not spare these individuals. The subjects were united in their singular objective, to exact revenge on those in white coats. Even the incomplete beings, stripped of consciousness, harbored a reservoir of accumulated hatred within their subconscious over the years, relentlessly devouring the researchers. Zou Yu observed the chaotic scene from the control room. None of these individuals were innocent. They deserved the fate that befell them. The mercenaries quickly sprang into action to protect the researchers, but the test subjects, typically subdued by drugs, had broken free from the laboratory and descended into a frenzied state, proving far beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to manage. While some of the subjects retained a semblance of human consciousness, in a certain sense, they had become akin to zombies. Except for an E, whose successful transformation did not carry contagious effects. The other researchers who fell victim to the test subjects soon rose again within minutes, transformed into the very lowest form of existence, the zombies they had once scorned. The cycle of death seemed endless. As long as there was a fatality, a new zombie would emerge. Ironically, all the corridors and doors had been flung open, leaving no sanctuary. It was a brutal massacre. Yet, if one were to venture to the original holding area of the test subjects, they would discover that one door remained firmly shut. It was the door that contained Jiang Shubai. Zou Yu operates with an exquisite chaos, ensuring that those deserving protection are shielded. The entrance to the research institute remains closed, transforming the establishment into a sealed cage. She then stands in the shadows, observing as the executioners are ensnared by their own prey, witnessing the consequences faced by those who remain passive, merely fanning the flames of discord. Zou Yu has always believed in the saying, "The heavens favor the cycle of retribution." In this place, no one is innocent. Only by completely obliterating it can Yi's nightmares come to an end. And Yi has experienced countless midnight reveries about this place, envisioning herself lying within the cold confines of instruments, being coerced into committing murder. Every detail remains vividly etched in her memory. Though she has escaped, the specter of those nightmares continues to loom over her. This time, she intends to sever the ties once and for all. And Yi and Zou Yu find themselves in a tacit understanding. And the moment she witnesses the power outage at the research facility with all the doors flung open, she realizes Zou Yu is behind it. Rather than seeking Zou Yu as initially planned, she presses forward, delving deeper into the heart of the research center, guided by childhood memories. Along the way, she encounters many panicked individuals fleeing, their faces familiar to her, just as she is to them. They can even recall her name. And he methodically dispatches them one by one. The very individuals who once gazed at her with covetous eyes in the laboratory, those who argued for her contribution to their experiments, those who transformed her into this wretched form. None are spared. She allows their blood to splatter upon her. And with each life extinguished, it feels as though a scar etched in her heart fades away until the final one remains. The person who cleaved her heart in twain. And he gazes upon her father, cowering beneath a desk, trembling as he hides behind a chair, and for a moment, she is transported back to her childhood, recalling the joyful times they spent playing hide and seek. "Daddy has come to find you. Where's my little treasure hiding?" "Found you." The echoes of memories intertwine with her present, pulling her from the grip of nostalgia. The cold barrel of a gun presses against Dr. N's skull. I have come to escort you on your journey. Chapter 53, Self-Destruction, a Narrow Escape Doctor. And stiffens. He has envisioned every possible scenario. Yet he never contemplated that it would be an E. Emerging from beneath the desk, he finds the dark muzzle of the gun aimed at his forehead. And Yi's expression is one of stark indifference. The doctor, paralyzed by fear, sinks into his chair, his gaze fixed upon an E. It has been a long time since he has looked upon his daughter this way, ever since he made the fateful decision to send an E into the laboratory. He has not dared to meet her eyes. You have grown so much, Dr. N remarks with sigh. An furu is Rebirth. Her eyes brimming with disdain. You're the last person who should utter such words. With a resigned sigh, Dr. N closes his eyes as if accepting his fate. Without hesitation, an E pulls the trigger. A hollow click. The handgun is out of ammunition. Every bullet has been expended on her journey. She holsters the gun, unwilling to tarnish her hands, and turns to leave. Hearing the sound of her departing footsteps, Dr. N opens his eyes, gazing at Yi's retreating figure. His eyes rimmed with red. He was truly compelled to take drastic measures. At that time, there were 7 members involved in the research, and they had established a rule that when faced with indecision, they would resort to voting. This voting mechanism indeed resolved numerous contentious decisions until that fateful day when an E inadvertently initiated the gene adaptation experiment, discovering a staggering compatibility rate of 97%. While science demands rigor and no data can be guaranteed with absolute certainty, they all understood the significance of 97%. It was tantamount to their perceived 100%. However, having watched an E grow up, none of them initially entertained any ulterior motives. It wasn't until several months later, when all experimental subjects had failed and progress had stagnated, that the group, torn apart by the quest to enhance genes, found themselves unwilling to witness their hard work go to waste. In that moment, someone finally spoke up. The metaphorical sword hanging over their heads finally descended, leading to a fierce argument between Dr. N and the others. He stormed out in anger, but upon returning once he had regained his composure, he overheard the remaining 7 deliberating the prospect of using an E as a test subject. At that moment, Dr. N realized that it was not merely the individual who voiced the idea who desired this. The others harbored the same intentions. And not a single person stood by his side. For the first time, Dr. N truly grasped the concept of retribution. They had subjected so many innocent children to experimentation, cloaking their actions in the guise of contributions to humanity. Yet when it came to their own child, who could maintain a stoic facade? Only when a knife pierced one's own flesh does one truly feel the pain. Dr. N found himself with no alternative. He understood that from the very first experiment, and he would endure the torment of being rendered useless, suffering anguish akin to having one's heart and flesh torn apart. He could not delegate this task to another. She was his own child. Consequently, he added a new objective to his experiments, to alleviate the suffering of the subjects to the greatest extent possible. The others recognized the reason behind his actions, and they acquiesced. Eventually, the experiments progressed remarkably smoothly, and the euphoria clouded their judgment, leading even Dr. N to selectively conceal his emotions, transforming himself into a cold machine. Someone had to undertake this task. At the very least, he would do it himself, allowing for a gentler touch to alleviate her pain. Dr. N was acutely aware of his heinous sins. So be it, let it all conclude here. Dr. N raised his arm, opened the wristwatch, gliding his fingers across its surface before pressing down on the fingerprint sensor. In an instant, alarms blared, and the alert echoed throughout the entire research facility. Self-destruct mode initiated with a countdown of 3 minutes. The announcement repeated 3 times. Upon hearing the announcement for the first time, Zou Yu immediately grasped the situation. She swiftly secured the experimental subjects in the densely populated zombie corridors, then instructed Zou Yu to remotely infiltrate the control room and unlock the door for her escape. Armed with a submachine gun, she showed no remorse for the bullets she fired. Before her, a virtual screen displayed the 3-minute countdown she had just initiated. As she hastened towards a location where Jiang Su Bai was confined, Zou Yu ensured that the surrounding zombies were thoroughly eliminated before allowing Xiao Due to release Jiang Shubai. As soon as Jiang Shubai emerged, Zou Yu handed him a handgun, instructing him, "This place is about to explode. Go outside and wait for me. The farther you are from here, the better. I must follow. Be obedient. I will be fine." Aware of his own limitations, Jiang Shubai understood that remaining would likely render him a burden. His greatest utility was to avoid causing trouble for his sister. When Jiang Shubai faced the zombies alone, he was no longer paralyzed by fear. Without a backward glance, he sprinted towards the exit with all his might. The path he had taken was now blocked, and only one passage remained. He raced along that corridor, clearly seeing the multitude of zombies and mutated creatures trapped behind the glass doors. His heart raced as he summoned every ounce of speed within him, finally reaching the surface. Upon arriving at the factory where they initially fought the mutated beings, he halted, leaning against the car door, gasping for breath. Just then, a resounding explosion echoed behind him. The blast impact was extensive, pushing even the vehicle to the roadside. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Shubai ensnared the car's wheel with vines, preventing it from being tossed aside, though his back still collided with the bumper. Wincing in pain, he leaned against the car's front, eyes fixed on the billowing smoke in the distance, a sudden wave of anxiety gripping his heart. His sister was still inside. He scrambled to his feet, determined to return. Just then, two figures emerged from the thick smoke. A tall woman was supporting his sister as they approached, her expression unperturbed upon seeing him. She waved him over, saying, "Lend a hand." Jiang Shubai rushed forward, cradling the unconscious Zou Yu in his arms. In that very moment, the woman collapsed as well. "Are you all right?" Jiang Shubai exclaimed, concern lacing his voice. The woman, lying on the ground, shook her head. Her face was obscured by soot, rendering her features indistinguishable, yet the color of her eyes struck Jiang Shubai as unsettling. Just as he pondered this, the woman suddenly closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. And he had yet to savor the fresh air of freedom when the acrid smoke invaded her nostrils, causing her to cough uncontrollably, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Nonetheless, it mattered not. She was elated. She burst into joyful laughter, exclaiming, "To hell with the research facility. To hell with the experimental subjects. I am free." Coughing sounds drew Jiang Shubai's attention, but it was not an E who coughed. It was Zou Yu in his arms. "Sister." Zou Yu coughed out a mouthful of ash and cast a glance at Jiang Shubai, collapsing onto the ground as she turned her gaze towards an E. The two exchanged glances, and an E raised her fist, to which Zou Yu instinctively responded with a fist bump. Having narrowly escaped death, their friendship was forged. Chapter 54. Speaking of love and fate. Time rewinds to 3 minutes earlier. Zou Yu chose a direction opposite to that of Jiang Shubai upon his departure, heading straight for the arms depot. As the saying goes, one cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's lair. Zou Yu ventured into the research institute, deliberately aiming for the armory, with an E being a delightful surprise. She was acutely aware that an E would never resign herself to death in that place. The moment the alarm sounded, she had undoubtedly fled, leaving Zou Yu unencumbered. Within a minute, she located the armory, and before she could utter a word, Xiao Du had already unlocked the door. Zou Yu ravaged the armory, and upon exiting, she unexpectedly collided with someone. It was Liu Jie. As Liu Jie approached from the A1 research room, he noticed that everyone inside had vanished and surmised that Zou Yu might have escaped. He even suspected that she was behind the entire situation. Now, seeing her emerge from the armory, he needed no further confirmation of his suspicions. The two exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, they engaged in combat. Zou Yu observed that Liu Jie's shoulder appeared to be marred, as if clawed by some unseen force, and she immediately realized the gravity of the situation. "You are injured." Liu Jie, however, responded with a question that seemed to evade the core issue. "Is this all you're doing? Do you comprehend the implication of your wounds?" It signified that he too was destined to transform into something that was neither human nor ghost. Liu Jie was certainly aware of this. The creature that assaulted him was one he recognized, a subject he had personally captured. In a certain sense, it was a consequence of his own actions. Strangely, when Dr. and had sent Zou Yu to the A1 Research Institute. He harbored a desire for her survival, and now he wished for her to remain alongside him in this desolation. After all, he had no hope of escaping alive, and keeping her here did not seem entirely unfavorable. Liu Jie struggled to comprehend this burgeoning sentiment. He had never experienced anything akin to it. Perhaps it was merely a vague fondness, yet Zou Yu would have no part in such affection. To her, a man who sought to drag her into death alongside him was nothing more than a specter. Liu Jie was no match for Zou Yu. The moment she withdrew a firearm from her waist, he understood his fate was sealed. However, the next instant, instead of the anticipated gunfire, the sound of a fist slicing through the air echoed. Just as Liu Jie opened his eyes, he was struck unconscious. Yi remarked, even with the countdown underway, "You still find time for such frivolous sentiments? With a man so utterly worthless? What is your taste?" Zou Yu turned and dashed outside, but not without throwing a remark at Yi. "Did you not see me draw my gun? If you had not intervened, I would have already served him a taste of lead. Moreover, I possess exquisite taste. This man is simply not to my liking." Yi matched Zou Yu's speed effortlessly, conversing without so much as a breath of fatigue. "Then what type do you prefer?" Zou Yu furrowed her brow. "Do you really insist on discussing this while we're fleeing for our lives?" The countdown overhead had already reached 30, pressing down like a death knell. They surged forward, and the moment they glimpsed the light of the exit, the timer flashed its final 3 seconds. Zou Yu and Yi exhibited remarkable synergy as they leapt forcefully outward. Simultaneously, a brilliant flash ignited behind them, accompanied by the thunderous roar of an explosion. Yi swiftly rolled over and pressed herself atop Zou Yu, instinctively grasping a discarded sheet of metal to shield them from the searing flames. They were perilously close to the epicenter of the blast. The shockwave hurled the iron plate away, propelling both women in the direction of the entrance. They were thrust onto the open ground outside the factory by the sheer force of the explosion. Zou Yu's mind was rendered a blank slate, momentarily devoid of even the faintest recollection of her own identity. Before her, flames roared and thick smoke billowed. The factory beneath had been hollowed out and detonated. The ground caved in, dragging the structure down with it. A tumultuous upheaval sent clouds of dust and smoke swirling, choking Zou Yu into a fit of coughing, further disorienting her. Yi gazed at the sunken ground, her eyes filled with profound contemplation. It was all over. All her past burdens and fears were buried beneath the explosion, and when the dust settled, a new day would dawn. Before Yi could fully immerse herself in this emotional release, Zou Yu leaned against her shoulder, murmuring, "I feel a bit dizzy. Could you support me?" Yi wished to respond, "I, too, feel dizzy. I was thrown further than you." Yet, being a resilient zombie, her human frailty paled in comparison. She could regulate her healing, and in mere moments, her vision had blurred into nothingness. Zou Yu, however, was different. Her face bore the marks of glass shards from the explosion, and not only her visage, but her entire body was marred, her clothes tattered by the licking flames, presenting a disheveled appearance akin to that of a scavenger. In light of her rescue, Yi chose not to dwell on it, rising to support her and pulling her into an embrace. Together, they stumbled step by step out of the smoke's grasp, eventually spotting a towering figure by the roadside. Given the anxious demeanor, it was likely one of their own. If they weren't allies, Yi felt no concern. Anyone bold enough to act under her very gaze must have a death wish. With a sense of assurance, she entrusted Zou Yu to the figure. Then, sitting upon the ground, she let out a primal scream, releasing all the resentment pent up within her. It was exhilarating. The feeling of liberation was indescribably delightful, her spirits soaring to unprecedented heights. As they returned to the vehicle, Jiang Shubai brought up the matter of the wolf cubs. It was only then that Zou Yu recalled the urgency of the situation. She had hastily stored the wolf cubs in her space. Consequently, she opened the window and released the cubs outside the vehicle. Hearing the commotion from the back of the car, Jiang Shubai excitedly flung open the door, and one after another, the cubs leapt into the vehicle, only to be met with the unexpected sight of an additional woman in the passenger seat. The wolf cubs instantly became alert, with Shi being particularly dramatic. refusing to enter the car and instead standing guard by the passenger door, eyes fixed on an E, baring its teeth as if prepared to sever her throat at any moment. The wolf cubs possessed a keen sensitivity to zombies. Although an E appeared indistinguishable from human, save for her notably lighter eye color, she remained fundamentally a zombie. An E leaned against the window, seemingly amused by she, as if afraid that it would not bite her, and playfully reached out to tease it. Just as the sharp fangs were about to sink into her arm, Zou Yu suddenly remembered something. She. Zou Yu called out to she and then removed the passerby bracelet from her wrist, handing it to an E. An E inquired, "What is this?" Zou Yu replied, "It's a remarkable item." With a hint of skepticism, an E slipped the bracelet onto her wrist. The bracelet activated, causing she to immediately lower their defenses and gather around Jiang Subai. Jiang Subai treated each of them equally, affectionately ruffling their hair one by one. With their original target gone, she visibly tilted their head, glancing at an E and then at Zou Yu. With the alert lifted, they hopped onto the vehicle. Leaning closer to Zou Yu gently patted she's head. No wonder the passerby's wristband had no effect in her hands. It was intended to be used this way. This device could only unleash its utmost potential when in Yi's possession, as if it had been meticulously crafted just for her. Zou Yu felt that destiny was truly ineffable. Chapter 55, The Obstacle U Zombies. With prior experience from the hidden door at the research facility, Zou Yu swiftly discovered the concealed munitions within the abandoned factory. Anyi, having not rested for nearly a month before their escape, remained in a state of constant tension, and soon after getting into the vehicle, she succumbed to slumber. Zou Yu instructed Bai to accompany an E while she ventured inside to collect supplies. Upon locating the door, she could subsequently hand everything over to Xiao Du swiftly unlocked the password lock, allowing her to delve deeper underground. It was evident to her that this area was not as sophisticatedly constructed as the research facility. It was merely a rudimentary arms storage point. Although the nature of the forces concealing their munitions here remained unknown now that she had discovered it, she felt no hesitation in appropriating everything. The arms stockpile in the abandoned factory was astonishingly more substantial than that of the research institute. With a greater variety of firearms than what Zou Yu had encountered when purchasing from the black market dealer overseas, and beneath lay crates upon crates of ammunition. Zou Yu gathered everything into her spatial realm, where the system automatically classified and organized the items, coupled with the armaments acquired from the research institute. Her haul was indeed considerable. However, to establish a sanctuary of her own, these resources alone were insufficient. She required an arsenal of weapons to firmly secure her position amidst the fierce competition for resources in various safe zones. Upon returning to the vehicle, Annie lazily lifted her eyelids to glance at Zou Yu, recognizing that she had stored her belongings away and chose not to inquire further. "What are your plans next?" Anyi inwaited. In response, Zou Yu retorted, "What about you? What are your intentions?" "If possible, I wish to visit home," Annie replied. During her time at the Research Institute, Zou Yu had listened to Yi's stories, but noted that Yi had never mentioned her mother, leading Zou Yu to assume that Yi's mother was no longer alive. "My father and mother are divorced. I live with my father, while my mother took my younger sister back to Y City. Y City was conveniently on their route home. We can stop by my house on the way back. But do not harbor excessive hopes." Zou Yu habitually anticipated the worst possible outcomes. In this apocalyptic world, the challenges faced by a woman and her daughter were indeed formidable. Not to mention that in her past life, Su Qianluo had brought an E back from Y City, indicating that she had previously ventured there. Although it was still early compared to the moment she first encountered an E in her past existence, Zou Yu feared that an E had harbored too much hope. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. "I just want to go back and take a look. Perhaps they have already moved away." She had questions for her mother. Had she thought of her over the years? Why hadn't she returned to see her? She also longed to see her sister, who had been but a child, too young even to call her sister when she left with their father. An E glanced at Zou Yu, pressing her lips together and offering a nervous smile. "If I have nowhere to go, would you take me in? I can be of help. I'm quite capable." As she spoke, An E playfully swung her fists. At that time, Jiang Shubai had yet to grasp the full extent of An Yi's capabilities. mistakenly believing she was merely trying to secure her place with them, until he later witnessed her tearing apart a zombie with his own eyes. The last time he had seen such a scene was on television. Under Yi's anxious gaze, Zou Yu chuckled. That would be a welcome addition. For Yi to join forces with Zou Yu was akin to gaining wings, especially considering their shared hardships in the research facility and their past connections. If Yi were to leave, Zou Yu would likely go to great lengths to convince her to stay. The journey back was not as smooth as their initial passage. Perhaps some individuals had begun to awaken and gather to establish their own power, while others sought their own escape amidst the chaos. In any case, they encountered numerous bandits along the way, some seeking the supplies in their vehicle, others after their gasoline, and some even desiring captives. In the company of Zou Yu and her two companions, one of whom was a frail woman languishing in her seat, her complexion betraying ill health, and the other a youthful child, it was evident that both women possessed striking beauty, attracting unwelcome attention from those with ulterior motives. As they passed a gas station, Zou Yu, intent on ramming through a few zombies on the road, was suddenly thwarted by a tire blowout. The vehicle swerved uncontrollably. The screeching brakes pierced the air as she wrestled with the steering wheel, striving to regain control, and eventually managed to slow the car down. However, the noise had drawn the attention of the nearby zombies, who quickly surrounded the vehicle, reaching out with clawing hands, eager to invade the sanctuary within. Yi cast a glance at the encroaching horde and clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction, preparing to remove the bracelet adorning her wrist, but Zou Yu halted her motion. Throughout their journey, both women had discerned the bracelet's utility. It concealed Yi's scent from the zombies. While removing it would incite ordinary zombies to retreat in fear of the more formidable variants. Despite this knowledge, Zou Yu had consistently discouraged her from taking it off. With a calm demeanor, Zou Yu shook her head, suggesting a desire for entertainment. He followed her gaze to the tire, now riddled with nails. The sunlight glinting off their metallic surfaces, a clear indication of malicious intent. Whoever caused this flat tire shall be responsible for its repair, Zou Yu declared. Yi, twirling the bracelet in her fingers, let her hand fall from the door handle, her attention drawn to the gas station, where shadows flitted behind the window. Quite the clever trap, indeed, she remarked. What is your plan? My vehicle is sturdy. We shall wait here until those inside grow restless. I am aware of their presence, but it is prudent to ascertain their numbers and the caliber of their weaponry before engaging, Zou Yu replied, and he nodded in agreement. In the back seat, Jiangsu averted his gaze from the horrifying faces plastered against the window, attempting to focus on the wolf cubs, who were becoming increasingly agitated. Had it not been for their sister's insistence on silence, they likely would have pounced through the window. A mere dozen zombies were hardly a challenge for the exuberant wolf cubs. Glancing at the two women in the front seat, he noted their composure. They seemed unfazed by the ghoulish figures clawing at the glass. And he even ventured a critique, remarking, "This one has a decent appearance, but regrettably lacks in height." Zou Yu turned her gaze in the direction she pointed and inquired, "Can your zombies fall in love?" "You, zombies?" Jiangsu found himself perplexed. In the next moment, Yi suddenly turned to stare at Jiangsu, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Her pallid complexion mirrored that of the zombies outside. Yet her expression was far more animated. "Ah, didn't your sister tell you? I am, in fact," she lowered her voice deliberately, adopting a tone reminiscent of ghost stories, a zombie. Jiangsu face turned ashen with fright, and Yi and Zou Yu exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Chapter 56. The Foolish Heist and Regret. During the time spent waiting in the car, Zou Yu examined the rewards obtained from completing the breakthrough task. According to Zou Yu, the higher the level, the more substantial the rewards. Initial rewards could be upgraded alongside the host level. The instant she completed the breakthrough task, the safe house she had previously bound underwent a significant upgrade. Previously, it could withstand attacks from ordinary humans and zombies, but it was vulnerable to those with supernatural abilities, as they could force their way through the door with considerable ease. However, the situation had changed. After the comprehensive upgrade, entry was strictly forbidden without permission. Any attempts to breach the safe house would be thwarted by the system, allowing Zou Yu to remotely control defensive mechanisms to repel intruders. The first reward pertained directly to the safe house. safe house data storage mobility. Once she established a secure zone in the future, she could transfer the safe house directly into that area via data, essentially creating a mobile sanctuary, a remarkably humane feature. Furthermore, this upgrade to the safe house's habitat system encompassed the fields, ponds, and farms she had previously rented, described by Zou Yu as a construction game tailored to the host preferences. The remaining 2 rewards were double experience card and short-term superpower enhancement card. One must admit, the system exhibited considerable humanity, providing Zou Yu with rewards that aligned perfectly with her current desires. While she organized her rewards, the zombies outside had begun to pound on the car doors. sister.It expressed his concern, fearing the vehicle might not withstand such assaults. He noticed cracks forming in the windows, prompting an E to become increasingly restless. Perhaps I should. No, look. Zou Yu interrupted in Yi's words, and they turned to see the gas station door swing open. 2 burly men rushed out, brandishing large cleavers. "Hey, come here, Grandpa," they shouted, striking the iron barrel with their weapons, drawing the attention of the zombies encircling Zou Yu's vehicle. As the zombies began to shuffle towards them, 4 or 5 more men emerged from other rooms, each wielding knives or clubs. A group of seemingly fierce zombies was quickly surrounded by the 7 muscular men, dispatched with astonishing efficiency, particularly by the leader, the first to emerge from the building. His knife skills were remarkable, effortlessly dispatching one zombie after another, prompting a gasp from an E. "Wow, I bet he used to sell pork. Look at his strength and precision." Jiang Subai watched, feeling that such brutality was cruel. Yet he recalled his sister's words. "If you show mercy and spare them, they will not reciprocate. They only wish to drink your blood and devour your flesh." Despite his fear, Jiang Subai steeled himself, determined to overcome his trepidation. The zombies surrounding the vehicle were swiftly dealt with, redirecting their attention towards the car. Since Zou Yu and the others had remained silent inside, the men assumed they were merely defenseless refugees. No one anticipated that when the leader approached and yanked open Yi's car door, he would be kicked out. The massive figure their leader was sent skidding several meters by a single woman's kick, a pained expression on his face. His subordinates hurried over to assist him, but he plunged his knife into the ground and glared fiercely at an E, commanding, "Bind this woman." At that moment, Zou Yu also exited the vehicle, swiftly kicking down a man attempting to flank her. As he rose, she executed a flying kick that sent him sprawling. The other 5, witnessing this, scattered towards Zou Yu and an E. And Yi's skills, honed through raw survival rather than formal training, contrasted with Zou Yu's expertise. Though every adversary retained their life, they bore far greater injuries than those on Zou Yu's side. In perfect harmony, the 2 women swiftly subdued all the men, leaving cleavers and baseball bats in disarray on the ground. Jiang Subai exited the vehicle to clean up, binding the incapacitated men together with vines. Faced with formidable opponents, and having suffered losses against superhumans before, they dared not boast any longer. Even the leader, who had previously threatened them, knelt and proclaimed his intention to reform and be a better person. In that instant, Zou Yu hooked a cleaver with her foot and sent it flying towards him. The machete transformed into a gleaming arc in the air, causing the leader to collapse in fear, feeling as though the blade had whizzed past his head. A roar erupted behind him, prompting his bewildered gaze to turn, only to find that the machete had firmly embedded itself in the skull of a zombie that had stealthily approached without his notice, mere inches away. He could almost perceive a profound shock reflected in the creature's eyes. Yet, how could a zombie exhibit such an expression? The vacant gaze merely mirrored his own astonishment. A chill coursed through his body, and his scalp tingled. Such precise aim was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. These 3 individuals were anything but simple. No wonder they had the audacity to drive forth so boldly. When they had first encountered them, they had laughed at their naivety, scoffing at their bravery to venture out unarmed. Ironically, the jest had now turned upon themselves. "Forgive us. We failed to recognize your prowess and inadvertently crossed paths with you esteemed brothers and sisters. We are most deserving of our fate. In the realm of society's underbelly, one must possess both the courage to strive and the humility to retreat, Upon realizing one's inability to contend, an apology is warranted. In essence, it can be succinctly stated, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Zou Yu lightly kicked a stone on the ground. Witnessing the recent encounter with the zombie, several individuals instinctively bent down to evade. This synchronized movement amused Zou Yu, eliciting a laugh from her. Seeing the eldest sister laugh, the others followed suit, joining in her merriment. Zou Yu furrowed her brows and inquired, "What are you laughing at?" "Oh, nothing, dear sister. Please forgive us, as you're magnanimous. Unfortunately, my vehicle has broken down, leaving me unable to travel. Today happens to be free of obligations. Otherwise, we could continue our conversation." Regret coursed through them, wishing only to swiftly dispatch this harbinger of misfortune. "We have a spare tire. We'll replace it for you right away," the leader exclaimed upon noticing the situation. "Xiao Bai, release him," Zou Yu commanded. Su Bai complied, and the vines ensnaring the leader immediately loosened. In that instant, the leader experienced a profound sense of relief, stifling the tears that threatened to spill. He sincerely expressed his gratitude to Zou Yu, saying, "Thank you, dear sister. Let us change the form of address." Zou Yu always felt uncomfortable no matter how she listened to her elder sister. "Eldest sibling, brother?" Zou Yu fell into silence, and he chuckled. "You must be quite the fool," the leader replied with a pause. Chapter 57. What level? Hesitation upon returning home. A group of men, perspiring profusely, meticulously inspected Zou Yu's business vehicle from top to bottom. Not only did they replace the tires, but they also upgraded all the equipment of the vehicle. Observing such attentive service, and he couldn't help but inquire, "You all seem quite adept at this work. What were your previous professions?" "We're from a nearby repair shop, and our leader runs the pork stall at the entrance." Indeed, they were purveyors of pork, and he cast a glance at Zou Yu. "Shall Yu smiled briefly. Sister, take a look. The car is perfectly fine now." They wouldn't dare to make any moves inside the vehicle. After a cursory glance, Zou Yu withdrew her gaze and casually remarked, "It seems our fuel gauge is approaching empty. Let us refuel. We have plenty of gasoline here." The group, apprehensive, wasted no time. A young subordinate promptly drove Zou Yu's car to the gas station, and without hesitation, grabbed the fuel nozzle to fill it up. Yet, filling the tank to the brim was not sufficient. They retrieved several fuel barrels from the station and filled them to capacity, loading them into Zou Yu's vehicle. And he observed their attentive actions and found herself inexplicably charmed by these individuals. She turned to Zou Yu and suggested, "Why not let them go? They haven't committed any wrongdoing and seem to be having a tough time, having been sheltered in a research institute since childhood." And he had not encountered outsiders nor experienced the trials of society. Her understanding of human malice stemmed solely from those coerced into experiments and the ones who transformed her into a monster. Despite this, she harbored goodwill. Perhaps having witnessed significant evils, her judgment of minor transgressions lacked a standard. Merely because they had performed some commendable deeds, she perceived them as deserving of compassion. Zou Yu yearned to nurture in Yi's benevolence towards humanity with the same tenderness she bestowed upon Su Bai's innocent goodness. However, certain matters are simply unnecessary. Their recent actions were executed with such expertise that it is evident Zou Yu and her companions were not the first victims of such circumstances. They were merely confronted with formidable resistance, compelling them to relent. But what of those who came before them? Can they truly guarantee that no lives were lost under their command? The crowd murmured, claiming that their intent was merely to seize a few supplies, driven by the dire necessity of survival. Yet, what of those from whom the resources were taken? Is it a question of virtue or vice? And how can one perceive the truth through such a narrow lens? Zou Yu, unwilling to tarnish in Yi's expectations of society, nodded in agreement. As they assisted in loading fuel and supplies onto their vehicle, Zou Yu discreetly made her way to the fuel pump and, without hesitation, siphoned the entire tank of gasoline into her storage barrels. She left them with merely a fraction, since they had initially approached with the intent to seize resources. Her actions were but a reflection of their own tactics, a mere tit for tat. Once Zou Yu and her companions had departed, the sycophantic smiles on the faces of the others quickly faded. Almost the instant their vehicle vanished at the end of the road, curses erupted from their lips. Damn it. What bad luck. Not only did we fail to seize anything, but we've also lost so much. They lamented their lack of substantial assets, questioning if a woman, no matter how formidable, could outpace a firearm speed. In agreement, some spat in the direction of the departing van, filled with disdain. All of them bore varying degrees of injury, having stifled their pain to maintain a facade of camaraderie in front of Zou Yu and her group. Now, their gasps of discomfort echoed among them. The leader, picking up his machete with a menacing glare, commanded, "Get the vehicle ready. We're heading into town to raid a pharmacy. Otherwise, we'll have nothing to treat our wounds." The gang of bullies had never anticipated being bested by two women, and only now did they grasp the significance of medicine. "Boss, we're out of fuel," one of the subordinates announced. "Can't we refuel? Isn't their gasoline in my hands?" The leader seethed with frustration, convinced his underlings were a bunch of fools. A minute later, the voice of the young subordinate rang out again, this time laced with panic. "Boss, what is happening? I'm still alive. Are you looking for a fight?" The leader, brandishing his machete, approached the trembling subordinate with a menacing thought. "If you utter another foolish word, I shall sever your head." Upon reaching the young man, he followed the direction indicated and beheld the empty gas tank. "No way, did I really drain an entire gas station?" he exclaimed, suspecting a malfunction in the equipment. After several thorough inspections, they confirmed that there was indeed not a drop of gasoline left. "Boss, I bring good news," one subordinate ventured cautiously. The others turned with eager anticipation. "There's plenty of diesel. I just spotted a tractor in the parking lot behind us. It runs on diesel." "What do you mean?" The leader snapped, clearly displeased. The subordinate, oblivious to the leader's darkening demeanor, beamed at his discovery. "We can drive the tractor into town." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the leader delivered a sharp slap. "What class do I belong to, and what class does a tractor belong to?" The subordinate, dumbfounded, held his face in shock. Meanwhile, Zou Yu, having upgraded her treasure-seeking device, received a notification about an armory. Without hesitation, she spent her last 1,000 gold coins to activate the treasure-seeking apparatus. For Zou Yu, exchanging 1,000 gold coins for an armory is a worthwhile trade. The treasure-seeking device indicates that the armory is located in City Y. Thus, they can first visit Yi's home to check on her mother and sister before proceeding to search for the weapons. At present, the arsenal in Zou Yu's possession is insufficient to ensure the safety of the designated area, especially in its nascent state. Naturally, the more resources one has, the better. On their way to Yi's residence, intrigued by the prospect of driving, Yi expressed her interest, prompting Zou Yu to allow her a brief lesson. With the absence of pedestrians and errant vehicles on the road, it presented an ideal opportunity for her to learn. Yi demonstrated considerable aptitude, coupled with a commendable boldness. And by the time they arrived at the entrance of her residential complex, she had nearly mastered several fundamental driving techniques. As they returned to the location etched in her memory, Yi experienced a surge of emotions. Observing the now dilapidated old neighborhood, she let out a deep sigh. I feel a bit anxious," she confessed, gripping Zou Yu's hand tightly. Zou Yu grasped her hand reassuringly. "Do not be anxious, regardless of the outcome. We shall not allow you to face this alone." The phrase "fearful upon nearing home" perhaps encapsulates this sentiment. In the research institute, whenever Yi felt overwhelmed, she would reminisce about the joyous moments spent here, drawing strength from the thought of her mother and sister as her motivation to endure. Yearning for the day she could return. That day has finally arrived, yet so has the apocalypse. Yi is engulfed by fear, terrified of witnessing the desolation. She dreads the possibility of them abandoning her. Her mother once promised that she would always be here, awaiting her return. Chapter 58. Large Canines. Rescue team at the entrance of the community. A dilapidated gate is ensnared with rusted wires, as if this meager defense could keep the zombies at bay. The aging facilities of the old neighborhood are in disrepair. Peering through the gate, one can glimpse the swings in the garden swaying in the wind and the creaking wooden windmill turning slowly. Yi recalls the days spent playing here with her parents. The windmill towering over a crystal-clear pond where, while swinging, she would catch sight of little goldfish frolicking beneath the surface. Our darling adores goldfish, does she not? Perhaps later, we could ask father to procure a couple to keep at home. The memory of her mother's gentle visage lingers vividly in her mind. And as Annie reaches out to touch it, her hand only meets the foul-smelling wind. The pond, neglected for too long, has transformed into a thick green mire, exuding a noxious stench in the warm weather. The ropes of the swing bear traces of blood, and one need not ponder long to deduce the source of such stains. Upon uncoiling the wire entwined around the gate, Zou Yu entered and promptly replaced it with a more secure lock. Once inside the community, Yi's mood fluctuated quite dramatically. Recognizing her desire for solitude, Zou Yu allowed her the space she needed and took Jiangsu by for a leisurely stroll around the neighborhood. The wolf cubs swiftly eliminated the few zombies that had been meandering near the building. Perhaps due to the community's remoteness from the city center, they encountered relatively few zombies, and the area was soon cleared. As Zou Yu made her way back to Yi, she keenly heard the sound of a window being opened and quickly discerned its source. Not far off, on the 4th floor, a figure stood at the window, gazing in their direction. Upon noticing Zou Yu's glance, the individual hastily shut the window. It then became apparent to Zou Yu that numerous figures lingered at various windows, and though their intentions remained unclear, being observed by so many was somewhat unsettling. Consequently, she quickened her pace. When she reached Yi, she found her having regained her composure. "Let us proceed," she said. Zou Yu nodded, trailing behind Yi. They traversed the dilapidated stadium, circumventing a grove of withered wintergreen trees, and arrived at a building situated further back. The residential complex rose no higher than 6 stories, appearing like stunted children when compared to the towering skyscrapers outside, evoking a sense of solitude and fragility. The walls, coated in a faded white plaster, had not been maintained for a considerable time, revealing the gray cement beneath, while the narrow stairwell was cluttered with debris. Ascending the staircase, the handrails were bedecked with neglect, and cobwebs clung to the corners of the walls. Further up, one could observe the damp, water-stained walls, where a mere brush with clothing could stir up clouds of wall dust. As Yi reached the 2nd floor, an object unexpectedly plummeted from above. She swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a chunk of plaster laden with cement that crashed to the ground before her. The environment was somewhat rudimentary, a testament to previously inadequate living conditions. As she uttered these words, her expression betrayed an unsettling disquiet. Zou Yu had also discerned the situation. The living conditions here were far from ideal. Wouldn't Yi's mother and sister truly continue to reside in such a place? Lost in thought, Yi paused at a door on the 3rd floor adorned with the character Fu. Taking a deep breath, she knocked gently. There was no response. Yi intensified her efforts, transitioning to a more forceful pounding on the door. She wished to call out mother, yet for reasons unknown, the word lodged itself in her throat, refusing to escape her lips. After a prolonged period of knocking, a sound of the door creaking open finally echoed, but it came from behind them. The group turned to see a middle-aged woman cautiously peering out, her expression one of wariness as she inquired, "Are you humans?" Zou Yu nodded and inquired, "Auntie, do you happen to know where the residents of this household have gone?" The aunt did not respond to Zou Yu's question, but instead turned her gaze towards Yi, who stood behind Zou Yu. After furrowing her brow momentarily, she opened the door and leaned in for a closer look, her expression shifting to one of surprise as she pointed at Yi and exclaimed, You are Zou Yu, aren't you?" Upon hearing the aunt's words, Yi momentarily froze, recognizing the familiar shadow of youth reflected in the aunt's features. After a brief hesitation, she replied, "Aunt Wenhong?" "Yes, it is I," Shan Wenhong remarked, surveying Yi from head to toe. "You've grown so much." Yi smiled at her and inquired, "Auntie, where are my mother and sister?" "Come in." The aunt beckoned warmly. Upon hearing the light-hearted tone of Shan Wenhong, Zou Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her, as it seemed that no calamity had occurred. Yi and Jiang Shubai had entered Shan Wenhong's residence, and just as Zou Yu was about to follow suit, she suddenly witnessed a zombie rushing down from the upper floor. Instinctively, she reached for the gun at her waist. However, before she could act, Sushi darted forward and swiftly severed the creature's neck with its powerful jaws. Shen Wenhong, taken aback by the terrifying scene, paused momentarily, then exhaled deeply while placing a hand on her chest. Turning to Annie, she said, "Zou Yu, Annie feels a bit frightened by such large dogs. Is it possible?" Her voice trailed off, her hesitation evident, but Zou Yu understood her unspoken words. "I will have them guard outside." With that, she swiftly ushered the wolf cubs back into her space just as the door was closing, ensuring that no one noticed. She felt uneasy about letting them run amok at the entrance, although no zombie could pose a threat to the wolf cubs. The shadow she had glimpsed near the window left her with an inexplicable sense of foreboding. "Please, make yourselves comfortable," Shen Wenhong offered, attempting to pour them some water. However, she suddenly recalled that the water supply had significantly dwindled and was now only available at specific times, leaving her in a rather awkward predicament. Zou Yu discerned the situation. "Xiaobai, please fetch a few bottles of water." Xiaobai retrieved several bottles of mineral water from her backpack and placed them on the table. Shen Wenhong, observing this, promptly picked up a bottle and, feeling somewhat hesitant, glanced toward them. May I have a sip? I am parched. Please help yourself." Zou Yu observed every movement of Shen Wenhong with a gaze imbued with curiosity. For reasons unknown, she harbored a persistent feeling that this aunt was somewhat out of the ordinary. A typical individual would not remain so composed upon witnessing wolf cubs tearing into a zombie. Moreover, her initial reaction upon encountering the wolf cubs was devoid of fear. It was only after witnessing the cubs sever the zombie's neck that trepidation began to manifest. The fear was genuine, yet it was not directed at the wolf cubs, but rather at the demise of the zombie. This certainly piqued her interest. Zou Yu assessed Shen Wenhong with an impassive demeanor. And oblivious to Shen Wenhong's unusual behavior, anxiously inquired after finishing her drink, "Annie, where are my mother and sister?" "They went with the rescue team." Upon hearing this response, Annie visibly relaxed. "When did the rescue team depart?" Zou Yu inquired. "About a week ago." Chapter 59. Anomalous Behavior, Bloodstains. They were not a rescue team, but rather a contingent of soldiers who claimed they had received orders to provide support to a certain location. However, they encountered a horde of monsters and were compelled to take refuge here. After they had recuperated, they prepared to relocate to a safer area and could take a portion of us with them. It was then that your mother and sister departed. Which direction did they take? Shen Wenhong contemplated briefly before gesturing towards the north. The first safe zone is established in the north. This military unit must have been heading there for support. No wonder there are so few zombies in this community. It seems it has been cleared out. However, Annie, what are the criteria for the rescue team to take people with them? Can anyone just leave? Certainly not, Shen Wenhong elaborated vividly. They only take those deemed useful, doctors, nurses, mechanics, and those with ample supplies are prioritized to board first. Following them are pregnant women, the elderly, women, and children. In other words, the majority of the remaining individuals in the community are men. Indeed, several households have already been raided. Things were somewhat better while the rescue team was present. But on the very night they departed, the sounds of doors smashing and fighting never ceased. It was truly terrifying. Zou Yu, when we first entered, many people saw us. Aren't you afraid they might come to steal from us at night? Shen Wenhong naturally retorted. Did you not bring a few large dogs to guard outside? They would surely be fearful and would not dare to approach. Indeed, that is a valid point. Zou Yu gazed at Shen Wenhong, increasingly struck by her remarkable composure, an uncommonly serene demeanor. Why would a middle-aged woman choose to reside here alone, rather than accompany the rescue team? Could it be that the team's capacity was so limited that they could not accommodate even her? Xiaoyi, how had you fared all these years? Are you well? Shen Wenhong's attention shifted to an as she clasped her hand, inquiring with genuine concern. Yet, in the next moment, she regarded her with curiosity. Xiaoyi, are you unwell? Your hands are so cold. Annie discreetly withdrew her hand, offering a gentle smile. Auntie, I am constitutionally cold. It is simply my nature to have cool hands. Oh, I see. Shen Wenhong nodded in understanding. As Zou Yu rose to pace the living room during their conversation, she noticed that Shen Wenhong had been observing her, either intentionally or inadvertently, especially as she approached the room, her back instinctively tightening as if enveloped in unease. "Andy, I see you have a photo from the hospital. You're a doctor as well?" Upon noticing the photograph in Zou Yu's hand, Shen Wenhong's gaze momentarily drifted to an indistinct point. Her expression tinged with melancholy before she regained her composure. "Yes." Zou Yu pressed on. "You mentioned that the rescue team required doctors to accompany them. So why did you not go with them? Living here alone is perilous." Her words, though imbued with respect, bore an insistence that tightened the atmosphere. Shen Wenhong appeared relaxed, her response seemingly rehearsed in her mind, flowing forth effortlessly. "The team leader mentioned that another group is en route, expected to arrive tomorrow or the day after. I thought they would need a doctor as well, so I suggested to the leader that others depart first while I waited, as I have sufficient supplies." This answer took Zou Yu by surprise. "What sound is that?" Zou Yu suddenly furrowed her brows and turned to walk towards the room in the corridor. Shen Wenhong swiftly rose from her chair and positioned herself in front of Zou Yu, exclaiming, "You must have misheard. What sound could there possibly be? I truly heard it. Andy, what if there is danger? Let me check for you." No, it's unnecessary. I live alone. What danger could there be? It's surely just the window left ajar, causing something to topple over. You needn't worry, just sit tight." Her demeanor was overly tense. There must be something in the room. After all, she was An E. Zou Yu could not afford to confront her directly, as it could lead to an unfortunate misunderstanding. Thus, she turned and walked toward the coffee table. Shen Wenhong opened the door at the far end of the corridor, casting a glance at their positions before stepping inside. The moment the door swung open, and he caught a whiff of a metallic scent reminiscent of blood. She exchanged a knowing look with Zou Yu, their eyes revealing an unspoken understanding. Lowering her voice, and he leaned closer to Zou Yu's ear and whispered, "There is something inside. I can smell blood. If anyone could detect the scent of blood with heightened sensitivity, it would be a being of the undead. If she claimed there was, then there was indeed something amiss." Zou Yu nodded, and Yi's expression was fraught with conflict. "What should we do? If she harbors no ill intentions towards you, we shall disregard her. We can wait for the rescue team to arrive, hitch a ride with them, and relocate to the safe zone, which will also facilitate your search for your mother and sister." And he nodded in agreement. Zou Yu noticed that beneath the photograph she had just examined, several other images were displayed. She approached to take a closer look. The photographs featured the family of Shen Wenhong, capturing the trio in their essence. The most recent image was dated August 31st of this year, revealing that their son had grown taller than his father. On the back of the photograph, a line was inscribed, "Taken at Nanchuan University. Accompany my wife as we send our son Zhang Wenba to school." It had been merely 2 months since the calamity that befell them on the weekend following the National Day holiday, and so many questions lingered. What had transpired in that brief span? Why did only Shen Wenhong remain in this place? What were the strange sounds emanating from within the room? And what accounted for Shen Wenhong's peculiar behavior? All of this felt like a tangled ball of yarn. If one could locate the encircled thread and meticulously unravel it, surely a revelation awaited. Zou Yu was aware of this layer of understanding, as was An E. In fact, throughout the entire ordeal, and he never once inquired about her uncle. Zou Yu speculated that An E had likely deduced the truth long ago, opting not to voice it to spare herself further sorrow. Given this, Zou Yu decided to feign ignorance, upon hearing that they intended to remain there. Awaiting news from the rescue team, Shen Wenhong displayed an unusual delight, eager to tidy up the other rooms for them. "There's no need for that, Auntie. We have sleeping bags and can manage in the living room," Zou Yu replied. Shen Wenhong, after a moment of polite hesitation, acquiesced, seemingly not inclined to allow them the luxury of a bedroom. The more she acted this way, the more Zou Yu felt that the locked room contained some hidden secret. While An E and Jiang Shubai went outside to retrieve the car, Zou Yu remained in the living room with Shen Wenhong. When Shen Wenhong inquired how she and An E had met, Zou Yu casually fabricated a story. After all, when venturing out, one's identity is self-assigned, and she felt no pressure. "Auntie, where's the restroom?" As Zou Yu rose, Shen Wenhong grew anxious once more, quickly leading the way. "This way, follow me." Zou Yu followed her to the end of the corridor, where she deliberately blocked the door behind her and pointed to the opposite side, declaring, "This is it." Zou Yu responded promptly and entered the restroom. She secured the door, and the intoxicating scent of perfume masked the subtle hint of blood in the air. As she lifted the shower curtain of the bathtub, she crouched down to inspect it closely and noticed dried blood along the edge. Just as she was about to rise, a sudden weakness overcame her, causing the world to spin. This is not good. The fragrance is problematic. Chapter 60. Whom did she kill? The enchantment drug. Zou Yu lay languidly on the floor, propped against the edge of the bathtub, observing the faint silhouette swaying outside the bathroom door. She withdrew a handgun, gently chambering around and aiming it at the entrance. Suddenly, with a click, the bathroom door swung open. As Shen Wenhong stepped inside, she was met by the ominous muzzle of Zou Yu's firearm. Caught completely off guard by the presence of a gun in Zou Yu's grasp, she hesitated for a moment before quickly forcing a smile, inquiring about the cause of her prone position on the floor. Zou Yu gazed at her, her tone frigid. "Do you not know why I am on the floor?" Shen Wenhong paused momentarily, hastily offering an explanation. "Oh, my memory. The restroom has been plagued by cockroaches these past few days, so I sprayed some strong insecticide inside. You must be feeling quite dizzy, yes?" Such an excuse might convince an ordinary person, but Zou Yu could not afford to let her guard down around Shen Wenhong. The woman exuded an air of peculiarities in every aspect. As Shen Wenhong approached to assist her, Zou Yu feigned weakness, extending her hand while softening her voice. "Andy, look in my eyes." Shen Wenhong, utterly unprepared, complied, and in that moment, Zou Yu's mental prowess surged forth, causing Shen Wenhong to release her grip and stare vacantly into the bathtub. Zou Yu took a deep breath, her dizzy mind making it difficult for her to maintain control over her abilities. She pinched her thigh, using the sharp sting to keep herself alert, and then inquired of Shen Wenhong what transpired here. Shen Wenhong gazed at the bathtub, her brows knitting together as if she had encountered something horrifying, the muscles in her face quivering slightly. Her voice trembled as she replied, I did not intend to kill him. I truly had no other choice." "Kill who?" Before Zou Yu could voice her question, Shen Wenhong continued. "Wenbo developed a fever, and before long, he transformed into a monster. Old Zhang and I were terrified that someone would discover him, so we bound him. He no longer recognized anyone. Old Zhang was bitten while attempting to bring him food. In his lucid moments, he tied himself and his son together. I am the only one left in this household. What am I to do?" Zou Yu harbored an unsettling premonition. "You appear weary. Why not stay here and rest for a while?" Zou Yu rose from the ground, propping herself against the wall as she made her way outside. She then flung herself onto the sofa, closing her eyes in an attempt to restore her senses and dispel the dizziness that enveloped her. Yet, fatigue only deepened its hold. To avert any unforeseen incidents, Zou Yu released the Shi. As soon as they emerged, something seemed amiss. They spun in place erratically, occasionally casting furtive glances towards the room at the end of the corridor. Zou Yu had already surmised the contents within. She gently patted Shi's back, offering a few words of comfort. Once Shi obediently lay by her feet, she finally relaxed her mind and succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, she was stirred by the sound of conversation. As she opened her eyes, she realized that the firearm she had been holding was missing. Instinctively, she began to search around, only to have Jiangsu Bai present the handgun to her, saying, "Sister, were you looking for this?" Zou Yu glanced over and noticed that Jiangsu and Bai were all gazing at her. Shen Wenhong appeared to have completely forgotten the events that had just transpired, calmly engaging in conversation with an about their childhood memories. Upon seeing Zou Yu awake, An retrieved a bucket of instant noodles and a container of self-heating rice from the table, inquiring what she would like to eat. Zou Yu gestured towards the instant noodles on her right hand, and tossed the noodles to Jiangsu Bai, instructing him to prepare them for his sister. Jiangsu Bai responded promptly, rising to make his way to the kitchen. Although the power was out, the gas stove remained operational, while Jiangsu Bai heated the water. Zou Yu took a few sips from her glass. Shi's head nestled against her knee, nudging her affectionately. Zou Yu playfully pinched Shi's ears and discreetly glanced at Shen Wenhong. She detected a flicker of alertness and tension in Shen Wenhong's eyes and decided to rise and step outside. "I will take Shi out, otherwise Annie will be frightened." And he nodded in agreement. Shen Wenhong wished to say something, but found herself at a loss for words, captivated by Shi's vivid green eyes. Zou Yu suggested that Shi go out, but in reality, she took advantage of the moment when the door was opened to discreetly pull Shi back into the space, creating a visual illusion. After Xiao Bai prepared hot water, she made instant noodles for Zou Yu, while he also used hot water to warm up self-heating rice, garnishing it with braised meat and placing it before Shen Wenhong. Shen Wenhong appeared pleasantly surprised. Xiao, this is too extravagant. I cannot accept it, she protested. And he smiled gently. It's nothing, Auntie. There is no need to be so polite. I must thank you for sharing stories about my mother and sister. Shen Wenhong looked at an her eyes shimmering with tears of gratitude. Please do eat, she urged. And what about you? Shen Wenhong inquired. And he glanced at Zou Yu. Without even lifting her head, tossed her an apple, which he caught effortlessly. Their unspoken understanding was remarkable. I'll just have this, and he replied. Aside from Shen Wenhong, none present questioned the origin of the fruit. Jiang Shubai showed no reaction whatsoever. Is this really sufficient? Shen Wenhong expressed doubt, and he took a bite of the apple and smiled indeed. Due to years of experimentation, an ES digestive system had become markedly different from that of a typical human. However, it also diverged from that of a zombie. She would not be adversely affected by abstaining from food. If she consumed human food, she would experience uncontrollable vomiting due to her inability to digest it. But fruits were an exception. In fact, abstaining from fruit was not an issue, especially considering the rarity and preciousness of the current fruits. Zou Yu was inclined to indulge in having stocked her space with an abundance of fruit, having emptied half a wholesale market and replenished it over several weeks, accumulating dozens of truckloads. And was but a trivial concern. She could easily afford 100 of her. Considering that Xiao Bai was in a crucial growth phase requiring nutrition, Zou Yu prohibited her from consuming the same instant food as the others, insisting that Xiao Bai have a box of milk each day. Since leaving home, milk had, without exception, been consistently available. Yet, Jiang Shubai never questioned why he always had milk. He believed that whatever Zou Yu produced was within her capabilities. Even the matter of her possessing a handgun never raised any doubts. And he had privately asked Zou Yu, I'm not saying anything, but what kind of charm have you cast on Xiao Bai? His trust in you is nothing short blind. Zou Yu smiled as she spoke to an suggesting that perhaps it was because she had once saved his life. And he assumed that Zou Yu was merely jesting, thinking that even a life-saving act would not warrant such a response. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Jiang Su Bai had already come to regard Zou Yu as the beacon illuminating the darkness of his existence. She had become the very essence of his will to live and his guiding star. Should the day arise when someone attempted to coerce him into betraying his sister, he would resolutely choose to confront them, even at the cost of his own life. For his sister was the most significant person in his world. Chapter 61. The living feed. The mad Zou Yu believed that Shen Wenhong had softened her heart and relinquished her unrealistic thoughts, only to discover that Shen Wenhong was merely intimidated by the gun in Zou Yu's possession. In the stillness of the night, they lay asleep in the dimly lit living room, where darkness enveloped the space, occasionally pierced by moonlight streaming through the clouds and casting faint glimmers upon the windows. Outside, the rustling of leaves whispered with the gentle breeze. Under the moon's glow, several shadowy figures stealthily infiltrated the dilapidated residential building where an and her companions resided. Treading lightly as they ascended the stairs, they paused at the doorway of the third-floor apartment. Exchanging glances, one among them quietly mimicked the chirping of a cricket, his imitation surprisingly lifelike. After approximately 10 seconds of silence within, one of them produced 2 iron wires from his pocket, twisted them together, and bent them into a curve to insert into the keyhole. With a click, the door swung open. Damn, you're quite the locksmith, one remarked in admiration. The locksmith, bewildered, held the wires and whispered, It wasn't me. I haven't opened it yet. If not you, then who? Surely they didn't leave the door unlocked. Enough of that. Let us just go in. I saw that woman and a man unloading quite a bit from their car earlier. As they conferred, ready to pull the door open, it unexpectedly swung wide from within. They jumped back, locking eyes with the woman standing behind the door. Her complexion was pale, her short hair impeccably neat, and her beautiful eyes were devoid of life, resembling exquisite porcelain. A chill ran down their spines. "What are you looking for at this hour?" An offered a smile she deemed friendly, yet in this tense atmosphere, it appeared rather sinister, reminiscent of a horror film. To add to the eerie scene, several tendril-like appendages writhed behind her, and then a massive head lifted, tilting to gaze at the doorway. Having never encountered such a spectacle, they were paralyzed with fear. The would-be locksmith fainted, his gaze fixated in terror on what lay behind an exclaiming in shock, "Monster!" The one labeled as a monster, Jiang Shubai, innocently withdrew his hand. Zou Yu and an are both fond of staying up late, when they do not sleep. Jiang Shubai finds himself unable to rest as well, prompting him to contemplate some research. Zou Yu recalled that wood elemental abilities could command plants to attack and even induce their growth. Although the hastily cultivated flora lacked the delectable quality of naturally grown specimens, bearing a taste reminiscent of an overabundance of medicinal herbs, there would be fewer picky conditions in the future. Thus, she instructed Xiao Bai to procure a sunflower seed, mixing some soil and water in the empty bowl from today's instant noodles, and encouraged Xiao Bai to attempt the cultivation. This served as a method to practice mastering her abilities. Unexpectedly, a series of unfortunate events unfolded, compounded by Xiao Bai's inexperience. The growth was excessively stimulated. A sunflower, as large as a ceiling fan, stood menacingly at the entrance, its presence amplified by the ambience of the night. Resembling a monstrous creature with an open, gaping maw, its leaves swaying like tentacles in the shadows. The sight caused several individuals to faint from fright. Without needing Zou Yu to utter a word, Jiang Shubai, drawing from prior experiences of the gas station, skillfully bound the individuals together and dragged them into the room. Logically, such a commotion should have awakened Shen Wenhong by now, yet an unsettling silence lingered for an extended period. Zou Yu cast a glance at an who understood the unspoken message. "I shall go and take a look." As she approached the door, poised to knock, it unexpectedly swung open from within. Shen Wenhong, evidently having overheard their conversation, wore an expression of profound embarrassment. "What is happening here?" she inquired, her gaze fixed upon the three individuals sprawled on the floor. Her demeanor distinctly unnatural. Zou Yu sat on the sofa, holding a sunflower that had been cut down to a fifth of its original size, yet still appeared remarkably large. She extracted a sunflower seed, thanks to the fortunate genetic mutation that allowed these seeds to grow to a length comparable to that of a little finger. Zou Yu cracked open a walnut with a casual demeanor, casting a calm glance at Shen Wenhong. "Aunt Wenhong, I must have startled you at this late hour." Shen Wenhong turned her gaze towards Zou Yu and, in a moment of realization, recognized that she was unaware of when the young woman had ceased to address her with honorifics. Previously, it had always been you, but now it had shifted to you. Such a seemingly simple change stirred a sense of unease within Shen Wenhong. "Aunt, are you going to admit it, or shall I awaken him to speak of it?" "What are you saying?" "I cannot comprehend." Shen Wenhong resolved to adamantly deny it. "I cannot understand." Zou Yu, calm and composed, lifted the water that had been prepared on the table for watering the flowers and splashed it directly onto the faces of the three individuals on the ground. As they gradually regained consciousness and opened their eyes, they were met with the sight of a colossal sunflower leaning against the wall, their expressions shifting dramatically. What in the world is this monstrous thing? Zou Yu swung the fifth of a sunflower, striking the man's face. "Sunflower, can't you see?" The three fell into a profound silence, their gazes laden with trepidation. "Speak, how did you collaborate? Otherwise, I shall transform you into sunflowers as well." Zou Yu's words sounded utterly absurd, yet no one present believed she was jesting, especially after witnessing the sunflower before them. They had even unconsciously assumed that what Zou Yu held was the former person who had transformed into a sunflower. The group huddled together, casting anxious glances at the pallid-faced Shen Wenhong, one individual visibly distressed. "Aunt Shen." Shen Wenhong clenched her teeth, closing her eyes as if she were still reluctant to speak. "If you're not inclined to share, let us investigate what secrets lie within that room." Just as they were about to venture inside, Shen Wenhong hurriedly stepped forward to block their path, finally conceding, "I I will tell you, but please do not disturb my husband and son. Indeed, upon hearing about her husband and son, the three individuals on the floor displayed expressions of shock, with a locksmith losing his composure. Aunt Shun, what are you saying? Wenba has turned into a zombie, hasn't he? Did you not say he was dealt with by the rescue team? Shen Wenhong offered no response, turning her gaze towards Zou Yu. You must have already surmised the truth. I have gleaned a fragment. You are using the living to nourish the zombies? Shen Wenhong's expression twisted into a grimace. They are not zombies. They are my husband and son. At this revelation, an E stood frozen, suddenly perceiving Shen Wenhong as a stranger. The gentle and kind aunt from her memories had vanished. You chose not to accompany the rescue team because of this reason. When they discover them, you kill that person? Shen Wenhong's gaze turned frigid. He intended to kill my husband and son. I had no choice but to eliminate him. And now, you wish to kill us. Zou Yu spoke in a declarative tone, and he gazed at her, somewhat incredulous. Indeed, they had not consumed anything for quite some time, and it was fortuitous that you arrived. She articulated this as though they were merely sustenance. The three individuals bound before them were utterly bewildered, gradually coming to terms with their current predicament, their hair standing on end. Zou Yu cast a sidelong glance at the individuals on the ground, a smile curling at her lips, reminiscent of the arrival of the Grim Reaper, and remarked, "Do you still wish to pilfer our belongings? Blissfully unaware that you have become the reserves yourselves?" The group trembled in fear, reduced to tears. Chapter 62, Sudden Mission, The Tide of Corpses. They are friends of Wenba. I shall not harm them, Shen Wenhong stated. Zou Yu, what if there is no one else left? If you cannot subdue those who remain, you must rely on those who are familiar and trust you, perhaps even resorting to administering some sort of drug. After all, having already abandoned humanity, one should not be concerned with ethical boundaries. Shen Wenhong remained silent, while the three individuals on the ground were utterly paralyzed by fear, unable to utter a single word. At that moment, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed in Zou Yu's mind. Her brows instinctively furrowed as the incessant alert from Xiao Du blared. Zombie horde warning. The swarm will arrive at the current location in half an hour. Zou Yu rose abruptly from the sofa, capturing the attention of those around her. What is the matter? Unveiled. There's a situation. We must leave here post-haste. Observing Zou Yu's grave demeanor, and he understood that delay was not an option. She glanced at Shen Wenhong. Her heart softened. Do you wish to come with us? Shen Wenhong appeared taken aback before shaking her head. Xiao-Yi, thank you. But my home is here. I cannot leave. And he then turned her gaze toward the others on the floor. They were astonished to find themselves included. Uncertain of the reasons, yet an instinct compelled them to believe that accompanying this group would be safer than remaining behind. They hurriedly apologized. We were wrong before. Please, forgive our past transgressions and take us with you. And he looked back at Zou Yu. Zou Yu understood that he possessed an extraordinary compassion for humanity, perhaps stemming from her own transformation into a zombie, which led her to wish that no one else would share her fate. Kindness is a noble virtue, yet at times, it may also lead to one's own detriment. Zou Yu recognized that it would be more profound for an E to experience the malevolence of humanity and the harshness of society for herself, rather than merely being told. You may choose to follow us, but we cannot guarantee your safety. Thus, you must rely on your own strength to survive. Do you understand? We understand. The three replied eagerly, nodding their heads. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Su Bai untied the bindings of several individuals, and they collectively exhaled in relief as they rose from the ground. Zou Yu glanced at the vast expanse of red dots displayed on the map by Xiao Du, estimating that there could be tens of thousands of zombies. It was unclear where such a massive outbreak had originated, but it was evident that the mere lock on the door and the rusty gate would be utterly insufficient to deter them. Xiao Du, please identify nearby safe landmarks where we can avoid the horde. In half an hour, this place would succumb, and we must depart immediately. Each of you, find a suitable weapon for self-defense, and prepare all available means of transportation. We shall leave this place in 5 minutes. What about the others? Asked the locksmith. Zou Yu recalled the individuals who had gazed down from their windows as they entered the community. Just as she hesitated, the system emitted another notification. Emergency task: rescue additional survivors and evade the horde of corpses to earn rewards. 500 experience points multiplied by the number of survivors. One basic safe zone will be established. With the safe zone construction function activated, will automatically forfeit after 10 seconds if not accepted. A safe zone. Zou Yu, without a trace of hesitation, accepted the task as the countdown for the sudden mission commenced. The reward was the sanctuary she yearned for dearly. How could she possibly forsake it? You few, go downstairs now and inform all the survivors in the community that this place will soon fall. Those willing to leave should gather downstairs with their weapons and supplies. Fall? A few exchanged glances, clearly skeptical of Zou Yu's words. I won't stop anyone seeking death. I have no obligation to protect anyone. I will only lead those who wish to survive. For reasons unknown, Zou Yu exuded an aura that compelled unconditional faith in her. They swiftly descended the stairs and dispersed to relay Zou Yu's message to everyone. It was a daunting task to convince these individuals to trust an outsider. Although many had already gathered downstairs, most maintained a stance of hesitation and skepticism, and he continued to persuade Shen Wenhong to leave with them. Yet Shen Wenhong remained resolute in her desire to stay with her family. Even though they had transformed into unrecognizable zombies, she still could not bring herself to depart even a step. Zou Yu, you all go ahead. Don't mind me. I have harmed others and committed sins. I have no right to survive. Let me remain here and face my fate. And witnessing Shen Wenhong's unwavering stance, felt a twinge of sorrow. Just before stepping out, she couldn't help but glance back at Shen Wenhong one last time. There she stood in the living room, beckoning her. Reminiscent of the time, she waved goodbye to her father at the window. For some, perhaps this would be the final farewell in their lifetime. As the door closed, Annie shut her eyes. Why, despite knowing she had wronged others and that this fate was her own doing, did I still feel sorrow? Zou Yu pointed to her heart and said, the human heart is not akin to mere vegetation. As long as one is alive, one will inevitably be swayed by the myriad emotions and desires. This distinction marks the difference between humanity and the undead. Therefore, Annie, you are unlike them. Your worth is insignificant compared to the essence of your own heart. Annie felt a pang in her nose, replying, your words of wisdom truly warm my soul. Zou Yu gently patted her head and said, as long as you are no longer sad, let us go downstairs. She nodded in agreement. Xiaobai followed behind the two as they descended the stairs, and upon reaching the bottom, a sudden realization struck him. Shi and San Si were nowhere to be found. Zou Yu paused briefly and said, perhaps they have gone out to play. They will return on their own shortly. Xiaobai still felt a twinge of concern. Zou Yu placed the wolf cubs behind Xiaobai, who immediately pounced forward. Zou Yu pointed behind her and said, they've returned. Xiaobai glanced over, crouched down, and warmly embraced the cubs, taking a deep breath of their scent, which finally put her at ease. Zou Yu gazed at him, a tinge of concern for Xiaobai's growth evident in her expression. Having played with wolf cubs since childhood, she pondered what other children his age were engaged in at this stage of their lives. Once the safe zone was established, it would be imperative to ensure Xiaobai's education was prioritized. At the very least, he must not remain illiterate. While some children rejoiced at the onset of the apocalypse, free from the burdensome weight of academic pressures, Xiaobai remained oblivious to the trials that lay ahead. It was only when he noticed his sister scouring the bookstore for exercises and materials that he belatedly realized he, too, was about to embark on a journey of diligent study, and all of this in a world fraught with peril. Jiangsu felt a simmering frustration, yet found himself unable to voice it. Zou Yu approached, accompanied by 5 wolf cubs, drawing the attention of the crowd. The 3 individuals who had previously navigated through the throng now stood before her, their expressions earnest. Sister, we have conveyed our message to everyone, yet many remain skeptical and are reluctant to join us. Chapter 63, Survivors, Adoration. Zou Yu cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, which numbered nearly 200 individuals. They were mostly clustered together in groups, their gazes fixed upon her, brimming with a myriad of emotions. Zou Yu ascended the steps, positioning herself in a place where she could behold everyone, ensuring that all could witness her presence. I am aware of your skepticism towards my words. After all, the rescue team is due to arrive in just a couple of days. Why, then, would we risk departing from this place? From the moment Zou Yu uttered her first words, she silently unfurled her psychic abilities, enveloping all present in her influence. This was an unintended discovery of hers. The application of psychic powers is notably challenging to generalize compared to other abilities, as it encompasses a more intricate array of types. Thus, when wielded skillfully, it can accomplish feats that other powers cannot. For instance, at this very moment, her psychic energy subtly influenced the subconscious of everyone present, unconsciously enhancing their trust in her words. Relying solely on language to sway such a multitude seemed too insubstantial. Zou Yu had previously employed subconscious suggestions on only a few individuals and was uncertain of her success with so many. However, she lacked the patience to persuade each one individually and was unwilling to squander her breath on an entire crowd. Frankly, were it not for the task's rewards, she would have little concern for their fates. But should they remain loyal to themselves, that would be a different matter. Your lives are in your own hands. The choices you make are entirely yours. Yet, trust me, it will not be in vain. We are merely stepping away from the community to evade danger. Once the tide of the undead recedes, you may return and await rescue. I am not obligated to safeguard your lives, but I can assure you that for those who choose to leave with me, I shall protect you to the best of my abilities until my last breath. In the face of such calamity, if a single individual can rise with unwavering confidence to assure everyone that she will safeguard them with all her might, such a powerful declaration would undoubtedly resonate with all. Coupled with the influence of her psychic abilities, the crowd found themselves unable to voice any dissent. Instinctively, they felt that this woman would not deceive them and that she truly was capable. However, when it comes to matters of life and death, even belief must be tempered with caution. To follow me or to remain behind? The crowd hesitated in silence until a woman clutching a child stepped forward, approaching Zou Yu with an earnest gaze. Will you truly protect us? Yes, she replied. I will follow you, the woman said, taking her daughter to stand beside an E. Curiously, an E inquired, why didn't you follow the rescue team when they left? Weren't the elderly, the weak, and the women supposed to go first? The woman sighed, explaining, at that time, Chi had a cold and a fever. The captain was uncertain if it was an infection, and for the safety of others, we couldn't join them. And he understood this reasoning. She crouched down to meet the cautious gaze of Chi, who peeked from behind her mother, and smiled warmly. Chi, what's your full name? Chi, looking at the sister who smiled so beautifully, glanced up at her mother, who encouraged her. Tell the sister your name. Chi tightened her grip on her mother's hand, scratched her head, and softly replied, Sister, my name is Zou Yu. Annie felt her spirits lift at the sight of the child's sweet demeanor and turned her gaze toward Jiang Shubai, extending her hand toward him. Jiang Shubai, filled with curiosity, inquired, Sister, and what is the matter? Where are your candies? Please, share a few with me. Since Zou Yu discovered that Jiang Shubai had developed a bad habit of neglecting his meals, she began to secretly fill his pockets with an abundance of sweets, including chocolates and candies. And he often teased him, saying, what kind of boy carries around a pocket full of candy? While others are sweet girls, our little Bai is a sweet boy. ISNT. At such moments, Jiang Shubai would blush and allow an E to jest at his expense. When an E asked Jiang Shubai for some candy, he hesitated, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a handful, which he shyly offered her. He gazed longingly at the sweets, reluctant to part with them. They were gifts from his sister, and he could hardly bear to indulge himself. Yet, he couldn't refuse an ES request. An E, perceptive as she was, easily recognized Jiang Shubai's emotions, which were transparently etched across his face. She could not bear to take without giving back. So she selected 2 candies and handed them to Chi. Having not tasted candy in quite some time, Chi was overjoyed, thanking her sweetly. Thank you, sister. And he affectionately ruffled Chi-Chi's hair, then leaned closer to Jiang Shubai, nudging him gently with her shoulder. Jiang Shubai looked puzzled as an E teased. In a moment, I'll ask your sister for 100 more. Don't you dare cry. Who? Who is crying? Jiang Shubai's face flushed with embarrassment. Your mouth could hold a bottle of oil with all that talk. Jiangshu Bai, exasperated yet playfully pouting, replied, Sister, please stop teasing me. Anyi laugh it. It's too amusing. With Chi-Chi's mother leading the way, others gradually agreed to leave with Zou Yu. Within a mere 10 minutes, 90% of those present had consented. The moment they affirmed their decision, she swiftly organized an impromptu team, enlisting everyone until no one else responded. The temporary group now numbered 197 individuals. We have only 10 minutes. Those with vehicles, please drive. Those who need supplies, return to gather them. Everyone should carry self-defense tools, and remember not to wander off alone. The zombies' weakness lies in their heads. If you encounter an attack, do not hesitate. You must sever the connection between the head and neck or aim for the head. These are the only two methods to render them powerless to attack. Now, everyone return to gather your belongings. We shall depart promptly in 10 minutes. Let me make this clear. I will not wait for anyone, so do not waste time. 5 minutes later, people began to gather in the parking lot. By the 8 or 9 minute mark, most had assembled. 90% were men. Apart from Zou Yu and Chi-Chi's mother, there were 8 other women, including 5 couples, each with their own vehicle, plus 3 men. The remaining 3 women chose their respective cars. Chi-Chi and her mother, along with 4 older individuals, joined an E in her business vehicle, as their combat abilities and self-defense skills were taken into account. Once they exited the community, an E removed her bracelet, knowing that zombies would generally avoid their vehicle. There are a total of 13 available vehicles, including 2 7-seater cars. Even if every individual were to board, only 69 people could be accommodated, leaving nearly 130 individuals needing to make their own arrangements for transportation. This situation is utterly inadequate. Zou Yu pondered as Yao Xingji stood before a row of trucks, waving at her. What is the matter? I, along with Luo Yang and Li Sun, used to drive trucks. These vehicles should be operable. But how can we open the doors without keys? Luo Yang inquired, leaning closer to Yao Xingji. Yao Xingji, equally perplexed, shook his head. Little do, leave it to me, my master. No sooner had the words left his lips than the locks of the 3 trucks simultaneously sprang open, and the headlights flickered to life. The 3 exchanged astonished glances. This was utterly astonishing. Their admiration for Zou Yu deepened. Chapter 64. Zombie Summoning Card, Gymnasium. Zou Yu has meticulously charted a course for their departure. Should fortune favor them, they will reach a safe haven before the impending wave of the undead arrives, thereby deftly evading this calamity. If circumstances prove dire, she might instruct an E to lead the others to safety first, as she possesses a zombie summoning card obtained during her initial mission, which remains unutilized. This card could effectively redirect the advance of the horde. However, the card's range is limited to 1,000 meters, and utilizing it only when the zombies are within that proximity would be exceedingly perilous. This card represents Zou Yu's final gambit. In an apocalyptic world, one must adopt a more self-serving demeanor when lacking personal power. Zou Yu is not a saint. Under ordinary circumstances, with so many lives lost before her, she would not even flinch. She is acutely aware of whom to save and whom to let go. However, having chosen to rescue others and having pledged to take responsibility for their safety, Zou Yu will undoubtedly honor that commitment to the very end. Zou Yu provided each vehicle with a walkie-talkie to maintain communication. Yao Xingji drove the truck, while Zou Yu occupied the passenger seat. Only 2 individuals could sit in the front of the truck, and Yao Xingji drove with trepidation. The lead vehicle forged ahead, followed by a grand procession of trucks. Their imposing presence attracted the surrounding zombies, drawn by the noise. Zou Yu promptly seized the walkie-talkie, instructing, do not reduce speed, nor come to a halt. If zombies obstruct your path, simply ram through them. You may hesitate, but the zombies will not show mercy. They seek nothing but your lives. Yao Xingji slammed on the accelerator, veering sharply to collide with an oncoming zombie, only to have another swarm of zombies rush forward, attempting to climb onto the truck. The occupants of the cargo area swiftly armed themselves, striking down the zombies attempting to ascend. Some wielded shovels to deliver blows to their heads, while a few vigorous souls clutched axes. Initially lacking precision, They gradually refined their technique, their movements becoming more assured and rapid. A group of individuals vigorously swung their weapons, unwilling to relent. When those at the front grew weary, they seamlessly rotated in fresh reinforcements, maintaining a rhythmic and harmonious effort. The scene resembled a peculiar relay race. Yet all understood the gravity of the situation. Should even a single zombie breach their defenses, the 50 individuals within the truck would face dire consequences, leaving no room for complacency. After 7 tense minutes, they finally arrived at their destination, the Central Sports Arena. This venue had been constructed in Y City in anticipation of the Winter Games, completed just prior to the National Day celebrations, yet before it could host any events. The apocalypse had descended. As an international competition site, its security measures were undoubtedly top-notch. While safety was a concern wherever they ventured, the sports arena stood apart. Having never been operational and remaining sealed, it housed at most a few staff members, easily dealt with to ensure safety. Most importantly, it was situated far from the direction of the approaching horde, granting it a distinct geographical advantage. Numerous zombies had pursued them, drawn by the noise. But stopping now would be perilous. Zou Yu instructed Yao Xingji to continue driving around the perimeter of the arena. She switched the walkie-talkie to an Yi's channel, saying, "An E, drive into the parking lot without allowing anyone in your vehicle to disembark. Clear out the contents of the arena with Sishi and the others." Rest assured, in the rearview mirror, an E maneuvered the business vehicle out of the convoy and directly into the parking lot. With the malfunctioning barrier preventing entry, an E accelerated, crashing through and descended into the underground garage, the vehicle vanishing from sight. Xiaobai, wait for an Yi's signal to let them into the arena. Then seal all the parking lot exits to prevent any zombies from slipping inside. Understood, sister. After coordinating everything, Zou Yu lowered the car window, grasped the roof, and leaned halfway out. Yao Xingji was nearly paralyzed with fear. "Sister Zou, what are you doing? If you have something on your mind, just talk to me." Zou Yu remained silent. "Drive your car." "All right," replied Yao Xingji, his brow furrowed with worry as he glanced at Zou Yu. As Zou Yu leaned out of the window, the zombies below became frenzied, lunging forward with outstretched hands in an attempt to grasp her. Zou Yu deftly climbed onto the hood of the car, facing the wind, and shouted to Yao Xingji, "Pull over to the side and elevate the vehicle." Although he was uncertain of Zou Yu's intentions, Yao Xingji had come to a point of unwavering obedience to her commands, and without a second thought, he maneuvered the car towards the roadside. Zou Yu seized the moment and leapt gracefully onto the roof of a car parked beside the greenbelt, the impact creating a dent in the vehicle's surface. The zombie lunged directly towards Zou Yu, causing those inside the car to panic, urgently exclaiming, "Be careful." Zou Yu executed a swift sweep, sending the zombie sprawling away. With a deft motion, she drew her weapons from her waist, wielding a gun in each hand, eliminating one foe after another. Once she had cleared a small safe zone around her, Zou Yu moved with the grace of Swallow, swiftly traversing the rooftops of the cars parked by the roadside. "What is the duration of the summoning card?" she inquired. 10 minutes, replied Xiao Du. Zou Yu contemplated the passage of time, observing the countdown of 1 minute until the system's zombie tide commenced. She leapt from the roof of the vehicle, deftly extracting an electric skateboard from the fabric of space, which appeared to materialize from beneath the car due to a visual distortion. With her feet firmly on the board, she sped forward as a horde of zombies pursued her. At the 30-second mark, she activated a summoning card. In an instant, all the zombies froze, akin to marionettes with their strings severed, before collectively turning their gaze towards Zou Yu. The surreal scene sent chills down one's spine. No one comprehended the cause of this phenomenon. The entire horde surged towards Zou Yu. Even those who were nearly climbing onto the vehicle leapt down as if she were the sole living being in their sight. They could not even hear the sounds emanating from the car. Xiao Bai, struck dumb by the spectacle, turned to the side and honked the horn, attempting to draw the zombies' attention. Yet none of them could hear. In that moment, Zou Yu had transformed into an object of insatiable desire for the undead. Xiao Bai rolled down the window and hurled seeds to help Zou Yu control the approaching zombies. But sheer force was insufficient against the throng of frenzied creatures. The vines were continuously torn apart only to regrow, and even the most intricate web he could weave could barely hold them at bay for a fleeting second. Panic began to envelop Zou Yu. He understood that his sister's sudden influence over the zombies was surely a result of her own actions, and he recognized that she must have her reasons for doing so. However, he could not stand idly by while she plunged into peril. "Sister, don't mind me." Zou Yu took a moment to reply to Zou Yu. She skillfully maneuvered her skateboard, deftly evading the oncoming zombies as she traversed the narrow path. Upon reaching a fork in the road, she resolutely chose to head in the opposite direction. Zou Yu clung to the car window, watching Zou Yu's silhouette gradually fade away, pursued by all the zombies that roamed the street behind her. The sheer number was something humanity could scarcely withstand. At the instant she vanished completely, Zou Yu felt her heart lodged in her throat. Chapter 65. The Stacking Zombies and the Art of Illusion if he were strong enough. Would his sister not have to risk herself? Su Yu had never loathed his weakness more than at this moment. The desire to grow stronger surged within him. Reaching a fever pitch, he fixated on the spot where Zou Yu had disappeared, struggling to contain his emotions as his powers silently swelled. Unbeknownst to anyone, the surrounding flora began to undergo a subtle transformation. Branches grew wildly. Saplings that had only recently been planted now stood tall, and what was once a knee-high greenbelt rapidly reached shoulder height. Zou Yu, fearing the possibility of overlooked zombies, endeavored to scour every corner surrounding the gymnasium. Knowing that the influence of the summoning card extended 1,000 meters, she meticulously ensured that no area was left untouched, sparing not a single one. By the time she completed her circuit, nearly all the nearby zombies had been lured to her presence. To prevent these zombies from colliding with the horde and thereby augmenting its ranks, she deliberately drew them in the opposite direction of the approaching tide of the undead. As Zou Yu contemplated how to handle this experience value, her own experience unexpectedly surged, catapulting her directly to level 13. What was happening? Before she could voice her confusion, Zou Yu had already learned to answer promptly. Teammate Jiang Shubai's ability level has increased, sharing a reward of 100,000 experience points. How could it be so effortlessly achieved? Reflecting on her own arduous 10-year journey to barely reach over level 50 in her mental abilities, Zou Yu found herself at a loss for words when she gazed upon Jiang Shubai's level 17 wood-based power. For the first time, she clearly perceived that exceptional talent is indeed an active verb. In that moment, she felt fortunate that Jiang Shubai was an ally. Had he been recruited by Su Qianluo, he would have posed a formidable opponent. She led the horde of zombies into a narrow alley, where they all surged forward, soon becoming tightly packed. The ones in front attempted to crawl forward, while those behind continued to push in, the alley brimming with zombies. They piled atop one another, completely filling the alley, which measured less than 20 meters. Zou Yu tucked away her skateboard and ascended the window, balancing herself with one foot pressed against the wall while reaching for the air conditioning unit, which suspended her in mid-air as she continued her ascent. The zombies, drawn by the summon card, relentlessly pressed into the confined space, clamoring to reach her. Lacking the cognitive abilities of humans, they failed to employ tools and instead trampled over their fallen comrades in a futile attempt to climb higher. This resulted in an ever-increasing pile of corpses in the alley, limbs intertwining in a chaotic entanglement, inadvertently trapping them all together. They could only gaze upward, howling in frustration, attempting to grasp Zou Yu, but the distance rendered their efforts utterly futile. Thousands of zombies densely packed the narrow alley, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Looking down from her vantage point, Zou Yu felt a chill run down her spine. The mass of bodies below resembled a writhing mass of insects. Moreover, as the number of zombies beneath her continued to rise, one even managed to leap onto the windowsill, perilously close to reaching her. Zou Yu swiftly ascended another level. This area comprised housing slated for demolition as part of urban planning, belonging to a dilapidated urban village that was even more rundown than the Blue Moon community. Numerous buildings bore ominous markings of danger or demolish. Due to prolonged official planning, the residents had long since vacated the premises, which emboldened Zou Yu to lure the zombies here. She patiently awaited until all the zombies within her line of sight had congested into the narrow alley, and then she retrieved several barrels of gasoline from her spatial storage. Without a hint of hesitation, she poured the gasoline liberally, ensuring that the zombies above were thoroughly doused. Just as the summon cards time limit was about to expire, she leapt from the alley onto the street, gliding to a safe distance on her scooter. With a steady aim, she fired a shot into the throng of zombies huddled in the alley. The bullet ignited the gasoline, instantly unleashing a conflagration that billowed thick smoke into the air. The flames roared mightily, and the chilling cries of the zombies echoed incessantly as countless fireballs erupted from the alley, collapsing mere steps later, convulsing briefly before falling silent. Zou Yu gazed with satisfaction as her experience points and gold coins gradually accumulated. When she deemed it sufficient, she casually borrowed a vehicle from the roadside and drove back to the gymnasium. By the time she arrived, her gold coins had exceeded 7,000. Meanwhile, under her sister's orders, Xiaobai had already sealed off all entrances to the gymnasium's playground. Now, everyone was gathered on the playground, armed and stocked with supplies. The open expanse allowed for immediate detection of any unforeseen dangers. Having witnessed Jiang Su Bai's capabilities, all present had revised their opinions of him. None dared to disregard his presence, and even the foolish Yao Xingji and his companions addressed him as kid brother in his presence. Fortunate that Jiang Su Bai possessed a good temperament. While everyone rested on the playground, Jiang Su Bai sat at the edge, clutching a walkie-talkie and staring toward the entrance, awaiting Zou Yu's return. As time stretched on, his unease grew, furrowing his brow in worry. His abilities began to spiral out of control. Anyi, who had been seated on the steps, suddenly noticed that the pile of potatoes and sweet potatoes nearby was beginning to sprout. Realizing the implications, she leaped off the steps to obstruct Jiang Su Bai's line of sight. Jiang Su Bai looked up at her, his expression lost and desperate, as if grasping at a lifeline, biting his lip with tears welling in his eyes. Sister, do you think something might happen to my sister? Don't worry. Zou Yu is quite capable, and Yi reassured him, trusting in Zou Yu's abilities. She knew Zou Yu would never undertake a task without assurance. However, it was natural for a child to worry, so an Yi sat cross-legged before him. How about this? I'll perform a magic trick for you. Jiang Su Bai note that. Aware that an Yi was attempting to distract him. Watch my hand, she instructed. Jiang Su Bai obediently focused on her hand as she raised her left hand before him, then forcefully twisted her right hand behind it. Crack! Her left hand and arm met. Jiang Su Bai was taken aback, believing he found it amusing. An Yi twisted her left hand back, rotating it a full 360 degrees, then returned it to its original position. Jiang Su Bai's complexion grew increasingly pale. I treat you well, don't I? Anyone else would find it impossible to coax me into performing, an Yi remarked. Jiang Su Bai remained speechless. She restored her left hand and stretched out her legs. Now, let me show you something thrilling. She contorted her leg into an angle that no ordinary human could achieve, as if every bone had transformed into a flexible joint, almost curling up entirely. Suddenly, Jiang Su Bai was enveloped in darkness as someone covered his eyes. A familiar voice whispered gently in his ear, "If you're afraid, you needn't watch. There's no need to spare my feelings." Zou Yu released his grip and turned to an Yi, a hint of exasperation in his expression. Xiaobai is still a child. She cannot endure horror films. Upon witnessing her return unscathed, Jiang Su Bai felt a wave of relief wash over him, his previously tense demeanor dissipating in an instant. Chapter 66. A dismal situation. The stragglers and Yi turned back, mumbling in her defense, "This is a magic trick I have studied for a long time. It is a work of art. Just because you cannot appreciate it does not mean that Xiaobai cannot." Zou Yu chuckled lightly, saying, "Next time perform for me, but don't frighten Xiaobai." Upon hearing this, then he raised an eyebrow and replied, "Why are you being so nice to me? I prefer men, you know." At this, Zou Yu instinctively covered Xiaobai's ears, casting a helpless glance at an Yi. There's still a child present. An Yi smiled gently, raising a hand to gesture for silence with Aisha motion. Upon Zou Yu's return, everyone regarded her as the cornerstone of their group, particularly the trio known for their petty mischief, who transformed into her devoted acolytes, incessantly addressing her as Sister Zou. This behavior drew the attention of Jiang Su Bai, who observed them intently. Although Su Bai appeared indifferent while seated beside them, a profound sense of grievance simmered within, threatening to materialize. Zou Yu keenly perceived the change in Su Bai's countenance and approached to take a seat beside him. Noticing this, Yao Xingji and a few others followed suit, intending to find a place to sit around Zou Yu. However, Zou Yu gestured toward the spot in the crowd and said, "I have something to discuss with my brother. Please give us a moment of privacy." Of course, the others replied, recognizing the hint, and promptly vacated the area. Zou Yu gently patted Su Bai's shoulder and inquired, "What weighs upon your heart?" Su Bai hesitated, feeling that his emotions were overly sentimental. "Allow me to venture a guess." Zou Yu continued, "Is it because you feel insignificant? Perhaps you sense that I am growing closer to others, leaving you feeling superfluous? Or do you fear the notion that I may have other brothers, worrying that someone might take your place?" Zou Yu's every utterance struck deeply at Su Bai's heart, causing him to lower his head. Zou Yu understood that children inherently possess a sense of possessiveness, reluctant to share either their belongings or affections. Thus, she made a special effort to have a heart-to-heart conversation with Su Bai. "Su Bai, I shall only express this once. You are unlike the others. To me, they are disposable. But you are not. If you were to find yourself in peril, I would risk my very life to rescue you. Yet I would not take such risks for them." Zou Yu understood that, due to past experiences, Xiao Bai was particularly susceptible to feelings of insecurity, harboring fears of abandonment and replacement. However, she had already embraced Xiao Bai as family. How could she ever forsake him? "You are an invaluable member of my family," she affirmed. Su Bai sniffled, bowing his head to wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes. He had never before been resolutely chosen by anyone. This was the first time someone had declared, "I would risk my life to save you, for you are my kin." Zou Yu gently stroked his head and handed him a bottle of milk. Over the past few days, Su Bai had been under Zou Yu's care, gradually regaining some nutrition and no longer appearing as gaunt as before, although he still seemed somewhat emaciated. During this tumultuous period, once they found a semblance of stability, she was determined to nourish Xiao Bai properly. A frail constitution could easily lead to illness. In a post-apocalyptic world, falling ill was a formidable challenge. Although she possessed healing abilities, she could not guarantee her presence beside Xiao Bai at all times. It was better to prepare for the worst than to be caught unawares. Not far off, survivors were gathered around a fire, cooking their meals. Having narrowly escaped life-and-death moments while evading the undead, they now felt an acute hunger as they rested. The pot had been brought by someone from outside, and the makeshift stove, though rudimentary, was sturdy and functional. The firewood had been sourced from dismantled wooden flooring, and beneath the lifted boards lay a concrete surface, alleviating any fears of igniting other areas. The pot contained an assortment of ingredients, a veritable hodgepodge of flavors: potatoes, vermicelli, cabbage, instant noodles, and wheat noodles. Each ladleful revealed a mixture of everything, with minimal seasoning, allowing the food's most primal essence to shine through. Yet, in this moment of shared sustenance, even the simplest fare tasted exquisite, infused with camaraderie. None could predict what tomorrow might bring or when the next meal would come, making everyone cherish this hard-won moment of tranquility. Su Bai was called over by Yao Xingji and a few others for conversation. Zou Yu did not restrict Su Bai's interactions with others. In fact, she hoped he would make more friends, believing that a boy should possess an outward disposition. Annie sat on the grass, playing with Chi-Chi and a piece of candy. Her light-colored eyes reflected Chi-Chi's joyful smile, exuding warmth, and the sound of laughter filled the air. And each cherished her time with children, finding their thoughts unclouded and uncomplicated, devoid of the complexities that often accompanied adult interactions, allowing her to relax. Chi-Chi adored this sister who gifted her sweets and chocolates, and most importantly, she was strikingly beautiful. Though another sister was equally lovely, her demeanor appeared stern and unapproachable, causing Chi-Chi to shy away from Zou Yu, even regarding her with careful caution. When Zou Yu was present, everyone spoke to her with an instinctive air of respect or flattery, having witnessed her formidable prowess in skillfully evading zombies. No one dared to treat her as an ordinary individual. Perhaps sensing their caution, Zou Yu, after finishing her hot soup and receiving the reward for the unexpected mission, decided to stroll around the gymnasium. By the time she returned, having meticulously mapped the entire gymnasium in the system, many had already succumbed to sleep on the ground. The autumn weather was undeniably cold, and lying on the ground inevitably exposed them to the chill. Those with extra clothing improvised by using some as padding, and others huddled together near the campfire for warmth. The flames, having diminished significantly since her departure, seemed on the verge of extinguishing. Due to the temporary team formation, everyone's positions were marked on the map. However, the temporary grouping had distance limitations. It was only upon reaching the playground that she noticed a few blue dots located beyond its confines. Yao Xingji and Luo Yang were leaning against the edge of the playground, engaged in quiet conversation. Upon noticing Zou Yu approaching, they immediately stood up and greeted her. "Sister Zou, has someone left?" she inquired. "Yes," they replied. "It was too cold here, so they decided to return to the vehicle to sleep. We couldn't stop them." Yao Xingji added, while Luo Yang interjected, "Shall by when to find them?" Zou Yu responded, noticing the absence of an E, just as he was about to inquire. Li Sun, displaying keen insight, replied, "Chi-Chi slipped out through the side door, and her mother followed to search for her. And Jia, feeling uneasy, has gone after them as well. I shall take a look. You all should summon a few others to guard all entrances and exits. If possible, refrain from sleeping. Safety comes first. We shall rest once we return." "Understood." Zou Yu exited the entrance passage, heading towards the parking lot. As she reached the safety passage and descended the stairs, she noticed the blue dot on the map flicker momentarily, followed by the name of an individual on the list dimming. Soon after, a second name followed suit. Within 3 seconds, the 6 blue dots dwindled to 4. The situation appeared dire. Zou Yu quickened his pace. Xiaobai single-handedly restrained 5 zombies, while the 4 others stood behind him, weaponless and merely seeking refuge. At that moment, a zombie suddenly lunged out from the gap between 2 vehicles, aiming for Jiang Shubai from behind. Jiang Shubai felt a sudden tightness on his shoulder as someone pulled him forward to shield him. He stared in disbelief, his eyes wide, as the 4 individuals behind him abandoned him and fled. Chapter 67. Xiaobai's Infection, a treacherous betrayal having run just a few steps. They spotted Zou Yu standing across from them, momentarily taken aback, their faces betraying a sense of embarrassment. As the zombie prepared to sink its teeth into Jiang Shubai's arm, he activated his abilities, swiftly entwining his arm with vines to create a makeshift shield, protecting himself. The zombie bit down on the vines before redirecting its attention elsewhere. The sound of gunfire pierced the air, a bullet striking the zombie's head, splattering blood across Jiang Shubai's cheek. Stunned, he reached up to touch the crimson liquid, his hand coming away stained. Turning, he looked back at Zou Yu with a sense of helplessness. Xiao Yushuang, wielding a firearm, skillfully dispatched the remaining zombies with precision shots to their heads. Observing this, the 4 individuals hurried over to commend her prowess, attempting to gloss over the earlier incident. Zou Yu disregarded them entirely and approached Jiang Shubai, using a tissue to wipe away the blood from his face. Jiang Shubai tore off the vines that had ensnared his arm when suddenly a gasp pierced the air. His hand is injured. The sleeve of Jiang Shubai's shirt had been torn by some unknown object, revealing a 5-centimeter laceration on his wrist, with blood starkly staining his light blue shirt. It was undoubtedly a wound inflicted by a zombie. He would surely succumb to infection. "You must kill him now," another voice shouted at Zou Yu. Jiang Shubai looked at Zou Yu and shook his head, saying, "This is merely a scratch from the thorny vines. I did not allow any zombies to come near. Just because you say it isn't, doesn't make it true. Don't endanger us all. It's better to be overly cautious than to regret later. He cannot be allowed to live." Another person chimed in, echoing the sentiment. "Keeping him alive could bring ruin upon us all. If you hesitate to act, let us handle it. We cannot harbor a potential threat." Zou Yu wiped the blood from her hands, ignoring the frantic barking of the few individuals nearby. She then turned to Xiaobai and inquired, "Do you know who pushed you just now?" He shook his head. "I was facing away. I couldn't see." She cast a sharp glance at the group beside her, her gaze piercing. "Whoever pushed Xiaobai, step forward." "What do you mean?" The individuals exchanged anxious glances. Tension palpable in the air. You have 3 seconds. If no one admits to it within 3 seconds, I will end all of your lives. They realized from Zou Yu's demeanor that she was not jesting. She genuinely intended to eliminate them. Her eyes conveyed a chilling certainty, as if they were already dead in her sight. Zou Yu deprived them of the time to ponder and began the countdown. 3, 2. It was him. One person pointed at the man in black nearby. The man in black immediately panicked and hastily explained, I didn't mean to push him. I was simply too frightened. It was a reflex. Zou Yu let out a cold laugh and raised the gun, pressing it against the man's head. Do you dare to commit murder? The man in black swallowed hard, wagering that Zou Yu would hesitate to take a life. Yet in the next moment, he caught a glimpse of murderous intent in Zou Yu's eyes, causing his scalp to tingle with dread. The instinct for survival surged within him, prompting him to shove her hand away and flee. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed, and the man's eyes were filled with regret as his body collapsed heavily onto the ground. She turned to Xiao Bai and asked, Have you learned to return a favor with the same coin? This was Xiao Bai's first encounter with Zou Yu's lethal side, and fear gripped him, causing uncontrollable tremors as he forced himself to nod in feigned composure. Meanwhile, the 3 men nearby were so terrified that they could hardly stand. Did you just say for me to kill Xiao Bai? Zou Yu cast her gaze upon a man who, in sheer terror, fell to his knees. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I was wrong, he pleaded, his voice trembling. And could you spare Xiao Bai? The pungent odor of urine permeated the air, as the man, overwhelmed by fear, had soiled himself at the sight of Zou Yu. She raised a hand to cover her nose and took a step back, her tone nonchalant, as if she were a deity wielding the power of life and death, determining their fates. You need not return. No, please do not abandon us. We were wrong. We shall never dare again. They knelt before Zou Yu, their foreheads touching the ground in supplication. In that moment, the realization struck them. Their existence was contingent upon her mercy, and without Zou Yu's protection, they would surely perish. Only by remaining could they cling to a glimmer of hope. Regret consumed them, yet the opportunity for redemption had slipped away. Go back, she commanded. Zou Yu glanced at Xiao Bai, recognizing that he was frightened. She gently patted his shoulder. Show me your hand, she said. Xiao Bai raised his hand. Zou Yu raised her hand to cover his injured arm, her healing powers silently at work. By the time she withdrew her hand, Xiao Bai's arm was remarkably smooth and unblemished. As the 3 individuals noticed her intention to leave, they hurried to follow her, determined to cling to her stubbornly, believing that once they returned, she would not dare to kill them in front of so many witnesses. However, to their astonishment, as they took a single step, Zou Yu fired a shot at their feet. Get lost, or face the same fate as him, she warned, referring to the man she had just slain. The 3 knelt on the ground, desperately pleading for mercy, but Zou Yu remained unmoved. As she walked away, they finally succumbed to despair, unleashing a torrent of curses. They condemned her as cold-blooded and heartless, hurling an array of vile insults that were utterly repugnant. Their shouts echoed through the parking lot. Jiang Shubai halted in his tracks. Zou Yu turned to him and inquired, What is the matter? Sister, they are insulting you. Insulting me will not cost me a single piece of flesh, but they will perish. I do not engage in disputes with the deceased, she replied. Jiang Shubai could no longer contain himself. He clenched his fists. Sister, please wait for me. Zou Yu nodded, but after a moment of unease, she decided to follow him. The 3 individuals, witnessing Jiang Shubai's return, could not contain their overwhelming joy and gratitude, but before they could express their thanks, he tossed a handful of seeds towards them. In the blink of an eye, tendrils ensnared their legs, climbing higher, while thorn-covered vines soon bound their mouths, and their hands were restrained before them. The multitude of thorns pierced their skin, inflicting excruciating pain. The cacophony of their cries finally ceased as they lay in despair, weeping on the ground. Suddenly, a noise from behind caught the attention of one. Glancing back, he saw several zombies emerging at the parking lot entrance, slowly advancing towards them. A suffocating sense of hopelessness enveloped them. They attempted to bite through the vines, yet the thorns sank deeper, piercing their mouths and causing intense agony, with blood trickling down their chins. The zombies, acutely sensitive to the scent of blood, were drawn closer. 1, 2, in an instant, the three were engulfed. Jiang Shubai did not slay them, yet the outcome was nearly the same. He trembled uncontrollably, his breath erratic. And as he leaned against the wall and turned back to see Zou Yu, his pupils dilated in shock. Lowering his head, he resembled a child awaiting reprimand, reflecting, "Sister, I'm sorry. Their insults were too harsh. I merely wished to silence them." Before Zou Yu's arrival, they had regarded Jiang Shubai as a mere tool for their protection, comfortably enjoying his safeguarding, even contemplating betraying him. Ungrateful wretches, they were a menace best left unchecked. Straightening his back, he reminded himself that he had done nothing wrong. Their fate was of their own making. Chapter 68, Concealing the Infection, Eliminate Him. When Zou Yu and Jiang Shubai returned, they sensed that something was amiss. Everyone stood together, forming a long line. Zou Yu could not discern the events unfolding before her, yet her intuition sensed that something was amiss. At that moment, a heart-wrenching wail suddenly erupted from the crowd. She recognized it as the voice of Chi-Chi's mother and proceeded to walk over with Jiang Shubai. As she drew closer, she could hear their conversation clearly. The speaker, Yao Xingji, was urging everyone to remain calm and to communicate thoughtfully. Zou Yu then realized that everyone clutched the weapons they had previously wielded to fend off the zombies. The person encircled in the middle was an E, her complexion exceedingly pale, staring blankly at the ground not far away. Yao Xingji and the others shielded an E, striving to calm the agitated crowd, while Chi-Chi's mother knelt on the ground, weeping inconsolably over Chi-Chi's lifeless form. Chi-Chi was gone. "Zou Jia, you have finally returned," Yao Xingji exclaimed upon spotting Zou Yu, waving her over urgently. The others also parted to create space, allowing Zou Yu to step into the protective circle. "What has transpired?" she inquired. "She killed Chi-Chi." Chi-Chi was so young. What could she possibly understand? The voices of the crowd rose in a cacophony of accusations, each clamoring over the other. "Now that the child is gone, will you let her say whatever she wishes?" The uproar continued, a tumult of discontent. Zou Yu raised her voice above the clamor. "Did I ask you anything?" Silence. Her psychic prowess silently suppressed everyone present, her commanding presence palpable. No one dared to defy her directive. Zou Yu approached Yin, Yiji, and the others, her gaze fixed on an E, her expression unwavering. "It's all right now," she stated. The others, hearing this, were filled with dissatisfaction but dared not voice their complaints. "What happened?" Zou Yu inquired. In Yi's eyes, a flicker of anguish emerged as she replied, "Chi-Chi has been infected. She concealed it from everyone, and when I brought her back, she suddenly transformed. She bit me. In an instinctive reflex, I threw her away, and then an E.'s voice faltered, her emotions choking her as she gazed at Chi-Chi lying on the ground, her eyes closing in sorrow, unwilling to relive the harrowing events. Everything transpired too quickly, almost in an instant. An E, possessing strength beyond that of an ordinary person, had witnessed Chi-Chi, despite her transformation into a zombie, still retaining her essence as a child. When thrown, Chi-Chi struck the ground, resulting in a fatal fracture of her neck. And thus, she was lost. Consequently, without a moment's hesitation, everyone encircled an E. In truth, half of those surrounding her were not motivated by a desire for justice for Chi-Chi, but rather by the belief in Yi's words, that Chi-Chi had indeed been infected by a zombie. This meant that an E, having been bitten by Chi-Chi, would soon meet the same fate, and their actions were driven by self-preservation. Although Yin Yiji and his companions felt a twinge of panic, they remained capable of discerning who among them held true strength. They had resolved to follow Sister Zou, and since an E was her friend, they would ensure she faced no harm, at least until Sister Zou's return. Zou Yu, having grasped the unfolding events, expressed her gratitude to Yao Xingji and the others, then turned to face the crowd. "I believe in an E. She killed my son. Why do you trust her?" Chi-Chi is still so young. Chi-Chi's mother, releasing her daughter from the ground, surged forward, seizing Zou Yu's collar, her face contorted in anguish as she cried out, tears streaming down her cheeks. I comprehend your sorrow of losing a child. Yet, she abruptly shifted her tone, icy and cutting. Do you truly not realize that Chi has been harmed? Chi's mother hesitated momentarily, her gaze wavering, asserting Chi has not been infected. This is merely an excuse conjured by Ni. She is a murderer. Oh, how Chi cherished her. How could she do this? This sentiment resonated with the crowd, igniting a renewed fervor to condemn an from their moral high ground, claiming that Chi bore no signs of infection, whereas an appeared distinctly peculiar. Unlike any normal person, almost as if she were not alive. Someone pointed out the crux of the matter, and suddenly, a realization dawned upon those who had traveled with an and Chi. When we arrived, the zombies did not attack our vehicle. Indeed, and she does not consume food. One person, reflecting on their earlier assumptions, remarked, I thought I had misseen. But now it seems that an did not even bleed when injured. You, look at her neck. A voice exclaimed in astonishment. The crowd turned to an neck, where the wound inflicted by Chi should have bled profusely. Yet only moments had passed, and it was already scabbing over, showing signs of healing. Is this the healing speed of a normal person? They pondered, recognizing this condition as something they had only witnessed in zombies. From the crowd, a hushed whisper emerged. Could she have already turned into a zombie? The moment those words were spoken, a collective instinct prompted everyone to take a few steps back, distancing themselves from an their expressions filled with myriad emotions, yet devoid of the previous warmth and familiarity. An felt as if her heart had plummeted into an icy abyss. She reached in her pocket, her fingers brushing against a circular object, and was suddenly startled. Zou Yu gifted her a bracelet, which she has not worn since the moment she began to drive. After arriving here, she completely forgot about it. No matter how ardently she wished to integrate with the others, no matter how skillfully she pretended, the undeniable truth remained. She was an outcast. The whispers and scrutinizing glances directed at her struck like bullets, leaving her battered and bruised. She felt like a monster, devoid of empathy. She was capable of murder. After all, did they truly believe she held any affection for Chi? When the time came to act, she hesitated not at all. What was she, really? Would she not turn on us as well? Stop talking. Please stop. And Yi's voice crescendoed, a heart-wrenching scream that silenced the crowd. Eyes widened in shock as they beheld the flesh on her face beginning to decay. Expressions of horror marred their features. Some were so frightened they collapsed to the ground. I'm not a monster. I'm not. And possessed the ability to control the speed of her own healing. Similarly, she could manipulate the decay of her flesh. She had long masqueraded as a human, yet at her core, she was a zombie. This was her true nature. Her gaze fixated on Chi, who lay on the ground, completely oblivious to the fact that it was his assault that had provoked her lethal response. She was nothing more than a heartless monster. She could slay them all. No one would accept such a creature. No one. And calm down. A steady, composed voice pierced through the chaos, reaching her. Someone embraced her. She turned in astonishment. It was Zou Yu, meeting her with calm and gentle eyes. You are not a monster. You are my friend. Chapter 69. The Unfathomable Human Heart. I will take you away. And Yi's transformation ceased, gradually reverting, yet she still dared not meet the gazes of the others. Zou Yu was acutely aware of that. Despite her outward display of nonchalance and composure, she was deeply troubled by her differences from those deemed normal. The relentless criticisms from so many felt like daggers piercing through an gradually dismantling her psychological defenses. No matter how resilient she appeared, at her core, she was merely a young girl. Bai, take an to the car and wait for me, she instructed, although Bai was equally frightened by an E's current state. He understood that she was his sister in and she would not harm herself. Moreover, some humans were far more terrifying than zombies at that moment. He approached her, his hands trembling, yet he resolutely grasped an E's wrist as she attempted to recoil from his palpable fear. And he met his gaze and gently shook her head. If you're scared, let go of me, it's all right. Bai dared not look at her face. Fear was a natural response. Yet his concern for an could not be feigned. Sister, I will take you away, he asserted with conviction. And he softly patted his hand, I want to leave. How could she abandon Zou Yu to face this alone? The turmoil had arisen because of her. After all, they stood steadfastly by her side, and she had no reason to flee. Collapsing for the sake of a group of strangers was simply not worth it. Zou Yu, are you utterly determined to protect Annie? Someone questioned. She has taken a life. Will that simply be overlooked? Or do you know she is a zombie, and you are all in league together? You gathered us here merely to provide sustenance for Annie, did you not? The accusations became increasingly absurd, even prompting an E to stifle a laugh. It was utterly ridiculous that she would be affected by such foolishness. She chuckled. Did we not speak the truth? Perhaps fighting back against them could offer a glimmer of hope. As one person finished speaking, the others remained silent. What nonsense! The scene of Zou Yu effortlessly maneuvering through a horde of zombies has only just unfolded, yet Jiang Shubai's extraordinary ability to control plants adds another layer of complexity. Not to mention, an E, whose identity remains shrouded in mystery, possesses the uncanny ability to render the undead oblivious to her presence. Each of these individuals is formidable in their own right. Who among them would dare to engage in a genuine confrontation? It seems the individual has realized the folly of their words, awkwardly retreating a few steps, hoping the crowd will conceal them from view. Have you said enough? Zou Yu opened her mouth, her voice not particularly loud, yet all present fell into an immediate silence, awaiting her next words. Now, it is my turn to speak. I trust that you will remain quiet while I do so. Such autocratic behavior engendered discontent in some hearts, though none dared to voice their grievances. She cast her gaze upon Chi-Chi's mother, who was paralyzed with fear on the ground due to An Yi's sudden change. Are you truly unaware that Chi-Chi has been infected? Under Zou Yu's frosty stare, Chi-Chi's mother felt an inexplicable panic, her feet shuffling backward as she shook her head. No, Chi-Chi has not been infected. Very well. The crowd appeared somewhat bewildered by her response, uncertain of the intentions behind Zou Yu's words. And what of you? Do you also believe that Chi-Chi has not been infected? Silence enveloped the group. Let me put it this way. Those who think Chi-Chi has not been infected and that An E is unjustly accused of murder, please step to this side. She gestured towards the vacant space on her right. Sensing lingering hesitation among the crowd, Zou Yu added, I mean no offense. I merely wish to hear your opinions. No sooner had she finished speaking than someone moved forward. Once one individual acted, others followed suit. The more who joined, the more assured they felt. Believing that with so many sharing the same view, Zou Yu, being a reasonable person, would not show favoritism. Fewer than 40 remained in their original spots. She continued, among those remaining, if you feel that An Yi's identity is unclear and poses a danger, please step to the left. Soon another group shifted, leaving only 7 individuals standing still, including Yao Xingji and his companions. Very well, you 7, gather your belongings. You shall accompany us shortly. As soon as Zou Yugong finished speaking, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices. What do you mean? Are you leaving us behind? Are you abandoning us? Zou Yu, how can you speak without honoring your words? Zou Yu let out a cold laugh. You enjoy our protection with such ease, yet you wish to harm me. What gave you the right to believe I would continue to keep you around? And what about us? We all believe An E did not commit murder. The group on the left began to panic, seemingly unable to fathom that Zou Yu would abandon them, and he would never harm anyone without cause. But I cannot guarantee that your doubts and suspicions won't one day become a dagger aimed at her. Such individuals are not worth my time. Can you assure me that An E speaks the truth? What if she truly killed Chi-Chi without reason? Someone shouted at Zou Yu, and others echoed their sentiments loudly. It's quite simple. An E stepped out from behind Zou Yu, fully restored to her former appearance. Apart from her skin tone and eye color, she bore no discernible differences from human, yet at that moment, no one dared to treat her as one of their kind. And he knelt beside Chi-Chi. Upon seeing this, Chi-Chi's mother panicked and rushed forward, attempting to push An E away, exclaiming, What do you intend to do? An E grasped Chi-Chi's mother's hand tightly and drew a knife from her waist, slicing her fingertip before pressing it against Chi-Chi. Human wounds that come into contact with a zombie are bound to be infected. Since you claim Chi-Chi has not been infected, then prove it to everyone. If after 1 minute you have not turned into a zombie, Then it will confirm that I killed Qi for no reason, and if that is the case, I will pay with my life. And he remained calm and composed, each word resonating deeply within the hearts of those present. They gazed at her, questioning the authenticity of what they had just witnessed. Upon infection, the virus first seizes control of the brain, leading to a gradual transformation into a zombie state. And he had thrown Qi away the moment he bit her, causing him to die before the transformation completed, thus appearing as a human now. However, Qi's mother understood the truth better than anyone. This was also the reason she had hesitated to hold Qi earlier, claiming she was frightened and requesting an to hold her child. Even for her own child, she was still terrified. No, I do not wish to become a monster. The strength that arises at the brink of life and death is formidable. At the moment Yi's hand brushed against Qi's face, she broke free from Yi's grasp, terrified and retreating. Save me. I do not wish to become a zombie, she pleaded with the crowd, yet their expressions transformed, no longer reflecting sympathy or pity. The situation was entirely clear. Words failed them. Yi removed her coat and covered Qi with it, then placed a candy in his hand before standing up and silently leaving the scene. This was the first lesson reality taught her. Human hearts are inscrutable. Chapter 70. How could I dare in a black market? Sister Zou, are we really leaving like this? Yao Xingji asked Zou Yu, visibly anxious. And Yi turned to Yao Xingji, her eyes sparkling with amusement. What else could we do? Shall we return and exchange handshakes and embraces with each of them, bidding farewell with well wishes for future encounters? Yao Xingji was momentarily taken aback by her words, rendered speechless, while the others burst into laughter at Yi's remark. With Yi present, the zombies would not dare approach, and they soon arrived at the garage. Within the garage, several zombies roamed, including those familiar faces they had encountered earlier. Upon recognizing one another, the group was momentarily taken aback, but their sorrow swiftly dissipated. Zou Yu opened the car door, allowing the four joyous ones to leap inside first. Yao Xingji volunteered, saying, Sister Zou, I shall be your driver. Zou Yu responded promptly, while the others were filled with regret for having fallen behind. A good brother muttered under his breath as Yao Xingji approached, calling him a sycophant. Yao Xingji chuckled. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. The others were left speechless, thinking how absurd it was to speak of preparation. Most of the positions behind had already been claimed by the young wolves, who eagerly awaited their master. Zou Yu got into the car, instructing Xiao Bai and an to each take a vehicle. The allocation of personnel by Zou Yu is also aimed at maximizing the safety of everyone involved. If all goes according to plan, these individuals will become the initial inhabitants of the safe zone she is constructing. Sister, where are we heading? Just follow my directions. You drive, and we shall converge with the rescue team. Yao Xingji, bewildered, remarked, but we have no idea which route the rescue team is taking. Zou Yu raised an eyebrow. Do you not believe me? No. I trust you. I trust no one but you. This lively spirit. She smiled, then follow me. At the upcoming intersection, we shall head east. Zou Yu was uncertain about the route taken by the rescue team. Yet she was confident that they could not overlook the arms depot while passing through this area. If they waited along the essential path, they were bound to encounter them. It was not mandatory for her to follow the rescue team. However, the scrutiny of personnel had become rather stringent since the establishment of various safe zones. Accompanying the rescue team back would afford a degree of leniency in the checks, as any issues would likely have been resolved en route. She herself had no concerns, but she feared that an might not pass the inspection. Zou Yu retrieved a mobile phone from her pocket, activated the navigation system by selecting a roughly estimated location on the map, and then placed it onto a phone holder. Follow the navigation, she instructed. Upon seeing the phone, Yao Xingji's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had encountered his long-lost mother. Sister, your phone has remarkably endured until now. How impressive. What brand is it? Zou Yu chuckled. Is the brand truly significant? What truly matters is that I possess a power bank. Yao Xingji replied, Indeed. It is you who has thoughtfully prepared a power bank. Zou Yu, it is truly a waste that you do not play the supporting role. Yao Xingji, blushing with shyness, replied, I applied to the XX Club, and they mentioned I possessed talent. However, my age was deemed unsuitable, so they did not accept me. She was indeed accurate in her assessment. Zou Yu could not help but burst into laughter. Yao Xingji gazed blankly at her reflection in the mirror and sincerely exclaimed, "Sister Zou, you are breathtakingly beautiful, even more stunning than a star. Had I encountered you before the apocalypse, I would undoubtedly have pursued you. And what about now?" Zou Yu inquired with curiosity. Yao Xingji replied, "How could I dare? I fear you would twist my head off. Zou Yu. Does she appear to possess tendencies toward violence?" Zou Yu sat in the back seat, administering digestive medication to the 4 little ones. Having indulged in meat over the past few days, they seemed rather overfed, exhibiting a lack of appetite. After administering the medication, she leaned against the back of the chair, gently stroking the smooth fur of Shi, which was somewhat coarse yet undeniably comforting. Observing Zou Yu's focused affection towards the dog, Yao Xingji curiously inquired, "Sister, what breed is this dog? It bears such a striking resemblance to a wolf. Is it possible that they are indeed wolves?" Yao Xingji, taken aback, wore a skeptical expression. Yet he could not dismiss the notion that Zou Yu would fabricate such a tale. He chuckled awkwardly, "Surely not. Wolves are carnivorous, aren't they? And besides, they don't appear to be that size." A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Zou Yu's eyes as she playfully pinched the ears of Shi. "Si undicesimo." Loud a call for Brother Yao. Shi tilted its head and opened its gaping maw towards Yao Xingji, letting out a howl. Hearing their mother's roar, Er, San, and Si joined in, their voices rising and falling in unison. Meanwhile, Li Sun, driving behind them, was startled by the sound of the howls, nearly losing grip of the steering wheel, and curiously remarked, "Are there wolves in the city?" Xiaobai interjected, "It's Shi." Li Sun responded, "Who are you talking about?" Xiaobai reiterated, "Oh, so Shi's a wolf. Wait a moment, is Shi's mother a wolf?" Xiaobai nodded, unfazed by Li Sun's reaction, for he too had initially mistaken Shi and its kin for dogs. In the car driven by Zou Yu, Yao Xingji found himself at a loss for words, his speech faltering. "Sister Zou, please don't frighten me. I'm driving," he stammered. "Fear not. My wolf cubs are quite docile and pose no threat." Even so, they are still wolves, he thought, gazing at Zou Yu with increasing admiration, realizing that she was indeed an extraordinary person. He had chosen the right companion. With an hour remaining until their destination, Zou Yu, who had not slept a wink the previous night, seized a moment to rest her eyes and contemplate the rewards bestowed by the system. Given that a return to the safe house was unlikely in the near future, she opted to utilize the data storage feature to compress and store the safe house along with the surrounding area she had rented, intending to revisit it once a secure zone was established. The functionalities of the safe house were reactivated, and upon inspection, Zou Yu discovered that the previously awarded upgrade package had also been applied to the safe house. The land, pond, and farm she had rented now boasted operational capabilities. The automated management system required 500 gold coins, which was merely the price for the safe house. Was the construction feature for the secure zone more comprehensive than that of the safe house? The system enthusiastically responded, "Indeed, master. Not only is it more comprehensive than the safe house, but the pricing is also quite appealing." This latter statement was perhaps unnecessary. Regardless, with an ample supply of gold coins at her disposal, she casually selected several existing seeds for planting, introduced fish fry into the pond, and raised chickens, ducks, sheep, cows, and pigs on the farm, subsequently activating the automatic management system. The system prompted her with a notification, 1,500 gold coins deducted. Zou Yu furrowed her brow and asked, "Isn't the automatic hosting 500? Xiaodu replied, "Indeed, the hosting fee for the fields is 500, for the ponds is 500, and for the farms is also 500, totaling 1,500. Zou Yu was rendered speechless, internally cursing the unscrupulous merchant. Xiaodu proclaimed, "Our pricing is fair and transparent, devoid of deception. Should the master have any doubts, feedback and complaints are welcome." Zou Yu pondered who would address the feedback and complaints. She assumed it would be a superior of Xiaodu, only to hear it assert confidently, "I will." Zou Yu, the Black Market. Chapter 71. Authenticity. I am done. After entrusting the safe house, she activated the newly introduced safe zone feature. Previously, After assisting the residents of Lanhua community in evading the zombie tide to reach the central gymnasium, the system rewarded her with a basic safe zone and unlocked the construction functionality for safe zones. The data for the basic safe zone begins to load after the owner selects the designated location. A large map unfolded before Zou Yu, and she began to delineate on it. At the center lay the first safe zone she intended to establish, while the remaining 4 larger safe zones, constructed by the authorities, were positioned in the cardinal directions: east, west, south, and north. She also marked several troublesome private safe zones she was aware of and indicated areas where exceptionally powerful evolved creatures had appeared, leaving her with limited options to choose from. According to the system's description, safe zones could be upgraded and expanded in the later stages. Instead of selecting existing buildings within the city for demolition, it would be wiser to establish a safe zone in a desolate area. This would not only distance her from zombie nests, but also mitigate the risk of detection by rival factions. Zou Yu deftly pulled the map towards the edge, seeking a verdant oasis amidst the vast expanse of yellow sands in the barren wasteland. Without hesitation, she demarcated the oasis within her territory, establishing a safe zone in that very spot. Encircled within the confines of the safe zone, a notification sprang forth on the screen. Materials required for safe zone construction: gold x 5,000, estimated cumulative consumption of psychic energy 100,000 points, ample storage for other necessary materials, which can be automatically offset. Shall we commence construction? Yes. A progress bar materialized in her mind, and she could distinctly feel her psychic energy being gradually depleted. Beneath the progress bar, a string of small text indicated the anticipated duration: approximately 1 month. This was acceptable, even swifter than Zou Yu had envisioned. During the loading process of the safe zone construction, the building function remained locked. Rather than rushing into construction, Zou Yu contemplated future plans. The construction of the safe zone would undoubtedly require a substantial amount of gold. The initial expenditure was no trivial sum. Relying solely on slaying zombies to accumulate gold was far too slow. She feared that her earnings would not surpass her expenditures. There were 3 ways to acquire gold: killing zombies, which was the slowest yet simplest method; leveling up, not only her own upgrades, but also those of her teammates, as she had verified through Jiang Shubai. However, only those with psychic abilities could benefit from leveling up, as ordinary individuals lacked even a level bar. The third method was completing tasks, which typically rewarded gold and additional gains. Sudden tasks were serendipitous, while temporary tasks had unpredictable triggering conditions. The only task Zou Yu could consciously initiate was the breakthrough task. Previously, Jiang Shubai's ability upgrade had elevated Zou Yu's level to 13, and subsequent sudden tasks had rewarded her with nearly 100,000 experience points. Coupled with the experience gained from slaying numerous zombies, she was on the verge of breaking through to level 19, with only 15,000 experience points needed to reach level 20. Everything had to be approached gradually. Haste would lead to folly. An hour later, they arrived at their destination. The treasure-seeking device indicated the location right here, but she could not bring such a large group, as it would attract unwanted attention and risk exposure. Trusting these individuals was one matter. Ensuring they did not reveal her spatial abilities was another. Along the way, zombies had been lured by the sound of their vehicle, and stopping could easily result in being surrounded by a horde. They needed to find a safe place to rest first. Sister, where are we headed? Proceed forward. Only Zou Yu and Jiang Shubai's vehicle faced zombie attacks, and Yi's vehicle, under her command, remained entirely secure, although others believed that he would not harm them. Witnessing such scenes was unsettling, causing them to swallow nervously, and Yi playfully reassured them. Fear not, I don't feast on the unattractive. Li Sun, who fancied himself handsome, covered his face, wishing to avoid Yi's gaze, and he raised an eyebrow. Don't be too confident. Li Sun, sister, please don't eat me. I haven't bathed in a long time. And Yi, undeterred by the unpleasantness, it's fine, just the way you are. Li Sun's face turned pale, and he trembled slightly. I was only joking. I truly do not consume humans. She spoke the truth, yet no one believed her. One of the brothers displayed a tragic demeanor, akin to a warrior preparing for self-sacrifice. Sister, if you are genuinely hungry, please let us know. We will each contribute a bit of meat, and you shall not go hungry. And he looked at him in astonishment, unable to contain her laughter. But, what is it? Ani imwidet, intrigued. But you must absolutely refrain from biting us. Should we become zombies, who will provide you with fresh meat? It seems these individuals truly regard themselves as reserves of sustenance, observing them nodding in agreement. And he felt an overwhelming urge to pry open their heads and inspect how their brains functioned. Initially, she thought their decision to stay indicated shrewdness. Yet appeared they were simply the most naive of the lot. A lack of convoluted thoughts can be a virtue, but one should not be excessively foolish. Their intelligence was worrisome, as she watched them prepare to play games to determine who would be the first to heroically sacrifice themselves. And he could no longer contain herself. I genuinely do not eat people. They remained unconvinced. And he picked up a nearby intercom and pressed the button. Ask Zou Yu yourself. A distorted voice came through the intercom. What is the matter? They say I eat people and, fearing I might go hungry, are willingly offering themselves up in line to provide me with human flesh, pleading with me not to bite them. A long silence ensued on the other end, and after a considerable pause, and he prompted, please explain this to me. These fools believe anything. All right. Zou Yu cleared her throat and remarked, a single piece of meat cannot satiate an E. She requires an entire serving. Perhaps you should deliberate further and see who is willing. And E, for the first time in her life, felt an overwhelming urge to utter a curse, while the others were utterly bewildered. Isn't it foolish to think so? If she truly craved human flesh, how have we managed to coexist with her for so long? Zou Yu countered. Could it be that sister and can't overpower you? Yao Xingji interjected with a candid response. Just as Zou Yu was attempting to steer the group's thoughts back on track, Yao Xingji led them astray once more. She coldly addressed the intercom, declaring, I've made my decision. The first to be devoured will be Yao Xingji. Yao Xingji exclaimed, what? And he stifled a laugh. All right. I'll come find you all once we reach our destination. Yao Xingji protested, wait, I believe I am quite useful. Perhaps you should reconsider. Li Sun is fair-skinned and handsome. His meat is far superior to mine. Li Sun, having forgotten his fear of an E, abruptly pressed down on the intercom in Yi's hand and shouted at Yao Xingji, Yao the dog, you're inhuman. After venting his frustration, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. His hand felt cool as he glanced down at Yi's delicate wrist, and he smirked, playfully commenting, it is indeed quite fair. Li Sun swallowed hard, realizing his predicament. I'm finished. Chapter 72. Old Rivals. Early demise. The brief interlude was soon set aside as they located a temporary resting spot, precisely at the arms depot that Zou Yu was destined to reach. If a rescue team were to arrive, this would undoubtedly be their route. Zou Yu arranged for Yao Xingji and others to settle in this neighborhood, allowing an E and Xiaobai to remain together while she ventured forth alone. Initially, Xiaobai was apprehensive and wished to accompany Zou Yu, but Zou Yu exchanged a knowing glance with an E, who immediately understood and stepped forward to grasp Xiaobai's hand. However, lacking experience in managing young children, an E candidly expressed her fears to Xiaobai. Upon catching a glimpse of her, an E, feeling somewhat guilty, averted her gaze and softly added, I truly am frightened. Can you really trust me to be with so many men? Aren't you confident in your sister's abilities? Xiaobai, though exasperated, ultimately decided to stay and support an E. Recognizing her trepidation, he handed the walkie-talkie to Zou Yu, saying, Sister, if you encounter any danger, you must let us know. I will rush to your aid without delay. Zou Yu, feeling an undeniable sense of unease regarding Xiaobai, handed her a mobile phone. Xiaobai, puzzled, queried, isn't communication already severed? Zou Yu activated the location-sharing feature on both devices, placing one of them into her own pocket. She assured Xiaobai, if danger arises, I will notify you at once, enabling you to find me based on my location. Observing Zou Yu's position shift on the screen, Xiaobai finally felt reassured. She affectionately ruffled Xiaobai's hair, saying, Listen to your sister and E. Disregard any nonsensical chatter. On you protested, Zou Yu. You can't drag me down like this. When have I ever spoken nonsense to Xiaobai? With merely the utterance of the words performing magic, Zou Yu effortlessly silenced an E. After Zou Yu departed, Yao Xingji and a few others curiously approached inquiring, "Sister, what kind of magic trick is this? Would you like to see?" Jiang Shubai observed the group's enthusiastic demeanor and, feeling a twinge of compassion, reluctantly closed his eyes. The group eagerly nodded in agreement, finding the prospect of watching a magic show far more entertaining than lingering idly. "Since you wish to see, I shall perform a trick for you," and he declared, raising her hand and instructing Yao Xingji and the others, "Pay close attention." With a sharp snap, the atmosphere shifted. 5 minutes later, a chorus of trembling voices implored to cease, deeply realizing the meaning of no pain, no gain. Meanwhile, Zou Yu, accompanied by the wolf cubs, had arrived at the vicinity of her destination. Following the marked location on the map, she discovered an empty lot. The remnants of a former structure now reduced to mere rubble and scattered concrete slabs, with nothing else in sight. Zou Yu circled around, yet found no entrance. It was already established that the object lay beneath, but the passage to enter remained elusive. The system's positioning could only indicate this general area, failing to pinpoint the precise location of the entrance. Should one simply abandon the pursuit, letting the prize slip away just like that? Zou Yu, feeding Shumwat de Shetischfeind, kicked a stone on the ground, pondering the possibility of locating the entrance. Suddenly, the sound of engines broke the silence. Her heightened auditory perception allowed her to discern that there were not just one, but multiple vehicles approaching. 7 cars in total. The first 4 emitted a powerful roar from their engines, each carrying no fewer than 50 individuals, suggesting they were far from ordinary civilian vehicles. Zou Yu directly led the wolf cubs into a nearby residential building. Upon ascending the stairs and standing before the window, she beheld a convoy of military trucks appearing on the road not far away. The familiar hue of military green was particularly endearing. As the vehicles approached the densely populated area of the community, the lead truck sounded its horn, seemingly unconcerned about attracting the attention of the zombies. They commenced notifying the surrounding survivors. They intended to remain for a day, exerting every effort to assist all survivors, urging those capable to converge with them, while those in need of rescue should find ways to alert them as they passed by. They would depart early the following morning, prompting everyone to act swiftly. The orderly soldiers executed their tasks with remarkable efficiency. Shortly, over a dozen soldiers leapt from the back of the truck, each wielding submachine guns, swiftly clearing the area of the approaching zombies. Zou Yu observed their every movement through her binoculars and noticed an individual approaching her previous location, wielding an instrument that emitted a bright red light. The soldier promptly pressed his walkie-talkie, conveying an unknown message. Soon after, the sound of an approaching vehicle reached her ears. A colossal, jet-black SUV approached from the distance, maneuvering skillfully through the narrow gap beside the truck before coming to a halt beside the detection officer. The tinted glass descended, revealing a man with a stern visage. His sharp brow and piercing hawk-like eyes exuded an air of authority that commanded respect. With muscular arms resting against the window, he listened intently to the detection officer's words before decisively pushing the car door open and effortlessly stepping out with long strides. Zou Yu adjusted the distance of the telescope once more, aiming it at the man's profile. In the next moment, the man seemed to sense her presence and turned his gaze in her direction, his keen eyes precisely locking onto the target. Zou Yu lowered the telescope, locking eyes with the man from a considerable distance. A jolt of surprise coursed through her, and instinctively, she leaned against the wall to evade his gaze. She recognized him, her old adversary, Yi Huanxiao, the captain of the security team at Zone 1. He was formerly the commander of the elite Tiger Special Training Camp, a man of unwavering integrity and stern justice. It was about that time. Yi Huanxiao's presence in Zone 1 was undoubtedly due to his assignment to oversee its defenses. Years ago, when she and Su Qianluo attempted to enter Zone 1, it was Yi Huanxiao who had halted them due to Zou Yu's injury. At that time, there was no means to prove she had not been infected, and Yi Huanxiao was not one to recklessly harm the innocent. Thus, he designated a spot adjacent to the security zone for Zou Yu and a few others to wait for a day, permitting their entry once they were cleared. That night, as he changed shifts, he entrusted the observation of the quarantine area to his subordinate, who, due to negligence, forgot about the isolation procedure, resulting in Zou Yu nearly being victimized by the three men. When Yi Huanxiao finally remembered to release her the following day, Zou Yu was the sole survivor left. Zou Yu sat in a chair, three lifeless bodies sprawled at her feet. She was reluctant to stir up trouble and explained that these individuals had been infected and were killed by her. However, Yi Huanxiao could not find any traces of their infection, leading him to suspect that Zou Yu was indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. Thus, a confrontation ensued between them, each regarding the other with animosity. In a fit of anger, Yi Huanxiao declared that someone like her could not possibly endure for long. Ironically, he met his demise first. Subsequently, the first safe zone fell, and they relocated to another. Eventually, Zou Yu perished as well. At least she had struggled for a decade in this apocalyptic world, unlike him, whose swift rise was followed by a premature death just a few years later. Chapter 73. Keep Your Distance. She is well acquainted with the plot despite their mutual disdain. Yi Huanxiao had never actually harmed Zou Yu. His demeanor was marked by an adherence to rules, perhaps a trait cultivated during his long tenure in a regimented military environment. He conducted himself with integrity, and even in moments of exasperation, he would never resort to underhanded tactics. Such character traits served him well in the military. However, in the apocalypse, unconditional trust in comrades could morph into a fatal vulnerability, leading to unforeseen demise. Emerging from her reverie, Zou Yu glanced toward their vicinity, where the approaching zombies were efficiently dispatched by the special forces. Even without the discharge of firearms, Yi Huanxiao approached the empty area that Zou Yu had just surveyed, fiddling with the exploration device, which soon illuminated with a bright light. Zou Yu once again retrieved her telescope to observe the coordinates indicated on the instruments panel, which closely resembled the location marked by the treasure-finding device. Thus, they possessed merely a specific location without any knowledge of how to access the armory. Contemplating this, Zou Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Initially, she had feared that someone might seize the opportunity to claim the spot she had discovered through the expenditure of her precious gold coins. However, it now appeared that they would not be able to locate it anytime soon. The determining factor now rested solely on the swiftness of action. Zou Yu is indifferent to whether an object belongs to the public or private domain. Once it is within her grasp, it becomes her own. She settled cross-legged on the ground, while the wolf cubs formed a vigilant circle around her, providing a profound sense of security. She began to browse the system's marketplace, searching for any useful items. With a clear objective, she navigated directly to the tools section and swiftly discovered what she sought within the radar category, an underground detection infrared thermal imaging device. This instrument, capable of relaying feedback about subterranean structures through radar, is relatively obscure and thus infrequently utilized, requiring merely 10 gold coins for single use. For Zou Yu, this was an exceptionally advantageous deal, albeit with a usage range of 100 meters. Zou Yu considered the distance of approximately 150 meters ahead. It felt rather too far. With this thought, she promptly summoned Yi and Cici into her spatial realm and, accompanied by Cici, exited the corridor. Unfortunately, her luck was lacking as she encountered a zombie head-on upon stepping out. Just as Cici was about to pounce, Zou Yu called out to her, "Si undicesimo. Stay still and follow me." Cici bared her teeth at the zombie, while Zou Yu continued to run forward, urging Cici to keep close. She found the zombie to be of potential use. The creature, ever resourceful, let out a piercing howl that attracted several wandering zombies in the vicinity. Zou Yu cast a fleeting glance, noting nearly 5 or 6 zombies. Without hesitation, she surged toward the direction of the military, crying out for help as she ran. "Please save me." Suddenly alerted by the sound, a group of soldiers turned to see a woman racing toward them, pursued by a horde of zombies. Instinctively, they lifted their firearms. "Fire!" ordered Yi Huanxiao. The gunfire erupted, and 6 zombies met their demise, their heads exploding in unison, collapsing to the ground and twitching for a moment before lying still. Zou Yu feigned weakness and sat on the stone before them, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you so much." Cici lay at Zou Yu's feet. Due to his position, they mistook him for a rather large wolfhound. Yi Hanxiao scrutinized Zou Yu with an inscrutable demeanor and coldly inquired, "Were you the one observing from upstairs just now?" Zou Yu understood that she could not conceal anything from Yi Hanxiao's exceptional eyesight. She nodded and said, "It is I. I was overwhelmed with fear just now and did not realize who you were, which led me to observe for a moment. Do not be afraid, young lady. We are legitimate soldiers here to rescue you," spoke one of Yi Hanxiao's companions. Zou Yu nodded, acknowledging her understanding. "I see. That's why I came," she replied. "Would you care for some water?" the man said as he extended a bottle of mineral water towards her. Upon witnessing this, others gathered around Zou Yu, chattering animatedly. Having lived in the military for years, these rough men had seldom encountered a delicate young lady like her. Their voices, akin to the buzzing of mosquitoes, revealed a distinct charm in her presence. She was more beautiful than the leading lady of the artistic troupe, leaving several of them utterly captivated. Zou Yu observed that the attire of the individuals before him varied considerably. A predominant portion, approximately 2/3, donned the familiar green camouflage, which undoubtedly belonged to the army. The remaining third was further divided into two distinct groups. One group was clad in the starry camouflage uniforms worn by Yi Hanxiao and his close associates, indicative of special forces. Their epaulets adorned with stars suggested commendable achievements, particularly in the case of Yi Hanxiao, who, at a tender age, had already attained the rank of major with 2 bars and 1 star. His remarkable physique made him stand out conspicuously amidst the crowd. The other group wore pure black uniforms, which Zou Yu had rarely encountered. Yet their demeanor markedly diverged from that of ordinary soldiers. They lacked the untamed essence typical of special forces and instead exuded a sense of discipline and precision. Upon disembarking, they stood in perfect formation, resembling steadfast pine trees, unyielding even in the face of thunder. Were these individuals clad in black also military personnel? Indeed, they were members of the armed police. Our current operation involves a collaboration among 3 units: the army, the armed police, and the special forces. Zou Yu recalled how the previous rescue team had only taken those deemed valuable, and thus ventured to inquire whether they would similarly prioritize the doctors. However, before she could finish her question, a chilling voice abruptly interjected, cutting through their conversation. "We only take the living, regardless of gender or profession." Zou Yu glanced over and met Yi Hanxiao's gaze. Yi Hanxiao, seemingly unaware of what he had witnessed, strode forward and firmly grasped Zou Yu's shoulders, lifting him off the ground. Zou Yu was taken by surprise, a sharp pain coursing through her shoulder, as she furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Her tone was far from friendly. Had she not been consciously restraining herself, she would have already executed a shoulder throw on Yi Hanxiao. The others stood in bewilderment. "Boss, do not bully the young lady," remarked one of those who had earlier conversed with Yi Hanxiao, approaching in an attempt to intercede on behalf of Zou Yu. Zou Yu was equally perplexed. Yi Hanxiao did not strike her as a person prone to unprovoked madness. "Did you not see that she is injured?" His calm voice resonated. Everyone turned their gaze towards Zou Yu's shoulder, and she too inclined her head to look, noticing that her garment had been torn by some unknown object, with faint traces of blood seeping through. She hesitated for a moment. "Keep her distance from me." As soon as these words left her lips, everyone obediently took several steps back, leaving only the 2 of them in place. Zou Yu feigned fear, asking, "Are you going to kill me? How'd I get hurt?" She attempted to recollect, realizing it was likely from a brush against the window, not an injury inflicted by a zombie. "Are you certain?" Yi Hanxiao queried, his tone laced with skepticism. She nodded in affirmation. Yi Hanxiao then released her, just as Zou Yu thought the ordeal was over. He gestured towards the empty carriage behind them, indicating 2 individuals. "Take her to that carriage, administer some medication, and observe her for 2 hours. If there are no signs of infection, we shall proceed." Quarantine observation. This was a scenario she was all too familiar with. Zou Yu could hardly suppress a smile. "Boss, she has been here for over 10 minutes without any change. It should be fine, right?" Yet, Yi Hanxiao's expression grew even more frigid. "I must take responsibility for those I've brought with me." Zou Yu stood up with an air of calm composure and, maintaining her amiable demeanor, inquired, "Which carriage is it?" The 5th came a reply. She had been pondering how to occupy herself alone, and now, with drowsiness creeping in, she welcomed the idea of a pillow. Chapter 74. Vanished without a trace. The hidden manipulator. Zou Yu sat calmly in the fifth carriage, communicating with Xiao, Bai, and the others, instructing them to await her updates. After stowing away the walkie-talkie, she retrieved the newly purchased radar detector. Taking a seat at the far end of the carriage, she shielded the device with her body and began to scan the terrain. Due to a slight gap in the carriage, the feedback took longer than anticipated, and the progress bar on the screen inched forward, indicating the exploration in progress. Just as the screen began to gradually reflect the radar-detected terrain, an urgent situation arose. A scout soldier, clutching his equipment, rushed towards Yihan Xiao, declaring that he had an emergency report to deliver. Zou Yu listened intently, and, as expected, the instrument in the hands of the reconnaissance soldier became inaccurate due to interference from the radar detector. However, he was unable to identify the source of the signal disturbance and could only rush over to report the current situation to Yihan Xiao. Everything had been functioning perfectly fine until this sudden disruption. Yihan Xiao instinctively glanced towards the carriage, seeing nothing, yet for some inexplicable reason, he felt an urge to approach this way. The numbers on the detection device continued to shift slowly, while Yihan Xiao's footsteps drew nearer. As he approached, the silence within the carriage was palpable. He swept aside the tarpaulin with a grim expression. "Where is everyone?" he muttered. They had just been there moments ago. One person peered inside the carriage, only to find it utterly vacant, scratching his head in confusion. "This doesn't make sense. I just heard movement inside. How could they vanish in the blink of an eye?" Yihan Xiao's expression darkened. From a moment he first laid eyes on that woman, he sensed she was no ordinary individual. She exuded a subtle yet profound calmness. A typical woman would have been utterly flustered in such a situation, especially after sustaining an unexplained injury. Yet she seemed entirely unconcerned about being infected, as if isolation was merely an afterthought. It was all too convenient, as though she relished solitude. A thought crossed Yihan Xiao's mind, an invisible thread unraveling, and he swiftly honed in on the crux of the matter. Turning to the reconnaissance soldier, "Is there still interference?" The soldier glanced at the instrument, his face lighting up. "No, it's gone. The instrument has returned to normal." All the fragments appeared disconnected from that woman, yet inexplicably, he felt compelled to weave them together. This was troubling. They needed to expedite their search. They had to locate the entrance within an hour. An increasing sense of unease gripped Yihan Xiao. His professional instincts made him naturally suspicious of outsiders. Any action that deviated from the norm easily caught his attention. Perfection was elusive, and sometimes an excess of flawlessness raised red flags. Her timely appearance was too coincidental, prompting Yihan Xiao to remain vigilant. An hour later, leading a team with spatial abilities, Yihan Xiao entered the munitions depot after inputting the password for verification. After navigating through layers of authentication, they arrived at their destination, only to find an empty storage room. Everything had vanished. Yihan Xiao immediately ordered a review of the surveillance footage. He considered various possibilities, such as data loss or tampering. Yet the surveillance was intact, showing no signs of alteration, while the supplies had inexplicably disappeared. A face flashed through Yihan Xiao's mind, quickly replaced by a dense cloud of suspicion. Could this be possible? How could she possess such capabilities? Meanwhile, Zou Yu, having made significant gains, had already reunited with Xiao Bai and the others. The recent incident was truly thrilling. Had she been a mere moment slower, she would have collided directly with Yihan Xiao. Zou Yu's heart raced, nearly reaching her throat as she concealed herself behind the building, waiting for Yihan Xiao and his companions to enter before she made her departure. One can only wonder how Yihan Xiao felt upon encountering the desolate armory. It is a pity that she could not witness the expression of dismay on his face. Ultimately, Yihan Xiao returned empty-handed. Zou Yu returned triumphantly, laden with spoils. The deployment of the elite Tiger Special Forces for the retrieval of munitions speaks volumes about the substantial value of the materials involved. The quantity amassed in this armory far exceeds that of the two previous encounters Zou Yu had faced, explaining the considerable duration of her endeavor. Even Yihan Zhao required the assistance of 3 military personnel endowed with spatial abilities to facilitate the transfer of arms. Yet Zou Yu accomplished this feat single-handedly. Though Yihan Zhao harbored suspicions regarding Zou Yu's involvement, he quickly dismissed the notion. How could a mere woman possess knowledge of such a cache? And even if she possessed spatial abilities, the extent of her capacity could not be so vast. Hence, it was evident that this operation was meticulously orchestrated and premeditated. Should these arms fall into the hands of the insurgents, it would undoubtedly precipitate catastrophic consequences. Due to restrictions on communication, they resorted to primitive methods. Messages encoded in Morse code were transmitted via satellite to the senior leadership of the first secure zone, who swiftly received the intelligence. Yihan Zhao was determined to unearth the identity of the individual responsible for the theft of such an extensive arsenal. The sheer volume of supplies could not simply vanish into thin air, and once the perpetrator was located, he was resolute in employing any means necessary to extract the information regarding the whereabouts of the stolen goods. The prospect of pilfering from the state was utterly inconceivable. Nevertheless, it was a well-known fact that once such items were lost, they were nearly impossible to recover. The operation had been executed with impeccable precision, and the methods employed were certainly on par with those of the special forces. Given the current circumstances, the pursuit of any clues appeared to be an insurmountable challenge. The initial mission in City Y had already faltered, leaving only the task of rescuing survivors. While the survivors held an unwavering trust in the military, a faction remained hesitant to risk departure, opting instead to remain behind. Yihan Zhao commanded all personnel to spare no effort in relocating those seeking salvation. Those with vehicles were instructed to drive and escort a portion of the group, while the remainder crowded into the transport. Thanks to Yihan Zhao's tireless endeavors throughout the night, over 10,000 individuals chose to accompany them to the secure zone. The process of relocating such a multitude was undeniably arduous. Yet Yihan Zhao was committed to preserving every single life. Under his direction, half of the soldiers remained to safeguard the survivors, while the others drove to escort a portion to safety. He would petition the secure zone for additional rescue vehicles and equipment. The panic among the crowd was effortlessly subdued by Yihan Zhao, who, in that moment, seemed to embody the savior of all. At the moment when he was soothing the crowd, Zou Yu and a few others arrived. Upon seeing Zou Yu, Yihan Zhao momentarily faltered in his speech before regaining his composure, subsequently casting a glance at his subordinate. A soldier clad in camouflage approached and rendered a proper military salute to Zou Yu. "Miss, I kindly request that you accompany me." Jiang Shubai stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Zou Yu. "What do you require of my sister?" Zou Yu gently patted his shoulder and reassured him, "It's all right, I'll be right back." She approached Yihan Zhao, and as he turned to look at her, she raised 2 fingers and lightly touched her forehead. Yihan Zhao furrowed his brows. Chapter 75, I won't eat. Mind your own business. Where did you go just now? Zou Yu had long contemplated how to respond, displaying no hint of unease. "You claim I've been infected, and I am afraid. I wish to see my brother one last time. Why did you not inform us before you left?" Yihan Zhao was filled with skepticism. Zou Yu retorted, "If I told you, would you still let me leave?" He fell silent, then glanced at a few individuals nearby who were watching him with heightened vigilance, inquiring, "Are those the people you intend to find upon your return?" "Yes, my brother and my friends." Having passed an entire night without any signs of infection, it appeared that she was unharmed. Nevertheless, Yihan Zhao felt an unsettling sense that numerous enigmas surrounding her remained unsolved. He kept his guard up and asked another question. "After you left yesterday, did you venture anywhere else? With so many zombies outside, how could I dare to wander?" "I went straight to find them," she replied, her response seamless and devoid of any flaws. Yet, Yihan Zhao could not discern any expression of fear upon her face. A portion of the survivors had already evacuated. It would take a week to reach the safe zone. During this week, I will do my utmost to ensure your safety. I hope you refrain from recklessly wandering as you did before, he stated. Zou Yu nodded, acknowledging her understanding. She had no intention of wandering aimlessly. After all, the destination remained the same. By traveling alongside the army, She could alleviate her own concerns while simultaneously absorbing the invaluable experience of a larger troop. Why not seize such an opportunity? Upon her arrival, Zou Yu promptly incorporated all individuals in uniform into a temporary team, ensuring that the zombies they eliminated would count towards her own accolades. Although the experience gained from a single individual is meager, the collective effort of many compensates for this shortfall. Now seated in this location, she is accruing both gold and experience points, rendering her situation akin to an idle player. Zou Yu remarked that the method of earning money seems to have been mastered by her. Their current resting place is a spacious warehouse, securely guarded at both entrances, awaiting the return of Yi Hanxiao's scouts to resume their journey. Given the necessity of accommodating such a large group, they are exercising caution to avoid encounters with dense zombie hordes, opting instead for paths less frequented by the undead and distant from human habitation. However, this prudent approach inevitably prolongs their travel time, despite Yi Hanxiao's continuous communication with the safe zone. The early stages of its construction hinder the dispatch of additional personnel for rescue missions. Consequently, those who had previously escorted survivors to the safe zone are being summoned back, further extending their delays. As time drags on, discontent begins to simmer among the group, with some believing that agreeing to relocate was a grave error, as their homes offer far greater security. Additionally, a faction expresses dissatisfaction with the unpalatable rations provided by the military, which consist solely of the most basic sustenance, adequate to sustain them for a day, yet lacking in flavor. Accustomed to the monotony of compressed biscuits, they find it hard to accept such fare, lamenting that ordinary individuals do not typically endure 3 meals a day of such dry and hard provisions. When hearts are not united, discord is bound to arise. Zou Yu and his companions traveled in their vehicle alongside the main contingent, equipped with ample provisions. Although their supplies were somewhat rudimentary, they were a significant improvement over the meager rations typically issued. During their breaks, they would gather in the vehicle, engaging in lively conversation and sharing food, creating a convivial atmosphere amidst the larger group ahead. However, chaos soon erupted. Wherever one goes, there are always those lacking in decorum. They had previously encountered such individuals, but this contingent of soldiers was witnessing such behavior for the first time, leaving them momentarily flustered. A burly man, with a physique that spoke of brute strength, erupted in a tirade, directing his ire at the new recruits responsible for distributing food and water. You hoard the good provisions for yourselves while subjecting us to this slop? You expect us to consume what even dogs would refuse. When you lured us away from our homes, you promised us protection, and this is how you fulfill that promise. We pay you a substantial sum in taxes each year, and this is the gratitude we receive? I refuse to eat. Let those who wish to partake do so. With that, the rotund man hurled a compressed biscuit directly at the face of the new recruit, leaving the young soldier frozen in place, his face flushed with embarrassment. Not a single soul stepped forward to defend him, and as he gazed at the very people he had been tasked to protect, a sense of disheartenment washed over him. The world had descended into chaos, and the duty to safeguard them was no longer his obligation. Why could they not grasp the gravity of their predicament? Captain. The new recruit looked towards the approaching figure of the captain, his eyes reddened with suppressed emotion. A lump lodged in his throat, rendering him nearly breathless. Meanwhile, the man continued his relentless barrage of vitriol. Yao Xingji remarked, "What manner of person cannot even discern the current state of affairs? This fool has managed to ruin everyone's appetite." Luo Yang chimed in agreement. Li Sun added, "I truly wish to go up and deliver a slap to that imbecile." Zou Yu remarked, "In the future, there will be many things that you find intolerable. Heed my advice. Manage only what you are capable of handling. For instance, can you truly contend with that hefty individual?" Zou Yu inquired of Senator Li Sun, after comparing their starkly contrasting physiques, shook his head. However, upon hearing Zou Yu's utterance, the others turned their attention towards her. She elegantly leapt down from the vehicle, declaring, "I can handle it. Hence I am entitled to take charge." And perplexed, grasped Zou Yu's arm and inquired, "Did you not express disdain for meddling in others' affairs?" Zou Yu shifted her gaze towards Yi Hanxiao, the man whose sarcasm dripped with irony. "I intend to recruit that soldier to our side," she declared, Unveiled. You can't possibly have a crush on him. No, he is quite formidable. Bringing him on board would be advantageous. With that, Zou Yu picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the rotund man, striking him squarely on his incessantly chattering mouth. Behind her, Yao Xingji and a few others murmured, "Sister Zou is impressive." The insults halted abruptly. "Who the hell threw that at me?" the man exclaimed. "It was I." Zou Yang raised her hand and approached the man. Upon seeing Zou Yu, Yi Hanxiao furrowed his brow once more, a frown that had nearly become an instinctive reaction upon encountering her. "Why are you bothering me? Your incessant noise is unbearable. It has completely ruined my appetite. You shall take responsibility for my loss of appetite. Are you merely seeking trouble?" The man was incensed. Zou Yu maintained an impassive expression. "Weren't you also stirring up trouble for no reason just now? Why is it permissible for you to meddle in others' affairs, while I cannot inquire into yours?" Just as the curse was on the tip of her tongue, Zou Yu swiftly delivered a resounding slap, catching everyone present off guard. The man recoiled, his head spinning, a dull ringing echoing in his ears. He felt his pride wounded by Zou Yu's audacity, and turning back, he glared at her with fury, raising his hand to strike. However, before he could act, his arm was intercepted, and in a dizzying blur, he was forcefully thrown to the ground, catching a fleeting glimpse of a figure clad in gray camouflage. Zou Yu, with a satisfied grin, whistled at Yi Hanxiao and leaned in to whisper softly in his ear, "Isn't it possible to take action? Why endure it? Do you truly value the meager taxes he contributes?" Chapter 76. No disturbances, dog food. Zou Yu, after finishing her words, lifted her foot and fiercely kicked the ground, displaying a force capable of incapacitating a person. Yi Hanxiao swiftly intervened, blocking the strike with his leg. Zou Yu expressed her dissatisfaction. Yi Hanxiao coldly reprimanded. "Do not cause a disturbance. May I speak a few words?" he inquired. He remained silent, seemingly anticipating what Zou Yu was about to say. His lack of opposition implied tacit consent. Zou Yu naturally squatted down, her voice calm, yet laced with venomous threats. "Uncle, you'd best keep your eyes open while you sleep tonight. Otherwise, you might not see the sun rise tomorrow." The unvarnished menace was directed squarely at Yi Hanxiao, with no attempt to conceal it. Yi Hanxiao raised an eyebrow, and Zou Yu, rising, glanced at him as she softly remarked, "Captain Yi, we have bread over there. Feel free to come and take some if you wish." With that, she turned on her heel and departed, entirely indifferent to the judgmental gazes of others. As Yi Hanxiao watched her retreating figure, he mentally affixed a danger label to her. Although the man harbored resentment towards Zou Yu, he recognized her formidable nature and refrained from bullying her, swallowing his indignation. However, his demeanor had improved significantly. After being intimidated by Zou Yu, he no longer dared to shout at others. That night, while resting in the vehicle, Zou Yu chose not to release the wolf cubs, mindful of the prying eyes around her. When others inquired, she deftly fabricated an excuse to dismiss them. Yet, the wolf cubs still required sustenance. She deliberately waited until everyone was fast asleep before sneaking away from the crowd, evading the patrolling soldiers, her silhouette fading into the darkness. Zou Yu remained oblivious to the fact that a pair of eyes had been watching them intently from the shadows. The moment she made a move, the dark figure rose and began to pursue her in the direction she had departed. Zou Yu skillfully navigated through the surrounding hordes of zombies and discovered an abandoned old building, once a hotel. However, due to project planning, the hotel was slated for demolition. Though it had yet to be torn down, all its contents had already been removed. The lobby of the hotel was spacious, and after ensuring there were no dangers lurking within, Zou Yu released the wolf cubs. Having been confined in the space for an entire day, the cubs eagerly pressed against Zou Yu, relishing their newfound freedom. Zou Yu patiently soothed the emotions of the wolf cubs, retrieving meat from her space to feed them. 1, 2, 3, and 4 were famished, each seizing a piece of meat and retreating to a corner to devour it, as a faint scent of blood wafted through the air. For it was nestled not far from Zou Yu, positioned perfectly for her to observe. It would lower its head to take a bite of meat, then glance up at Zou Yu, seemingly ensuring her presence. Zou Yu stood quietly in place, observing the wolf cubs as they fed. After a stretch of approximately 2 minutes, she suddenly heard footsteps drawing near. For Happiness was the first to react, darting directly in front of Zou Yu, vigilantly watching the entrance. Shadows crept in under the moonlight, and she heard the sounds of the undead mingling with the cacophony of battle. The piercing sound of a blade piercing flesh and severing bone resonated starkly through the night. Zou Yu swiftly stored E, air, sand, and sea into her space, leaving only sea to remain by her side. Just as sea was about to rush out, Zou Yu intervened at the critical moment, for she had discerned the identity of the approaching figure. Zou Yu couldn't help but curl her lips in a smirk. Captain Yi, staying up late like this, what a leisurely disposition you possess. Yi Huanxiao cast a glance at Zou Yu as he slipped through the gap of her heavily locked door, locking eyes with the four joyous creatures whose eyes glimmered with a greenish hue. There was no hint of surprise in his gaze, as if he had been fully aware of the wolf that lingered by Zou Yu's side, leaving no room for astonishment. You're out at this hour to feed it, aren't you? Zou Yu nodded, acknowledging the truth that everyone must eat, and even more so, animals. What shall we feed them? Zou Yu instinctively thought to mention meat, but then recalled that it had become a scarce commodity. Moreover, she could not explain why the meat in her hand had not spoiled. She altered her response at the last moment and said, dog food. In truth, a faint metallic scent of blood lingered in the air. Had Yi Hanjiao insisted on probing deeper, he would surely uncover the truth. However, Zou Yu's demeanor was remarkably composed, and her assertion was so forthright that it left Yi Hanjiao at a loss for how to begin his inquiries. After a brief pause, he asked, can your wolf eat dog food? Of course. At this juncture, who can afford to be picky? Having anything to eat is a blessing. Noticing that Zou Yu refrained from insisting that the wolf was merely a dog, Yi Hanjiao couldn't help but inquire further. How did you come by this wolf? I used to work at a zoo, where I was responsible for caring for the white wolves. On the first day of the apocalypse, it followed me out of the zoo, Zou Yu explained, then turned her gaze to Yi Hanjiao and asked, Captain Yi, you aren't planning to report this, are you? In this dire time, when humanity was struggling to survive, who had the capacity to concern themselves with animals? If she hadn't taken it from a zoo, it would have likely starved by now. Yi Hanjiao paused, noting the dissatisfaction etched on Zou Yu's face, and frowned. Why would I feel the need to report anything? Then that's settled, she replied. Zou Yu squatted down with satisfaction, scratching Shi's ears. Quick, say thank you to Captain Yi. Yi Hanxiao's expression darkened further, convinced that Zou Yu had lost her mind. In the next moment, he questioned his own sanity, for he genuinely believed that the wolf would utter its thanks. Do not wander about tonight. I must ensure your safety, he cautioned. Zou Yu responded, I too am reluctant, but Shi cannot simply follow the crowd. Being recognized would incite panic. Yi Huanxiao mused to himself, you are aware that this could cause alarm. Yet when you confronted that individual today, you certainly did not appear to be troubled by such concerns. Zou Yu might have recalled the events of the day and found her pretentious demeanor somewhat amusing. Unable to contain herself, she smiled at Yi Hanxiao and then awkwardly shifted the topic, asking, Captain Yi, did you follow me out here specifically to protect me? Yi Hanxiao did not deny it, yet there was another reason behind his actions. He perceived Zou Yu as a potential danger, believing that if he did not keep an eye on her, she would undoubtedly engage in other troublesome antics. Others would surely struggle to manage her. Hence he felt compelled to take it upon himself. Earlier, while trailing Zou Yu, Yi Hanxiao had witnessed her agility in dispatching zombies, executing each move with a precision that surpassed even those who had undergone professional training. Each strike was lethal, leaving no opportunity for the zombies to make any additional movements. It could even be said that she had developed a form of muscle memory. He himself could not reach such a level of proficiency. Just how many zombies had she slain to cultivate such formidable muscle memory? Yi Hanxiao's curiosity regarding Zou Yu's past deepened. Upon hearing her mention her previous employment at a zoo, he found it hard to believe. Her modus operandi bore a striking resemblance to that of a mercenary. If Yi Hanxiao were to voice this thought to Zou Yu, she would undoubtedly respond with a playful quip, acknowledging that the private teams incorporated by the safe zone could, in a certain sense, be considered a form of mercenary. After finishing their meal, Zou Yu and Yi Hanxiao returned to their encampment. The distance was not great, and they encountered few zombies along the way. Just as they were nearing their destination, Yi Hanxiao suddenly informed Zou Yu, "Starting tomorrow, we must accelerate our pace. You likely won't have time to feed the wolves in the evening. What do you plan to do?" Zou Yu pondered for a moment and remarked, "You all proceed ahead. I shall catch up after I finish feeding the four joys." Yi Hanxiao was about to protest, unwilling to allow anyone to lag behind. Yet, finding himself without an alternative, he reluctantly acquiesced to Zou Yu's suggestion. Out of a sense of humanitarian concern, he admonished, "Take care, should you find yourself injured. I will categorically not permit your return to the group." Zou Yu nodded thoughtfully, suddenly reminded of something, and inquired, "Why the sudden urgency to hasten our pace? Is there something amiss in the safe zone?" "Confidentiality is paramount. I have matters to attend to at the safe zone," he replied, without needing to wait until tomorrow. Zou Yu deduced the truth at the very moment he finished speaking. In her previous life, an overwhelming series of events had transpired. The onset of the apocalypse had been chaotic, rendering many details hazy in her memory. Reflecting upon it now, it seemed that this was approximately the time when it all began. Initially, Su Qianluo and her companions had intended to establish their own domain outside. Yet as the various safe zones were established, efforts were made to notify survivors to seek refuge within. This was a dual strategy, to accumulate resources and to gather the strong within the safe zones. Aside from the initial wave of individuals entering the safe zones, subsequent arrivals were required to either surrender half of their possessions or offer their labor for free. Consequently, a significant number of individuals were reluctant to comply. To mitigate this resistance, the major safe zones collaborated on a zombie eradication initiative purportedly aimed at safeguarding citizens' property and personal safety, compelling individuals to abandon the homes they had once inhabited. It was promised that once the apocalypse had subsided, the authorities would assist all citizens in rebuilding their lives. They granted survivors across various regions a week to reach the nearest safe zone. After this period, helicopters would commence indiscriminate bombings to eliminate the zombies. 80% of the populace deemed this decision justifiable. However, a small fraction discerned the underlying coercion. The authorities were essentially forcing them into the safe zones. In layman's terms, the message was clear: refuse to seek refuge under our protection and face obliteration by bombs. While protests had occurred, the global nature of the calamity rendered such decisions slightly inhumane, yet undeniably the swiftest method for zombie extermination. The bombardments continued relentlessly for 3 days, transforming once magnificent skyscrapers into ruins. According to official data, 50% of the zombies had perished in this so-called massacre. Yet this was far from sufficient. Merely 3 months later, the combined statistics from the major safe zones revealed that the surviving population was less than 200 million, indicating that 2/3 of the populace had succumbed to this apocalyptic disaster. However, the grim reality lingered. Did those who perished fall victim to the zombies? Or were they betrayed by their own? This unsettling contemplation was one that no one dared to voice. Now, with some time still remaining before the safe zone's establishment, why was Yi Hanxiao so eager to return? Was it due to having received news that compelled him to rush back in an attempt to intervene? Zou Yu couldn't help but ponder the reasons behind the tragic demise of Yi Hanxiao in her previous life, questioning whether his death was intertwined with his profound sense of justice. Upon returning to the crowd, Zou Yu remained silent, with only a few keen observers noting her return alongside Yi Hanxiao, among them an E, who had been unable to sleep and lay atop her car, gazing at the moon. Upon seeing Zou Yu's return, an E adorned her face with a teasing smile and remarked, "The time seems rather brief, doesn't it?" Zou Yu responded to an E with a disdainful glance. An E hung upside down from the car, her head close to Zou Yu's. "The moment you left, Captain Yi followed right behind you. Why didn't you come to tell me? I think Captain Yi is quite admirable. He is a trustworthy individual. I feel at ease knowing you are together. He would undoubtedly ensure your safety." Zou Yu, feeling helpless, patted an E on the head and said, "What are you thinking? I have no affection for Yi Hanxiao whatsoever." And E retorted, "So what if you don't? A man like that is certainly worth a night of indulgence." Once again, Annie had begun to utter her brazen remarks. Zou Yu swiftly glanced towards Xiao Bai's position and, upon seeing him in a deep slumber, let out a sigh of relief. "Come down, and let us engage in a duel in a secluded place." And he promptly shook her head, applying force to ascend to the top of the vehicle, and settled herself back down. Zou Yu hopped onto the front of the bicycle, propping herself up with her hand, and settled down beside me. "What are you pondering at this late hour?" she inquired. "Have you ever seen, well, anything that sleeps in a state of despair?" And he swiftly applied the brakes, lowering her voice to prevent eavesdropping. "And what about you? What were you up to outside at night?" And he asked with curiosity. "I was with wolves. They hadn't eaten for a day." Upon hearing this, and Yi's intrigue deepened, as she leaned in and whispered, "Tell me the truth. Can your space accommodate living creatures? Are the wolf cubs your space?" Zou Yu was at a loss for how to elucidate the principles and structure of the system space, as well as the origins of the beast companion habitat. Thus, she responded in agreement to an ES words, saying about that. And he exclaimed, "This is truly remarkable." Zou Yu smiled lightly, and he nudged her shoulder and asked, "You don't fancy the rugged type like Xiao, so what kind of man do you prefer? Don't tell me you've never dated anyone before." "I have," she replied, "but he ended up with my sister." And he was momentarily at a loss for words to offer consolation. And then she heard Zou Yu continue. "I was with him because it seemed right. There were no feelings involved, so parting ways was inconsequential." "So, truly, is there no one you admire? No one who makes your heart flutter?" Zou Yu fell silent for a moment, and suddenly, a pair of affectionate eyes flashed through her mind. Her gaze flickered, and her heart skipped a beat. And he said, "I knew it, there must be." Zou Yu raised her hand to touch her heart, unable to articulate the sensation that enveloped her. Since her rebirth, she had never recalled that person. Yet, when he mentioned the one who stirred her heart, an image of that individual unexpectedly flashed through her mind. No matter how much she wished to deny it, the emotions of the heart are inescapable. There was a moment in time when she truly felt a spark for someone, a scene so unforgettable that it lingered in her memory, even now. Trapped amidst a horde of zombies, faced with the inevitability of death, she had made the fateful decision to pull the bomb's safety pin. In that dire moment, someone had fought through the sea of corpses to stand before her. The calmness on his face transformed into a storm of rage upon seeing the bomb in her hand. He was the only one who, even when she had lost all hope, had not abandoned her. "Zou Yu, what are you thinking?" "Thinking of an old acquaintance, a friend whose return remains uncertain." Chapter 78, Sudden Incident. You go first. A week later, the military, having previously returned to the safe zone, drove back to reunite with the main force and took away another group of survivors, while the remaining individuals continued their journey on foot alongside Xiao and his companions. Everyone understood that this path would be long and arduous. Initially, some had contemplated surrender. However, as they ventured further and witnessed the horrors that lay ahead, their fear intensified, and no one regretted their decision to leave with the military. They knew that only by entering the safe zone could they grasp a glimmer of hope. The number of remaining individuals had dwindled significantly. Perhaps it was due to Xiao's insistence on standing alongside the survivors of the safe zone, in desperate need of his leadership, found itself at a loss. 3 days later, another rescue team arrived, this time fully equipped with vehicles and supplies, ready to bring everyone back. Zou Yu and her companions followed closely behind the rescue team. Despite Xiao having provided her with the precise location of the safe zone, Zou Yu chose not to depart ahead. Her unusual behavior, coupled with her previous interactions with Xiao, led others to believe she harbored feelings for him, unaware that she was merely seeking to gain experience. Xiao's team dispatched zombies with remarkable efficiency, allowing her to amass a substantial amount of coins, nearly 100,000 within a week. If this trend continued, the funds required to activate the safe zone would soon be within reach. Initially, the return to the safe zone was expected to take merely a day. However, upon detecting an anomalous disturbance ahead, presumed to be a horde of zombies, they had no choice but to take a detour. Unfortunately, this diversion led to calamity. As the first vehicle exited the tunnel, the second vehicle followed closely behind. Just as it was about to emerge, the zombie suddenly leaped down from above, landing directly inside the compartment. Panic ensued as people desperately attempted to escape the vehicle, while the famished zombies, having caught sight of so many potential victims, descended into a frenzy of biting. Soon, a significant number of infected individuals emerged. Gunfire erupted incessantly, and more zombies began to ascend onto the following vehicles, creating a harrowing scene. Yihan Xiao, armed with a submachine gun, tirelessly eliminated the undead. Yet the pace proved insufficient, and the crowd quickly became disordered. In the face of such chaos, the multitude was gripped by terror, rendering them unresponsive to Yi Hanxiao's commands. The individuals in front fled in every direction, while the vehicles behind could not halt their momentum. The narrow tunnel offered no opportunity for a turnaround, leading to a perilous standstill. The longer they remained trapped, the more dangerous the situation became. Zou Yu, with decisive clarity, activated the vehicle's hazard lights and signal indicators. Her actions served to alert E and the others behind them to reverse. Soon, the vehicles behind comprehended the situation and began to back up in an orderly fashion. Zou Yu honked the horn twice to signal Yihan Xiao. When Yihan Xiao turned his gaze, Zou Yu lowered the window and said, "The situation has escalated beyond your control. Remaining here will only exacerbate it. The road ahead is completely blocked, and survivors are fleeing in all directions. I cannot abandon so many lives for my own escape. Yet I must also be accountable for the soldiers under my command. You must leave." Yihan Xiao responded to Zou Yu. Zou Yu, without the slightest hesitation, instructed Yao Xingji to drive away. As Yao Xingji reversed the vehicle, he inquired, "Sister, shall we simply disregard Captain Yi?" Zou Yu cast a glance at Yao Xingji and remarked, "If you wish to take charge, feel free. I do not possess such capabilities." Yao Xingji replied, "That is not my intention. I merely considered your relationship with Captain Yi." Zou Yu narrowed her eyes and inquired, "What did you say?" He immediately fell silent. As the vehicle moved further away, Yao Xingji finally heard Zou Yu remark, "He wishes to share life and death with his comrades. I cannot manage so many." Yao Xingji found her perspective quite reasonable, while also acknowledging that she truly possessed a profound clarity in her existence. Zou Yu seldom meddles in affairs that do not concern her. The last time she intervened to save someone in the Ani community was merely to fulfill a duty, conveniently securing a safe zone for herself, a task worth undertaking. A few days ago, when she dealt with that unreasonable man, her intention was also to strengthen her connection with Yi Huanxiao, laying the groundwork for future alliances. All her choices are intricately linked to personal gain. However, regardless of whether her motives stem from self-interest or other reasons, she treats those who remain sincere with genuine kindness. Since following Zou Yu, Yao Xingji and his companions have undeniably experienced a significantly improved quality of life compared to others. By rescuing Yi Huanxiao now, she might receive nothing more than a token of gratitude, as he must return to the safe zone to fulfill his responsibilities. Yet, when the time comes that he finds himself isolated and helpless, her intervention will take on an entirely different significance. Zou Yu swiftly assessed the current situation and made the most advantageous choice, while Yao Xingji struggled to comprehend the complexities involved. He simply understood that following Sister Zou was undoubtedly the right decision. They took an alternate route to rendezvous with the convoy that had previously departed from the tunnel. The occupants of the vehicles were understandably shaken by the abrupt turn of events, and they paused to regroup, awaiting the arrival of those who had fallen behind. However, deep down, everyone was aware that the prolonged absence of their companions likely indicated dire circumstances. Yihan Xiao was unreachable, and the highest-ranking officer present was one of his subordinates, who was referred to as the deputy team leader. The deputy team leader swiftly assumed command of the group and resolved to wait for an additional hour. If no one arrived by then, they would proceed. As seconds turned into minutes, the collective anxiety grew palpable, casting a shadow of fear over each face. Some, unable to maintain their composure, succumbed to tears. Witnessing once familiar companions transform into unrecognizable monsters was a harrowing experience, and no one dared to venture back. They remained there, waiting. Zou Yu leaned against the back of her chair, watching as the names of her temporary team flickered to darkness one by one. Though she did not outwardly display her sorrow, her heart was equally burdened. As sentient beings, It is impossible to remain indifferent in the face of so many tragedies. Even the most rational among us cannot be as unyielding as stone. Moreover, witnessing those names extinguished was akin to bearing witness to their demise. In a mere 3 hours, over 160 soldiers had dwindled to fewer than 40, and the names that remained illuminated continued to diminish. Yet, there was a solitary ray of hope. Yi Hanxiao's name still shone brightly. As the 2-hour mark arrived, the deputy leader commanded a cessation of rest to resume their journey. But what about them? Shall we not wait? Finally, someone voiced the question. Perhaps there are still survivors? The deputy leader's eyes glistened with unshed tears, struggling to suppress the grief that threatened to overwhelm him. So many brothers in arms had perished, and his sorrow surpassed that of anyone else. Yet he clung steadfastly to his duty. If they were safe, our men would surely bring them back to the secure zone. If the unspoken words hung heavily in the air, understood by all, and a muffled sound of weeping echoed through the crowd. Zou Yu alighted from the vehicle and addressed Yao Xingji, instructing him to proceed to the rear vehicle. While they should make their way to the safe zone, she would join them later. Their vehicle reverted to its previous trio, with an E and Zou Yu alternating in driving. As the main force departed, Zou Yu remained in the car, waiting. After more than 2 hours, and he could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "What are you waiting for?" "They have arrived." Following Zou Yu's gaze, they spotted 2 military trucks approaching from the distance. And he fell silent, pondering if this does not constitute love. Chapter 79, Safe Zone. Abnormal body temperature, one vehicle was half empty, a scene that immediately captured Yi's attention. Once filled with a multitude, only 1.5 vehicles remained occupied. The first truck was filled with dazed survivors, while the second housed a sparse assembly of soldiers, totaling less than 150 individuals. The departing group had disbanded their temporary alliance, leaving 47 individuals on the list, excluding the 7 who had left with Yao Xingji. It meant that only 40 soldiers had survived. Such harrowing casualty figures struck everyone like a thunderbolt. Zou Yu caught sight of Yi Hanxiao sitting in the passenger seat, his expression grim. The tasks they undertook were fraught with unimaginable dangers, and it was impossible to predict when calamity might strike. Thus, they could only prepare for the worst. However, the journey had been remarkably smooth until the critical moment when a significant oversight occurred, prompting Yi Hanxiao to feel a profound sense of responsibility. Zou Yu had long anticipated that Yi Hanxiao would inevitably shoulder the blame for the deaths of so many. He had always been this way. Thus, it was no surprise to see the grim expression on his face. However, upon noticing that Zou Yu and the others remained stationary, Yi Hanxiao impulsively leaped from the vehicle, directing his ire at Zou Yu. "Didn't I instruct you to leave? Why are you still here? Are you unaware of the perilous situation? If anything were to happen, who would safeguard you?" Unlike Yi Hanxiao, who was aware of Zou Yu's capabilities, Jiang Shubai and an Yi had never revealed their strengths. Consequently, when they observed Zou Yu, a woman, and a child brazenly lingering by the roadside, Yi Hanxiao instinctively recalled the helpless individuals fleeing in panic within the tunnel. Those who lacked the knowledge to protect themselves were one matter. Their erratic movements only compounded the difficulties of their assailants, significantly heightening the challenges of rescue. Some individuals, who should have survived, perished solely due to their disorganization and lack of discipline. Yi Hanxiao recognized that he should not blame the civilians. Yet having witnessed the deaths of so many brothers and the tragic loss of lives that should have been spared, he felt he could have saved more. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, his anger surged, erupting upon seeing Zou Yu and her companions display a blatant disregard for safety. "Calm down. We are safe now," Zou Yu remarked nonchalantly. Yi Hanxiao's expression darkened at her dismissive tone. "You ought not to entertain such a sense of false security. What if something were to occur? If an incident were to happen before your arrival, you would likely never see us. If it were to occur after, you could curse us to no avail. Therefore, isn't it prudent to be cautious now?" Yi Hanxiao was reluctant to engage in further dialogue with Zou Yu, knowing he could not outmatch her in argument. Instead, he could only furiously retort, "Can verbosity save your life?" "It cannot," she replied, "but it may earn Captain Ye's respect. perhaps prompting him to consider my invitation when he seeks a different path in the future. Zou Yu's audacious proposition left Ye Hanyao bewildered. He found it incomprehensible how she could utter such words, given her apparent strength. Nevertheless, after a brief contemplation, he resolutely declined, stating, "I serve my country and its people. I will never betray them." Zou Yu chuckled lightly. "I'm not asking you to betray now, Captain Yi. Just consider me when the opportunity arises in the future." After all, she had matters to attend to in the first safe zone. By the time those affairs were settled, it was likely that Yi Hanxiao would be facing his own life as Waterloo. At that point, Zou Yu would merely need to step in. Though he would never betray his country and its people, that did not imply that the country and the people shared the same sentiment. As the vehicle was short of passengers, Zou Yu took advantage of the momentary distraction to place the wolf cub, Cixi, inside the carriage. Jiang Shubai, having not seen Cixi in a long while, eagerly rushed over to play with it, while Yi and Zou Yu took turns driving, trailing behind Yi Hanxiao and his team at a slow pace. The main force ahead had taken away a significant amount of supplies and weaponry, leaving them no choice but to continue on their path without respite. As night fell, danger lurked at every turn. They had entered a region rife with infected individuals, leaving no room for pause. Each passing second was fraught with peril. Yi Hanxiao as subordinates took turns driving, while Zou Yu had only an E for company. Though an E possessed more stamina than the average person, she could not afford to appear overly vigorous. Thus, in the latter part of the night, an E took the initiative to seek assistance from Yi Hanxiao. Fearing that the wolf cub in Zou Yu's vehicle might harm others, she decided to switch places with them. Along the way, any zombies that lunged at them fell to the soldiers' gunfire. They had strived to conserve ammunition, but soon ran out. The sole piece of good news was that they finally exited the city before dawn broke. In the distance stood a massive wall, a safe zone established with the nation's utmost resources, appearing before them as a potential last sanctuary for humanity. Work was still underway outside the wall, and it was believed that within a month it would reach its optimal state. By then, news of the safe zone would spread far and wide. Almost everyone was entranced, gazing at the safe zone, and he reminded Zou Yu, pointing out location. Zou Yu looked over and noticed a group of supernatural beings constructing the walls of the safe zone. No wonder such a colossal safe zone had been erected in such a short time. It was due to the assistance of these extraordinary individuals. This was not surprising, as among the 5 elemental abilities, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, both metal and earth possessed inherent construction talents, making them the most common. Fire abilities boasted the greatest offensive power, while wood and water were far rarer. For the authorities, assembling a team of metal and earth users swiftly was a simple task. In addition to these, there were numerous other powers, such as Pei Jingzhou's ice abilities, Zou Yu's healing and psychic abilities, and physical enhancements. Among these, brain enhancement was particularly rare, alongside spatial abilities. Spatial abilities were highly sought after within the safe zone, when the safe zone dispatched teams to gather supplies. They typically included 1 or 2 individuals with such abilities. Previously, when Yi Hanxiao and his team sought arms, they had brought along 2. The safe zone was a melting pot of various individuals. Before entering, everyone had their identities recorded, and the checks at this stage were not as intricate as they would become later. It merely required stating one's name and previous occupation. Deeper within lies the second procedure, which serves to assess one's extraordinary abilities. Zou Yu had long anticipated such a development. She calmly walked past the detection machine, exhibiting no reaction. Following her was an E, who similarly remained unperturbed. At present, the known supernatural abilities were limited, and no comprehensive statistics had been compiled. The detection machine only assessed the fundamental elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Zou Yu opted for a gamble, which ultimately proved to be a wise decision. The absence of an identification as an ability user would alleviate many complications. However, as Jiang Shubai approached, the detection machine illuminated brightly. The personnel, filled with surprise, gestured for him to wait aside. Subsequently, Yi Hanxiao and the others proceeded one by one, adhering to the standard protocol. After Yi Hanxiao passed, The machine registered no response. However, he found himself ensnared at the temperature checkpoint. An alarm blared. Abnormal temperature detected. Infection by the zombie virus could induce fever, as could the awakening of supernatural abilities. The situation remained ambiguous, leading to Yi Hanxiao's isolation. Observing his anxious demeanor as he was confined within a small room, Zou Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, fortunes shift. In Chapter 80, titled Dwelling, Slums, the official stance shifted dramatically after learning about Jiang Shubai's supernatural attributes. Unlike the previous air of respect, their demeanor became obsequious, and their language no longer bore the same condescension. They even presented Jiang Shubai with a card granting him free access to supplies, a privilege not afforded to other survivors. Zou Yu understood that this was a tactic to consolidate the allegiance of ability users. As the zombies evolved and grew in strength, ordinary individuals would find themselves powerless. The apocalypse would inevitably become the dominion of the ability users, whose status would surpass what it was at present. Upon reaching the safe zone, they followed the arrangements to their designated shelter. The accommodations within the safe zone varied according to the individual circumstances. Since Zou Yu and Yi and Jiang Shubai were together, they were not assigned to military tents, but rather to a constructed dwelling. Although the structure was far more modest than their previous villa, it was still a significant improvement compared to the conditions endured by others. In an apocalypse, one cannot afford to be choosy. Having a place to shield them from the elements was already a considerable blessing. They were allocated a small 3-bedroom unit situated in a residential area behind the safe zone. The rapid establishment of a safe zone was facilitated by repurposing a previously constructed expanse of properties for communal use. Otherwise, organizing accommodations for such a large number of people would have proven exceedingly challenging. Zou Yu cast a cursory glance at the housing regulations, which fundamentally dictate that families with abilities or those who contribute to the safety zone reside in one residential area, while individuals of higher status inhabit another, more luxurious enclave. Following that, there are the officials who maintain separate accommodations, constructed independently and guarded by layers of soldiers. To breach these formidable defenses is a task akin to scaling the heavens. The residential distribution can be succinctly summarized. The outermost layer of the safety zone is occupied by inconsequential individuals, whose living conditions are the most deplorable, with meager rations and scarce supplies. This outermost area is colloquially referred to as the slum. Moving inward, one finds the dwellings of the common folk, where Zou Yu and her companions currently reside. Further in lies the domain of the distinguished elite, whose contributions are notably significant. The safety zone boasts an array of equipment, with various power generation devices at its disposal. However, each residential area is subject to different electrical standards. The slum represents the lowest tier within this safety zone. The inhabitants are compelled to rely on the sale of their labor to procure resources, yet the meager rewards from such toil are pitifully inadequate. After Zou Yu and his companions arrived here, they proceeded to meet up with Yao Xingji and his group. Zou Yu was well aware of the regulations within the safe zone. As they departed, she ensured that they took all the provisions with them, and, seizing the moment while they were distracted, she discreetly added a few more items. She specifically instructed them to exchange these supplies for a better residence once they reached the safe zone. As she had anticipated, they found themselves residing in the slum district. In such a collective environment, mutual support was essential. However, the slums lacked even the most fundamental safety measures. Malicious individuals could easily exploit the vulnerable, and the authorities turned a blind eye to these actions, tacitly endorsing the self-destructive behaviors of these seemingly insignificant people. At this juncture, everyone regarded the safe zone as a sanctuary for the future, oblivious to the fact that it was merely another form of apocalypse. With the collapse of rules and systems, the unrestrained malevolence of human nature was bound to erupt. Zou Yu had witnessed many unimaginable scenes during her time in the slums. Even the kindest souls could find their dispositions altered after a sojourn in such a place. This was Zou Yu's most visceral impression of the slums. Information traveled swiftly within the safe zone. Yao Xingji and his companions were meandering through the area when they learned of Captain Ye's return with survivors, prompting them to hasten their meeting with Zou Yu and exchange news. The residential area was divided into 4 sections. The East Zone, designated for industrial purposes, the West Zone, for agriculture, and the South Zone, serving as the trading hub. The inhabitants could freely traverse these areas, exchanging labor for work hours in the industrial and agricultural zones, and then trading those hours for food and other necessities in the trading zone. Yao Xingji articulated, the North Zone, however, is a military district and entry is prohibited. When we pass by, we observe individuals in white lab coats moving about, alongside uniformed personnel patrolling in shifts. I inquired further and learned that the leaders of the safe zone reside within, including Captain Yi. Upon HOARDING, Lisan mentioned Ye Huanxiao. Zou Yu couldn't help but think of the person who was isolated in a small house outside, looking quite frustrated. Were it not for the restrictions preventing her from approaching, she would have been inclined to check on Yi Huanxiao's current state. The guards at the entrance, upon noticing Yi Huanxiao's fever, reacted with alarm and confined him. Speculation arose that he was likely infected, and even the comrades he had brought back did not visit him. Zou Yu was acutely aware that once Yi Huanxiao's fever subsided, he would awaken a brand new ability, lightning, significantly enhancing his combat prowess and elevating his status within the safety zone. However, one must be cautious. Excessive trust in allies could ultimately jeopardize Yi Huanxiao's life, while it would have been preferable had they never crossed paths, now that they had. Zou Yu was resolute in ensuring Yi Huanxiao would not meet his demise so easily. Her safety zone was in dire need of a formidable security captain, and Yi Huanxiao was undoubtedly qualified. At that moment, Yi Huanxiao lay upon the cold military cot, enduring the torturous grip of fever. Entirely oblivious to the fact that someone had taken an interest in him, he turned over, the small cot creaking under his weight, and he lost track of how long he had been confined in this place. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and his throat felt parched, desperately yearning for a sip of water. Yet, the safety zone maintained a rigid stance towards suspected infections, and he could not leverage his status for special treatment. The small room lacked windows and light. Darkness loomed like a monstrous creature, gradually engulfing Yi Huanxiao. He felt no sense of grievance, only a flicker of discontent. Why was it he who had succumbed to infection? At this moment, Yi Huanxiao remained unaware that awakening his powers would also entail enduring fever. He simply replayed the events of the day, puzzled as to where he had made a misstep that led to his infection. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from outside the door, footsteps drawing nearer, eventually halting at the threshold. The unmistakable jingle of keys followed, and with a click, the lock was turned. The door creaking open. Yi Huanxiao, on high alert, sat up from his bed and peered towards the entrance. In the moonlight, a tall and graceful silhouette emerged, and he could only think of one person. What brings you here? Chapter 81. Not my taste. Provoking trouble under the cover of a moonless night, Zou Yu ventured out, contemplating that Captain Yi had likely been forgotten by others at this hour. Having endured a similar plight herself, she resolved to act with kindness. Inspired by Captain Ye's earlier benevolence when he had paused to check on her well-being. In her hand, she held a box of braised chicken rice, a quick preparation meal that would be ready with the infusion of hot water. As she stood at the doorway, the breeze carried the enticing aroma toward her. Zou Yu entered, placing the meal and water upon the table, and remarked, "I have come to visit." The phrase struck an unpleasant chord. Yet Yi Huanxiao chose to disregard it and replied to Zou Yu, "Do not come near me." "Come on, Captain Yi, those fools outside are dim-witted, but that doesn't mean you should be as well. Can't you discern the infection within yourself?" Yi Huanxiao fell into silence. He found himself at a loss for words, as he genuinely could not distinguish the truth. In fact, he had just been contemplating how to compose his farewell letter. The thought of becoming a mindless zombie without understanding why troubled him, and he had even resolved to end his own life before losing consciousness and committing any grave errors. Yet, upon hearing Zou Yu's words, for reasons he could not fathom, his spirits inexplicably lifted. Zou Yu pushed the lunchbox and water towards him, stating, "Since I have placed these items here, whether you choose to eat them or not is of no concern to me. If anyone inquires tomorrow, you shall have to explain their presence yourself." Explain? How could he possibly elucidate? How did you acquire the keys? Yi Huanxiao recalled and posed a question. Zou Yu twirled the keychain in her hand and nonchalantly remarked, "The guards are asleep at the gatehouse, engrossed in their card game. The keys are merely resting on the table. I saw no one was around, so I took them. No one was around, and you just took them?" Yi Huanxiao was rendered speechless. What was the difference between this and theft? Yet she spoke with such audacity, as if he ought to commend her for it. Noticing Yi Huanxiao's expression darkening, Zou Yu pressed on, "Once you finish eating, I'll take the keys and lock the door without a soul being the wiser. If you choose not to eat, I shall leave the keys here and walk away, and the rest is none of my concern." "Zou Yu, how could you?" Yi Huanxiao struggled to find the right words. "I'm merely concerned you might starve. There are not many kind souls like me left in the world. Who else is looking out for Captain Yi, if not I?" After she spoke, Yi Huanxiao gazed at her for a long while. Just as Zou Yu thought he would remain silent, he suddenly managed to utter with great difficulty, "I currently have no intentions of pursuing a romantic relationship. If you—" "Wait a moment." Zou Yu quickly interjected, nearly laughing out of exasperation. "Is it really true, Captain Yi, that you think I have feelings for you simply because I brought you a meal? Rest assured, you do not pique my interest. Then what is the reason for your elaborate efforts to show concern for me?" Zou Yu comprehended the unspoken words he left hanging and tapped lightly on the food before them. "Did I not mention it? I wish for you to be my ally. The benefits I can offer far surpass those of this safe zone. At the very least, I shall not confine you in a small room, neglecting your existence." Her words bore a hint of provocation, a fact Zou Yu presented with unabashed transparency. Yi Huanxiao responded with a similar sentiment, affirming his loyalty to his nation and its people. His words implied that Zou Yu was urging him to commit some heinous act, casting a shadow over her intentions. Zou Yu rolled her eyes and said, "Fine, I'll inquire later. There's nothing more to discuss, so I shall take my leave." She took her belongings. Yi Huanxiao upheld his own principles, refusing to accept unsolicited favors. He would neither align himself with Zou Yu nor accept her goodwill. Zou Yu cast a glance at him, feeling that he was indeed too stubborn. What harm could a little flexibility bring? His lips were clearly chapped and peeling, yet he refused to accept even a morsel of food. She was not so desperate as to barter sustenance with Yi Huanxiao. "You have drunk the water. I won't." "Damn it." Zou Yu furrowed her brow and abruptly twisted off the cap, splashing him with its contents, leaving the remaining half-bottle thuddingly on the table. "Drink if you wish." Having spoken, she turned on her heel with her meal and exited, closing the door with a decisive click of the lock. Yi Huanxiao, too, resolved not to drink, enduring the night with unwavering resolve. The following morning, Yao Xingji came bustling over, knocking on the door. "I have delightful news to share with you. Can you guess what it is?" Zou Yu, still bleary-eyed, leaned against the door frame and stifled a yawn. She had barely managed to sleep last night, after being incensed by Yi Huanxiao's antics until the early hours. Captain Yi was now untroubled. Yao Xingji's expression instantly fell. "Sister Zou, how come you know everything? Is there anything else?" "Li Sun and a few others are planning to search for work in the East and West districts. I came to ask if you would like to join them. I have matters to attend to. You can accompany them to scout the area, and we can discuss it further in a few days." Yao Xingji did not press further, simply responding with an agreement before taking his leave. Zou Yu was well aware that an Yi was certainly seeking her sister and mother. However, the sheer number of people within the safe zone made individual searches quite arduous. Moreover, Zou Yu also had her own search to conduct, so the two decided to join forces. After a hasty meal at their residence, Zou Yu set out with an Yi. To avoid drawing undue attention to Si Shi and Yi Er Sensi, she left them at home under the care of Jiangsu Bai. Zou Yu contemplated the potential value of the information left behind by the inhabitants of the safe zone regarding Jiangsu Bai. It was imperative that she locate her sister and Yi and the individual she sought before these others did. As for whether Yi Huanxiao would accompany her, that was a matter to be addressed later. The longer she lingered here, the more challenging it would be to extricate herself. Jiangsu Bai's wood-based supernatural abilities would undoubtedly be put to significant use, and his high level of proficiency and innate talent were not easily concealed. If he were to become entangled with the interests of the safe zone, departing would become increasingly difficult. The official safe zone was vast. and searching for someone within it was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Previously, they had a specific location to investigate, but now they were reduced to aimless wandering in hopes of serendipitous encounters. A week passed without yielding any results. They had inquired with the personnel responsible for information collection at the entrance about the whereabouts of survivors from Y City, but due to the overwhelming number of individuals, even providing names and ages did not result in accurate information. To the authorities, ordinary people held no statistical value. They were merely numbers in their eyes. The only information accessible on offline devices pertained to supernatural beings, with details that extended to their residences. However, such confidential documents would never be made available to Zou Yu. Another 2 weeks slipped by, and Annie grew increasingly anxious. Each day, she felt compelled to search the slums for individuals, yet they could not brazenly enter the tents of others. Thus, they were left to meander aimlessly outside, devoid of purpose. Zou Yu is entirely devoid of any clues regarding her target. The individual she seeks is named Yufeng, a computer hacker who was apprehended for illegally infiltrating a corporate entity prior to the apocalypse, and had only just been released from prison before the cataclysm. The ability detection at the entrance of the safe zone can only identify the most rudimentary fluctuations of abilities, rendering Yufeng's cerebral enhancement undetectable. He is undoubtedly classified as an ordinary person and assigned to the slums. However, locating someone in the slums. Zou Yu was lost in thought when someone suddenly collided with her. Before any contact was made, the individual uttered, "My apologies." It was an overt attempt at deception. Chapter 82. A crisis unfolds. The man, having delivered his apology, swiftly maneuvered past Zou Yu and her companions, preparing to depart. Yet, Zou Yu abruptly grasped the man's shoulder. And about to inquire what was amiss, witnessed the man effortlessly disengage Zou Yu's hand and vanish into the vast expanse of the military tent. "Did he steal something from you? I shall pursue him," and declared, ready to chase after him, but Zou Yu restrained her. "It is futile to chase," Zou Yu remarked, prompting an to recollect the man's astonishing speed as he fled. What is his situation? Why does he run so swiftly? In truth, Zou Yu had no clear image of Yufeng, having only heard that he bore a small tattoo at the corner of his right eye, a simple cross-hatched symbol for some anime. However, at that fleeting moment, when the man glanced in her direction, an instinctive recognition told her that he was indeed Yufeng. The next instant, Yufeng exhibited an extraordinary speed, solidifying Zou Yu's certainty regarding his identity. This revelation corroborated her prior suspicions. Yufeng possessed dual abilities. Such conjectures were not baseless. There existed a lengthy tale surrounding Yufeng that Zou Yu had no time to ponder, for not far off, Yao Xingji hurried towards them, his expression fraught with urgency. "What is the matter?" Yao Xingji, panting and still agitated, stammered. "Xiao Bai has been taken by the people from the safe zone. They claim he is to undertake a mission." It had been barely a month since the planned bombardment had begun, and this venture was ostensibly aimed at resource collection, alongside retrieving scattered munitions. When information about Xiao Bai was first submitted to the safe zone, Zou Yu had anticipated this day, thus she was not caught off guard. In contrast, and was now in a state of panic, turning to Zou Yu, "What shall we do? Should I attempt to rescue Xiao Bai?" The disquiet of Yao Xingji and an stemmed from their understanding that Xiao Bai's abduction by the safe zone likely meant he would be sent beyond its confines. They had witnessed firsthand the chaos of the outside world during their journey. If he truly ventured out, Xiao Bai's temperament would surely lead him to be bullied. Why must such a young child be subjected to such peril? Perhaps I should go. There's no need. Zou Yu interrupted an shaking her head. You stay in the safe zone to continue searching for your sister and aunt. I will go with Xiao Bai. But aren't you also looking for someone? On you question it. I have already confirmed that he cannot escape from here. There is ample time to search slowly. Aunt and sister cannot remain in the slums for too long. Otherwise, we cannot foresee what might transpire. You must find them as swiftly as possible. Zou Yu felt a profound sense of assurance regarding Yi's capabilities. Soon, Zou Yu and Yao Xingji arrived at the open space before the entrance to the trading area, where a multitude of supernatural beings had already gathered. Predominantly, these individuals belonged to the 5 elemental systems: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The front row, adorned in military uniforms, was entirely composed of these extraordinary individuals. Zou Yu immediately spotted Yi Hanxiao, who stood prominently at the center. Having awakened his lightning-based abilities, he became an undeniable force, akin to a tiger with wings, swiftly rising as the most formidable among this assembly of gifted individuals. All the ability wielders stood in a neat formation, while those on the stage began to call out names to assign teams. Zou Yu quickly discerned the allocation rules: 20 individuals per group, with each unit comprising 5 individuals possessing unique abilities, one of whom wielded spatial powers, while the remaining members were military personnel or civilians with certain self-defense capabilities. Most were previously established teams, with newcomers added later. Jiang Shubai stood in a somewhat inconspicuous position at the back, his head lowered, seemingly lost in thought until his name was called. He approached, resigned to find his designated team, only to be met with a rising murmur of discontent. Why is there a mere child among us? Are we expected to safeguard him as well? A chorus of disapproval erupted, reflecting their frustrations. It's absurd to include just anyone with abilities into our ranks. We would prefer not to be on the same team. Could arrangements be made anew? The voices grew louder, with several civilians openly protesting, their unease echoed by the discontented abilities wielders. Some even positioned themselves directly in Jiang Shubai's path, declaring, "We refuse to be held back by a liability." Jiang Shubai regarded them with a sullen gaze, memories of Zou Yu's words echoing in his mind. Only the weak are victimized. Before the team leader could interject, Jiang Shubai spoke up first. "Shall we compete?" From a short distance away, Yao Xingji observed the unfolding challenge, concern etched on his face as he turned to Zou Yu. "Sister Zou, what should we do? Little Bai can handle it." "Indeed. Do you have such unwavering faith in your brother?" "Those are all ability wielders." Yao Xingji hesitated, grappling with uncertainty. In peacetime, such contests would be swiftly curtailed, yet in the current life-and-death scenario, even the team leader appeared conflicted about permitting the competition. The leader glanced at Yi Hanxiao, who silently acquiesced to the duel, prompting the team to quietly deliberate and select their strongest member to stand before Jiang Shubai. With just a glance, Zou Yu discerned that the man was undoubtedly no match for Xiaobai. This was advantageous, as Xiaobai's victories through sheer strength would deter anyone from underestimating him. The battle had commenced. Opposite Xiaobai stood an individual endowed with a golden elemental ability, one of considerable prowess among the group, yet still inferior when compared to the exceptionally gifted Xiaobai. The moment he attempted to encase Xiaobai within a golden shield, the rigid wooden thorns pierced through the shield, shattering it into fragments that dissipated into the air. The resurrected wooden thorns soared through the atmosphere like a dragon imbued with life, swiftly advancing toward the man. Vines expanded limitlessly in the air, and an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the surroundings. All present were struck with astonishment as they gazed at the boy across from them. His eyes were cold, his demeanor composed. The vines tightened around the man, constricting him completely from below, and he was horrified to realize he could not unleash even a flicker of his abilities. The looming threat of death cast a suffocating shadow over him. I concede." The words emerged from his throat, barely audible. Just as he felt he might never witness the dawn of another day, Jiang Shubai withdrew his attack. Yao Xingji, witnessing the scene, was left speechless. He had always known Jiang Shubai was formidable, yet he had never anticipated such extraordinary strength. He couldn't help but exclaim to Zou Yu, "Xiaobai is truly remarkable." Zou Yu cast a glance at Yao Xingji and remarked, "You refer to him as brother?" Yao Xingji replied, "I express my sincere reverence for those with exceptional abilities." Zou Yu. Chapter 83. One-on-one Territorial Awareness. Jiang Shubai's group continued to call out names as Zou Yu made her way through the crowd. Upon seeing Zou Yu, both Yi Hanxiao and Jiang Shubai were momentarily taken aback. Yi Hanxiao furrowed his brow and murmured softly, "What is she here for?" The arrival of Zou Yu captivated the attention of the crowd. Such a resplendent beauty is undeniably the focal point wherever she graces, especially in a gathering dominated by men. Some even dared to whistle lewdly in her direction. At the sound of that whistle, Jiang Shubai turned his gaze, his icy stare locking onto the offender. who felt as though they were ensnared by the gaze of a serpent, shivering involuntarily from the chill. Zou Yu approached the person in charge, beside whom stood Yi Hanxiao. Under the weight of Yi Hanxiao's imposing gaze, she calmly stated, "I wish to undertake a mission alongside Jiang Shubai." Her voice was not loud. It was sufficiently audible for Jiang Shubai's team to hear. Was this a jest? A child was already bothersome enough. Now, they were expected to include a woman who seemed utterly incapable. What do they take us for? This time, the uproar was even greater than before. Zou Yu remained composed. Yi Hanxiao was uncertain about Zou Yu's capabilities, so when she proposed to join him, his initial reaction was that it was sheer folly. "I can take responsibility for my own safety, and I can assure you that nothing will go awry. I can also ensure Jiang Shubai's safety. I cannot allow my younger brother to venture out alone. If you do not agree, I will accompany him regardless." When Zou Yu uttered these words, her gaze was resolute and unyielding. "Let us give it a try," Yi Hanxiao said as he positioned himself opposite Zou Yu. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, he inquired, "Shall we compare?" His suspicions regarding Zou Yu's capabilities had been lingering for quite some time. However, she had skillfully concealed her true prowess, never fully revealing her strength in front of Yi Hanxiao. Even during moments of confrontation, she had managed to resolve matters swiftly and effortlessly. Yi Hanxiao had assigned numerous labels to Zou Yu. Though he had encountered many individuals, none had ever intrigued him quite like this enigmatic woman, whose depths were unfathomable, shrouded in mystery and enticing those around her to delve deeper and draw closer. Zou Yu was acutely aware that if she were to venture out with Xiao Bai, she must demonstrate her true capabilities, allowing everyone to witness her strength. Thus, a mere exchange of glances with Yi Hanxiao prompted them both to spring into action simultaneously. Zou Yu swiftly seized Yi Hanxiao's wrist, which was gripping her shoulder, executing a deft maneuver that allowed her lithe form to glide past him like a serpent, followed by a sweeping kick. Yi Hanxiao's skills had been honed through rigorous combat experience, yet Zou Yu's prowess was equally formidable. Onlookers could only perceive the intensity of their duel, while Yi Hanxiao alone recognized that he was gradually at a disadvantage. As time progressed, a sense of trepidation enveloped him. He pondered the source of Zou Yu's astonishing abilities, questioning what experiences had shaped her and what her true purpose was. No one dared to doubt Zou Yu's capacity for self-defense any longer. On the contrary, they aspired to join forces with her. The prospect of having a formidable and beautiful woman in their ranks was indeed a stroke of fortune. Zou Yu and Yi Hanxiao did not determine a victor, as Zou Yu chose to withdraw. However, Yi Hanxiao was acutely aware that he would ultimately be the one to lose in this duel. Without resorting to his extraordinary abilities, he stood no chance against Zou Yu. The mist enveloping her grew increasingly dense, and Yi Hanxiao seldom felt such profound intrigue towards another person, let alone a woman. The team of 20 was ultimately led by Yi Hanxiao himself, accompanied by another female member, a space ability user and the girlfriend of the team, S Medic. Each team received distinct assignments, and with Yi Hanxiao and Zou Yu's group, the difficulty of their mission was assuredly high, while others remained oblivious. Zou Yu perceived the situation clearly, noting that even their equipment was superior to that of other teams. As anticipated, after the other groups faced penalties, their Team's mission was announced. They were to venture into a severely infected disaster zone research facility to gather data, retrieve all research materials, and, if possible, bring back experimental subjects. If not, they were to eliminate them on the spot, while others were unaware of the true nature of the subjects. Zou Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Bai after the mission briefing. Perhaps even Yi Hanxiao himself was oblivious to the actual identity of the experimental subjects, which allowed him to accept the mission with such composure. Zou Yu pondered whether he would remain so unruffled if he were to learn that these subjects were actual human beings subjected to experimentation. Recalling her previous encounter with an E in that laboratory, which housed individuals of various forms, some of whom still retained a semblance of human awareness, Zou Yu felt a chill of dread. She suspected that the significance of the experimental subjects in this mission was not as paramount as portrayed, merely a matter the authorities wished to conceal. The potential panic that might ensue if it were revealed that human experimentation was taking place was considerable. Had she not needed to remain in the safe zone for the time being, Zou Yu would have wished to uncover the truth. This expedition, along with the mission, was strictly limited to 10 days. Regardless of whether the teams returned, the safe zone was scheduled for bombardment after this period, leaving no room for delays. The group prepared for departure, utilizing 4 vehicles designed for long-distance travel. These rugged, reinforced off-road vehicles had been specifically tailored for their mission. Zou Yu, Xiaobai Yihan Xiao, along with his 2 teammates, the team doctor and the doctor's girlfriend, journeyed together in a single vehicle. Yihan Xiao's teammates took turns driving while Zou Yu and the others occupied the rear compartment. During the journey, the 2 soldiers inquired about the mission, and Zou Yu attentively listened in. The mission site was located quite a distance from the safe zone, specifically in the southern region known as Zou City, which houses several significant central institutions. As a developmental hub of Huagua, Zou City excels in both technology and healthcare, ranking among the top in the nation. However, it is also one of the 3 most populous cities in the country, and the research institute assigned for the mission was situated in the city center, indicating a notably high population density. Although the 20 individuals appeared capable and exceptionally skilled, facing hundreds of thousands of infected zombies meant that even an abundance of ammunition would prove insufficient. It was no wonder that Yihan Xiao, who held an important position within the safe zone, was personally dispatched for this mission. After 3 days of travel, they finally reached their destination. Strangely, upon breaking through to the vicinity of the research institute, they anticipated a fierce battle awaiting them. However, to their astonishment, they found no zombies in the area surrounding the institute. It was not that there were none. Rather, all the zombies seemed to have instinctively avoided the vicinity of the research institute, refraining from entering its boundaries. Upon witnessing such a scenario, Zou Yu promptly intercepted Yihan Jiao and his companions, who were eager to enter. Yihan Jiao turned to glance at her. An entity that instilled fear in the zombies had evidently taken residence within the research institute. Otherwise, they could not have so seamlessly evaded detection. Zou Yu, have you heard of territorial awareness? Chapter 84. Lockdown, the Mysterious Man. Both animals and humans possess a unique sense of territoriality regarding their living spaces, disliking any encroachment and refusing to tolerate it. However, unlike animals, humans are capable of controlling their emotions and rationality, maintaining a degree of politeness. Yet, when a stranger enters without permission, they will undoubtedly expel the intruder. The current situation presented by the Research Institute perfectly aligns with Zou Yu's thoughts. Based on what she knew from her previous life, the closer one is to the central area of the Institute, the higher the standards of experimental research, which also entails greater risks. The city most severely contaminated is Zou City, which is also a primary target for bombing in the safe zone. The value of the research data they are willing to recover at any cost is immeasurable, yet the effort invested in the experimental subjects is equally significant. The highest grade experimental subject previously cultivated in that laboratory was an E, whose formidable combat abilities and unique attributes clearly indicated her exceptional nature. Nevertheless, her existence did not prevent the horde of zombies from approaching. Currently, however, no zombie dares to come near the Research Institute. Instead, they seem to be compelled by an unknown force, exhibiting an intensified sense of caution, as if fearful of awakening something ominous. When Zou Yu mentioned territorial awareness, others dismissed her words. Yet Yihan Xiao found a degree of truth in her statement. He could not gamble with the lives of so many individuals. Captain, what should we do? First, let us find a place to rest and deliberate. Some nearby expressed dissatisfaction with Yihan Xiao's cautiousness, whispering to one another, "Are we really delaying because of that woman's words? When are we supposed to enter if not now? The sooner we complete the mission, the sooner we can return." One companion tugged at the speaker's sleeve. "You should refrain from speaking so freely. Captain, he certainly possesses more experience than we do. But if we don't enter during the day, are we to wait until nightfall?" They located an unoccupied apartment nearby and settled into a vacant room, which had a living room window facing the main entrance of the Research Institute. Once inside, the others found places to sit, taking turns observing the situation from the window for an hour. When it was Zou Yu's turn, the first several minutes passed without any abnormal occurrences. However, just as her watch was nearing its end, she suddenly noticed the zombies outside the Institute beginning to stir. It was as if a terrifying entity had approached, causing them to collectively move towards the eastern road. Zou Yu gazed attentively towards the west. After a minute or two, all the zombies on the road outside the Research Institute had vanished, leaving the street remarkably desolate. Moments later, a figure quietly emerged from the far end of the road. Before Zou Yu could even react, the figure had swiftly approached the entrance of the Research Institute. Such incredible speed. She hadn't even had the chance to discern how the person moved when the Institute's grand door was pushed open. Standing outside was a man, identifiable by his tall stature, and for some inexplicable reason, he evoked a sense of eerie familiarity within Zou Yu. As the man reached out to push the door, he suddenly turned to look toward the window where Zou Yu was, their gazes locking with uncanny precision. Zou Yuxin was startled. Despite knowing that such a great distance rendered ordinary vision incapable of perceiving anything, she nonetheless felt an unsettling sensation of being observed. In the next moment, the man unexpectedly raised his hand, removing both his hat and mask to gaze towards the window, pausing for several seconds before turning back. The instant she beheld the man's visage, Zou Yu's pupils constricted sharply, her heart racing uncontrollably, and in that fleeting moment, she found herself momentarily disoriented. What was wrong? Sensing her distress, Yi Hanjiao hurried over, while even Xiao Bai cast a concerned glance at Zou Yu, seemingly wishing to inquire about her state, but Yi Hanjiao was quicker. Zou Yu instinctively reached to draw the curtains, only to hear Yi Hanjiao utter something peculiar, his gaze distinctly fixed upon the location of the Research Institute. She paused, perplexed. What could be the matter? Where had all the zombies vanished? Zou Yu cast a glance at Yi Hanjiao and said, "I'm going out for a stroll." The others, upon hearing this, looked at Zou Yu as if she were a fool. Maintaining her composure, Zou Yu added, "Just to get some fresh air. Do not worry. I won't wander far." Yi Hanjiao was perplexed by Zou Yu's sudden inclination to leave and instinctively moved to follow her. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai also rose from the sofa and hurried over to Zou Yu's side. Zou Yu expressed helplessness. "There is no need for you to follow me. Rest assured. I will be fine." Yi Hanjiao replied, "The outside world is fraught with peril. Why must we venture out now?" Zou Yu, "It's suffocating with so many people around." Zou Yu, "Your lack of organization and discipline is astonishing." "Enough, stop talking. I can handle myself if something goes wrong." Ye Hongxiao was rendered speechless by Zou Yu's exasperation. Zou Yu cast another glance at Xiao Bai and said, "You need not follow me." Yet, Xiao Bai remained concerned. Zou Yu silently shook her head, assuring, "It's nothing." After uttering these words, she prepared to depart when Yi Hanjiao suddenly called out to her wait. Zou Yu turned around, expecting Captain Yi to block her once more. However, Yi Hanjiao removed the gun from his waist and tossed it to Zou Yu. "Take this and return within an hour." "Thank you." As soon as Zou Yu departed, the others could no longer contain themselves. Even Yi Hanjiao's subordinates approached him with inquiries. "Captain, what is the situation with Zou Yu? What if she encounters danger while casually wandering outside?" One of the subordinates remarked. Another added, "She should be fine. She's even stronger than our captain. The real danger lies with the zombies." Upon hearing this, several fell into silence. Throughout their journey, they had encountered few opportunities for combat, causing them to forget how Zou Yu had joined their ranks, thanks to her extraordinary combat prowess. Not to mention Yi Hanjiao. No one present dared to claim they could surpass Zou Yu in skill. She possessed the ability to safeguard herself. Whether she was merely taking a stroll or dancing with zombies, what concern was it of theirs? Losing one person merely meant less rations to share. Each person harbored differing thoughts. Meanwhile, after exiting the community, Zou Yu meticulously navigated her way around the zombies, making her way to the rear of the research facility. Upon discovering that the back wall was electrified, she opted to climb a nearby tree and leapt into the facility. As she landed, she rolled, inadvertently pressing her hand onto shards of glass scattered on the ground. In that moment, as the scent of blood filled the air, Zou Yu swiftly covered her palm, silently activating her healing ability to restore it. Simultaneously, In the underground of the research facility, a man wielding a long knife felt a surge of crimson in his eyes. He caught the scent of the unique, sweetish aroma of human blood wafting through the air. Chapter 85. Long time no see, Zou Yu. As Zou Yu stepped into the research institute, she was struck by the sight of every corridor door ajar, as if intentionally left open by someone. This revelation filled her with unease. Did it imply that an experimental subject had managed to escape? Before she could ponder further, she rounded a corner and was assaulted by a nauseating stench. The odor, so vile it nearly induced her to retch. Almost immediately, she was confronted with a shocking scene. Nearly all the doors containing experimental subjects stood wide open, their lifeless bodies sprawled across the floor in disarray, none remaining alive. Without a doubt, a massacre had recently transpired here. It was him. It had to be him. Zou Yu could not help but quicken her pace as she ventured deeper into the research facility. According to the layout of the institute wherein E had been confined, the further one delved within, the more formidable the experimental subjects became. However, as she traversed the corridor, it appeared that all the subjects had been dealt with. Zou Yu crouched down to examine the figure resembling a human before her. The fatal wound was clean and precise. Each injury was meticulously inflicted, revealing the remarkable efficiency of the assailant. Recalling the familiar face she had glimpsed at the entrance of the institute, an inexplicable sense of anxiety washed over her. She pressed on deeper, passing through another research area, when her ears caught the sounds of a scuffle. Hastening her steps, she approached and discovered two men locked in combat within the corridor. The man she had seen earlier wielded an ancient, long blade, its surface glinting with an eerie coldness. The obsidian blade almost melded with the color of his attire, each strike resonating with the sickening sound of flesh being sliced, accompanied by the agonized cries of the experimental subject. This particular subject bore an uncanny resemblance to a human, and instinctively, Zou Yu thought of an E. She stood at the corner, observing the fierce struggle, when suddenly the experimental subject turned to gaze directly at her. In an instant, it was right before her eyes. Zou Yu widened her eyes as bloodshot claws, enveloped in decaying flesh, lunged toward her chest. Her speed was equally astonishing. She propelled herself off the wall, knees bent, crashing down upon the shoulder of the experimental subject. Though her form appeared delicate, the force she exerted was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The experimental subject, caught off guard, succumbed to her weight and knelt on one knee, reaching upward in an attempt to seize Zou Yu. With a swift motion, she pressed down on the subject's head and executed a somersault behind him. As she landed, her foot slipped on a pool of blood on the floor, nearly causing her to fall. Suddenly, a cold hand gripped her wrist. Zou Yu glanced over, locking eyes with a man whose gaze shimmered with a hint of crimson, a surge of murderous intent flashing within his eyes. Zou Yu stood beside the man, her gaze warily fixed upon the experimental subject. The man gently pressed her wrist, and as she turned to look at him, he shook his head slightly. Though he uttered no words, Zou Yu comprehended his intention. He was signaling for her to remain in place. Zou Yu undoubtedly believed in his own strength. He obediently stepped back a few paces, allowing space for the two individuals. After all, their objectives were aligned. If Zou Yu's conjecture was correct, the experiment subject before them was the last surviving specimen from the research facility. Eliminating this entity would fulfill half of their mission. Moreover, considering the prowess of this experiment subject, it was certain that once the motley crew in the room arrived, they would be utterly overwhelmed, and there was even a possibility that the entire team could perish. Zou Yu swiftly weighed the pros and cons and made the most advantageous decision at that moment. As the man approached the experimental subject with a knife in hand, she could clearly see the fear and panic reflected in the subject's eyes. While one person fought against the experimental subject, Zou Yu's thoughts were drawn back to her previous life, triggered by the man's familiar moves. In her past existence, their encounter occurred in the 8th year of the apocalypse, when the safe zone had suffered devastating losses due to an unexpected zombie tide. At that time, the leader of the safe zone received news that another safe zone had developed a serum capable of suppressing the spread of the zombie virus, but due to equipment damage, the specific safe zone number was not indicated. Thus, 10 teams were formed to venture to different safe zones. Su Qianluo and Pei Jingzhou led 10 individuals to another safe zone, leaving the rest to accompany Zou Yu. It was during this journey that she encountered the man. He possessed exceptional combat abilities and was also a top-tier supernatural being. Upon learning that his safe zone had fallen, Zou Yu, adhering to the philosophy that greater strength ensures greater safety, decided to keep him in her team. Initially, the man did not communicate with anyone. Showing no signs of emotional fluctuation at all, he was so silent that others secretly referred to him as the mute. Some even joked with Zou Yu, teasing her about having found herself a mute groom. Zou Yu typically brushed off such harmless banter with a smile, but Su Qianluo, intimidated by the man's formidable strength and the oppressive aura that even Pei Jingzhou found daunting, began to sow discord. Over time, this led to the man's exclusion from the group. However, he remained indifferent, steadfastly following Zou Yu with a battered knife sheathed at his side, never leaving her side, no matter where they were. On one occasion, unable to tolerate his tendency to allow others to misunderstand him, Zou Yu became angry and ignored him for several days. Misinterpreting her silence, the man took matters into his own hands and dealt with those who spoke ill of him, even defeating Pei Jingzhou, who had attempted to intervene. It was the first time he truly displayed his strength, instilling terror in everyone around him. No one dared to utter a word against him thereafter. Life continued as usual, with him faithfully by Zou Yu's side. Eventually, she grew accustomed to his silent demeanor, and they quickly developed an unspoken understanding through countless battles, able to anticipate each other's thoughts with merely a glance. Then, just a week before Zou Yu was imprisoned in a research facility, they encountered an unexpected incident during an outing. Zou Yu was abandoned by everyone amidst a horde of zombies, left to await her demise. The man fought his way through the mountain of corpses and rivers of blood to save her, marking the first time he spoke to her. "Don't die. I'm coming." It was then that she realized he was not mute after all. As he carried her away, Zou Yu instinctively glanced back, only to witness the bloodthirsty and brutal zombies bowing their heads before him. It was almost a reflexive action, yet it revealed the man's uniqueness. Then, before she had the chance to untangle her emotions, he vanished. Subsequently, consumed by her own affairs, she buried that hazy sentiment deep within her heart. Little did she expect to encounter him again. She observed the man as he wiped the blood from his blade, a smile gracing her lips. She recalled a time when she had casually lamented, "After all this time, I do not even know your name. It seems we are not friends in your eyes." No sooner had she uttered those words than he grasped her hand, laying her palm flat upon his knee. With deliberate strokes, he inscribed in her palm, "I am nameless. If you have no surname, then let me share yours," she replied. "And as for your name, how about nameless?" Such titles were once borne by valiant heroes of old. They exude a certain grandeur. He nodded, a gentle smile reflected in his eyes. "Zou Yu, it has been a long time since we last met." Chapter 86, Being Friends, Losing Control. After vanquishing the experimental subject, Zou Yu cast his gaze upon Zou Yu, sheathing the knife into its tattered scabbard. Were it not for having witnessed the blade slice through iron like clay, one might easily mistake the dilapidated scabbard for housing mere scrap metal. Just as Zou Yu turned to depart, Zou Yu hastily called out to him. He glanced back at her, a look of unfamiliarity in his eyes. "I am Zou Yu." Zou Yu approached the man, extending her hand in a gesture of greeting. Zou Yu stood utterly still. Zou Yu's face bore no trace of embarrassment as she smiled at Zou Yu. "Are you here on a mission as well? Which safe zone do you belong to?" Zou Yu's face remained devoid of any expression, as if he were oblivious to Zou Yu's words. "Zou Yu Post," reflecting on the fact that their encounter in this life occurred 7 years earlier than before. She pondered the temperament of Zou Yu at this moment. As she observed his hand resting upon the scabbard of his sword, her mind instinctively conjured images of the women who had previously tried to engage Zou Yu in conversation, only to be met with his fierce dismissal as he brandished his blade. Her immediate reaction was to step back, urging silently, "Do not strike, do not strike. I harbor no ill will toward you." Yet, Zou Yu's hand remained motionless upon the scabbard, without further action. Zou Yu brazenly scrutinized Zou Yu, finding no discernible difference from the figure etched in her memory. He appeared unchanged in any conceivable way. Logically, after 7 years, one would expect some alteration in appearance. Yet, Zou Yu seemed impervious to the passage of time. In fact, Zou Yu felt an overwhelming sense that he was even more handsome than before. Back then, Zou Yu's gaze had been seasoned by life's trials. The once brash demeanor had subdued, emanating an aura of composure and stability. However, the man before her now was as cold as ice, with a prickly presence. His piercing eyes radiated an aura of intimidation and aggression, sending chills down her spine. Yet Zou Yu felt no fear. Upon laying eyes on Zou Yu, her heart was filled solely with joy. Uncertain of how long they would have to wait for another chance, she resolved to take the initiative, believing that the worst outcome would simply involve revisiting the actions of their past. In her previous life, Zou Yu was a stone that Zou Yu could effortlessly unearth. In this life, he lacked the same wealth of experience, making him even more accessible than before. Zou Yu inched closer to Zou Yu. Noticing her approach, Zou Yu instinctively gripped the hilt of his knife. The more beautiful a thing is, the more perilous it becomes. Though he could not comprehend why he felt no malice emanating from this woman, Zou Yu nonetheless maintained the caution that was warranted. Zou Yu perceived a silent resistance in Zou Yu's gaze. She smiled gently and said, "I truly harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to befriend you." Befriend? This word had never graced the realm of Zou Yu's existence. He paused for a moment, then shook his head, the meaning of his rejection unmistakable. Zou Yu continued, "If we are not to be friends, then please enlighten me as to which safe zone you belong. Given your remarkable capabilities, I am certain that your safe zone is equally secure. Might I seek refuge in your safe zone? I assure you, my strengths are not to be underestimated." Safe zone? Zou Yu shook his head once more. He did not belong to any designated safe zone. Rather, he was directly connected to individuals at a higher echelon. Due to the uniqueness of his identity, he possessed the freedom to traverse areas beyond the confines of the safe zones. His existence was shrouded in the utmost secrecy. Even if he were to divulge the location of the safe zone to her, she would never encounter him within its boundaries. With this contemplation, Zou Yu ultimately decided against revealing such information. It is often wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. Although this woman appeared harmless, trust should never be given lightly. Zou Yu repeatedly encountered obstacles and was on the verge of articulating her thoughts when she suddenly heard a faint beep sound. She hurriedly searched for the source of the noise, only to see Zou Yu's expression change dramatically as he rolled up his sleeve to glance at his watch, which displayed a countdown of 30 seconds. Almost the instant Zou Yu directed her gaze towards his wrist, Zou Yu hastily pulled down his sleeve and turned to flee. Zou Yu, still yearning for the answers she sought, hastened to pursue. Zou Yu moved with remarkable swiftness, vanishing into the vastness of the bustling streets after exiting the research facility. Following his disappearance, the previously evaded horde of zombies gradually sauntered back into the area, signifying the absence of a threat that had once loomed over them. Observing the unfolding situation from an adjacent building, Yi Hanxiao's team noticed the change in the environment and promptly informed him. Without hesitation, Yi Hanxiao commanded everyone to gather their belongings in preparation to re-enter the research institute. Zou Yu is yet to return, someone remarked. Xiao Bai turned to Yi Hanxiao, suggesting, "Shall I go in search of my sister?" Yi Hanxiao shook his head, asserting, "There is no need. We shall leave a message for Zou Yu here. When she returns, she will see it and come to the research institute to meet us. Time is of the essence." Jiang Shubai held unwavering faith in his sister's abilities. Yet an inexplicable worry lingered in his heart, fearing what might transpire should she encounter peril. Meanwhile, believing he had successfully evaded Zou Yu, Zou Yu leaned against a wall and sat down. As he settled, the countdown on his wristwatch reached its final second, emitting a series of alarming beeps. In the next moment, Zou Yu felt a sharp, agonizing pain in his chest. The veins on the back of his hand and forehead bulged, and his nails dug deeply into his flesh. Zou Yu, curled up in the corner, trembled in agony. Suddenly, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching rapidly, leaving him no time to react. A concerned voice followed closely. "What has happened to you?" Zou Yu grit his teeth against the pain and lifted his gaze towards Zou Yu, only to find her eyes filled with worry and tension, an expression he had never before encountered. Zou Yu wearily closed his eyes, then withdrew from the brief warmth, brushing off Zou Yu's supportive hand and gesturing dismissively for her not to concern herself with him. Zou Yu had never witnessed Zou Yu in such a frail and tormented state. His forehead was beaded with fine sweat, and his complexion was ashen. At that moment, she found it utterly impossible to leave his side. Zou Yu grasped Zou Yu's wrist firmly and urged, "You must rise. This is not a place for lingering." Zou Yu attempted to withdraw his hand, yet found himself unable to do so due to his lack of strength. With a sigh, he turned his hand and grasped Zou Yu's, smoothing the palm gently. Trembling, he inscribed with his fingers, "Staying by my side will bring danger. I fear danger the least." Zou Yu asserted with unwavering conviction. "Zou Yu, I may cause you harm. You will not." This time, the tone was even more resolute than before. Zou Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had no inkling of where Zou Yu's confidence stemmed from, nor did he comprehend what actions of his might have instilled such assurance in her. Zou Yu ultimately supported Zou Yu into an unoccupied room, gently placing him upon the sofa. As she retrieved a bottle of water to offer him, she turned around only to feel herself enveloped by a shadow. In the next moment, Zou Yu pinned her beneath him. "Wait, MMM." His lips had found their way to her neck. Chapter 87. Zou Yu, until we meet again. Zou Yu widened her eyes in astonishment. She reached out in an attempt to push Zou Yu away, yet she sensed his teeth gradually exerting pressure. Just at the moment when he was about to bite down, he momentarily regained clarity and swiftly rose from Zou Yu's embrace. Zou Yu was about to inquire about the sudden biting incident when, before she could utter a word, Zou Yu dashed into the inner room with astonishing swiftness. She heard the sound of the door locking behind him. Rising from the floor, Zou Yu pressed her hand against the spot where she had been bitten, gazing at the firmly shut bedroom door. After several moments, she could not help but chuckle, a laugh born from frustration. If her memory served her right, she was the one who had been bitten, was she not? Time ticked by, and after approximately half an hour, a faint click resonated from the bedroom door, which was subsequently pulled open after a brief pause. It seemed Zou Yu had taken a moment for some psychological fortitude, she speculated. Zou Yu sat on the sofa and glanced over, observing Zou Yu emerging from the bedroom. Her tone carried a hint of playful teasing. "Have you finally decided to join us?" Zou Yu glanced at her and shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't wish to come out. Rather, he was unable to do so. During the period when the medication's control faltered, he would lose control. The meaning behind his gaze was too profound and intricate for Zou Yu to comprehend. Yet, for some reason, she felt a sense of cheerfulness, finding his expression irresistibly endearing, reminiscent of a wronged yet virtuous woman, when it was she who ought to feel aggrieved. "I am about to rejoin my team. Would you care to accompany me?" Zou Yu shook his head once more. They were never on the same path, and it was indeed time to part ways. However, from the expression on Zou Yu's face, it seemed as though there were still words left unspoken. Zou Yu paused for a moment before hearing Zou Yu inquire, "Since you are unwilling to reveal which safe zone you hail from, surely you can share your name with me? You must have a name, after all." Zou Yu has truly fallen into silence this time. He possesses but a single code name, leaving him utterly incapable of conveying any information to Zou Yu. Thus he is left with no choice but to remain mute. Zou Yu had confidently anticipated that Zou Yu would be unable to articulate name, and she was precisely operating under this assumption. In her previous life, it was she who bestowed the name upon Zou Yu, and thus, it was only natural for it to be the same in this lifetime. Zou Yu rose from the sofa and approached Zou Yu. Her collar was at a conventional height, revealing at a glance the fresh bite mark on the right side of her neck. Zou Yu alone knows the extent of the force he exerted. Nonetheless, the circle of bite marks has already begun to take on a purplish hue. Zou Yu's eyes carried a hint of regret. "Zou Yu, do you intend to leave me uncaring after biting me? My neck is in agony." It is worth noting that Zou Yu did not utter a sound of pain when she was shot in the shoulder. How could she complain now? With just a slight movement, Her healing powers could effortlessly erase the marks of your bite, yet she chooses to endure the discomfort deliberately. Zou Yu understood that Zou Wuming's icy demeanor made him seem unapproachable, perpetually keeping others at a distance. However, beneath that exterior, he possessed a genuinely kind heart. Zou Wuming approached, the coffee table dusted with soil. He directly pressed his hand onto the dust and inscribed 2 characters, apologies. I did not grant forgiveness. He fell silent. Zou Wuming had encountered his fair share of difficult women, yet he had never before met one as audacious as Zou Yu. It is undeniable that among the few individuals he had encountered in his lifetime, this woman stood out as the least detestable. Were it not for this, given Zou Wuming's usual temperament, he would have certainly turned on his heel and departed, indifferent to her fate. Even if she were to be devoured by a zombie right before his eyes, he would not have batted an eyelid. Zou Wuming sighed deeply and traced a question mark on the tea table. Zou Yu curled his lips and remarked, either disclose which safe zone you belong to, or reveal your name. He could not divulge the former, and he chose not to disclose the latter. Zou Wuming hesitated momentarily, and though reluctant to concede, he inscribed a phrase upon the coffee table, nameless and faceless, unaware of my origins. Zou Yu raised an eyebrow. If you lack a name, I shall bestow one upon you. This was undeniably a ludicrous suggestion, yet as he gazed upon that resplendent and captivating visage, he inexplicably felt it was plausible. How about Zou Wuming? It shares my surname, but why should it share hers? Zou Yu appeared to perceive Zou Wuming's confusion and patiently crouched down to offer an explanation. In any case, you do not know your surname. Our meeting is serendipitous. Perhaps it is fate that has sent me to bestow a name upon you. What say you to this name? Whatever, came the indifferent reply. Zou Yu smiled and said, all right, I shall not trouble you any longer. You may leave now. Zou Wuming nodded slightly, rising to his feet and making his way outside. Zou Wuming. As Zou Wuming approached the doorway, he instinctively turned back upon hearing a voice behind him. Zou Yu stood by the window, the scorching sunlight streaming in behind her, draping her in a radiant cloak of light. She appeared ethereal, enveloped in the sun's glow, dazzling and enchanting. Her smile was even more brilliant than the sunlight outside. He heard her ask, will we meet again? In a world as vast as this, the likelihood of 2 chance acquaintances encountering each other again after parting is nearly negligible, especially in a post-apocalyptic era where neither the internet nor telephones could be relied upon. The prospect of this separation leading to another meeting seemed utterly impossible. Yet, gazing into her eyes, filled with profound anticipation, Zou Wuming, almost unconsciously, nodded in affirmation. Zou Yu smiled, saying, I will be in safe zone 1 for a while. If you wish, you may come find me. He remained silent, turning away to leave her with only his silhouette, quietly closing the door behind him. Little did he know that after Zou Wuming's departure, Zou Yu activated the system's locator, a red that began to move slowly on the map before halting downstairs. Peering out the window, she caught sight of Zou Wuming's figure below. She had long anticipated that he would not disclose his whereabouts. So during the earlier scuffle when she was pinned to the ground, Zou Yu discreetly affixed a miniature locator purchase from the system's marketplace to the nape of Zou Wuming's neck. The device, produced by the system, could only be removed with significant effort, such as vigorous scrubbing during a shower. Thus Zou Yu felt quite reassured. As Zou Wuming's figure disappeared from view, she decided to descend the stairs. Pausing by the coffee table, she took out her phone and captured a photograph. This marked the first dialogue between her and Zou Wuming, a moment of considerable sentimental value. Zou Wuming remained oblivious to the fact that Zou Yu had been silently observing his every move. He deliberately concealed himself beneath the building, patiently waiting for her to depart, ensuring she safely reached her companions before he finally took his leave. After Zou Yu and Yi Hanxiao reunited, they were explaining to Xiao Bai the reasons for their prolonged absence, yet their gaze was unwaveringly fixed upon the distant silhouette that was quietly departing. Zou Wuming. Until we meet again. Chapter 88. The Food Warehouse, Demons and Monsters. Due to Zou Wuming's prior elimination of the troublesome mutants within a research facility, their task was rendered remarkably effortless, albeit they encountered a few survivors along the way, which caused a slight delay, with approximately a day's journey remaining to the safe zone. They passed by a food warehouse. Given the prolonged storage time of processed food, Xiao made an impromptu decision to open the warehouse and retrieve some supplies for their return. Currently, the safe zone was experiencing a severe shortage of resources. During their mission, they had already rescued over a dozen survivors and met additional survivors also heading to the safe zone, traveling together. With so many individuals requiring sustenance, the supplies brought by the spatial ability user were nearly depleted. After a brief respite, Xiao selected 4 individuals to accompany him on this endeavor. On their way back, they had previously encountered closed doors, and no one could predict whether they would confront zombies or fellow survivors upon opening them, necessitating a cautious approach. Having already lost 3 teammates due to misjudgment, it was imperative to exercise utmost caution this time. He specifically chose the more capable members of the team to join him, leaving the others behind to safeguard the survivors. Zou Yu and Jiang Shubai joined the ranks of action, and the 5 of them, seizing the moment before sunset, followed Xiao to the food warehouse. The warehouse door was electric. It could only be opened with power unless forcibly damaged. However, after searching for a power source, Zou Yu and the others discovered that it had been inexplicably sabotaged. Even pushing the gate manually proved futile. It appeared that the backup power had also been compromised, leaving them no choice but to force the door open. This proposal was met with unanimous agreement. Yet to prevent any zombies from surging forth upon opening the door, Jiang Shubai first set up a barrier of netting vines at the entrance. Only then did another metal-type ability user begin to dismantle the sliding door. As a hole was melted into the entrance, light streamed in, and suddenly they heard footsteps and voices from within, filled with surprise and excitement. "Is anyone out there?" Responding to the voices, Xiao replied, "Yes. Are you staff in the factory?" "No. We were driven here and had no choice but to hide. We had planned to wait until those creatures left, but for some reason, the door wouldn't budge," came the explanation from inside. Fortunately, they had taken refuge in the food warehouse. Otherwise, they likely would have starved. Once the door was finally opened, they were immediately assailed by a nauseating stench. Zou Yu frowned slightly, while Xiao's expression grew solemn. A glance exchanged between them conveyed unspoken understanding. This odor was not merely the result of ordinary waste. It was the foul scent of decaying corpses. Yet, it seemed to have undergone some treatment, rendering it somewhat less pungent than usual, though those accustomed to such smells could easily discern the difference. Xiao, not clad in military garb, was mistaken by the surviving workers of the food factory as a mere passerby. Upon witnessing the others retching, they exchanged apologies, saying, "It's quite unbearable. As sentient, our sincerest apologies. We haven't bathed in over 10 days. The air here is stagnant, and we truly regret the inconvenience." The 4 of them spoke in seamless unison. Yet Zou Yu sensed a sinister undertone in their appearances. If there were truly no ulterior motives, why the secrecy? Their shifty eyes betrayed a palpable unease, a clear sign of guilt. Zou Yu strode past several individuals and entered, discovering that this food processing warehouse was newly constructed, devoid of any provisions, and completely barren of sustenance. According to their claims, they had been trapped here for over 10 days. What, then, had they been consuming? Zou Yu suddenly felt a chill in her heart, conjuring an unrealistic thought. Noticing her unusual pallor, Xiao approached her, confronting the curious yet apprehensive gazes of those nearby, and directly inquired, "What is the matter?" Zou Yu glanced over and inquired, "What have you all been eating during this time?" "There's nothing here." "Well, just eat whatever." One person hastily interrupted her, appearing exceedingly guilty. Zou Yu ventured into the warehouse, filled with the most potent aromas, and immediately spotted clothes crammed beneath the shelves, while their own garments adorned their bodies. The question lingered. To whom did these 2 sets of clothing belong? She was loath to entertain the darkest possibilities. Yet the years of the apocalypse had exposed her to the depths of human depravity. Contemplating the most sinister outcomes merely led to thoughts of cannibalism. But could others truly come to terms with such horrors? True to her character, Zou Yu typically dismissed the concerns of others. Yet with Xiao present, only 12 years old and already burdened with sights too harrowing to bear, her resolve wavered. Zou Yu let out a sigh and closed the door, resolving to keep the secret confined within. As for those beings who could no longer be deemed human, as long as they did not pose a threat to her and Xiao Bai, she would feign ignorance. When the group saw Zou Yu emerge, they exchanged nervous glances and timidly inquired, "What were you looking for?" She casually fabricated an excuse, claiming she was checking for any overlooked supplies. With nothing left in the warehouse, there was no reason to linger. Yihan Xiao and his companions led the survivors back, while Zou Yu and Jiang Shubai lagged behind, confronted by the malevolent gazes of the others. In a hushed tone, audible only to each other, she cautioned Xiao Bai, "Keep her distance from them. It's best to avoid any contact." Jiang Shubai had never doubted Zou Yu's words and nodded in agreement, noticing that the demeanor of those individuals had grown less amicable. If his sister felt compelled to issue such a warning, it was evident that those individuals were not to be trusted. Thus, there was no necessity for amicability. Zou Yu and Jiang Subai's demeanor did not escape Yi Hanxiao's notice. Though he found their behavior somewhat peculiar, he chose not to dwell on it. Having previously ventured inside to investigate without any significant discoveries, he surmised that the foul odor likely emanated from a zombie. However, Yi Hanxiao always maintained a degree of skepticism regarding unverified matters, remaining vigilant towards those individuals. Upon returning, having exhausted their supplies, they searched the nearby shopping center, only to find that the resources had been largely depleted by other survivors. Consequently, everyone went to bed that night with empty stomachs. Fortunately, they would reach the safe zone by the following afternoon, with opportunities to stop at markets along the way to scavenge for supplies. The collective discontent among the group was mild, but the 4 individuals who had emerged from the warehouse displayed overt signs of agitation. Their hunger rendered them restless. Yet the night was fraught with danger. Yi Hanxiao, bearing the responsibility for everyone's safety, refrained from allowing anyone to venture out. Consequently, those 4 slipped away while the others were asleep. Unbeknownst to them, after their departure, 2 figures simultaneously awoke, recognizing each other as presence, and silently exited the room. Chapter 89. Under surveillance, you get off. Faint voices drifted up from the stairwell, the emergency lights having extinguished due to depleted batteries, leaving only the moonlight filtering through the stairwell windows as a source of illumination. The moonlight cast a pallid glow upon a man seated on the stairs, his ordinary features betraying a hint of ferocity, his gaze cold and filled with ire. Damn, did they not claim to be from the safe zone? What kind of safe zone is so miserly that it cannot provide even a morsel of food? A man leaning against the wall interjected, "I'm on the verge of starvation. Why don't we choose someone?" "What are you saying?" One of the others quickly interrupted, casting wary glances around before peering into the corridor beyond the stairwell door. "Didn't we agree to keep that matter to ourselves? Are you trying to get us all killed? Stop being so paranoid. When I left, everyone was asleep." All right, let us keep our voices down." The speaker clearly appeared to be the leader of the group, as all eyes turned towards him upon his utterance. In the stillness of the air, a stomach grumbled audibly, prompting someone to awkwardly cover their midsection. "Now that we have emerged, let us refrain from discussing what transpired inside. Moreover, enduring a day without food won't be catastrophic. They mentioned returning to the safe zone tomorrow. Surely, there will be provisions available then. What transpired in the warehouse must remain concealed. To them, we are merely ordinary survivors. They remain oblivious to our past, unaware that we have committed murder. As long as we keep this hidden, brighter days await us. In this tumultuous world, they are acutely aware of their circumstances. The greater the chaos, the more conducive it is for their kind to thrive. As long as they maintain their secrets, no one will uncover that they had just been released from custody prior to the apocalypse. Nor will anyone know of the lives they had taken in the warehouse to ensure their own survival. After all, if no one is aware, what difference does it make to adopt a new way of living? Those present are all participants, regardless of who wielded the knife or conceived the idea. Those who remain will share in the spoils. The principle of the survival of the fittest inherently applies here. Such a reality is indeed more suited for their nefarious existence. Contemplating this, the elder brother revealed a sinister grin. "I do not harm others, yet others seek to harm me. The deceased cannot be blamed for our ruthlessness. When Biao proposed that notion, we all entertained the thought. Yet timing is crucial. Their demise was merely due to their hesitance. We, too, are left with no choice. His words rang true, and indeed, no one remains to condemn us. What consequence arises from taking a life? The more they spoke, the more absurd their claims became. Even reminiscing about the flavors savored in the warehouse, having fully embraced their twisted roles, Zou Yu aptly dubbed them monsters. In the stairwell above, Zou Yu and Yi Hanxiao listened in silence to their discussion of sins, as if they were boasting of their exploits, each vying to recount who delivered the final blow. When I killed XXX, he was still writhing on the floor, his legs flailing like a fish. Zou Yu felt a wave of nausea wash over her, struggling to suppress her revulsion as she realized she had underestimated the wickedness of these individuals. In stark contrast, Yi Hanxiao furrowed his brow, his fists clenched tightly. It seemed he had never encountered such brutes before. As they conversed, the topic unexpectedly shifted to Zou Yu, with them recounting how breathtaking she had appeared at first glance that day. That woman was undeniably alluring, her figure striking. When she looked at me, I nearly lost my composure. Please, spare me the details. Do you have any idea what I'm thinking? The crude remarks flowed incessantly, escalating in their absurdity, with one audacious soul suggesting they concoct a pretext to lure her away, indifferent to the consequences, confident that no one would notice their absence in the haste to return. However, I believe that woman is linked to someone surnamed Yi, and he seems formidable. What a ridiculous notion of partnership. I've inquired, and they aren't even friends, merely working together on a task. Shall we take action? The others turned to their leader. He, too, was stirred by their words. His mind flooded with memories of Zou Yu's every move from that day, her distinctly curved waist, her long, slender legs, and her cold, yet enticingly alluring face. She was the most captivating woman he had ever seen. At 20, the leader had served over 20 years for involuntary manslaughter due to a violent incident. Having witnessed the darkest aspects of humanity in prison, where the absence of women left only hardened men seeking solace in one another. Yet as time wore on, he increasingly yearned for the softness and sweetness of a woman. Once this thought took root, the leader found it difficult to quell his fantasies, already beginning to paint vivid scenes in his mind. Zou Yu harbored thoughts of murder. However, with Yi Hanxiao present, she could not act impulsively. Thus, she returned to their room alongside him. On their way back, Yi Hanxiao whispered to her, "Once we reach the safe zone, I will deal with them according to the law. Do not act rashly." Noticing her silence, he inquired once more, "Did you hear me?" She nodded, acknowledging that she had heard him, yet his words had not penetrated her thoughts. Such scoundrels might be subjected to legal consequences in ordinary times, yet in the apocalypse, the likelihood was slim. Conversely, the safe zone might require such nefarious individuals. Their general lack of moral fiber meant that, given an opportunity, they could commit any act without the burden of psychological pressure. Zou Yu could easily envision the outcome of Yi Hanxiao reporting to the safe zone. Yi Hanxiao still clung to illusions regarding the safe zone, completely oblivious to the fact that he had been mercilessly confined in a small dark room, neglected and ignored. During his suspected infection, Zou Yu would certainly refrain from taking action in front of Yi Hanxiao. When the group returned, Yi Hanxiao feigned just waking up, urging them to hastily rest. The others, unaware of what had been deliberated outside, exchanged glances and settled into their sleeping bags. Throughout the night, Yi Hanxiao stirred several times, reassured by the sight of everyone still present, before drifting back into slumber, a cycle that continued. As dawn broke, light flooded the room, and one by one, they arose to tidy their sleeping bags, efficiently preparing for departure. Upon reaching the ground floor to board the vehicle, the positioning had subtly shifted. Zou Yu noticed that several individuals had silently gathered closer to her, their unsettling gazes making her uncomfortable. Yi Hanxiao was to lead the group and cast a glance at Zou Yu, beckoning her to join him. However, she deliberately lingered at the back, disregarding his gaze, and boarded a vehicle with the others. Their expressions sparkled with excitement as they fell within her line of sight. One person took the initiative to drive, while Zou Yu shared the car with 3 others, along with 2 survivors they had rescued along the way. As the car doors closed, one individual settled beside Zou Yu, a lewd smile creeping across his face. Just as the vehicle was about to start, the door was abruptly yanked open. Xiao, with a frosty demeanor, cast a glance inside, fixing his gaze on Zou Yu. Get out. Zou Yu, Chapter 90, Infighting, a spectacle upon the conclusion of Xiao's remark. The gazes of several individuals directed towards him were unmistakably hostile, as though he had intruded upon some clandestine affair. Yet, only Xiao was cognizant of the fact that his concern did not stem from the potential actions of those individuals towards Zou Yu. Rather, he feared that Zou Yu's subordinates might recklessly escalate the situation. Although he had previously conveyed to Zou Yu the necessity of reporting these individuals' transgressions upon reaching the safe zone, where they would be dealt with accordingly, it was evident that Zou Yu had paid little heed to his counsel, seemingly dismissing Xiao's words entirely. Zou Yu has always adhered to the principle of non-aggression. As long as the individuals in the vehicle do not provoke her, she certainly would not initiate conflict with them. However, with Xiao's shout, it appears as though Zou Yu is the one seeking trouble. Zou Yu gazed at Xiao, showing no intention of alighting from the vehicle as the two engaged in a silent standoff. After a few moments, Xiao could no longer contain himself and reiterated to Zou Yu, "You should get out of the car." Zou Yu, the reason. What could he possibly say? He certainly cannot claim to be afraid that Zou Yu would engage in a confrontation with these individuals. Zou Yu harbored a profound disdain for Xiao's incessant overthinking. Bound by the constraints of safety regulations and driven by an unwavering sense of professional ethics, he found himself constrained by an abundance of limitations, leading to a life of suffocating frustration, and he could hardly tolerate the sight of others living freely. "Come down. I have something to tell you." Xiao perceived Zou Yu as his nemesis. He had never encountered a woman so rebellious and unconventional, a stark contrast to all the women he had known before. Until this moment, he had never truly understood the meaning of the word troublesome in relation to another person. She was the first to evoke such a sentiment within him. If Zou Yu were aware of Xiao's thoughts, she would undoubtedly tease him, saying, "Thank you for such a lofty appraisal." In truth, there are times when dislike and profound impressions serve as the inception of a transformed relationship. Zou Yu understood that with Xiao's temperament, he would certainly not leave if she did not come down. Thus, this stalemate was merely a waste of time and utterly unnecessary. Zou Yu rose resolutely. The man seated beside her showed no intention of relinquishing his seat. With an indifferent glance, Zou Yu commanded, "Please make way." The others exchanged glances, their silent communication inscrutable, until the man cast a discontented look at Xiao and leaned back, conceding his position to Zou Yu. As Zou Yu brushed past him, she felt a hand rest upon her waist, its grip insidiously tightening. When she halted her movements, that hand audaciously slid upwards. In an instant, a resounding slap echoed through the air, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Zou Yu retaliated with a swift strike to the man who had dared to take advantage of her. Her gaze icy as she addressed him. "Should your hand wander further, I shall sever it without hesitation." Her eyes briefly flicked towards the man's groin, causing him to feel a sudden chill and instinctively clamp his legs together in apprehension. Zou Yu alighted from the vehicle, not even casting a glance at Xiao, and directly made her way to the seat beside Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai had reserved a spot for her, and as Zou Yu settled in, she leaned against the window, pulling her hat down low, her displeasure unmistakable. What should have been a simple matter of dealing with those scoundrels had been complicated by Xiao's interference. Anyone would be infuriated in her position. Once Xiao departed and the door was shut, the demeanor of the remaining individuals shifted dramatically. "What did you do to that woman?" "She slapped you," one remarked. The man who had received the slap felt a wave of relief wash over him, a smirk spreading across his face as he recalled the sensation of her strike. "To be honest, that girl has quite the fiery temper, and her physique is impressive. It's a pity I almost had the chance to." The carriage erupted with a cacophony of lewd laughter. Zou Yu's slap had not only been forceful, but had also left a lingering influence on their minds, amplifying the darkness within them. It was only a matter of time before their latent aggression would erupt, and she intended to sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Had she not left a contingency plan, it would have been improbable for her to exit the vehicle so easily. That slap was merely the catalyst. Following the conclusion of their discussions, the man who had been struck began to feel a searing sensation on his face. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. How could he allow himself to be humiliated by a woman in front of so many? Moreover, if she hadn't flaunted herself before him, he would never have acted on his impulses. Perhaps she had intentionally provoked him. His anger flared with intensity. Just then, the leader jested, "Shunzi, are you that desperate? You couldn't hold back for even a moment, and now they're wary of us. How will we proceed? Why are you solely criticizing me? Don't you want to touch her too? I merely did what all of you were too afraid to attempt. You think you're so tough. Yet you're scared of Captain Yi, aren't you? I dare to act in front of him. Would you all have the courage to do the same? What did you just say? Did I give you permission to speak to me like that?" As the argument escalated, Shunzi began hurling insults indiscriminately. Before long, a cacophony of shouts erupted, and even those attempting to mediate were drawn into the fray, landing a punch on Shunzi. Within moments, four individuals were locked in a fierce brawl. The commotion was so intense that it disrupted the driver's ability to steer, forcing him to pull over to the roadside. As the chaos spilled out of the vehicle, he exited, cradling his swollen face. The occupants inside were oblivious to the reasons behind the altercation, desperately distancing themselves from the battlefield as other vehicles began to halt in succession due to the commotion. Zou Yu opened her eyes only after the vehicle came to a halt. Xiao Bai, perplexed, gazed at the stationary car and the flustered driver who hurriedly exited. Suddenly, she felt a gentle nudge on her shoulder from Zou Yu. "Sister, shall we disembark to observe the commotion?" Zou Yu whispered in a tone audible only to one another. The sliding door opened, and all 7 individuals in their vehicle disembarked, gazing at the 4 entangled figures within the open doorway. The faces of these 4 could only be described as unrecognizable. They had entirely forsaken their bonds of friendship, escalating their conflict from within the vehicle to the ground below. By the time Yi Hanjiao arrived from the lead car, they had already resorted to blades. Blood gushed from their necks, splattering onto the feet of onlookers, who stood speechless as the assailants frantically revealed their deeds, many of which were beyond the comprehension of the spectators. No one anticipated that beneath the guise of humanity lurked such malevolent monstrosities. The tragedy had unfolded irreparably. Yi Hanjiao barely had time to intervene. Upon his arrival, he witnessed Shunzi smashing the leader's head with a rock, while a fruit knife protruded from the center of his heart. Blood flowed slowly, marking the quiet conclusion for the 4. Chapter 91. An unpleasant parting. My God, Yi Hanjiao instinctively raised his gaze, meeting the indifferent visage of Zou Yu amidst the crowd. A tremor coursed through his heart, although there was no tangible evidence. In that fleeting moment, Yi Hanjiao felt an unsettling connection between the events and Zou Yu. Fearing that the scent of blood would attract nearby zombies, they refrained from lingering and promptly returned to their vehicle. After briefing his companions, Yi Hanjiao joined Zou Yu in a car. During the 3-hour journey, he studied Zou Yu with a probing gaze, his unwavering scrutiny drawing the attention of others. Those perplexed exchanged ambiguous glances between the two, while Zou Yu remained utterly unmoved throughout. When they arrived at the next location to scavenge for supplies, they secured a relatively safe area for the survivors, leaving 5 teammates behind to guard the place. The remaining group ventured out to gather resources and search for any new survivors. Once outside, Yi Hanjiao instructed them to split into 2 teams. He and Zou Yu formed one. When all had departed, leaving just the 2 of them, Yi Hanjiao finally posed the question, "Did you have a hand in what happened to those 4? It was remarkable that he had managed to suppress his inquiry until now. Zou Yu cast a fleeting glance at Yi Hanjiao and retorted, "Do you truly believe I could engage in any misdeeds right under your nose? Do you doubt your own perceptions? Currently, there exists no secure zone for the discovery of psychic abilities. Zou Yu is adeptly exploiting this information gap." Observing Zou Yu's reaction, Yi Hanjiao felt an even stronger premonition, yet he lacked the evidence to substantiate it, prompting him to adopt a different approach. Zou Yu, no matter how malevolent they may be, there are laws in place to hold them accountable. There is no need for you to transform into a person akin to them in your pursuit of justice. Zou Yu furrowed her brow and remarked, "Do not conflate me with them. They are devoid of humanity." Why did she exhibit such indifference towards human lives? For individuals perished before her eyes. And her reaction was as detached as if several inconsequential NPCs had merely met their demise in a game. Unlike Yihan Zhao, who had witnessed the horrors of death over the past decade of the apocalypse, Zou Yu had encountered an overwhelming number of corpses and had grown numb to it all. Beyond those she truly cared for, no one else could stir her emotions. After all, in a world ravaged by chaos, death had become the norm. Countless lives were extinguished daily, and any day could herald one's own end. Instead of grieving for the fallen, it seemed far more prudent to contemplate how to live with a sense of fulfillment. She and T dealt a fatal blow to those few. She merely awakened the malice within them. They had always regarded human life as insignificant, and regardless of their camaraderie, they were capable of heinous acts when provoked. She turned to Yihan Zhao and offered a candid assessment. "Captain Yi, having a sense of justice is commendable, yet it is unwise to extend it to everyone indiscriminately. If you insist on evaluating every matter with a judgment of right and wrong and subjecting it to some so-called rules, you may very well exhaust yourself. Rules are meant to uphold societal peace and stability. But where, pray tell, has peace and stability truly existed?" Zou Yu could not help but interrupt him. "Yihan Xiao, you have your own principles in dealing with matters, and I possess mine as well. You may believe that those who commit wrongdoings will inevitably face their just deserts. However, I ask you, once we return to the safe zone, will your superior truly imprison those villains? I have not heard of any prisons established within the safe zone." Yang Xiao was rendered speechless by Zou Yu's inquiry. He found himself at a loss for words. A profound silence enveloped him, and he began to perceive the absurdity of his steadfastness during this period. Zou Yu perceived his thoughts and smiled slightly. "Yihan Xiao, I do not wish for you to abandon your sense of justice. I merely hope that at times you can choose to turn a blind eye. This way, we can avoid adding unnecessary troubles for one another, can we not?" Yet, the words of Yihan Xiao faltered as he struggled to articulate his response regarding the act of taking a life. "Stockpile sneered. You wield the knife while I am but the fish on the chopping block. If I do not slay others, will they refrain from taking my life? Have you never taken a life? The individuals you dispatched in the name of duty, did they truly deserve their fate? We are but two sides of the same coin." Zou Yu laid bare everything that Yihan Xiao wished to avoid, revealing her truest self for his scrutiny. She was weary of pretense. Whether he could accept her was his concern. Ultimately, she valued Yihan Xiao's capabilities, though such skills were not irreplaceable. Without Yihan Xiao, she could easily find 10 Yao Xingjis to match half of what he offered. After all, one need not traverse a path to its bitter end. Should Yihan Xiao insist on becoming her adversary, she would not hesitate to engage him without pleasantries. Having faced death once, her fears had dissipated. Realizing that neither he nor Zou Yu could persuade the other, Yihan Xiao departed in discontent, and the two did not exchange another word until they returned to the safe zone. Numerous teams had been dispatched, some returned in full, while others limped back with only 2 or 3 members, bearing heavy losses. They reconvened in the Grand Square before the trading post, where the leaders distributed rewards based on the completion and difficulty of their respective missions. Zou Yu and Jiang Su, both office workers, received 2 bags of rice, 2 bags of potatoes, a package of hot pot ingredients, and 5 bags of instant noodles. Such provisions were considered quite decent within the safety zone. However, they paled in comparison to the extensive stockpile of food that Zou Yu had amassed. She accepted these items with a token gesture before returning with Xiaobai. Upon hearing of their return, Yao Xingji and the others rushed over to greet them, eagerly assisting Zou Yu and Xiaobai with their belongings. "We were worried sick about you during these 2 weeks without any news," Yao Xingji remarked. Upon merely glancing at Yao Xingji, Zou Yu discerned an anomaly. The information regarding team formations within her system would cease to update after separation. It would only reflect the death of a teammate and nothing else. Upon reconvening, the information would automatically refresh, revealing that Yao Xingji's status had transformed into that of an esper. This was not an appropriate venue for discussion. It was only after their return to their residence that Zou Yu inquired, "Have you awakened your abilities? Sister Zou, you can even perceive that?" Yao Xingji responded, astonished. Zou Yu responded, "Let me take a look." He opened his palm, and a small sphere of water materialized within it, no larger than a ping-pong ball. However, it was unstable and soon splattered across his hand, drenching it with water. Yao Xingji, feeling dejected, remarked, "This is all I can manage at the moment." Li Sun patted him on the shoulder, jesting, "Don't be disheartened. Look on the bright side. Even though this water sphere is too small to fill a cup, every little bit helps. What's the harm in taking half an hour to drink a glass of water? No one will hold it against you." Yao Xingji felt even more disheartened. "Sister, is there truly no way for me to become stronger? My abilities are not even accepted in the safe zone." "Not for now, but I will let you know once I have clarity," she replied. Yao Xingji felt a glimmer of hope. "Sister, you are my savior." Zou Yu suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Observing her hesitation, Li Sun promptly interjected, "Sister Zou, consider me as well. I yearn for extraordinary abilities too. I aspire to possess gold-based powers, envisioning myself as a golden-armored warrior." Meanwhile, Luo Yang transformed into the ultimate sycophant, pleading, "Sister, I would dedicate my entire life to serving you. Could you possibly grant me an extraordinary ability as well? I find the notion of fire-based powers to be incredibly appealing. I've adored flames since childhood. The ability to breathe fire would be simply magnificent." Zou Yu suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and pointed towards the room within. "Enter." The three of them rose in unison and proceeded inside. Luo Yang turned back to inquire, "Will we gain supernatural abilities once we enter? Did you see the bed? Lie down, and in your dreams, anything is possible." It seems she is truly regarded as a deity. Chapter 92. Seeking assistance, I understand. Where is an E? Zou Yu had not seen an E for half a day and inquired with Luo Yang. "Sister, an E has gone to the slums. It seems she has found her sister." Zou Yu glanced at the system map, confirming that an E was indeed located in the slums. She also took a moment to check Zou Wuming's coordinates, which were not within the confines of any designated safe zone. It was puzzling that he had yet to return to the safety of the secure area after such an extended period. "Should I go look for Sister in E?" Yao Xingji inquired of her. Zou Yu shook her head. In the safe zone, there should be no one capable of harming an E. She felt reassured about an Yi's safety. If she were to find her sister, she would undoubtedly bring her back without haste. "Let us eat first," Zou Yu suggested. As soon as Zou Yu spoke, Jiang Su Bai automatically rose and proceeded to the kitchen, rolling up his sleeves to wash his hands. Luo Yang and Li Sun eagerly rushed into the kitchen to offer their assistance to Xiao Bai, while Yao Xingji, noticing the tattoo on Xiao Bai's hand, leaned closer to Zou Yu, satisfying his curiosity. "Sister, I've been meaning to ask, what did Xiao Bai do before? How come he has a tattoo?" Zou Yu mused that she had indeed found the right person to inquire. With a hint of leisure and whimsy, she engaged in a few light-hearted exchanges with Yao Xingji, crafting an enigmatic and unique image of Xiao Bai as a formidable leader, a genius whose mere name instilled fear, capable of committing acts of violence without a trace. Yao Xingji's gaze toward Xiao Bai transformed into one of profound admiration as he rushed into the kitchen with a fervor surpassing that of the other two, intent on becoming the most devoted follower of this young figure. At the dining table, he even proposed a brotherhood with Xiao Bai, raising his glass of water in place of wine, causing Xiao Bai to blush in surprise and look helplessly toward Zou Yu. Yao Xingji then leaned closer to Zou Yu. Speaking in a hushed tone audible only to themselves, Xiao Bai doesn't seem to embody the persona you described. Could it be that this is merely a FA-ade? Zou Yu cast a glance at Yao Xingji and could not suppress a smile. Upon witnessing Zou Yu's laughter, Yao Xingji realized he had been deceived. With a resigned look toward Zou Yu, he could only think that those who are truly capable often engage in playful antics. The culinary skills of the novice chef had notably improved. Each of the 5 individuals enjoyed a bowl of rice, accompanied by his spicy, stir-fried vermicelli and a hearty hot pot stew, which incorporated nearly all the available ingredients. He was generous with the ham as well. Such a meal would be regarded as top tier within the current safe zone. Not to mention that Zou Yu had also stocked a cabinet full of instant noodles and self-heating meals for them to indulge in at their leisure. After witnessing Zou Yu's lavishness, Yao Xingji and his companions felt they had indeed allied themselves with the right person. On this occasion, the dining table was also graced with a large bottle of carbonated beverage, a true rarity in the safe zone, where such drinks had become exceedingly scarce. Zou Yu generously assured them that they could indulge in it whenever they wished. Once they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, Yao Xingji and his companions willingly took on the task of washing the dishes. Zou Yu expressed her intention to descend for a stroll, and Xiao Bai promptly rose to accompany her. Together, they made their way towards the slums, where they soon encountered an Yi approaching them. An Yi's countenance was far from pleasant. Upon noticing Zou Yu and Xiao Bai, she hurriedly dismissed the pleasantries. Zou Yu instinctively inquired about the cause of An Yi's distress. An Yi's eyes were slightly red, and her expression bore traces of sorrow. Zou Yu's mind instinctively wandered towards ominous possibilities, and her suspicions were soon confirmed when An Yi revealed, "I found survivors who had relocated with my mother. They informed me that during the journey to the safe zone, we were scattered by a horde of corpses, and when we regrouped, my mother had already." An Yi struggled to articulate the remainder of her statement. Even though she had mentally prepared for the worst prior to the search, hearing it voiced by another proved difficult to accept. "What about your sister?" Xiao Yu ventured. "She should still be alive. They said Jia is with her boyfriend." This, at least, was a silver lining amidst the misfortune. Two individuals were better than one. An Yi's sole fixation now remained on her sister. The safe zone was relatively small, and the slum's population was both numerous and intricate, rendering the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, An Yi had departed with her father at a tender age, making it all the more arduous to locate in Jia solely based on memory. Yet, as long as she knew her sister was alive, there remained hope of reunion. However, they understood the urgency of time. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. "You and Xiao Bai continue your search. I shall seek out Yihan Xiao to see if he can assist," An Yi suggested. She gazed at Zou Yu with gratitude, her lips parting to express thanks. But Zou Yu waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No need for formalities." Since their previous quarrel, she and Yihan Xiao had not exchanged words, and upon returning to the safe zone, they had gone their separate ways. Even their teammates noticed the palpable discord between the two, with some prone to speculation. Approaching Zou Yu to mediate, urging her not to hold grudges against Yihan Xiao, suggesting that such behavior was typical among young men in romantic pursuits. Zou Yu was amused by these words. "What led you to believe that I am in a romantic relationship with Yihan Xiao? Is that not the case? I observe that your relationship seems quite amicable." The person inquired, puzzled. "Zou Yu, he merely intended to persuade me to abandon my misdeeds and return to the right path." Who would have thought that none believed her truthful words, perceiving them merely as a trivial game between young lovers? Zou Yu found no need to explain herself. After all, there would be no further necessity for interaction with this group of individuals. She deemed their opinions trivial and irrelevant. If she were to clarify every misunderstanding, it would inevitably lead to her own exhaustion. In stark contrast, Yihan Xiao represented an entirely different entity. Their personalities were fundamentally incompatible, reaching an extreme level of discord. He could serve as a reliable ally due to his unwavering loyalty, yet he would never be a suitable romantic partner, as their differing principles were unyielding and would never change. To contemplate a romantic relationship with Yihan Xiao would be akin to seeking discomfort in an otherwise comfortable existence. Zou Yu proceeded towards the military district, only to be stopped at the entrance without any surprise. She recalled that Yao Xingji had mentioned that entry required prior notification or an escort. Merely stating her intention to find Yihan Xiao would certainly result in her being denied access by the guard. With no means to make a phone call, she hesitated, contemplating whether to sneak in through an unofficial route when a voice suddenly called out from behind her. "Zou Yu." Upon hearing a sound, Zou Yu turned her head and beheld a familiar figure. This individual was the vice captain beside Yihan Xiao, with whom she had established a slight rapport during their journey back to the safe zone. Moreover, it was evident that he shared a favorable impression of her and Yihan Xiao, although their connection was rooted in misunderstandings. It was a bond that could be leveraged to her advantage. Zou Yu felt no psychological pressure whatsoever. "Deputy Liu, I have a rather urgent matter to discuss with Yihan Xiao. Could you kindly assist me in locating him? Of course, Deputy Liu replied, his expression brimming with curiosity. It was evident that his thoughts had wandered off into mischievous territory, as a hint of teasing danced in his smile. Zou Yu hesitated, feigning restraint, and said, I feel a bit embarrassed to speak. I understand. I completely understand. Just wait. I shall summon someone for you. After saying this, he dashed off like a gust of wind, fearing that a moment's delay might jeopardize his captain's good fortune. A suitable misunderstanding can facilitate the progression of events. If one can deceive without consequence, why not do so? Chapter 93. Misunderstanding Boyfriend. Given the previous unpleasant encounter, Yi Huanxiao felt that he and Zou Yu were unlikely to find common ground. Upon hearing Deputy Liu mention that Zou Yu was looking for him, his immediate reaction was disbelief. Yet, as he stood at the entrance of the military district, he spotted Zou Yu, who was wearing a cheerful smile. The sight of that smile instantly filled Yi Huanxiao with an uneasy sensation. The saying no one visits the Temple of Three Treasures without reason seemed to apply here. Meanwhile, Deputy Liu, perhaps due to the lack of pressing matters and the rarity of gossip concerning his captain, pretended to be invisible. Zou Yu intended to convey nothing inappropriate. She recounted the situation regarding an Yi to Yi Huanxiao, inquiring if he could assist in locating Njia. Previously, she hesitated to approach Yi Huanxiao, feeling their camaraderie had yet to reach such a level. However, having faced peril together during missions, Zou Yu believed that with Yi Huanxiao's sense of justice, he would be inclined to help. Before Yi Huanxiao could respond, Deputy Liu could no longer contain himself and urged his captain, Boss, do you really need to ponder over such a trivial matter? Just agree to it. Finding someone in the safe zone is hardly a challenge. Yi Huanxiao turned to Deputy Liu, who grinned sheepishly and shared a knowing glance. He hoped their leader would not be so inflexible, for they must not let a beautiful woman slip away due to his straightforward demeanor. Opportunities to interact with women in their line of work were already scarce, especially with individuals of such exceptional beauty. Every encounter was precious. Zou Yu perceived the insinuation from Deputy Team Leader Liu and, out of politeness, chose not to expose it. Yi Huanxiao originally intended to offer assistance, yet Deputy Team Leader Liu's remark cast an impression that he had ulterior motives. Consequently, he resolved to devise a more suitable response to prevent any misunderstandings between Zou Yu and Deputy Team Leader Liu. Zou Yu did not wait for Yi Huanxiao to respond. I understand your intention. Thank you for your assistance, Captain Yi. Once we locate sister.It, we will express our gratitude properly. She finished her statement and turned to leave. Yi Huanxiao, feeling helpless, yet her depart. Deputy Liu, noticing Zou Yu's exit, became anxious and nudged Yi Huanxiao, Boss. She's already gone. You should go after her. How can you be so oblivious? Deputy Liu was so agitated that he wished he could shout after her himself. To his surprise, Yi Huanxiao's expression darkened as he turned to Deputy Liu. Have I been too patient lately? Upon hearing this, Deputy Liu realized he was about to face consequences, yet he still felt a twinge of reluctance and murmured defensively, I did this all for you. Yi Huanxiao narrowed his eyes. What did you say? The tone and gaze sent chills down Deputy Liu's spine, prompting him to quickly admit fault. I was wrong. I shouldn't have meddled. You certainly have your own plans, and I promise I won't interfere in your personal matters again. What personal matters? Yi Huanxiao frowned. You misunderstood. I know. No need to explain. I understand. Yet, Yi Huanxiao could see that his expression clearly conveyed ignorance. Further explanation would be futile, as Deputy Liu had already formed a preconceived notion about his relationship with Zou Yu. Yi Huanxiao was not one to indulge in explanations, nor did he see the need. Time would reveal all truths. After 3 days, Yi Huanxiao finally brought news of Njia. Perhaps to avoid suspicion, he had someone else relay the information to Zou Yu. The messenger was a familiar face, the rookie who had previously faced challenges from that uncle while returning to the safe zone with the rescue team. After undergoing training during this time, he appeared significantly improved, his previous awkwardness replaced by a newfound composure. Once he delivered the message to Zou Yu, he lingered, hesitating as if he had more to say. What is it? After much hesitation, the rookie, his face flushed, finally stammered. My teammates wanted me to convey that we all have high hopes for you and the captain. Zou Yu fell silent for a moment before breaking into a smile. From whom have you gleaned such gossip? It appears that your information is rather outdated. I already have a boyfriend. The new recruit was momentarily taken aback, struggling to discern the distinction between the boyfriend Zou Yu referred to and the captain. After clarifying this confusion, he hesitantly inquired, but Deputy Liu said he said what he chose to say. I never made such a claim. The recruit's face flushed even deeper as he hastily apologized, experiencing for the first time the embarrassment of being ensnared by rumors. Reflecting on the past few days, when Deputy Liu had adamantly proclaimed that the captain had found a blooming romance with an exquisite beauty, coupled with the teammates who accompanied the captain on their missions, who recounted their observations with conviction, he could not help but grit his teeth in frustration. What nonsense! All of it is utterly false. She is already spoken for. Once the new recruit had left, and observing the scene with a teasing expression, asked, when did you acquire a boyfriend? How was I not informed? I just found out myself. Zou Yu replied, the reason I know is, of course, that Zou Wuming has arrived in the safe zone. Zou Yu, on a whim, glanced at the location and discovered that Zou Wuming was unexpectedly approaching the vicinity of Safe Zone 1 at a rather brisk pace. This prompted her to utter those words. In any case, the outcome seemed inevitable. Whether it was sooner or later, it mattered little. In this new life, Zou Yu resolved to live more freely, and certainly, she could not let someone she held affection for slip away. Uncertain of Zou Wuming's intentions for visiting Safe Zone 1, though it was evident he was not coming to seek her, Zou Yu had no intention of greeting him at the entrance. Given Zou Wuming's intellect, should she appear at the door, he would undoubtedly suspect it was not mere coincidence. To avoid any unintended repercussions, it was better to maintain the status quo. Zou Yu resolved to accompany an into the slums in search of someone. Within the slums, the tents were systematically organized and numbered. Fortunately, with the recent increase in survivors, the safe zone had commenced a registration process, meticulously cataloging information down to the tent numbers. Otherwise, it would have posed considerable difficulty for Yi Hanxiao in his search. As twilight descended, a few emergency lights illuminated their path to the slums. The safe zone boasted a sufficient reserve of energy, having harnessed ample solar power during the day. These emergency lights, though inadequate in normal circumstances, cast a gentle glow that offered some assistance. The initial allocation of tents had been chaotic, leading to Njia residing a fair distance away. As Zou Yu and an ventured deeper, the number of tent occupants dwindled until only 1 or 2 tents remained, their iron plaques still indicating occupancy. The night silently enveloped the hazy dusk, the sky adorned with twinkling stars. Even from a distance, the sounds of men's laughter and scorn, coupled with the struggles and cries of women, mingled with ambiguous noises, wafting through the night breeze to reach the ears of the two. And Yi's expression stiffened, prompting her to quicken her pace. Zou Yu followed closely behind. They immediately spotted a man seated at the entrance of the tent, surrounded by a pile of supplies, while a woman was pinned beneath him, her face bearing a striking resemblance to Yi's. Chapter 94. Scoundrel, do you truly love me? Yi's heart raced, and she quickened her pace, striding directly toward the tent's entrance. Upon her arrival, she was abruptly halted by a man stationed at the door. Who are you? He demanded, blocking her way. Without hesitation, delivered a swift kick, sending the man sprawling several meters away, clutching his abdomen in agony on the ground. The commotion drew the attention of several men inside the tent, who promptly attempted to impede Zou Yu and Yi's advance. Zou Yu swiftly dealt with the assailants, pulling away the man who had pinned Njia down. He was met with a barrage of slaps from Yi, while a group huddled in the corner, too frightened to utter a sound. The overwhelming display of force rendered them utterly incapable of resistance. Njia lay helplessly on the bed, weeping, as Zou Yu draped his coat over her shoulders. Her sobs echoed through the room, and it was only when Yi glanced over, her eyes brimming with compassion, that Njia realized these individuals had come to her aid. Upon seeing the face that bore a striking resemblance to her own, Njia deduced that this person might be her sister, the one her mother had often spoken of throughout her childhood. She felt like a mere shadow of her sister, living in her wake. Yet, in that fleeting moment of recognition, a wave of resentment washed over her. Why had she not arrived sooner? Why had it not been her sister who remained behind? Why had her father taken someone else away? For all these years, Njia had longed to meet her sister, but certainly not under such dire circumstances. Zou Yu observed that Njia's gaze towards an E was somewhat peculiar, yet she dismissed it for in the next moment. Njia cried out in anguish, calling for her sister. Yi's expression softened. The fury she felt towards the men who had tormented her sister ebbed, transforming into a profound sense of compassion and sorrow. She rushed forward, enveloping her sister in a tight embrace. "I'm so sorry for arriving late. I should have found you sooner, Njia." Njia wept inconsolably in Yi's arms, uttering words that pierced her sister's heart with guilt. "Why didn't you come for me sooner? They have all been bullying me. Did you never think to look for me all these years?" And he could only respond with repeated apologies, each one heavy with remorse. Zou Yu wished to clarify matters for Ni, hoping to explain that her prolonged absence was due to being trapped. However, Yi subtly shook her head in silence. She was indifferent to any misunderstandings. Her only desire was to be reunited with her sister. The more Njia wept, the more Yi's heart ached, and her feelings of guilt multiplied exponentially. After finally managing to soothe Njia's emotions, she turned to assess the disheveled men she had battered, standing up to flex her finger joints. It was the first time Yi felt an overwhelming urge to end someone's life. These individuals had tormented Jia. Each bore responsibility, and all who had wronged her sister deserved to perish. Zou Yu discerned the gaze with which Yi observed them and promptly approached to intercept her, gently patting her shoulder. "Do not act impulsively. There will be ample opportunities to deal with them in the future." Yihan Xiao was aware that they had come here seeking an Yi. If they were to resort to violence and eliminate these individuals now, it would only bring detriment to an Yi, as her true identity should not be revealed prematurely. Zou Yu discreetly squeezed Yi's hand, conveying through her gaze that this was not an opportune moment. After all, these individuals had nowhere else to go, as long as they remained within the safety zone. There would be ample opportunities for retribution. Moreover, Zou Yu was acutely aware that the first safety zone was destined for ruin, and when that time came, none of them would escape. There would be no need for her to intervene. Their demise would be swift and brutal. It was unwise to tarnish her hands for the sake of such people. Furthermore, the men inside were, to put it bluntly, driven by base instincts, with the true culprit being the man outside. Those men, when beaten and weeping, had already divulged the reasons for their bullying of Njia. She had come to the safety zone with her boyfriend. Initially, all seemed well, but as time passed, her boyfriend grew dissatisfied with the meager provisions necessary for mere survival. This dissatisfaction only intensified as the number of survivors within the safety zone increased, leading to a continual depletion of resources. In their struggle for existence, many opted to sell their labor to the safety zone or engage in high-risk, high-reward endeavors. However, Njia's boyfriend chose a different path. With his girlfriend's beauty and charm attracting the attention of numerous men, he harbored malicious intentions. Ultimately, this despicable individual sought to barter his girlfriend for supplies. This was the true embodiment of a beast. Zou Yu's words awakened in Yi. She cast a glance at the group of filthy men and disdainfully uttered a single word: "Leave." "Thank you." Perhaps these individuals were so dazed that, as they scrambled away, they still managed to mutter a thank you in her direction. Once everyone had exited, and Njia's boyfriend, having likely assessed the current situation, rushed in and knelt before her bed, weeping profusely. He first expressed his remorse, followed by declarations of his deep affection for Njia. "I did this for us to have a better life. You know how much I love you. I could never bear to part with you. Besides, I asked you, and you did not oppose it, did you? Njia, I would never look down upon you. We are meant to be together for a lifetime." Upon hearing these words, both Zou Yu and Yi turned to Njia, whose flustered gaze unequivocally confirmed her intentions. And he felt an even deeper sorrow. She had assumed that Njia was coerced, only to discover her reluctant nod. In that moment, she found herself at a loss as to whom to direct her anger, left only with an overwhelming sense of heartache and regret. If only she had found Jiajia sooner, perhaps none of this would have transpired. After a moment of silence from Jiajia, Zou Yu began to harbor an unsettling premonition. Xiao Du, seemingly perplexed by the lively scene, unexpectedly broke the silence to say, "Surely, Jiajia cannot forgive this man." Zou Yu remained silent, yet the man fervently expressed his affection, while the bystanders showed no signs of being moved. Meanwhile, Jiajia's tears flowed uncontrollably. Moments later, the two embraced, weeping, their reluctance to part evident. The unfolding of this scenario had indeed taken Zou Yu by surprise. More unpredictable than the process was the outcome. Jiajia tidied her disheveled clothes and hair, resolutely grasping the hands of the scoundrel. Her tone unwavering as she addressed an E. "Sister, please don't hold a grudge against Yu Rue. We are all at fault in this matter. As long as we keep it to ourselves, no one will ever know." Zou Yu felt a moment of darkness before realizing that an E must be in a greater turmoil than she was. In the next instant, Jiajia uttered an even more explosive statement. "Despite everything I am going through, he still loves me so deeply. He must truly love me." Zou Yu, my sister's mother tongue is silence. Chapter 95. Fate. Follow me, and Yi's feelings of guilt towards Jiajia weigh heavily upon her, to the extent that she can choose to overlook the unforgivable mistakes made by Yu Rue. She even confides in Zou Yu, stating that as long as Yu Rue genuinely treats Jiajia well, she is willing to disregard all past grievances. They return to their modest dwelling in the commoner district within Jiajia and Yu Rue. Zou Yu shares a room with an E, while the other room is allocated for Yu Rue and Jiajia. Initially, Zou Yu intended for Yu Rue to reside with Yaoxing Ji and the others. But Jiajia, consumed by her infatuation, cannot bear to be separated from Yu Rue. The moment she is away from him, she feels like a fish out of water, struggling to breathe, as if her very existence hangs in the balance. Jiajia is Yi's only family in this world, and burdened by guilt, and Yi unconditionally fulfills all her desires. Meanwhile, Yu Rue remains blissfully unaware of his situation, displaying no sense of being a guest in someone else's home. He indulges in the luxury of being pampered without any psychological burden, even preparing himself a bowl of instant noodles upon his arrival. After preparing the noodles, he takes a bite for himself, only to be reminded of Jiajia when Zou Yu casts him a glance. He promptly calls for Jiajia to join him, tenderly feeding her a bite with affection. Zou Yu had encountered her fair share of pretentious individuals, yet she had never before encountered someone so brazenly dependent and insincerely deceptive. To borrow a popular saying from the internet, she had never seen such unmitigated shamelessness. Why would Jiajia be attracted to such an oddity? Clearly, she herself possessed commendable qualities, while Yu Rue, aside from his fair complexion, had nothing particularly remarkable to offer. He was simply plagued by a multitude of undesirable traits. Zou Yu could no longer bear the situation, openly expressing her disdain for Yu Rue. With a roll of her eyes, she slammed the door and retreated into her room. Unlike when others were watching, Yu Rue felt entirely at ease now that only he and Jiajia remained in the living room. He turned to her and said, "I just noticed there is still plenty of food in the cupboard. At last, we need not ration our meals as we did before. However, the supplies in the safe zone are limited, and those provisions must have been hard-earned by your sister and the others, so let us be prudent." Jiajia, Haven T, I always prioritize your needs. Throughout our journey to the safe zone, I feared for your safety, protecting you whenever danger arose. Are you still unaware of my feelings for you? Jiajia was puzzled by Yu Rue's sudden declaration, but she certainly felt touched. She nodded, I know you care for me." Yu Rue gently ruffled her hair, skillfully concealing the flicker of disdain in his eyes. He continued, "It's perfectly natural for you to be concerned for your sister, yet I worry for you too. Look at your sister and that Zou Yu. They are undoubtedly capable. So why didn't they find you sooner? If only." He deliberately trailed off, noticing Jiajia's expression darkening. "I feel wronged on your behalf. They enjoy a life of comfort here while we endure hardships. I sometimes question whether she genuinely sought you out. We have relied on each other through those tough times. I value you more than my own life. My only wish is for you to eat well and live well, while I can endure anything else." If it weren't for our desperate circumstances, I wouldn't. Yu Rui's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he sighed. I would gladly sacrifice my own flesh to nourish you. My dear, there is no one in this world who loves you more than I do. Unable to hold back her tears, and Jia collapsed into Yu Rui's embrace, overwhelmed with emotion. Meanwhile, separated by a mere door, Zou Yu experienced an unfamiliar resentment towards her heightened sense of hearing, absorbing every sound from the other room, including the unmistakable sounds of intimacy that soon followed. Zou Yu, filled with helplessness, contemplated silently, and unable to grasp the depths of Zou Yu's despair, leaned against the bed, lost in her own thoughts. Then came the sound of a door opening and closing, and gently murmured, "They must be resting now." Zou Yu longed to respond, "I haven't slept. I can't sleep for a while." However, being mindful of Yi's emotions, she ultimately chose to remain silent. The incessant, oppressive sounds weighed heavily upon her, with crude remarks incessantly invading her ears. She inquired of Xiao Du whether there was a method to shield her hearing. Yet Xiao Du had already gone offline due to the restrictions of adult content. "I shall take a walk," she declared. Zou Yu could no longer endure the situation. She rose, donned her coat, and stepped outside, leaving the space for an The moment the door swung open, the two entangled within halted for a brief instant, only to resume their fervent embrace. Having endured such tumult, Zou Yu found herself in admiration of the psychological resilience displayed by the pair. Before she departed, she made a point to glance into Xiao Bai's room, concerned that inappropriate sounds might disrupt the slumber of the young adolescent. Noticing Xiao Bai fast asleep, her worries persisted. She rummaged through the space for soundproof headphones, gently placing them on Xiao Bai before finally stepping out. A crescent moon hung serenely in the night sky, accompanied by the whispering winds, while hurried passers-by traversed the streets. In a world so consumed by turmoil, humanity had seemingly lost its appreciation for the moonlight, rendering Zou Yu's leisurely stroll a striking contrast in this environment. Beneath the moon's glow, she embodied a beauty that eclipsed the very luminescence of the moon itself. Though some may have been tempted to approach her, the icy demeanor reflected in her gaze deterred them before they could draw near. Zou Yu strolled leisurely until she reached the edge of the civilian district, where it met the towering walls of the safe zone. Just as she was about to retrace her steps, an unusual noise caught her attention, reminiscent of something scaling the wall. Curiously, she turned her gaze upward and beheld a shadow peering over the edge before it leapt down, landing precisely behind her. The individual appeared equally surprised to find her presence, and they exchanged a moment of astonished glances. Unbeknownst to Zou Yu, the system map that she had not been monitoring revealed that the coordinates of Zou Wuming had silently overlapped with hers. Just when Zou Wuming believed they would never encounter one another again, the woman who had left him bewildered reappeared before him. It was a coincidence. It felt far too fortuitous. Zou Yu harbored the same thoughts as Zou Wuming, her smile emanating from the depths of her heart. In her eyes, the crescent moon and the man before her were reflected as she articulated, "Once is a coincidence, twice is fate." Zou Wuming uttered not a single word. Zou Yu stepped forward, then subtly retreated a pace, feeling as though Zou Yu's gaze resembled that of the enchanting spirits found in ancient tales, captivating enough to ensnare one's very soul with a single glance. Zou Yu gently placed a hand on his shoulder, her smile captivating all in its presence. "Since fate has brought us to this moment, why not consider following me?" Chapter 96. A Jest, a Death Threat. The expression on Zou Wuming's face finally underwent a transformation, revealing an uncommon mix of anxiety and confusion. He heard every word spoken by Zou Yu with crystal clarity, yet when they were strung together, their meaning eluded him. Zou Yu also discerned the confusion and unease in Zou Wuming's expression. She smiled lightly and said, "I was merely jesting with you. You remain so easily teased." Zou Wuming turned to leave, and Zou Yu promptly followed, walking alongside Zou Wuming. Zou Wuming cast a glance at her, and the meaning was unmistakable. "Where are you up to?" "I am merely taking a stroll. And what about you? Do you have a place to stay by sneaking into the safe zone?" Zou Wuming maintained silence from beginning to end. Zou Yu understood that it was not that he was incapable of speech, but rather that his inherent disposition made it challenging for him to engage in conversation with others. In her previous life, it took her an extensive period to hear Zou Yu utter a word. In this life, she felt no urgency. She possessed an abundance of time to gradually communicate with Zou Yu. Zou Yu was perplexed by Zou Yu's complete lack of caution toward him. He had stealthily infiltrated her space with evidently ulterior motives, yet she stood beside him without a trace of apprehension. Did she not fear what he might do to her? Zou Yu walked ahead, absorbed in his thoughts, with the countdown on his watch indicating 3 days remained. This meant he had to locate his target and return within that time frame, sparing not a moment. Observing Zou Yu suddenly quicken his pace. Zou Yu hastened her steps to keep up with him. Despite her increased speed, her breath remained steady, and her tone showed no signs of fluctuation. Is there something you need to accomplish? Speak up. I might be able to assist you. In their previous encounter, Zou Yu exuded an aura of enigma and mystery, revealing nothing about himself. The opportunity to meet him this time so much earlier stirred her curiosity. She wished to understand him better. Clearly, Zou Yu's excessive inquiries displeased Zou Yu, for in the next moment, she found herself pressed against the wall, his icy palm resting against her neck. Beneath his hand lay warm skin, with veins pulsating rhythmically, a testament to the vibrant essence of life. Zou Yu was momentarily taken aback. A fleeting instant so brief that Zou Yu remained oblivious to it. She gazed at him with unwavering calm, while his brows knitted together in a frown. He released her, believing that his intimidation had borne fruit. However, in that very moment of release, her gaze remained unperturbed. This sensation of being out of control left Zou Yu somewhat disoriented. He turned to leave, and this time, Zou Yu did not obstruct him. After all, as long as he remained within the safety zone, their paths would inevitably cross again. As dawn broke, the sky illuminated, and the alarm resonated throughout the safety zone. The roar of aircraft echoed overhead, causing a collective heaviness in the hearts of all present, who instinctively looked up to witness a fleet of planes dispersing in all directions, leaving trails of smoke across the sky. The cacophony of explosions reverberated throughout the day, sometimes near, sometimes distant, only gradually subsiding as dusk approached. The planned cleansing operation was set to unfold over 3 days, with bombing spaced a day apart. The first day served as a notification, granting the outside survivors a fleeting opportunity to evacuate to the nearest safety zone. After this, there would be no further leniency. The outside world would be reduced to ruins, with the safety zone standing as humanity's sole refuge. Zou Yu personally experienced the apocalypse a decade later. She understands that future generations will speak of this cleansing initiative with complaints, regrets, and remorse. After 10 years of scarcity, what was once the sole glimmer of hope has eradicated their chances of resource acquisition. Humanity has not found salvation. Rather, it has been entangled in a struggle for survival, gradually succumbing to demise. Yet now, no one dares to declare this decision as erroneous. Zou Yu possessed neither the capability nor the influence to thwart this cleansing, for she could not elucidate the reasons behind it. In that scenario, she would merely be regarded as a rebel spouting nonsensical opposition to rational decisions, and being expelled from the safe zone would be a mild consequence. She could not save everyone, nor did she harbor such a messianic impulse. Managing her own affairs and those of her immediate circle was already a commendable feat. However, the following morning, the safe zone was unexpectedly inundated with soldiers, who hastily scoured the area as if in search of someone. Each soldier bore a countenance marked by tension and urgency, instilling a palpable sense of fear among the inhabitants due to the sudden shift in atmosphere. During the midday meal, Yao Xingji arrived with the latest intelligence he had gleaned. Somehow, over the past few days, he had forged a friendship with a new recruit from the military district, and their shared ideals had fostered a brotherly bond, making the recruit a reliable source of information. In this safe zone, where everyone was familiar with one another, there was no concern regarding the leakage of sensitive information. Yao Xingji, being considerate, waited until everyone had finished their meal before divulging the news. Although he struggled to contain his excitement, He prioritized the group's dining experience. Once the meal concluded, Njia and Yu stepped outside for a stroll, leaving only a few of them in the room. It was then that Yao Xingji, with an air of secrecy, announced, "The cleansing plan may be halted." Halted? Zou Yu resolutely declared within her heart that it was impossible. She was more acutely aware than anyone present of the arrogance possessed by those imperious officials. They would never readily alter decisions that had already been made. Not to mention that nothing had changed in the past life. I have heard that the commander of our safe zone was threatened last night and narrowly escaped being killed. Zou Yu distinctly remembered that this incident had never occurred in her previous life. She was uncertain why she instinctively thought of Zou Wuming. The first safe zone was the first of its kind established in the country, and its leader, Xie Jianping, wielded considerable authority over several other safe zones, making him the true power among the heads of the various zones. The cleansing plan was a scheme he orchestrated single-handedly. If anyone were to step forward to halt the cleansing plan, it would undoubtedly be Xie Jianping. Initially, Zou Yu had contemplated seeking him out, but that thought was swiftly quelled. Yet now, someone shared her perspective. Yao Xingji enthusiastically recounted the death threats received by Xie Jianping and the formidable capabilities of the mysterious figure, as not just anyone could traverse the impenetrable military zone with such ease. Meanwhile, Zou Yu instinctively glanced at the map to check Zou Wuming's location, only to find it had vanished. What could be the reason? Xiaodu. The tracking device becomes inactive once it is removed from the human body. Zou Yu harbored little concern, as she held a firm belief in Zou Wuming's capabilities. As the third day arrived, the anticipated roar of aircraft engines failed to materialize, confirming the words spoken by Yao Xingji the previous day. Xie Jianping had indeed been threatened, and it was evident that the adversary had resorted to severe measures. Otherwise, he would not have ceased the operation. This individual, could it truly be him? Did he suddenly arrive at the first security zone solely for this matter? Chapter 97. Trusting You. Perishing here on the third day, the scheduled cleanup operation was indeed announced as halted, further corroborating the veracity of Yao Xingji's statements. Zou Yu had lost track of Zou Wuming, unaware of his whereabouts, or whether he had already departed from this place. The gnawing anxiety weighed heavily on her spirit, prompting her to dismiss such thoughts entirely. After all, a man is not an essential element of life. Yet, it is often the case that when one strives not to dwell on something, it unexpectedly reappears before them. After lunch, while Zou Yu and an E were exploring the trading plaza for new opportunities, and he suddenly confided in Zou Yu that someone was following her. In truth, she had noticed this presence a couple of days prior, but had not confirmed it, dismissing it as a mere coincidence. However, 3 days had passed, and the individual continued to shadow her, seemingly waiting for an opportune moment when she was alone. Having discerned the other party's intentions, Zou Yu considered 2 potential courses of action. The first involved confronting the individual directly to resolve the issue. However, the lack of visibility from the follower suggested an unwillingness to address the matter openly, rendering this option impractical. Thus, the second option emerged, a strategic entrapment. Under Zou Yu's guidance, an E, after parting ways with Zou Yu, deliberately ventured into less populated areas, steering clear of the bustling crowds. Zou Yu ventured to another location to rendezvous with an E, and it became increasingly evident to her that someone was trailing an E. The figure appeared increasingly familiar, as Zou Yu observed, but before she could ascertain its identity, and he had already engaged in combat with the individual. This time, she witnessed distinctly that it was Zou Wuming who struck first. Why would he resort to violence against an E? Moreover, each attack seemed to be executed with lethal intent. Without a moment's hesitation, Zou Yu charged forward to intercept Zou Wuming's assault on an E. Upon witnessing Zou Yu's sudden appearance, Zou Wuming was unable to retract his strike in time, and it struck forcefully against Zou Yu's shoulder. Zou Yu had always been aware that Zou Wuming's skills surpassed her own, but this was the first occasion on which they engaged in direct combat. With neither holding back in the slightest, Zou Yu let out a subdued groan. In a rare display of confusion and alarm, Zou Wuming's eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. He could not fathom why Zou Yu had appeared so suddenly, but upon catching a glimpse of Yi's knowing gaze, he realized he had been duped by the two of them in collusion. Zou Yu gazed at Zou Wuming and inquired, "What do you intend to do to my friend?" Friend. Zou Wuming found it somewhat difficult to comprehend this term. He had his own mission to attend to. If at that moment Zou Yu could behold the face of the watch on Zou Wuming's wrist, she would observe a small red dot precisely coinciding with the location of an E, perfectly aligned with Zou Wuming's timepiece. This was yet another form of positioning instrument. Zou Wuming's gaze returned to an E behind him, clearly caught in a dilemma. Zou Yu furrowed her brow and declared, "Zou Wuming, you cannot harm my friend. If you truly intend to strike, I would not hesitate to engage you in combat." She was acutely aware of her own limitations in strength. Yet she could not stand idly by while he threatened an E. An E sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the man before her, and instinctively pressed closer to Zou Yu, tugging at the hem of her garment. In a hushed tone, audible only to the two of them, she whispered, "His aura feels off," as if. She deliberately lowered her voice for the latter part of her statement, acutely aware of the gaze directed at her from across the space, feeling as though she had been locked onto by a predatory beast, her hairs standing on end. He could clearly hear her words. This was Yi's initial reaction. Upon the completion of her statement, Zou Yu visibly paused. She had never contemplated this possibility. However, in that moment, all previous incongruities found their explanations. If Zou Wuming were indeed a test subject, it would elucidate the absurdity of his earlier actions when he had ventured deep into the horde of zombies to rescue her. The reality that emerged after eliminating all impossibilities was indeed the truth. Yet Zou Yu had never followed that thread of thought. Why, if he were also a test subject, would he resort to lethal force upon encountering an E? Or was this, perhaps, his directive? Zou Yu could not help but recall their initial encounter in the laboratory, where Zou Wuming was also engaged in a struggle with the experimental subject. Is it your responsibility to eliminate the experimental subjects? Zou Wuming's hand rested on his waist before finally dropping again. He ultimately refrained from drawing his gun, realizing that he harbored no desire to confront Zou Yu with a weapon. Upon seeing his silence, Zou Yu had already made her decision. "And he is my friend. Is it possible to spare her life?" Zou Wuming remained silent for a moment. During his silence, an E whispered to Zou Yu, "If we join forces, we should be able to eliminate him. Otherwise, there's no need." Zou Wuming gazed at Zou Yu, and after a prolonged moment, he finally averted his eyes. Zou Yu had already discerned his answer and smiled slightly, expressing her gratitude, and he found herself utterly perplexed by the interaction between the two, perceiving an inexplicable sense of intimacy. The source of this strange feeling eluded her, especially since the man had not uttered a single word throughout. Instinctively, her thoughts wandered back to the earlier conversation on their way to the safe zone, when Zou Yu mentioned having someone who had once stirred her heart. Without regard for the appropriateness of the moment, and he attempted to convey her meaning to Zou Yu through a series of urgent glances. However, despite her eyes nearly straining from the effort, Zou Yu remained oblivious to her intentions. Zou Wuming drew a dagger and advanced towards an E. Instinctively, and he adopted a defensive posture. Zou Yu grasped Yi's hand, silently shaking her head. Zou Wuming could not help but cast a glance at her. "I have faith in you," he had said. A moment of hesitation seized his heart as he pressed down on Yi's shoulder through her clothing. Yi felt an overwhelming tension. The instant the blade's tip approached her neck, her entire body tensed in anticipation. He thrust the object into the back of her neck. Yi thought to herself, "This is it. I am destined to perish here." However, the peculiar sensation did not linger for long. In fact, she did not even experience the feeling of life ebbing away. Instead, she heard a strange noise akin to metal clashing, followed by the unsettling sensation of something being extracted from the back of her neck. Turning her gaze, she beheld him discarding a glimmering object from the tip of the blade onto the ground. It was a chip no larger than a fingernail. Zou Wuming uttered not a word, lifted his foot to crush it, and then turned to depart. Zou Yu did not attempt to detain him, merely expressing her gratitude with a simple thank you. She understood that she could not hold him back. Each individual harbored their own responsibilities. Yet, as she witnessed his figure vanish around the corner, an inexplicable urge compelled her to quicken her pace and follow. Upon turning the bend, she beheld Zou Wuming, leaning against a tree, his veins bulging with suppressed pain. She hastened towards him. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly pierced the air. It was Yihan Xiao and his deputy approaching in this direction. The intensified inspections and patrols of recent days aimed to apprehend the individual threatening Xie Jianping. Xiao Vuming, having entered the safe zone through unconventional means, could not withstand scrutiny. Without a moment's hesitation, Zou Yu removed her outer garment. In Chapter 98, titled The Green Prairie, the atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Boss, that seems to be. Without needing Vice Captain Lu's prompting, Yihan Xiao had already discerned the two individuals concealed beneath the clothing. Their intimate posture, particularly the man's hand resting upon the woman's slender waist, was unmistakably suggestive of their actions. The tension in the air was palpable, as all present had assumed that Yihan Xiao and Zou Yu would eventually be together. Yet, here was Zou Yu, brazenly displaying her closeness to another man before their very eyes, leading them to envision the scene hidden beneath her clothing. The only person whose expression remained unchanged was Yihan Xiao. After all, there had never been anything between him and Zou Yu. It was merely the idle gossip of those around them. Everyone's gaze was fixated on Yihan Xiao's countenance, and Vice Captain Lu, undeterred by the atmosphere, patted Yihan Xiao on the shoulder and earnestly remarked, "Captain, in this world, having such a beautiful girlfriend is already quite fortunate. Perhaps we should just let it go? As the saying goes, to navigate life as challenges one must." Silence. Yihan Xiao shot him a cold glance, though Vice Captain Lu fell silent. His eyes still brimmed with pity, and he couldn't help but glance upwards at his captain's head, as if envisioning a cloud of green hovering above. Yihan Xiao's expression darkened, not due to Zou Yu's closeness with another man, but because he recalled the moment when he had asked her if she harbored feelings for him. How self-absorbed must one be to utter such words? Turning on his heel, Yihan Xiao departed. Observing their captain's exit, the others felt it inappropriate to linger, hastily following suit. Meanwhile, Vice Captain Lu experienced an inexplicable sense of discomfort, akin to witnessing a long-cherished couple's tragic end. Once the crowd had dispersed, Zou Yu finally pulled her garment down, the light returning to reveal her proximity to the enigmatic Zou Wuming. Zou Wuming's thick, curly eyelashes fluttered gently, after enduring excruciating pain. He gradually became aware of a flicker of tenderness and excitement. He collided with Zou Yu's crystalline gaze, clearly seeing his own reflection mirrored in her eyes. Zou Wuming instinctively held his breath. Unlike the sweat that had emerged moments ago due to pain, he now genuinely felt a warmth enveloping his entire being. This woman had an uncanny ability to effortlessly sway his emotions. Realizing this, he hurriedly pushed Zou Yu away. Just as Zou Yu was poised to lean down and steal a kiss, she was unexpectedly shoved aside, losing her balance and landing directly on the ground. Zou Yu, in a somewhat disheveled manner, lifted her gaze towards Zou Wuming. She furrowed her brow, about to inquire what his intentions were, when he abruptly turned and walked away. His swift and decisive departure, coupled with his flustered retreat, almost elicited a chuckle from Zou Yu. What was going on? She was hardly a thug forcing a respectable gentleman. So why the haste? She did not pursue him, assuming they would meet again. Little did she know that this parting would stretch into an entire week without a glimpse of Zou Wuming. Zou Yu realized that she must have departed from the safety zone. The safety zone bestowed upon her by the system had already been constructed, awaiting her return to activate it. Meanwhile, she had unearthed clues regarding the individual she sought, who remained in Safety Zone 1, merely to recruit personnel. The moment the safety zone was completed, a window automatically popped up from Xiaodu, prompting her to name her safety zone. Without the slightest hesitation, Zou Yu typed 2 characters, Dawn. Thus, the Dawn Safe Zone was officially established. At this moment, no one could foresee that the Dawn Safe Zone would become a coveted sanctuary in the apocalypse. Baidu informed her that from the instant she entered the Dawn Safe Zone, its coordinates and location would no longer be concealed from the outside world. Therefore, Zou Yu must prepare thoroughly before that moment arrives. The operation of a safe zone is no trivial matter. Although she possessed ample supplies, she could not afford to squander them. Renewable resources, reliable personnel, and loyal residents. All these elements must be painstakingly cultivated by Zou Yu. The immediate priority lay in the defense and technological infrastructure of the safe zone. While the system could replace certain functions, many situations demanded human judgment for optimal decision-making. She was in need of such talent. Zou Yu became increasingly resolute in her intention to cultivate a relationship with Yu Feng. However, Yu Feng was an exceptionally reclusive individual, with a disposition that was rather difficult to navigate. Attempting to approach him overtly might very well yield counterproductive results. Thus, a more strategic and patient approach was warranted. Zou Yu deliberately decelerated all her plans, for there was still ample time before the fall of the #1 safe zone. At present, within the dawn, there was naught but emptiness, and following the establishment of the safe zone, the system's marketplace had subsequently inaugurated a classification section dedicated to it. From the most sophisticated and advanced weaponry to well irrigation, the range of offerings was so extensive that it left Zou Yu utterly astounded. Such meticulous attention to detail brought her a profound sense of reassurance. However, the prices of these items were far from attractive, and her hard-earned gold coins were woefully inadequate to sustain such expenditures. Opportunities to earn gold coins within the safe zone were exceedingly scarce. Yet the situation was markedly different outside its confines. Zou Yu commenced a routine of visiting the trading square weekly in pursuit of tasks, and over time, she formed a steady team. Through this continuous experience in the field, Yao Xingji's water-based abilities evolved from small droplets to formidable water orbs, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Meanwhile, Xiaobai transitioned from a reliance on seed manipulation in battles to honing the control over nearby flora. As her teammates' skills improved, their accrued experience also benefited Zou Yu, allowing her own abilities to rise steadily, resulting in more decisive and agile actions. Upon Zou Yu's mental abilities breaching level 70, her healing powers, however, struggled to reach level 30, a feat rendered challenging due to the scarcity of opportunities to employ her healing skills. Unlike all other abilities, which could be enhanced through persistent usage, the development of her healing prowess was hindered by her reluctance to reveal it. After all, any injury sustained in the field could lead to infection, and she had no intentions of exposing her healing capabilities, which remained her greatest trump card. No one was aware that her unique ability could purify infected individuals. However, the virus produced by zombies was particularly insidious, demanding nearly all her powers to save a single person, a task she had yet to accomplish. She was acutely aware that should her rare and singular abilities be unveiled, she might once again face the grim fate she had endured in her past life. Until she had fully matured, discretion was her best strategy. Any ostentation would merely render her a target. Thus, time flew by, and 8 months passed in the blink of an eye. This time, Zou Yu was tasked in conjunction with the military, joining forces with Yi Hanxiao's team. Upon noticing several unfamiliar faces within the group, Zou Yu sensed that a pivotal event was approaching. Yi Hanxiao would meet his demise. Chapter 99. Sacrifices and Conspiracies due to the previous charming misunderstanding. No one was now deliberately attempting to pair Zou Yu and Yi Hanxiao together. Throughout the 8 months, Zou Yu frequently undertook missions alongside military personnel, often alongside Yi Hanxiao's subordinates, leading to a degree of familiarity. This particular mission was exceptional, prompting Yi Hanxiao to personally participate. During this period, he had ascended to the second-in-command position within the safety zone through sheer diligence, simultaneously overseeing its defense, thus wielding considerable power. However, his rigid demeanor and unwavering adherence to rules often alienated others. He was unyielding and often opposed policies proposed by others within the safety zone. If this continued, discontent would inevitably brew among the ranks. Yet, few dared to voice their grievances in his presence. Those who did were typically high-ranking officials, but they invariably found their objections rebuffed by Yi Hanxiao. After enduring a prolonged series of setbacks, deep-seated grievances have long since accumulated, though Yi Hanxiao remains oblivious, believing that everyone around him is a steadfast comrade and partner. In truth, there are numerous individuals who have betrayed his trust. Had he harbored even a modicum of doubt, he would have realized that apart from himself, the remaining members of this mission, who he considered his people, were largely individuals with whom he had minimal interaction. Notably, There were even two deputy leaders whose ranks were only slightly beneath Yi Hanxiao's own. Zou Yu could discern the unabashed greed glimmering in the eyes of these individuals. One could easily infer the substantial benefits that would accompany Yi Hanxiao's position. Should he be ousted, there would be no shortage of individuals eager to capitalize on that role. It is evident that one would prefer a steadfast champion of justice over a controllable puppet. Yet, Yi Hanxiao remains oblivious to this reality, devoid of even the slightest suspicion. Zou Yu had no intention of alerting Yi Hanxiao. After all, in just 2 months, the first safe zone would inevitably fall. Even if she were to inform Yi Hanxiao now, he would be powerless to alter the predetermined fate of the safe zone. It was far better to allow events to unfold naturally. This would also provide her with the opportunity to claim Yi Hanxiao for her own. She had been coveting this steadfast ally for over a year, and now that the chance to mark her territory had finally arrived, Zou Yu was resolute in her decision not to lend assistance. Their mission was to venture deep into the heavily contaminated experimental garden to rescue a trapped scientist. It was rumored that this scientist was on the brink of developing a vaccine to inhibit the spread of the zombie virus. However, just as they were about to make a breakthrough, the security of the experimental zone faltered, allowing zombies to breach the premises. With less than a week of supplies remaining, they had to extract the scientist within this critical time frame. Zou Yu and Xiao Bai are the only civilians in this team, the remainder being military personnel. Had it not been for their exceptional abilities, they would not have been able to participate in this mission. Yi Hanxiao did not harbor any suspicions regarding such a formidable assembly, fully aware of the significance of the doctor's research to humanity, unaware that the remaining 7 had conspired to eliminate him. They had meticulously devised a series of plans to ensure that Yi Hanxiao would not return alive. On the 3rd day in the experimental garden, a comrade found himself trapped in a guard booth outside due to a delayed evacuation. As the booth was elevated, requiring a ladder for access, he promptly discarded the ladder, thus averting the imminent threat of zombies climbing up. However, he was already encircled by a horde of zombies below. Meanwhile, not far away atop a dilapidated high-rise, several individuals were resting, occasionally glancing at the camouflaged figure within the guard booth. "Captain, there are too many zombies over there. Perhaps we should abandon him." Before this statement could be completed, Yi Hanxiao's expression darkened. "Xiao Qi is someone I brought along. I cannot simply abandon him." "But there are no buts. We cannot forsake any of our teammates." Yi Hanxiao's gaze was resolute. Zou Yu, observing Yi Hanxiao's impassioned speech, felt that such futile loyalty would ultimately endanger them all. This sentiment was shared by the others, whose dissatisfaction with Yi Hanxiao had reached a boiling point. Zombies are particularly sensitive to sound. You create noise here to attract their attention, while I go to retrieve Xiao Qi. With unwavering determination, Yi Hanxiao quickly resolved to venture forth alone. The prospect of his return seemed bleak, and for a moment, no one stepped forward to dissuade him, for they all secretly wished for his demise. The loss of one more individual, Xiao Qi, would matter little. They could simply request additional supplies for his family upon returning to the safe zone. Exchanging glances, plots and schemes flickered in their eyes. Even Xiao Bai sensed an undercurrent of unease in the atmosphere. He tugged at Zou Yu's sleeve and whispered softly, just loud enough for them to hear, "Sister, should we help Captain Yi?" I feel that his teammates do not seem inclined to assist him. Even Xiao Bai discerned the treachery, while Yi Hanxiao, blinded by a misguided sense of camaraderie, harbored no suspicions about his comrades' cold-bloodedness, attributing their behavior to fear, which he could understand. Nevertheless, as the captain and the person responsible for this mission, he bore the duty and obligation to ensure the safe return of all, especially since Xiao Qi was still a living being. Zou Yu observed as Yi Hanxiao distributed weapons among the group and began to assign tasks. She pulled Xiao Bai aside and whispered earnestly, "If chaos erupts later, do not concern yourself with my actions, nor should you recklessly attempt to rescue Yi Hanxiao. Find a secure place to hide and safeguard yourself, and wait for me to come for you." As for that doctor, Zou Yu shook her head. What doctorate could there possibly be? The experimental garden had fallen into such disarray when she ventured inside to explore. She noted the last boot-up time of the computer, 2 months prior. With no power for 2 months, what experiments could be conducted? There were no signs of life. Yet among the zombies, she spotted several doctors still clad in white coats. She took special care to examine the name tags of a few, noting that 2 held doctoral degrees. The rest must have succumbed to infection. How could that remaining doctor possibly escape? The leisurely pace of this group, their perfunctory searches, all seemed to be an elaborate ruse. Within the safe zone, Yi Hanxiao had far too many followers. Any rash action could provoke a backlash from his subordinates, rendering the effort counterproductive. Moreover, he had saved many with his sense of justice, making it preferable for him to perish outside. After all, the outside world was fraught with peril, and no one could predict what unforeseen calamities might arise. Upon a meticulous examination, Zou Yu discerned yet another crucial point. Why did so many ultimately choose her and Xiao Bai, who had frequently interacted with Yi Hanxiao? Her gaze instantly turned icy. It became evident that she and Xiao Bai were also victims in this grand scheme. Due to uncertainty regarding her relationship with Yi Hanxiao and their remarkable capabilities, the decision was made to err on the side of caution, leading to their inevitable demise. Yu schmoiled. Chapter 100, Despair Infected. According to Yi Hanxiao's plan, everyone except him remained on the rooftop while he descended alone using the chains he had brought. He dashed into the vehicle without hesitation, starting the engine before attracting the attention of the numerous zombies. The sound of the engine swiftly drew the horde, with the undead rushing towards the car, while others provided cover for Yi Hanxiao. It was Zou Yu who fired the first shot. As she pulled the trigger, nearly everyone turned to look, for their original plan was to have Yi Hanxiao succumb to the zombies. However, Yi Hanxiao's abilities far exceeded their expectations. His lightning-based powers provided him with formidable combat prowess, effectively keeping the surrounding zombies at bay. Simultaneously, they created an even greater commotion to divert the zombies' attention, quickly shifting the focus of the horde towards themselves. The group, faces pale, began to defend themselves, while a few individuals silently communicated with Zou Yu and Jiang Bai, inching closer. Just as Yi Hanxiao reached the elevated watchtower, the gunfire from the rooftops ceased. The disoriented zombies, akin to headless flies, flailed about before they found the nearest targets. As Yi Hanxiao descended from the vehicle, preparing to assist Xiao Qi, he was confronted by the oncoming zombies. In a moment of crisis, his powers erupted, unleashing a thunderous force that incapacitated the surrounding undead. Yet, the sheer number of zombies was unfathomable, especially after the ruckus they had just created, drawing nearly all the zombies in the vicinity. Yi Hanxiao leapt atop the vehicle, reaching the high platform, and noticed Xiao Qi's terrified, pale face. Although he recognized the dire situation, he offered Xiao Qi a reassuring word. "Don't be afraid. I won't let anything happen to you." However, the moment he uttered these words, Xiao Qi suddenly trembled and spoke, "I'm sorry." As the apology lingered in the air, a sharp pain pierced his abdomen. A military dagger had been plunged into his gut. Yi Hanxiao stared in shock at Xiao Qi, whose eyes were red as he gazed at his blood-stained hands, trembling uncontrollably, pleading for forgiveness with clasped hands. "I'm sorry, Captain. I had no choice. I must protect my family. I truly did not wish to harm you. I will pay with my life." With that, Xiao Qi leaped from the high platform without looking back. Yi Hanxiao reached out to grasp him, but grasped only air. Xiao Qi was instantly engulfed by the zombies, his anguished cries echoing into the void. The blood left on the high platform, and Xiao Qi's sacrifice incited the zombies into a frenzied state. As they began to climb atop one another's bodies, forming a towering wall, drawing ever closer to the elevated platform, Yi Hanxiao leaned against the railing, clutching his abdomen. A blood-stained dagger cast aside not far from his feet, blood seeping incessantly between his fingers, soaking his clothes. He gazed towards the rooftops in the distance, where hope gradually faded from his eyes. There were his comrades, those he had entrusted with his back, yet his faith had been betrayed. In that moment, Yi Hanxiao finally comprehended the words that Zou Yu had spoken to him long ago. Not everyone is worthy of trust. His arrogance had blinded him. Everyone seemed intent on his demise, and no matter how fiercely he fought, survival eluded him. His abilities dwindled away, and ultimately he closed his eyes. This resilient warrior finally bowed his head, resigning himself to fate. Just as the foremost zombie was about to reach him, it abruptly halted, as if someone had pressed the pause button, and then, in a frenzy, they all surged toward another direction. In an instant, every zombie vanished, as if something in that direction had drawn them away. Yi Hanxiao managed a bitter smile, sensing that perhaps his life was not yet forfeit. He descended from the high platform, crashing heavily beside a car, summoning all his strength to wrench open the door and sit inside. Before entering, he picked up Shao Qi's identification tag from the ground and tucked it into his pocket. A numbing pain seeped through his chest as he drove away from this perilous place. Not long after setting off, he felt something was amiss, his vision blurred, and an unsettling sweetness tainted the metallic scent of blood coursing through his veins. Yi Hanxiao swiftly halted the car, peering into the rearview mirror at his own eyes. He pulled down his lower eyelid and was met with a murky red hue. This was a sign of infection. Although there was always a risk of infection from wounds exposed to the air, the likelihood was typically low. He never anticipated such misfortune. The last glimmer of hope was extinguished. In despair, he closed his eyes and retrieved a time bomb from the car, calmly setting the timer, resolved to end his own life. Even if he were to be blown to smithereens, he wished to avoid becoming a monstrous creature devoid of recognition. The bomb rested on the passenger seat, the countdown ticking away in its final minute. 10 seconds remained. Yi Hanxiao shut his eyes. At that moment, a sound sliced through the air, the car window shattered, and a deep green vine snaked its way inside, seizing the timed bomb and hurling it outside with great force. The thunderous explosion resonated through the sky as Yi Hanxiao turned in shock to see a pallid-faced Jiang Shubai. He had barely made it in time. If Captain Yi had perished, his sister would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Just as Yi Hanxiao had rushed to save Shao Qi, those people suddenly converged on Zou Yu and Jiang Shubai, intent on subduing them. However, collectively they were no match for Zou Yu, who effortlessly employed her psychic abilities to influence the thoughts of everyone present before departing the rooftop with Shao Bai. Once they had left, the individuals on the rooftop regained their senses, but Zou Yu had already implanted a hypnotic suggestion, convincing them that Yi Hanxiao was deceased. With the task accomplished, they withdrew without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, Zou Yu retrieved a zombie summoning card, ensuring that Shao Bai would escort Yi Hanxiao to the designated location. Before she ventured off alone to command the undead, Zou Yu once again emulated her previous strategy by securing a small room and confining all the surrounding zombies within it, subsequently tossing a bomb inside. However, before the bomb she had thrown could detonate, a resounding explosion erupted from behind her. Zou Yu sensed something amiss and quickened her pace to eliminate the remaining zombies before heading to the designated meeting point. As she pushed open the door, she was met with the sight of Yi Hanxiao, wrapped like a zongzi, and Jiang Shubai, whose face bore an expression of apology and helplessness. Without needing Jiang Shubai to speak, Zou Yu immediately recognized the pallor of Yi Hanxiao's complexion and understood the gravity of the situation. Her expression fell instantly. Chapter 101. Two Faces, Master in the Fading Moments of Consciousness. Yi Hanxiao's last vision was of Zou Yu's ashen face. At that moment, he felt a strange sense of relief. To behold her in his final moments of life seemed, after all, not entirely unfortunate. The memories of his past life were nebulous, and when Yi Hanxiao had encountered his misfortune, Zou Yu had not been directly involved. She merely knew that he had been wronged and met his demise. Yet the specifics eluded her. She was also unaware that he had been infected during his lifetime. Now, the only path laid before Zou Yu was one of desperate hope. She had to treat the dying as if they were living. Yi Hanxiao awoke once more, his gaze gradually focusing on Zou Yu, who stood beside the bed where another person lay. Zou Yu's complexion was ghastly, bearing a pallor that seemed unbefitting of any normal person. Propping himself up, he sat on the edge of the bed, his mind awash with confusion. Had he not been infected? Yi Hanxiao extended his hands, observing no signs of infection. And though the circumstances eluded him, an intuitive sense told him that Zou Yu had saved him. He gently nudged Zou Yu's shoulder, and a flicker of displeasure crossed her otherwise beautiful face, her eyes remaining tightly shut, though her brow furrowed slightly. It was evident she had been dreaming, murmuring, "Yi Hanxiao, you're doomed." It appeared that even in her dreams, she harbored disdain for him, a sentiment he could not fathom. For reasons unknown, a heaviness lingered in his chest. Rather than persist in rousing Zou Yu, he rose from the bed, opened the door, and stepped outside. As he pulled the door ajar, he was met with Jiang Shubai's discontented gaze. Yi Hanjiao felt perplexed. Jiang Shubai charged forward, delivering a punch without hesitation. Taken aback by the unexpected assault, Yi Hanjiao stood still, absorbing the blow. The impact turned his head, and he tasted a metallic sweetness in his mouth. As he turned back, Jiang Shubai swung another fist, but Yi Hanjiao grasped it just as it was about to connect with his face, his voice icy. Once is enough for a child's tantrum. I cannot tolerate second. Jiang Shubai struggled, cursing, "You bastard." There's a reason for my anger. His eyes, glistening with unshed tears, shifted past Yi Hanjiao to the frail Zou Yu on the bed. Teeth clenched as he declared, "Sister exhausted her powers to save you. You're nothing but a fool." Yi Hanjiao froze at this revelation. Save me? How? Wasn't Ti infected? The realization quickly dawned upon him, and he turned to Jiang Shubai. Zou Yu's abilities can purify the infection? Upon noticing the astonishment in Yi Hanjiao's eyes, Jiang Shubai suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation and, without hesitation, launched the seed he held toward Yi Hanjiao. "Don't even think about harming my sister. Anyone who threatens her deserves death." An unprecedented fury emanated from Jiang Shubai, and in that moment, Yi Hanjiao could sense the genuine intent to kill. Still reeling from the shock of Zou Yu's sacrifice to save him, he felt a sharp, needle-like object pierce toward his chest. Instinctively, he grasped the object, thorns digging into his palm, blood flowing freely. Bolts of electricity surged from his body, coursing along the sharp object, and as the overwhelming energy met Jiang Shubai's palm, a weak voice called out from behind, "Stop!" In an instant, Yi Hanjiao ceased his offensive and released his grip. Yet, Jiang Shubai, undeterred, propelled the sharp object through Yi Hanjiao's shoulder. He let out a muffled groan. "Xiao Bai, after expending such great effort to bring someone back, do you intend to let my endeavors go to waste?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the sharpness retracted, and Jiang Shubai lowered his head, softly uttering, "I'm sorry, sister." Yi Hanjiao, clutching his shoulder which bore a gaping wound, observed Jiang Shubai's contrite demeanor and mused to himself, "The little rascal indeed possesses two faces. You handle this yourself." Zou Yu tossed an emergency treatment kit to Yi Hanjiao, for her healing ability had been entirely depleted in the effort to purify the virus within him, rendering her powerless at that moment. Just moments ago, upon awakening, she had witnessed two individuals engaged in a fierce altercation, and in that instant, she truly yearned to hurl these two mentally unstable fellows out of the window. Zou Yu sat on the sofa, observing Yi Hanjiao as he removed his garments to tend to his wounds. She couldn't help but steal a few glances at his impressive physique, her gaze unabashedly roaming over him. However, Yi Hanjiao felt a twinge of embarrassment, turning his back to Zou Yu as he struggled to wrap the bandages. With only one hand at his disposal, he found himself unable to complete the task, resorting to a continuous repetition of the motion. Zou Yu turned to Jiang Shubai. "Go assist him." Jiang Shubai cast an annoyed glance at Zou Yu, who maintained her composure, then addressed Yi Hanjiao. "What are your plans from here? Do you intend to return to the safe zone?" Though her words suggested concern, had Yi Hanjiao dared to express a desire to go back, Zou Yu would undoubtedly have delivered a sharp slap to jolt him into reality. After a brief silence, Yi Hanjiao contemplated his response. Jiang Shubai, in a playful yet irritating manner, tightened the bandage, causing Yi Hanjiao to furrow his brow. He chose not to confront the childish antics of the younger man, and eventually replied to Zou Yu, "I want to be going back. There is no place for me there anymore. You previously mentioned wanting to establish your own safe zone, didn't you? I imagine you could use some extra hands. What do you think of me?" The tides of fortune had shifted. When Zou Yu extended her invitation to Yi Hanjiao, he had coldly rejected her. Yet, merely a few months later, he found himself with nowhere to go. He could not articulate more sentimental thoughts. This was the most sincere admission he could muster. He had essentially been a dead man, and it was Zou Yu who had drawn him back to life. This existence no longer belonged to the nation or its people. but solely to Zou Yu. However, expressing such sentiments felt overly intimate. If given the choice, he wished to become the sharpest blade in her possession, whether out of gratitude or for some other reason. Ultimately, he had nowhere else to turn. Zou Yu had awaited these very words from Yihan Xiao. I have one more request. Yihan Xiao glanced down to see Jiang Shubai, with a retaliatory intent, tying a large bow on his chest. He cast a resigned look at him, prompting Jiang Shubai to raise an eyebrow. What? Speak. Zou Yu pointed at Jiang Shubai and said, I will entrust my younger brother to your care from now on. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shubai reacted most strongly, gazing at Zou Yu as if she were about to sell herself to a trafficker. Zou Yu, you wouldn't mind taking on a disciple, would you? I wish for Xiao Bai to possess the ability to protect himself in this chaotic world, and you are the most suitable candidate. Jiang Shubai weakly shook his head, casting a threatening glance at Yihan Xiao, as if to convey, if you dare to agree, you shall face dire consequences. Yihan Xiao, in a cheerful mood, smiled and beckoned Jiang Shubai. Call me master. Jiang Shubai. Zou Yu little bai. Jiang Shubai gritted his teeth. Master. Master.